Dressed as a malicious supporting character, a certain individual expressed profound sorrow, letting out a long, mournful howl towards the heavens, exclaiming, "I do not wish to be crushed to death." Yet, having arrived in this predicament, one must find solace in it, steering clear of the male and female leads while entangling oneself with the most notorious man in the capital. "Miss, I am the foremost libertine of the capital. Fear not, for I am the capital's most incompetent lady. Taking me in would be a most advantageous bargain." Upon entering this unfamiliar world, she resolved never to provoke the female lead, adhering to the principle that what is meant for her will come to her, and she should not covet that which does not belong to her. Accompanied by a certain man and a humble dog, she seeks to live freely and unburdened. In the early morning, as sunlight filtered through the crimson silk beaded curtains, it illuminated the intricately carved bed within the modest dwelling, upon which lay a motionless girl clad in white. Suddenly, her long eyelashes fluttered, and she sat up without opening her eyes, raising her hands high as she stretched languidly. It is rare that I do not have classes today, yet I must still rise early." Her daily routine had always been quite disciplined. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld an antique room that seemed almost surreal, prompting her to rub her eyes in disbelief. Was her awakening method flawed? Upon reopening her eyes, she bit her hand, feeling pain. This was no dream. What on earth is this place? After examining her body, it appeared to be hers, yet simultaneously not. She dashed to the bronze mirror, breathing a sigh of relief upon confirming it was indeed her own face. This body seemed to be more elongated, with long hair, resembling that of a girl around 13 or 14, dressed in a traditional white garment. Could it be that after consuming too many medical cases, she had developed a split personality? She had just graduated as a psychology teacher, often delving into various psychological disorders. She recalled that the previous night, she had been researching ancient texts, seeking accounts of multiple personalities. Eventually, she had succumbed to slumber amidst the sea of archaic characters, only to awaken here. A whirlwind of countless scenarios from time travel novels flashed through her mind. Had she truly transcended time, as the legends foretold? Abruptly, a violent pain surged through her head as a stream of unfamiliar memories flooded in. Tears streamed down her face. No wonder this plot felt familiar. It was from an ancient palace drama she had once read. To her astonishment, she had indeed traversed into a tale where the female lead sought revenge after rebirth. This realm was known as the Baiyue dynasty, a continent divided into three parts, Baiyue, Qingyue, and Heiyue, somewhat akin to ancient China, yet with a more liberated essence, being a world crafted by the author. The protagonist of this narrative was named by Lianer, aptly named for her exquisite beauty and delicate demeanor, embodying the quintessential image of a white lotus flower. In her previous life, her excessive timidity led her to be tormented by the supporting characters and those closest to her. After her rebirth, she resolved to reclaim everything and exact revenge on all who had wronged her. Wu Yu, on the other hand, found herself inhabiting the body of a venomous supporting character who shared her name, a notorious female antagonist, and the adopted daughter of the second wealthiest merchant in the capital. Though the original owner was merely an adopted daughter of the Bai family, her eloquence and beauty led the family to favor her over their own biological daughter, who was meek and submissive. Following the female lead's rebirth, the Bai family began to regard her with newfound admiration. The supporting characters' various schemes were unveiled, while the female lead gradually expanded her harem, ultimately leading to the demise of this malicious supporting character at the hands of one of her rivals, Feng Qianyao. Dead. Wu Yu raked her fingers through her hair, uncertain of the current state of the plot. She certainly did not wish to meet her end. "You're awake?" Suddenly, a young maid clad in green entered, casting a cold gaze upon her. According to the original owner's memories, this was her personal maid, Xiao Qing, who had abetted many of the original owner's heinous deeds. Growing up together, the original owner had always been domineering, frequently striking and chastising her. Thus, the maid was not genuinely loyal to the original owner. She had a brother, her only family, to whom she was devoted. Once, when her brother was bitten by a venomous snake, the female lead happened to pass by and provided him with an antidote. Xiao Qing was thus moved by the kind and beautiful female lead, realizing that despite her past transgressions, the female lead had saved her brother, contrasting sharply with the duplicitous second Mississippi. Consequently, she betrayed the original owner and aligned herself with the female lead, pledging unwavering loyalty to her and her brother. "You're awake. Go to the hall. The master and others are waiting." "What has happened?" Wu Yu was unfazed by the maid's harsh demeanor, as she was utterly bewildered about the current state of the plot. What happened? You still have the audacity to ask. A mocking smile crept across Xiao Qing's face, leaving Wu Yu feeling aggrieved. After all, it was not her who had wronged the female lead. Humph. If it weren't for the second young master, your schemes would have succeeded once again. Wu Yu was taken aback. Second young master. It seemed there was indeed such a plot point in the original text. The original owner had attempted to push the female lead into the water while they were admiring the lotus flowers, only to find herself outmaneuvered. The female lead, having been reborn, feigned being pushed and was rescued by the passing by second young master, who knocked the original owner unconscious before saving her. Prior to this incident, the supporting character had already failed numerous times through poisoning and framing attempts, all of which had been discovered by the Bai family, leading them to lose faith in her. Another slap, Wu Yu lamented, her expression despondent. It seemed she was destined to face yet another blow. She recalled that they were likely now at the 5th round of the supporting character's self-sabotage, and the Bai family had grown increasingly disdainful of her. The ensuing events would likely involve the supporting character being summoned for questioning, the female lead shining brilliantly, while her two brothers expressed deep concern for their sister, even developing some inexplicable feelings. Their father, too, would feel guilty and resolve to compensate her properly. Thus, shortly thereafter, she would find herself cast out of the Bai family, leaving with nothing. Not long after being expelled, the supporting character would catch the eye of a coarse, wealthy man who would take her as a concubine. Unwilling to accept her fate, she would continue her schemes against the female lead, ultimately leading to her abandonment when the wealthy man tired of her, leaving her homeless and reduced to a courtesan. The tragic conclusion would find her attempting to hire an assassin to eliminate the female lead, only to be discovered and met with her demise. Xiao Qing had already been won over by the female lead's kindness, thus when the supporting character was cast out, not a single familiar face would remain. Wu Yu sighed, feeling a twinge of pity. With resolve, Wu Yu declared, "Very well, I shall go now." Xiao Qing hesitated, feeling perplexed. The second miss seemed changed, lacking her former arrogance and aggression. She scrutinized Wu Yu closely, witnessing her elegantly prepare herself, as though she had transformed entirely. Wu Yu hastily arranged her somewhat disheveled hair. She was unfamiliar with ancient hairstyles, so she simply tied it back with a purple ribbon. "Xiao Qing, I shall soon be expelled from the Bai family during the questioning, just attribute everything to me. Oh, and I have buried 500 taels of silver under the peach tree in our courtyard. If you encounter any difficulties after I leave, feel free to dig it up." Apologies were not something she would offer. After all, it was not she who had mistreated Xiao Qing, and this gesture would serve as compensation. Xiao Qing was taken aback by her words. Did the second miss have yet another scheme in mind? Just as she began to voice her concerns, Wu Yu adopted a resolute expression, following the path of her memories towards the main hall. Xiao Qing swiftly followed suit. In the main hall, Bai Leoi, the two Bai brothers, and Bai Lianer awaited her presence, seemingly engaged in light-hearted conversation, having grown fond of the multi-talented female lead. Upon Wu Yu's arrival, silence fell over the room. Bai Lao Ye's expression darkened as he bellowed, "Unfilial daughter, kneel." Wu Yu complied and knelt without uttering a word. "Do you recognize your mistakes? The daughter acknowledges her errors." Wu Yu replied with a dignified tone, uncertain how to defend herself, as the original owner had indeed instigated her own downfall. "You." Bai Leoi, seeing her impassive demeanor, huffed in anger. "I see you possess no intention of repentance. You are utterly irredeemable." "Father, enough." "She did not intend to," Bai Lianer interjected, pleading on her behalf. "She acted with intent. Such a sinister and vile person has concealed her numerous wrongdoings against Lianer over the years. She is a wretch unworthy of remaining in the Bai family." Bai second young master expressed his fury. Wu Yu exhaled in relief at last. They were addressing the crux of the matter. Old master Bai sighed, "Xiao Wu, after all these years, we have treated you well. You. Never mind, you may leave us, the Bai family." Were it not for the fact that she was the daughter of Yue, resembling her mother so closely, he might have felt differently. Wu Yu's mother, Chen Xiaoyu, had once been the most beautiful woman in the capital, not only possessing stunning looks but also a wealth of talents. When she danced, she appeared as though she were a celestial being who had mistakenly descended into the mortal realm. She was the dream girl of many men in the capital, including old Master Bai, who held a deep fondness for her. Unfortunately, her heart was solely reserved for Wu Tian, dismissing his numerous declarations of love as if they were inconsequential. Wu Tian, much like himself, was a businessman. Their relationship had initially been amicable, but due to Chen Xiaoyu's choice, they had never come to blows. They had only one daughter, Wu Yu, whom they cherished dearly. With no elders or servants in the household, whenever they were away, Wu Yu would be entrusted to his care. Old Master Bai genuinely liked her, finding her delightful and understanding, with a knack for charming those around her. Moreover, Wu Yu bore an uncanny resemblance to her mother. Tragically, when Wu Yu was but 5 years old, her parents set sail, and for reasons unknown, they never returned. Thus, Wu Yu became the adopted daughter of the Bai family. Very well, I shall take my leave. Hearing old Master Bai's words, Wu Yu remained expressionless. Rest assured, I shall never set foot in the Bai family again, and I will maintain a distance of 4 to 5 meters from your family henceforth, never again scheming against you. However, regardless of the circumstances, you are still my father. If there is ever a need for my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Old Master Bai had indeed cared for the original owner, and she could not allow herself to be ungrateful. Old Master Bai felt a flicker of emotion, his lips twitching as if he wished to say something, but Wu Yu preempted him. I bid you farewell. Xiao Wu, you. Young Master Bai was taken aback, wondering if her reaction was overly calm. Yet, Wu Yu had already left the Bai residence without a backward glance, leaving behind a group of bewildered individuals. The most astonished was Bai Lianer, who clenched her fists, her mind swirling with questions. This was not how she should have reacted under such circumstances. She ought to have caused a scene. Had her rebirth altered the course of events? Beside her, Xiao Qing was equally shocked, having expected some sort of trickery, only to realize that Wu Yu genuinely intended to depart. Young Master Bai sensed something amiss and decided to follow her, with young Master Bai Air and Bai Lianer trailing closely behind.
Chapter 2. I am even more worthless than you. Seeking shelter, Wu Yu stepped onto the street, surveying this unfamiliar world, uncertain of her next destination or how to navigate the days ahead. A wave of desolation suddenly surged within her. At that moment, she spotted a young man clad in opulent attire, roughly her age, exuding an air of languor, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, accompanied by a guard and, a yellow-haired mutt. She suddenly recalled that there was a young man in the original text, rather lackluster and amusing. With nothing to occupy her time, he enjoyed strolling with a blade of grass in his mouth. Walking dogs and wandering aimlessly, he was the fifth prince, Feng Qianjin, who only appeared twice in the original narrative. He was exceptionally handsome, yet his character was irascible, devoid of any scholarly pursuits. Although he had not been cast aside, he lacked any substantial presence. The women in the capital seemed to disdain him, viewing such a useless man as a negative example. His imperial father found his behavior exasperating, but he was the beloved child of his favorite consort, and he bore some responsibility for her death. Initially, his father attempted to intervene, but eventually, he could only turn a blind eye, granting him the title of Prince of Carefree, ensuring his life would be free of want. It was rumored that the fifth prince's residence was filled with concubines, revelry echoing through the night, seemingly a decree from his imperial father to curb his debauchery. The fifth prince was treated as an ordinary citizen. No one was required to kneel or bow before him, and he was prohibited from entering any establishments of ill repute. She pondered. All the male protagonists here seem intent on doing her harm. This posed a significant dilemma. However, Feng Qianjin was not part of Wu Yu's harem, and in her view, he was not entirely dreadful. He was merely a bit naive, lacking the ability to conceal his true self, which was rather refreshing. She resolved to engage with him, seeking a somewhat secure ally until she could stand on her own. Wandering aimlessly on the street might lead to that corpulent, wealthy man whisking her away as a concubine. She was currently vulnerable, with her beauty and delicate figure making her an easy target. At least Feng Qianjin was a child of similar age to her, thus, she tentatively called out to him. Xiao Jin. Feng Qianjin turned around, spotting a beautiful girl standing behind him, clad in flowing white, her long hair simply tied up. His heart skipped a beat. Only his mother had ever called him that. Since her passing, he had not heard anyone use that name. Yet, he did not recognize this girl before him. Perhaps she was yet another woman attempting to lure him in, but normally, Girls from respectable families in the capital would disdain such pursuits. He adopted a carefree demeanor. "Oh, beautiful lady, what brings you to call upon me? I am more than willing to serve you." The onlookers sighed in regret, lamenting yet another good cabbage being trampled by a pig. Wu felt a surge of excitement. "You truly are Xiao Jin, Feng Qianjin." Feng Qianjin was momentarily taken aback. It was rare for anyone to react with such enthusiasm upon hearing his name. An unfamiliar feeling began to blossom within him. "Oh, right, I am Wu. You can call me Xiao Wu. I am quite renowned in the capital as the first foolish girl. I am an orphan, previously residing with the Bai family, but I was expelled after maliciously scheming against the Bai family's young lady out of jealousy. I seek a temporary refuge, which is why I have come to you." Feng Qianjin and his entourage fell into a stupor. Could she be any more blunt? Feng Qianjin was momentarily unable to process her words. And it was his guard who spoke up. "Silence. Since you are such a person, how dare you wish to associate with our esteemed fifth prince?" Feng Qianjin raised a hand to signal for quiet. A rare serious expression gracing his features. "Why me? Have we met before?" "No," she replied, "but we could get acquainted now. Ask me anything. I am an open book." Wu's eyes sparkled with sincerity and eagerness, her eagerness palpable. Feng Qianjin found himself at a loss, unsure how to respond to such an unusual proposition. "Well, will you accept me? I can be quite useful. An excellent cook, charming, able to sing a little tune, knowledgeable about the cosmos and the minutiae of life. Not a big eater, and easy to care for. Accepting me will undoubtedly be a great bargain." On the second floor of the tea house, the Bai brothers erupted in laughter, spitting out their tea in disbelief. Was this truly the little sister they had grown up with? How had they never noticed her amusing side before? Bai Liana regarded her with a hint of suspicion. Could this really be Wu? Was she also reborn? Upon hearing this, Feng Qianjin chuckled. "Bai family's second miss. Have you heard of my reputation?" "Yes, and so what? I am even more worthless than you. With me by your side, all attention will shift to me, and I shall bear the brunt of their scorn. Thus, you need not worry. You stand to gain." Feng Qianjin appeared genuinely touched, his foolishness laid bare. "Xiao Wu, I am truly moved. Someone wishes to be my shield," he exclaimed, pulling her into an embrace. This behavior was considered quite scandalous in ancient times, and soon, jeers of shameless arose from the crowd. Wu paid them no mind. She knew Feng Qianjin was merely teasing her. Yet there was a hint of sincerity in his actions. After all, she was already the capital's most notorious loose woman. She had long since shed any sense of shame. She felt a swell of gratitude that Feng Qianjin was willing to accept her. Returning his embrace and feeling his stiffness, he likely never anticipated encountering such a bold girl. "I am also quite moved. Finally, someone is willing to take me in." The crowd was stunned, their conversation rendering them speechless. And they suddenly realized this was indeed a pair of lively oddballs. In her exuberance, Feng Qianjin felt a twinge of embarrassment. He was accustomed to teasing others, yet now he felt as though he was the one being teased. Strangely enough, his mood was inexplicably buoyant. He released Wu, his ears gradually turning crimson. "Xiao Jin, what do you think?" Wu asked, amusement dancing in her eyes as she observed his reddening ears. Feng Qianjin, caught off guard, instinctively nodded. Wu, in her excitement, hugged him again. Were it not for the constraints of the era, she would have kissed him passionately, reveling in her newfound freedom from being a concubine. Feng Qianjin was flustered, the color creeping from his ears to his face, leaving him at a loss. His guard, Qingfeng, was dumbfounded by his master's actions. He had never witnessed such a shy demeanor from him before. Today was truly an eye-opener. "Thank you. Once I have the means, I shall move out and never trouble you." Wu expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Otherwise, she would be utterly lost in this unfamiliar place. "But why do you call me Xiao Jin? Did you truly not know me before?" "I did not," Wu replied honestly, shaking her head. Feng Qianjin chose not to press further. On the second floor of the tea house, the two exchanged glances, both puzzled. Their sister seemed somewhat different. As they descended the stairs, Bai Dajuan was the first to speak, for he had once genuinely cared for the sister. "Xiao Yu, what are you doing?" Though she was merely a former sister, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at her overtures towards the capital's most notorious rake. Before she could respond, Bai Erjuan's scornful voice interjected. "You wretched girl, having just left the Bai family, you are already eager to throw yourself at others. You have truly brought disgrace upon the Bai name." Next came Bai Lianer's frustrated voice, "Sister, how could you engage in such disgraceful behavior?" Upon hearing her voice, Wuyo instinctively took several steps back. Bai Lianer's expression darkened. "Sister, what is this? It is nothing. Did I not promise just now to keep my distance from you?" "I shall never harm you," Wuyo replied, unfazed by the Bai brothers' admonishments. Sometimes, things simply were as they were, requiring no excessive explanation. However, she noted their disdain towards Feng Qianjin, as they had not even offered him a bow. Bai Lianer felt a moment of embarrassment, but quickly regained her composure, glancing at Feng Qianjin beside her. "Sister, although you have left the Bai family, there is no need to sink so low." The implication was clear. Casting a sidelong glance at the nonchalant Feng Qianjin, she realized he was likely unaccustomed to defending himself. He bore no semblance of anger, nor did he put on airs as a member of the royal family, which was likely why they felt emboldened to speak so freely to him. Wuyo playfully patted Feng Qianjin on the shoulder. "Xiaojin, I admire you. We, fierce individuals, need not offer explanations. I plan to stick with you from now on." Feng Qianjin felt his face heat up again upon hearing her words. Reflecting on it, he found this girl quite perceptive. Perhaps she was the only one who truly regarded him highly, and a warm sensation spread through his heart. Bai Dajuan was filled with skepticism. "Are you truly Xiao Yu? Why do you ask?" Wuyo retorted. "Do not assume you know me so well. Indeed, I am arrogant, venomous, and jealous, but that is not all of who I am. Regardless, the accusations against me are already established. Say what you will, you." Bai Dajuan seemed to wish to say more. "You have cast me out of my home. Henceforth, do not concern yourselves with my fate. I no longer represent the dignity of the Bai family, but rather my own. Yet, are you aware of the true nature of the man standing behind you? The emperor has even decreed that anyone may criticize him or show him disrespect. In truth, he is but a simpleton, utterly incompetent, and you believe you can achieve anything by aligning yourself with him? It matters not. I find him rather agreeable, and I can elevate him. What does that imply? Moreover, have you perhaps misunderstood something? I have no intention of marrying, so do not overthink it. But sister, once you enter the fifth prince's residence, who would dare to wed you thereafter?" Bai Lianer expressed her concerns. "Fear not, for I do not plan to marry." At that moment, Feng Qianjin, who had been quietly observing the scene, grew impatient. "Enough. If Xiao Wu declares she will not marry, then let it be. Must you incessantly pester her? Or does Miss Bai wish to wed this prince?" "You shameless," Bai Lianer retorted playfully. The Bai brothers darkened their expressions. "Your Highness, it would be wise for you to refrain from such reckless talk. Our Lianer would never marry someone of your ilk." "Very well," Feng Qianjin replied with surprising candor, yet the Bai siblings found his words irksome. "What does very well imply? Is our Lianer so lacking in worth? Bai Lianer, if I have indeed wronged you in the past, I would not apologize, for I have repaid my debts. I hope you can be magnanimous and cease your grievances against me. You spoke with utmost sincerity. I have no intention of targeting you." "Sister," Bai Lianer appeared quite aggrieved, just as Bayer Xiao was about to explode. Gurgled. Wu Yu's stomach rumbled. "Oh, I am so hungry. Can we leave now?" Wu Yu drooped her head, tugging at Feng Qianjin's sleeve. Hunger had stripped her of all cheer. "Very well. Let us depart." With Xiaojin speaking, Wu was more than willing to follow, for she felt she might starve. The trio and their dog departed briskly, leaving the Bai siblings staring at one another in awkward silence. "What is the name of your little dog?" Wu found the small creature rather adorable, plump and round. "It has no name. I merely found him on the road. How about calling him Todo? Suit yourself. Indeed, let us name him Todo. Little Todo." Wu chased after the small dog, which seemed a tad shy. Upon arriving at the fifth prince's residence, Wu discovered that the rumors circulating about it were indeed untrustworthy. Was it not said that the fifth prince's abode was teeming with concubines? Yet, apart from old Madame Qin, there was not a single woman to be found. Not even a maid. Old Madame Qin was the wife of the head steward, and their bond was quite affectionate, living together in harmony. Feng Qianjin was raised by them, and apart from the two of them, there was only Qing Feng, a skilled physician who also served as Feng Qianjin's bodyguard and brother. Beyond them, there was no one else. In certain respects, one might consider his princely life rather pathetic, though the estate was large. It lacked even a few servants, once again reshaping Wu Yu's worldview. However, he seemed quite at ease, and she appreciated such a lifestyle. At least he had no worries regarding sustenance. observing a certain lady devouring a large bowl of rice with fervor. Feng Qianjin couldn't help but feel perplexed. You truly consume so little? Wu smiled awkwardly. I haven't eaten in ages. Please show me some compassion. The estate had quite a number of empty rooms, and Wu casually chose one to settle in. Old Madame Qin and her husband treated her well, fearing she might feel uncomfortable, even providing her with new bedding. Wu assured them there was nothing to which she could not adapt. Considering the state of her hosts, she had little else to hope for. Chapter 3. A New Life. The following morning, Wu did not linger in bed. She rose early to prepare breakfast for Feng Qianjin and the others. The morning fare primarily consisted of steamed buns, dumplings, porridge, and noodles. Wu decided to whip up a simple vegetable porridge, believing it to be quite beneficial to the body. After all, the starchy foods could easily induce drowsiness. She planned to make a vegetable porridge, simply adding carrots, cabbage leaves, and minced meat, along with ginger and scallions, seasoning it to perfection and voil, as there were only 5 people in the entire prince's residence. They all dined together, which Wu quite enjoyed. Watching Wu deftly serve the porridge, Feng Qianjin felt a twinge of surprise. Initially, he had thought she was drawn to him due to his princely title. After all, even though he currently held little status, he was still a prince. He had assumed that upon seeing his impoverished state, she would retreat. After all, she was, in a sense, the daughter of the second wealthiest family in the capital. A young lady accustomed to being pampered. Surely she would not enjoy living among them, yet here she was, unfazed, living with them, even preparing breakfast for all. Was she truly without ulterior motives? Wu filled bowls for each of them. Here is yours, old Madame Qin and old Mr. Qin. This one is for Qing Feng. Finally, she served Feng Qianjin and herself. There was a hierarchy of age. The Chen couple looked on with great satisfaction, remarking on how delightful young Wu was. Delicious. Qi Feng was quite the glutton, gravitating toward anyone with good food. Feng Qianjin felt warmth in his heart as he accepted the porridge she had prepared, tasting a spoonful. It was exquisite. The millet was soft and tender, imbued with a subtle meat fragrance, even superior to what old Madame Qin typically made. He was left pondering. As per his research, the Bai family had once doted on her, so her demeanor ought to be somewhat arrogant and overbearing. Yet, she appeared quite different now. Could it be that she was deliberately tarnishing her own reputation? Much like him, are you truly a young lady of the Bai family? How is it that you can cook? Qi Feng inquired, puzzled. Do not forget, I bear the surname Wu. I am not truly of the Bai family. As an orphan, I must possess a variety of skills to prepare for the possibility of being abandoned. Wu spoke with an air of nonchalance, though her words struck a chord in the hearts of those who were breakfasting. Fear not, I would never do such a thing, Feng Qianjin vowed. Despite his shortcomings, he could still provide for a woman. Indeed, how could we bear to part with such a fine girl like Xiao Wu? Old Madame Chen remarked. Wu felt a swell of emotion, responding, well then, I shall firmly attach myself to you. Please do not shun me. Breakfast passed amidst laughter and cheer. After the meal, Wu began to contemplate how she might earn a living in this world. While Feng Qianjin and his companions were kind-hearted, their circumstances were not easy, and she could not rely on them too heavily. Feng Qianjin, being quite leisurely, noticed Wu gazing off into the distance and chose to sit beside her. What are you pondering? I am considering how to make money. Feng Qianjin was momentarily taken aback. In this place, women generally occupied themselves with domestic duties, while unmarried girls remained at home until they were wed. Did she truly wish to venture out to earn a living? Might it be due to him? This thought made him feel somewhat embarrassed. I can still provide for you, I am aware. However, I cannot depend on you for a lifetime. And besides, it is rather dull here. I simply wish to find something to occupy myself. Feng Qianjin suddenly felt a strong urge to say, you could rely on me for a lifetime, but when he saw her earnest expression, the words caught in his throat. Xiao Jin, do you have cakes here? Cakes? What are those? None? Wu felt a surge of excitement. The market must be quite promising. Then let us create some pastries to sell. However, in the capital, there are quite a few pastry shops, and the competition is fierce. That is true, but let us give it a try. Seeing her confidence, Feng Qianjin felt inspired. His mood lifted. Well, let us first procure a small oven. Are you not rather idle? Consider it a form of play. It could be quite enjoyable. We sketched out the basic design of the oven and then dragged Feng Qianjin to the blacksmith shop to order the necessary components. Fortunately, the alchemical arts here were relatively advanced, and the metals produced were quite varied. The alchemy shop's owner, intrigued by Wu Yu's blueprints, engaged them in extensive conversation. Upon learning that it was an invention of Wu Yu's design, his eyes brimmed with admiration. In the end, they settled on a price, and the owner promised to expedite the creation of the relevant parts. Both Wu Yu and Feng Qianjin left feeling satisfied. I did not expect you to be quite so eloquent, Feng Qianjin remarked with a hint of admiration. Naturally, when one associates with a sister like me, one does not suffer losses. I should be older than you. Feng Qianjin replied, slightly displeased. I am 13. How about you? 14. Feng Qianjin seemed somewhat pleased, while we remained unfazed. After all, she had lived into her 20s in her previous life, and pretending to be younger was a challenge. My maturity surpasses yours, therefore, you must address me as sister. Feng Qianjin could not be bothered to argue. After all, he was indeed older than her. That evening, what would you like to eat? I desire fish. Very well. Feng Qianjin relished the current atmosphere, reminiscent of the days when his mother was alive, when he would be asked daily about his preferred meals, his health, and his mood. That night, we prepared steamed fish and fried fish, while old Madame Chen contributed several dishes. Together, they formed a delightful dinner for the group. Grandfather Chen felt a profound sense of comfort. The arrival of little Wu had certainly enlivened the atmosphere. Wu had always been a person who took advantage of every opportunity, unabashedly cracking jokes. I told you, taking me in is quite a bargain. Haha, indeed, it is quite a bargain. Grandfather Chen laughed heartily, which suddenly reminded Wu of her maternal grandfather. Before she entered this world, she had been unencumbered, having lost her parents at a young age, and it was her grandfather who had raised her. Not long after she started university, he passed away, leaving her all alone. Perhaps it was heaven's pity that had brought her into this world. Granny Chen, with her keen eyes, noticed the redness in Wu Yu's eyes. Silly girl, what's the matter? Wu Yu did not suppress herself too much. She wiped her tears and replied, it's nothing, just feeling a bit touched. It's truly wonderful to have you all around. She did not voice the thought that lingered in her mind. She no longer had to face the world in solitude. Silly child, it's all right. We are here for you, Granny Chen reassured her. Patting her back, Feng Qianjin remained silent. He suddenly realized that his own circumstances were not as dire as he had once believed. He had his father, the emperor, and had grown up with the Chen couple and Qin Feng by his side. Yet she, not a soul to accompany her, had faced the world alone until she was cast out by the Bai family. He felt a surge of gratitude for having agreed to shelter her. Had he walked away then, what would her fate be now? Chapter 4. Flavors. A week later, the parts for the oven were ready, along with various utensils, such as bread cutters and knives. Wu Yu mixed together eggs and flour, pouring the batter into a cake mold before placing it in the oven to bake. Unlike modern times, she lacked a timer or a smart oven with preset functions, relying solely on her experience. The first cake emerged. Though slightly burnt, it was deemed a success. Come, taste my new style pastry. Upon hearing about food, Qin Feng rushed over like the wind. Wu Yu cut him a generous slice, which delighted him. It must be said that food enthusiasts are easily satisfied. It smells so good and sweet. How did you make this? Wu Yu briefly explained the principle behind it. Little Wu, you're quite clever to think of this. It's truly delicious. Wu Yu felt a twinge of guilt as she touched her nose. But upon reflection, she deemed it her own creation, at least since she had assembled the oven herself. Over the subsequent weeks, Wu Yu devoted herself to experimenting with Western-style pastries, bringing unprecedented satisfaction to Qin Feng, who relished the variety of treats every day. He thought to himself that if this continued, his life would be complete. A month later, Wu Yu's bakery opened, aptly named Flavors, and quickly gained immense popularity in the capital. The elite and socialites were enamored with the cakes, making indulging in treats from Flavors a fashionable trend. Soon, long queues formed outside the shop daily, with goods often selling out by noon. Eventually, Wu Yu hired a dozen apprentices, gradually bringing the business onto a stable path, and Flavors became the most renowned pastry shop in the capital. As time passed, Wu Yu grew somewhat complacent, hiring someone to help manage the shop while she focused on developing new pastries. Leading a relatively leisurely life, as the enigmatic owner behind Flavors, Wu Yu maintained a low profile. Few were aware of her true identity, and she had no intention of opening a branch, desiring her venture to remain unique. Feng Qianjin, the idler, maintained his usual routine, wandering aimlessly with a potato in tow behind Wu Yu. She felt it was rather unseemly, having once been a psychological counselor in her past life. She could perceive that Feng Qianjin was not as useless as rumors suggested, but rather evading and harboring certain concerns. Little Jean, do you have something you particularly enjoy doing? No. Wu Yu meticulously observed his facial expressions, noting his discomfort. Was it reluctance or fear that held him back? Feng Qianjin was momentarily taken aback, then fell silent, and Wu Yu knew she had guessed correctly. Born into royalty, your approach may ensure your safety, but stifling yourself is hardly fulfilling. Moreover, human hearts are inscrutable. While you hide from them, they may not intend to spare you. I simply don't wish to harm others for that position. As he paused, Wu Yu gestured with her eyes for him to continue. In the past, my mother had harmed other consorts. They fought behind the scenes for the emperor's favor, leaving each other bloodied, only to ultimately harm themselves. Feng Qianjin's eyes reflected sorrow, and Wu Yu comfortingly stroked his head. My mother was poisoned to death, and the consort who harmed her was the sister of a consort she had previously killed. At that time, my mother said, "Little Jean, I do not wish for you to sit in that position. I only hope you can live a carefree life." Thus, I remain uncontentious, but they— Feng Qianjin's expression was mournful. Wu Yu interjected, "They still intend to pursue you, seeking your ruin, so I have constantly sullied my own reputation, making the emperor despise me and everyone else dislike me." Wu Yu sighed. Sometimes, even if one sinks to the depths of despair, it remains unavailing. Rather than that, it is better to pursue what one truly desires, leaving no regrets. In the original tale, even at its conclusion, the current Emperor Feng Qin remained on the throne, leaving her uncertain as to who would ultimately inherit the throne. Feng Qianjin remained silent, then suddenly embraced Wu Yu, resting his head on her shoulder. His fingers played with her smooth hair, which exuded a refreshing hint of lemon, instilling a sense of tranquility within him. After a while, he released Wu Yu, who affectionately ruffled his hair. "Come, let me treat you to a meal." Wu Yu pulled him along to buy ingredients. Living near the sea, they enjoyed abundant seafood. Wu Yu was fortunate to discover salmon, known by the same name here. In ancient Chinese texts, seafood was not commonly mentioned. Thus she was pleasantly surprised by the existence of a seafood market. Salmon belongs to the family of salmonids, characterized by its flattened sides, arched back, sharp teeth, and small scales, with a silver-gray hue and orange stripes during spawning. With few bones, its flesh is tender and delicious, suitable for consumption raw. After purchasing the salmon, she also acquired bitter melon, lemons, honey, chili peppers, and various spices such as cinnamon. Upon returning home, Wu Yu had Qing Feng fetch ice. Although it was still summer, there seemed to be a custom of storing ice, kept in ice cellars during winter for summer use. She crushed the bitter melon and lemons separately to extract their juices, freezing them. Then, she concocted 3 sauces: sweet, spicy, and salty. The sweet sauce involved a variety of ingredients, primarily soy sauce, sugar, star anise, cinnamon, and scallions, simmered together to extract the fragrance of the spices. Next, she sliced the salmon into approximately 3 mm thick pieces, arranged them artfully on a plate, and prepared a suitable amount of ginger slices soaked in ice water. She then boiled water and prepared ice water. Her masterpiece was complete. "Little Wu, are we going to eat this raw?" They had never tasted raw meat before. "Yes, give it a try. If you find it unpalatable, you can blanch it in boiling water and then soak it in ice water, and it will be ready to eat." When consuming, one could take a small piece of ginger and dip it in the sauce before placing a whole piece in their mouth, achieving the best flavor. She demonstrated this to them. What a peculiar way to eat! Feng Qianjin and the others emulated Wu Yu, placing the fish slices in their mouths, and were immediately met with a rich blend of sauce and the fish's freshness, devoid of any fishy taste. Delicious. Qi Feng urged. "Let us try the other flavors." Feng Qianjin sampled each one. "This is sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy." Indeed, this dish was taught to me by an old professor. He said that the sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy represent the 5 flavors of life, and only when they coexist can life be truly flavorful. We often favor the sweet and salty because they provide us with delightful sensations. The sour, bitter, and spicy flavors are more stimulating. Not everyone will enjoy them, yet they are essential. That tingling sensation at the root of the tongue inspires us to delve deeper and pursue more. When I first tasted this dish, I particularly enjoyed the salty flavor first, followed by the spicy, sour, bitter, and finally the sweet, finding that sequence immensely satisfying. By the end, the sourness and bitterness fade, leaving only the sweetness lingering in my mouth. This dish was taught to her by a beloved old professor during a tumultuous time when her grandfather passed away, feeling lonely and despondent. She had grown weary of her studies. It was during that period that the old professor invited her to share this dish and imparted the wisdom that life's 5 flavors must be embraced in full for a fulfilling existence. She had always been grateful for his words, as they prompted her to gain clarity, leading her to learn how to prepare the dish. Feng Qianjin and the others were momentarily stunned by her words. Their hearts stirred with myriad emotions. Grandfather Qin was the first to react, his eyes slightly reddening. "Child, you speak the truth. In fact, I wish to convey to you, Feng Qianjin, that you need not evade too much. Some experiences are essential for a complete life. Embrace it boldly." Wu noted the moisture in Feng Qianjin's eyes. No one had ever spoken such words to him. She truly understood him, and alongside her deep emotion, a feeling of hope blossomed within him. "All right, I will heed your advice." Upon hearing this, Wu broke into a radiant smile, akin to a flower blossoming in the wind. Qi Feng felt a swirl of complex emotions within him. "Little Wu, is your pastry shop named Flavors for a reason?" "Oh, regarding that, I personally have a great fondness for sweet treats. I hope those who have tasted bitterness can savor sweetness in my establishment. It shall be their reward," Qi Feng sincerely expressed. "Xiaowu, I believe the greatest joy of my life is having met you. As for Wu Yo," she reiterated, "I maintain that accepting me is a most advantageous decision." Haha, with the azure sky above, they silently vowed to earnestly live out their futures. Chapter 5, The First Talented Woman, by Lianer in the original text. Upon her rebirth, by Lianer, with the talents she accumulated in her previous life, ascended to become the foremost talented woman in the capital. Conversely, Wuyo's reputation was not as favorable. After she framed by Lianer and her subsequent residence in the Fifth Prince's manor became widely known, she was officially labeled the capital's greatest fool. Though both are celebrities, one enjoys widespread acclaim while the other is steeped in infamy. Fortunately, the original character favored heavy makeup. Now, in her natural state, she is unrecognizable to those around her. Otherwise, she would surely be pelted with rotten eggs while on the streets. There exists a renowned tavern in the capital known as the First House, owned by the illustrious young master Nangongmu. It is said that the Nangong family is shrouded in mystery, with power surpassing that of the capital's wealthiest. Legend has it that Nangongmu possesses extraordinary beauty, often concealed behind a mask, rarely revealing his true visage. It is said that any woman who gazes upon him is rendered utterly enchanted. Woyo scoffed. "Do you think this is a live-action fantasy? Such exaggeration. He delights in the culinary arts and is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Those who have tasted his culinary creations sing his praises. However, he is inherently aloof and seldom cooks. On rare occasions when he takes to the kitchen, his dishes are sought after at exorbitant prices. He is also one of the male leads in the heroine's harem, though his affection for her develops much later. Among the many male leads in her harem, he is notably rational and has never tormented the female antagonist, leaving Wuyo with a relatively favorable impression of him. Every September, the First House hosts a grand tea gathering, uniting the capital's talented scholars for competitions in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. An important component of the event is culinary skill. It must be noted that Nangongyu is indeed an eccentric, as culinary arts seemingly have no connection to music or painting, yet he has chosen to include them together. After her rebirth, Bai Lianer won the championship nearly every year, gradually winning Nangongyu's heart through quiet protection, embodying the loyal dog type who does not vie for attention. This time, coinciding with the autumn tea gathering, Wuyo also intended to join the festivities. She planned to conceal her identity from the heroine by wearing a mask. Indeed, it had been mentioned in the original text that many, influenced by Nangongyu, would don masks to attend the tea gathering, gradually making it a signature practice. Early in the morning, Wuyo reluctantly dragged Feng Qianjin to the First House, discovering a throng of people there. As expected from the capital's most famous establishment, Feng Qianjin felt somewhat helpless. Although he enjoyed socializing, it did not imply he relished squeezing into such crowded places. The competition stage was located on the first floor. Seating at the tea gathering was not first come, first served. Nor could one secure a prime spot based on status, showcasing Nangongyu's integrity. The host would pose questions outside the venue, and guests who answered correctly could enter, the more challenging the question, the better the viewing position. Upon their arrival, they encountered a group at the entrance pondering a question, seemingly struggling with the difficulty of it, creating quite a lively scene. Wuyo glanced at the question prominently displayed at the entrance. How many cuts are required to divide a flatbread into 9 pieces at minimum? It was rumored that this question was posed by Nangongyu himself, and those who answered correctly could directly access the best viewing position. Wuyo chuckled softly. Author, are you jesting? Such a simplistic question is described with such complexity. And it is even attributed to the first young master. This clearly undermines his intelligence. She boldly navigated through the crowd and made 4 cuts in a grid pattern, yielding precisely 9 pieces. The atmosphere fell into stunned silence. After much deliberation, this young girl had solved it effortlessly, vexing the assembled scholars. Esteemed shopkeeper, did I get it right? The shopkeeper regarded her with admiration. His demeanor respectful, of course. Miss, please proceed. Wuyo gained entry, while Feng Qianjin was halted at the door. She had no intention of assisting him. Given his true capabilities, he would not be stumped by such a trivial question. She languidly yawned. Hurry along, I shall go enjoy some tea first. Feng Qianjin blinked his charming phoenix eyes, a smile gracing his lips, as radiant as the first light of dawn, melting away the frost. Though masked, Wuyo found his smile captivating. She chastised herself for being so easily dazzled by a mere youth. Noticing her reaction, Feng Qianjin's grin widened. As anticipated, it was not long before Feng Qianjin entered after her. Their seats were positioned directly in front of the stage, affording them a clear view of the performances. Shortly after they settled, the competition in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting commenced, with men competing against men and women against women, ultimately selecting the top scholar and the foremost talented woman. Wuyo bore little interest in such contests. She had never been well-versed in any of these arts, even struggling with calligraphy. To her, these pursuits did not define one's talent. She held greater admiration for those skilled in practical trades or crafts, individuals who, despite perhaps lacking in literary knowledge, contributed significantly to the ordinary lives of others. Her primary purpose for attending was to observe the heroine, for she was curious as to what extraordinary talent allowed her to achieve first place year after year. During the 5th round, the heroine made her entrance, clad in her customary white silk attire, her petite face adorned with exquisite makeup, large, watery eyes framed by a warm smile, and a white lotus crown enhancing her elegance and allure. The audience below was instantly mesmerized, scarcely daring to breathe in her presence. Wuyo, exasperated, thought, I am well aware you are a white lotus. There is no need for such theatrics, wearing a lotus crown. It was not vanity on Wuyo's part. She believed that, even with makeup, the heroine could not outshine her natural beauty. The male leads were likely blinded by infatuation. Having been a campus belle in her past life, she held immense confidence in her appearance. Xiao Jin, do you find her beautiful? She wished to ascertain if this bystander would also be captivated by the heroine's brilliance. What do you think? Feng Qianjin shot her a haughty glance, the implication clear. Indeed, with a beauty like her in close proximity, how could anyone else possibly compare, unless their vision was clouded by folly? The first event was music, with the theme of sorrow. Bai Lianer gracefully positioned herself before an exquisite guzheng. Kneeling elegantly, her fair hands rested upon the strings as she took a deep breath, playing a tuning note. A melodious sound leaped from her fingers, gradually infusing the air with profound sorrow. Wuyo felt her lips twitch. The author had once again bestowed upon the heroine a golden finger. This piece was a modern television drama's theme, Hong Yan Jiao. Bai Lianer's expression morphed into one of increasing melancholy as the music progressed. Wuyo surmised she was reminiscing about her past life. She had enjoyed this song previously, but hearing it played on the guzheng imbued it with even deeper sorrow. The author's intent was likely to evoke sympathy for the heroine's painful past and the tribulations she faced in love. In her previous life, the heroine had fallen for the eldest prince, Feng Qini. Their engagement had been established, yet the original character had usurped her place. Subsequently, Feng Qini married the original character, while Bai Lianer awaited his arrival, willing to accept even the status of a mere concubine. Ultimately, the Bai family married her off to a philandering son of a minister, who soon neglected her. The minister's son took many concubines, one of whom he favored greatly, allowing her to trample upon Bai Lianer, the rightful wife. Bai Lianer, timid and weak, was quickly bullied and left battered and bruised. Later, she became pregnant, only to be drugged by that concubine and lost her child. All before the minister's son. That man, intent on favoring his concubines over his wife, cared little for the lives of them both. Shortly after, Bai Lianer succumbed to the pain of losing her child and passed away. The music was indeed pleasant, crisp and clear. As it reached a poignant moment, it accelerated, reminiscent of a cascade of pearls rolling. Woyo sighed. If the heroine could truly let go of her past, her future life could be promising. However, in her current state, why must it be so? Turning her gaze, Woyo noticed many in the audience were already lost in the music, with several weeping openly. Feng Qianjin, seated beside her, appeared somewhat dazed. Woyo softly murmured, "Hong Yanjiu." Feng Qianjin snapped back to reality. "Xiao Wu, have you heard this piece?" "Yes. Actually, the original version is a song called Hong Yanjiu, which expresses the longing of a woman separated from her beloved, waiting in vain while remaining steadfast in her love. The implication being, this piece was not an original composition of hers." With a swift motion, Wu struck Feng Qianjin's arm, lowering her voice to a whisper. "Keep it down. It wouldn't be good if others overheard. This piece, of course, is not an original composition of hers." Seated behind Wu Yu, Nangongyu felt a jolt at this revelation. Such an exquisite piece was not her creation. Could she truly be speaking the truth? Just then, Bai Lianer concluded her performance, and the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause and admiration. The host inquired about the name of her piece, to which she furrowed her brow, responding with a hint of melancholy, "Hong Yanjiu." This was a melody none of us had ever heard. Could it truly have been composed by Miss Bai? Bai Lianer nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." Feng Qianjin. Nangongyu, feeling somewhat displeased, questioned whether this piece was genuinely hers. If it wasn't he, then she was being rather pretentious, and his previously favorable impression of her diminished significantly. Casting a glance at the delicate figure before him, he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation for what the original version of the song might be like. "Xiao Wu, can you sing that song?" "Of course, I know many other songs too. I can sing a few for you when I have the time." "All right, you better not back out." "Of course not." Wu playfully struck him again, exclaiming, "Honestly, what do you take me for? I will certainly keep my promise." "Sister?" Nangongyu's heart swelled with inexplicable joy. It turned out she was merely his sister. After the female lead played her piece, none of the other contestants' performances could compare, securing her victory. Next came the game of chess. Wu felt a bit embarrassed. She only knew how to play 5 in a row and checkers, leaving her feeling somewhat sheepish. With a decisive sound, the female lead's black piece fell, signaling her triumph. In the following events of calligraphy, painting, and culinary arts, the female lead also emerged victorious. Wu gazed in silent awe at her graceful calligraphy and exquisite peony painting. Goodness, those were indeed her weaknesses. Thankfully, she still had some talent in drawing, and her sketches were quite decent. As for her handwriting, in her past life, she was ambidextrous. Both her hands could write. Yet her left hand produced beautiful characters while her right hand's writing was utterly dreadful. Classmates would often tease her, saying, "Genius is on the left, while the fool is on the right." Once, during an exam, she wrote with both hands, leading the teacher to suspect cheating. It was hardly the teacher's fault. Anyone would be skeptical upon seeing 2 entirely different styles on the same paper. Wu sipped her tea, savoring the iron goddess of mercy flavor, which was rather pleasant. She casually picked up a piece of pastry and placed it in her mouth, a refreshing sweetness spreading across her palate. She stuffed one into Feng Qianjin's mouth, mint-flavored and quite delightful. "Yours is still far tastier." Feng Qianjin swallowed the pastry. "That is to be expected, compared to this pastry. Mint candy is far superior. I'll make some for you to try." Nangongyu, seated behind them, felt displeased at the notion that someone dared to criticize his culinary skills. Mint candy? He had never heard of such a thing. Nor had he contemplated that mint could be turned into candy. He resolved to try making it himself. Unsurprisingly, the title of the foremost talented lady went to the female lead, while the title of the foremost talented gentleman also belonged to one of her admirers, Wen Qianji, who seemed to be the future head of the Wang family, the wealthiest in the capital. That moment, he found himself smitten with the female lead. gazing at her with longing while she shyly lowered her head, causing Wang Qianji's heart to race even faster. As the tea gathering drew to a close, Wu felt somewhat fatigued. Xiao Jin, it's time for us to leave. Miss, please wait. Wu turned around to find a youth in white attire wearing a silver mask. May I invite you to my private quarters? I have some matters I wish to discuss. Such flowery language was rather difficult to endure. Wu turned to seek Feng Qianjin's opinion, who shrugged, indicating indifference. Following the youth to the elegantly decorated room on the third floor, Wu noted the exquisite layout, with famous paintings adorning the walls and fine porcelain displayed on the shelves. Pulling aside the bamboo curtains, the light streamed in beautifully. The youth removed his silver mask, revealing a stunning visage. Wu was instantly reminded of the poetic descriptions of beautiful individuals she had encountered before. Skin like fine cream, countenance like a lotus, bones like white jade. He was indeed a beauty. Had he been a female, he would have been even more perfect. Nangongyu was somewhat astonished that Wu was not awed by his appearance, but instead regarded him with regret. Previously, every woman who beheld his true visage would invariably fall for him at first sight, leaving him puzzled about the meaning behind her look of lamentation. Feng Qianjin had been observing Wu Yu's expression, relieved to see that she was not swayed by Nangongyu's allure. Indeed, Xiao Wu was different from those superficial women. I am Nangongyu, the master of the first family. May I know your esteemed names? Wu Yu's hand trembled slightly. It turned out this fellow was one of her admirers, the illustrious Nangongyu. Wu Yu and Feng Qianjin introduced themselves without awkwardness. Upon hearing their names, Nangongyu paused, clearly taken aback. The first dandy of the capital and the first foolish girl. Wu Yu noticed his confusion and cheerfully acknowledged, yes, that's us. We are quite well known in the capital. Indeed, quite famous. Do you have business with me? She was utterly exhausted and longed to leave. You know who composed the piece Hong Yan Jiu, isn't it by Lianer? She just mentioned it. Did you hear the lady say that the piece is, in fact, a song? Nangongyu answered her question with another, seemingly lost in thought. Might I ask if you could sing that song for me? I cannot. If anyone were to sing, it would be by Lianer. Wu replied, her patience waning, regretting her earlier oversight in allowing her words to be overheard. If you agree, I can grant you any request. In his haste, Nangongyu blurted this out, only to regret it upon realizing the implications. What if she wanted him to marry her? Wu rolled her eyes. Brother, do you not have your guard up? What if I truly wanted you to marry me? Would you then comply, foolish one? Nangongyu felt his cheeks redden. He merely adored music and had misspoken in his eagerness. However, he found it difficult to accept her calling him foolish, so he continued to feign bravado. If the lady desires, I shall marry you. Ahem. Wu was taken aback. She dared not encroach upon the territory of the female lead suitor. Master Nangong, I was merely joking, especially since my Xiao Jin is present. How could I dare to marry recklessly? Feng Qianjin tightened his grip on her hand, staking his claim to her, even if I am not around. You cannot marry anyone else. You are mine. Xiao Jin, when did you transform from a naive little brother into a domineering CEO? Nangongyu remained unfazed, internally looking down on Feng Qianjin, viewing him merely as a worthless prince disregarded by the royal family. Yet, seeing the two of them together, it stung his pride that someone would choose him over himself. Locking eyes with Feng Qianjin's challenging gaze, the atmosphere crackled with tension. Wu Yu felt somewhat exasperated by the two of them. Nonetheless, she would always stand by her Xiao Jin. Thus, to the female lead's admirers, she thought, you best keep your distance. How about this, Master Nangong? I can sing for you if you provide me with some financial compensation. Although her pastry shop was doing well, who wouldn't want more money? In this unfamiliar world, having some funds would offer her a sense of security. Nangongyu's pride was once again wounded. How could someone prefer money over him? He felt quite stifled. How much do you need? 50,000 taels of silver will suffice. Very well. That amount is not much for me. Master Nangong, can you play the qin? Naturally. Then please play by Lianer's Hong Yan Jiu. She recalled that in the original story, Nangongyu possessed an extraordinary memory. Every time the female lead played a piece, he could replicate it flawlessly, which was quite impressive. Accompanied by Nangongyu's music, Wu Yu began to sing gently. Fortunately, her memory was quite remarkable as well. Otherwise, she would struggle to recall the ornate lyrics. The western wind carries the cold rain over the mountains at night, while the remnants of dreams linger faintly within the homeland, longing for you, yet unable to behold your visage, my yearning intensifies. The pain of parting is unbearable. yet I must endure the separation. When will the smoke of war cease? The victors and the vanquished drift away down the eastern river. The wax torch has nearly burnt out, and tears remain undried. The realm is not yet aged, but the beauty has grown old. Though I strive to bear the parting, I find it difficult to resist. I send the swan southward, yet remain uncertain as to where my heart may rest. The beauty of yesteryears, despite the passage of time, remains unchanged in my heart's affection. When will the smoke of war cease? The victors and the vanquished drift away down the eastern river. The wax torch has nearly burnt out, and tears remain undried. The realm is not yet aged, but the beauty has grown old. Though I strive to bear the parting, I find it difficult to resist. I send the swan southward, yet remain uncertain as to where my heart may rest. The beauty of yesteryears, despite the passage of time, remains unchanged in my heart's affection. The original voice of the owner remains as enchanting as that of Wu Yu. Here, the women delight in singing with high-pitched tones. Reminiscent of theatrical performances, a style Wu Yu is less fond of, although she admires singers like Li Yugang, who can effortlessly reach soaring notes. Her vocal cords cannot withstand such strains. As the piece concludes, Wu Yu regains her senses and observes the two, seemingly still immersed in the melody. What do you think, Xiao Wu? Your singing is delightful. Of course. Have you forgotten who your sister is? Wu Yu replies with a hint of vanity. Indeed, Miss Wu possesses a voice that is truly celestial. Pray tell, who composed the song? Nan Gongyu once again poses his query, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. I am not certain. I stumbled upon it by chance. Isn't Miss Wu the sister of Bai Xiaojie? Nan Gongyu abruptly shifts his tone, his demeanor growing serious. Once, perhaps, but not anymore. Wu Yu is aware of his skepticism. Suspecting he believes she has heard Bai Lianer perform this melody and is now fabricating a tale to tarnish her reputation. Feeling lethargic, she yawns again. Xiao Jin, come here, turn around and face away from me. Though Feng Qianjin is perplexed, he complies, only to feel a weight settle upon his back. He glances back, bemused, at the figure clinging to him like a koala. I am tired. Carry me home. Hearing the weariness in her voice stirs a pang of sympathy within him. All right, let's go home. Without casting a glance at Nan Gongyu, he strides down the stairs. Nan Gongyu's expression darkens. A peculiar discomfort stirring within him, akin to the feeling of having one's possessions snatched away. From the window, he observes Wu resting on Feng Qianjin's back, her eyes closed in repose, while Feng Qianjin wears a tender smile, creating a heartwarming scene. Yet, to him, it feels painfully glaring. He huffs, resolutely convincing himself he could never harbor affection for such a woman. Chapter 7. Affection. Xiao Wu, Feng Qianjin, bearing Wu through the bustling streets, finds the atmosphere growing quieter. Wu responds, somewhat dazed. I think I've developed feelings for you. As he utters this, a blush colors his cheeks. Feng Qianjin, puzzled, inquires, what does that mean for you? I like you too. Really? He halts, excitement tinging his voice. Wu hops off his back, stretches her neck, and yawns. Standing before her is the youthful figure clad in white, his mask removed, revealing a flushed face filled with anticipation. Xiao Jin, I believe we are both still quite inexperienced in love. Our current affections may merely be a fleeting fondness. What does that imply? Have you never interacted with girls before? Never. While his reputation outside may be tarnished, he has never genuinely mingled with females, let alone been intimate with one. So, we are merely attracted to each other's qualities, which does not equate to love. I understand, but may we give it a try? Feng Qianjin turns his head, a hint of nervousness evident as he discreetly tightens his robe. Wu flashes a charming smile. I thought we were already together. Excited, Feng Qianjin beams. So you do like me? He leans in to plant a kiss on her cheek, grinning foolishly. Wu Yu, dear boy, what of your ancient modesty? A certain male, devoured by a potato. If, when we grow older, you still love me, I shall consent to truly be with you. Wu Yu, having little experience in romance, finds herself perplexed, for in her past life, the boys she associated with regarded her as a brother, leaving her unfamiliar with the concept of love. All right, trust me, I will treat you well. Let us maintain this arrangement for now. No, you must become closer to me in our relationship. Fine, but you mustn't cling to me too much, or I shall rescind my agreement. The young man buries his fluffy head in her shoulder, nuzzling affectionately. Wu Yu instantly regrets her impulsive promise. She should not have acted recklessly, for now, she would surely be entangled by him. Feng Qianjin leads Wu back to the estate, and Qingfeng, witnessing this, is filled with joy. His master has finally won someone's heart, and he can now seek a spouse. A certain male had once threatened him that if he failed to find a wife in this lifetime, neither would he. Xiao Wu, I find myself increasingly in admiration of you. Qingfeng grins as he observes their interlinked hands. Hee, you're merely grateful that I've finally taken in your master. This enchanting rascal, indeed. Feng Qianjin shoots a sharp glance, causing Qingfeng to shiver, promptly changing his tune. How could that be? Our master is so exceptional. It is only natural for Xiao Wu to be enamored. Hearing this, Feng Qianjin's mood brightens considerably. Childish, Wu rolls her eyes at him. That evening, Grandpa Chen uncorks a jar of peach blossom wine that has been buried for over 30 years. As the lid comes off, the rich aroma wafts through the air, a fragrance dense and profound, embodying the essence of time. However, Wu possesses a significant weakness. She is allergic to alcohol, while the mere scent poses no issue. Even the slightest sip would cause her to swell like a pig. Although she has traversed into another realm, she remains unfortunate, as her body still reacts severely to alcohol just as it did before. Having been here for some time, she had nearly forgotten this fact. Thus, she informs them of her condition. Otherwise, an inadvertent addition of wine during cooking could lead to her demise. Here, in ancient times, she is uncertain if allergies can be treated. In her past life, her worst allergic reaction had rendered her unconscious for days, so she cannot afford to gamble with her life. Feng Qianjin remembers her warning. She cannot consume alcohol, not even a drop. That night, as they indulge in wine, he ensures to keep it at a distance, not partaking at all. She also mentions her fondness for sleeping in, disliking disturbances, and her love for food and play. She wishes for a life akin to that of Grandpa Chen and Grandma Chen, one of eternal companionship. He remembers these details. Their interactions remain as they have always been, for they are still naive youths. Unaware of the true definition of love, in the desolate corners of his heart, he plants a seed named Wu, waiting for it to blossom and bear fruit. Chapter 8. A reunion with the heroine on this day. Wu observes that the weather is pleasant and decides to take Tudo for a stroll. Ever since Feng Qianjin came to some realizations, he has been preoccupied, and she seldom sees him or Qingfeng throughout the day. Tudo has become particularly attached to her, following her wherever she goes. On this day, Wu dons a flowing purple gauze dress, designed by her own hand and crafted by Grandma Chen. The sleeves and neckline are exquisitely detailed, embroidered with clusters of pear blossoms in silver thread. Her hair is simply tied up with a single ebony hairpin, the end of which is adorned with a hollow cloud pattern. A gift from Grandma Chen. Having entered the Bai family without any possessions, she had previously relied on a simple hairband for her hair. While it was not unappealing, it appeared somewhat shabby, prompting Grandma Chen to gift her a cherished hairpin. Unfortunately, Wu struggled with hairstyling, and it took several days of Grandma Chen's assistance before she could manage it herself. Wu strolls leisurely, gently fanning herself, her long garments billowing as Tudo wobbles along behind her. The pair becoming the most striking sight on the street, drawing the attention of passers-by. The Crown Prince Feng Qianyi and the second Prince Feng Qianyao coincidentally witnessed the scene, their hearts stirred. Tudo, shall we dine out today? Which place do you prefer? The crowd, hearing the girl's voice, finds it somewhat amusing, questioning whether that dog can comprehend her words. To their surprise, Tudo barks twice at an establishment named First House, and Wu saunters in with an air of nonchalance. The onlookers ponder, who is this intriguing young lady? Feng Qianyi's eyes sparkled, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his ink-black hair framing a flawless visage that lured countless naive maidens. Feng Qianyao, however, felt an inexplicable familiarity with this individual. A glance at the tavern sign confirmed his decision for the evening. This would suffice. By the time they entered, the establishment was already bustling. With private rooms fully occupied, the First House is renowned for its delectable dishes in the capital, often filled to capacity. The waiter sensed the predicament. These two gentlemen were clearly not to be trifled with, and it would be improper to seat them at a communal table with commoners. Feng Qianyi's gaze fell upon a figure draped in purple on the second floor, and, with a smirk, he declared, "Let us take a seat there." "Very well. I shall inquire about the lady's preference." The waiter hastened up the stairs. "Miss, here's the situation. We are fully booked, but there are two gentlemen who would like to share your table. Would that be acceptable?" Wu Yu had no objections. The waiter profusely expressed his gratitude and ushered the patrons from the first floor upstairs. Wu Yu savored her by Luo Chun Ti. She noticed the two young men approaching her. One was clad in a dark purple brocade robe adorned with cloud patterns, his long hair tied back, and his face as radiant as jade, handsome beyond measure. With an oddly familiar appearance, beside him stood another youth in white robes, exuding an ethereal beauty, his gentle smile captivating enough to enchant a city. "Miss, pardon our intrusion," the white-clad youth spoke as they settled down. Wu Yu merely smiled, remaining silent as she continued to enjoy her tea. "I am Feng Qianyao. May I inquire your name, miss?" At that moment, Wu Yu inadvertently spurted tea all over him. Feng Qianyao's expression turned slightly sour. While Wu Yu's heart raced, this was the male protagonist she had previously met her demise at the hands of. Although he had not yet developed a profound loathing for her, the prospect of sitting with someone who might one day bring her to ruin filled her with unease. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure, apologizing. "I was overly excited just now. Allow me to dry your face." With that, she retrieved a handkerchief and stood to wipe away the tea from his visage. It was best not to offend the male protagonist lightly. Feng Qianyao felt as though a refreshing breeze, tinged with lemon, had grazed his face. By the time he regained his focus, Wu had already returned to her seat. It was then that he recognized her. "You are Wu Yu." "Indeed," Wu replied with a somewhat obsequious smile. The original owner had a penchant for cosmetics, and now devoid of makeup, it was no wonder he failed to recognize her. "Oh, brother, do you know her?" Feng Qianyao interjected. "She is Lianer's former sister, the one they call the capital's foremost simpleton." Feng Qianyao struggled to say, the words heavy on his tongue. Wu Yu showed no sign of offense. Instead interjecting, "Indeed, I am the capital's foremost simpleton." Feng Qianyao was taken aback by her forthrightness, her unabashed demeanor suggesting that she spoke of someone else entirely. "Miss Wu, you are truly amusing." Feng Qianyao grin widened. "Well, I believe we are quite alike," Wu Yu replied, her tone tinged with sarcasm. Just then, she heard a sweet voice call out, "Sister." Wu Yu's body shuddered. How could she encounter the female lead everywhere? Lianer appeared. Draped in white, gliding gracefully, flanked by the Bai brothers, her petite face rosy and inviting, reminiscent of a ripe apple, truly the female lead, her skin radiant, according to the original text. It seemed the female lead had already entangled herself with Feng Qianyao. "Feng Qianyao and Wang Qian, my esteemed lady, it has been over a month since we last met, and you remain as insufferable as ever, Xiaoyu." Dasha approached to greet her. "Greetings," we replied reluctantly. "Brother Yao." "Brother E," she chirped, her voice sweet and soft, yet we suppressed her revulsion, continuing to sip her tea. Lianer, no need for formalities. Feng Qianyao assisted by Lianer, while Feng Qianyao maintained his gentle smile. Though Wu disowned a flicker of displeasure. The allure of the female lead was indeed formidable. Suddenly, we recalled that she had not greeted the two male protagonists earlier. After some consideration, she decided it best to forego such formalities. The thought of their attitude towards Xiao Jin irked her. Why should they, as princes, receive vastly different treatment? "Sister, this place is full. May I share your table?" Lianer hesitated to ask. "Absolutely not," we replied without a second thought. "What if you claim I drugged you later? With Feng Qianyao present, I might end up meeting my demise prematurely." "Xiaoyu." Dasha's anger flared. He had hoped she had changed, only to find her as obstinate as ever. Lacking even a hint of humility, Xiao unleashed a barrage of insults, calling her a simpleton and a vile woman. Wu Yu did not retaliate. "I previously stated that I wished to keep my distance from Miss Bai. Otherwise, should something occur, how will I defend myself?" "Sister, how can you speak to me in such a manner?" Lianer pouted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her demeanor unexpectedly endearing. Both Feng Qianyao and Feng Qianyao exchanged glances. Feeling a twinge of sympathy, "Lady Wu, Lianer has done you no harm. What is your intent? You have caused her much distress in the past." Feng Qianyao's tone turned stern. Wu Yu felt a surge of irritation. "Very well, I am the villain, and I deserve it. I shall take my leave." With that, Wu Yu decisively turned to leave, declaring, "Potato, let us move to the next establishment." At that moment, however, Lianer suddenly grasped her sleeve. Wu Yu had just reached the staircase, her heart sinking. "Sister, please don't go. It was our oversight. We shall take our leave," the female lead proclaimed, feigning righteousness. Wu Yu was alarmed. She had caught a glimmer of calculation in Bai Lianer's eyes that suggested an intention to provoke her into a misstep. Wu Yu swallowed hard, hesitant to act rashly. As the female lead held her hand, positioning herself precariously on the edge of the steps, she shouted, "Don't move." Her boisterous command startled everyone, halting their chopsticks midair as they turned to the second floor, nearly causing Bai Lianer to stumble. Wu Yu pulled her close, executing a swift motion to guide the female lead to safety before hastening down the stairs. "Keep your eyes on her. Do not let her come to harm, or I shall find myself unjustly accused." Bai Lianer felt mortified, her cheeks flushed with anger, realizing that Wu Yu had seen through her ploy. Wu Yu's actions clearly indicated that Bai Lianer had previously employed similar tactics to ensnare her. Hence her wariness. Bai Dasha's mood soured. Had they truly misjudged her? Feng Qianyao and Feng Qianyi's expressions mirrored his discomfort, feeling rather awkward. They had arrived first, yet it was they who had forced the other away. "I have matters to attend to today. I shall take my leave." Feng Qianyi had only harbored a mild fondness for Bai Lianer, but witnessing her behavior now filled him with distaste. Bai Lianer fixated on the tall figure in white, questioning why he seemed unresponsive to her presence. Feng Qianyao had intended to depart, but upon meeting Bai Lianer's tear-soaked gaze, laden with a plea, he found himself unable to leave. Chapter 9. A change of heart. As Wu prepared to exit the first house, she was once again called to a halt. "Lady Wu, She then overheard a flurry of whispers around her, catching snippets of phrases like "the foremost young master." Feng Qianyi courteously acknowledged, "Nangong Brothers, Master Nangong. This establishment adheres to a strict order of arrival. No exceptions shall be tolerated." With that, he cast a frosty glance toward the second floor, leaving Feng Qianyao and his companions feeling rather awkward. Everyone knew that the first house's foremost young master, Nangong Yu, valued decorum above all else, and their impression had undeniably soured. "So, what now? Today, allow me to treat you. Excellent, ideally, a table far removed from those three." Naturally, Bai Ershao, known for his fiery temperament, was truly incensed now. "Vile woman, what do you mean by that?" Wu Yu ignored him. She had no habit of taking offense where none was intended. Nangong Yu appeared displeased. Clearly, the Bai family's demeanor was woefully lacking, and they were ill-suited to his establishment. "Honger, show them the door. Henceforth, no members of the Bai family are permitted to step foot here. Yu Lianer is the first and foremost talent." Bai Ershao was about to explode when Bai Dasha restrained him. "Nangong Yu, we cannot afford to offend the Bai family. My competition does not stipulate that the foremost talents must grace my establishment." Nangong Yu shot Bai Ershao a withering glance, rendering him speechless. Wu Yu found each encounter with Bai Ershao to be increasingly irksome. "So, what have I done to offend you, sir, that you must speak to me in such a manner? Have I slain your kin or stolen your beloved? Your feelings are laid bare for all to see. Remember this. Since my departure from the Bai family, I have not once instigated trouble. It has always been she who has feigned sisterly affection. I have no intention of rekindling any animosity. Your words only serve to slap your own face. I hold great respect for Bai Lai, for he has nurtured me, and I wish for none of you to bring him shame over your muddled emotions." This statement was undeniably provocative. Her brother had developed feelings for his own sister. Bai Ershao's eyes widened in shock. She was aware of the truth. "Sister, how can you defame us in such a way?" Bai Lianer's delicate face was suffused with grievances. "Isn't that so? You all are well aware of it. Furthermore, Bai Lianer, Miss Bai, I have already stated that I have repaid what I owed you. If you continue to treat me this way, I would not hesitate to unmask you and reveal your true self to everyone." Upon hearing this, Bai Lianer's complexion shifted from pale to ashen, her nails digging deeply into her palm, silently cursing. How could this wretched girl have changed so dramatically? "Enough. Let us go. I am hungry." Feng Qianyao felt conflicted. He seemed to have truly erred, realizing that he did not quite understand Lianer after all. Wu Yu ascended to the elegant chamber on the third floor. A large, plump cat pounced towards her, not just any leap, it was a full-on assault. Instinctively, she pulled Nangong Yu beside her as a shield, and the hefty feline landed squarely on his head, knocking him to the ground. Wu Yu found the scene utterly hilarious, and Feng Qianyi beside her couldn't help but twitch his lips in amusement. "Nangong Yu, your cat is in heat." Nangong Yu looked at Wu Yu, who was nearly laughing herself to tears. A bit speechless. "Was it really that amusing?" Wu Yu nodded, clearing her throat. "Well, it's fine. What is your cat's name?" "Radish." How funny. Wu Yu unabashedly mocked the fat cat, poking its chubby face, only for the feline to haughtily evade her touch. She suddenly felt that this cat paired quite well with her own Potato, both being little chubsters. What is your dog called? Potato. Pft. The two of you are essentially two peas in a pod. Feng Qianni observed with amusement, watching the oblivious duo being ridiculed. The cat and dog, being the subjects of mockery, sat in perfect unison, their expressions forlorn, exuding an air of discontent that read, "I am rather displeased." "Ah, my apologies, Potato and Radish, I did not intend to mock you." Wu Yu cheerfully patted both of their heads. Soon, the waiter arrived with the dishes, all prepared by Nangongyu himself. The first dish was the restaurant's signature. Steamed white moon fish, which was said to be found exclusively in the White Moon dynasty, known for its tender, delectable flesh with a mild odor. To Wu Yu, it seemed no different from ordinary steamed fish. But upon tasting it, the distinction became apparent. The fish was drizzled with a unique sauce, lending it an extraordinary flavor. Following that were braised pork ribs, roasted duck, sweet and sour fish, and oil-braised shrimp. How does it taste? Wu Yu queried, while Nangongyu rarely encountered someone who remained indifferent upon tasting his home-cooked meals. It's acceptable. Oh, I find it to be exceedingly delicious, a rarity in this world, Feng Qianni praised without reservation. To put it simply, your dishes are indeed well-cooked, but the ingredients are overly abundant, overshadowing the inherent freshness of the ingredients. While one or two tastes might be delightful, consuming them repeatedly could become rather cloying. Wu Yu, originally from the south, preferred lighter fare. Listening to you, it seems you possess considerable knowledge about cooking. Nangongyu suddenly recalled how at the last autumn tea gathering, Feng Qianjin had expressed disdain for his pastries. She mentioned peppermint candy, which he had attempted to make, and indeed, it turned out splendidly. Understanding is perhaps too grand a term. I merely enjoy cooking occasionally. After all, food is essential to the people. The young lady is being modest. How about I prepare a few dishes for you tonight, as a gesture of reciprocity? That sounds delightful. Why not invite you to the 5th Prince's residence tonight? I currently reside there. All right, I shall arrive punctually. Wu Yu, may I also join? Feng Qianni expressed curiosity about her culinary skills. Oh, of course. You are welcome. In the evening, we plan to prepare 15 dishes, as there would be quite a number of guests. As promised, Nangongyu arrived that night, along with Feng Qianni and Feng Qianniu. To be frank, she was not particularly thrilled by Feng Qianniu's presence, but since he was already there, it would be rude to dismiss him. Xiaojin and Qing Feng returned as well, and they bore no ill will towards Wu Yu for inviting guests without consulting them. Wu Yu's actions undoubtedly indicated that she considered this place her home, which was precisely what they had hoped for. I wonder how the 5th Prince and Wu Yu came to know one another, Feng Qianni mused, while Feng Qianjin felt somewhat disgruntled that Wu Yu referred to herself as Wu Yu so casually. They were not that familiar, it's just a casual acquaintance. He did not intend to explain. Their meeting was one of the most beautiful occurrences in the world, and that was enough for him. Feng Qianni remained unperturbed, as he was well aware of his 5th royal brother's character. He was merely curious about how Wu Yu came to reside here, and his interest in her was growing. Although he was currently betrothed to Bai Lianer, it seemed that marrying her would not be a mistake if she were not ousted from the Bai family. This thought, a peculiar light flickered in his eyes. Such a wise and gentle woman, who could resist being captivated. Yet, the number of men surrounding her was somewhat excessive, which displeased him, especially Feng Qianjin. She seemed to treat Feng Qianjin differently, indicating that this useless royal brother of his might not be as simple as he appeared. Let us begin with a bowl of soup. As was her custom, Wu Yu first served soup to Granny Qin and Grandpa Qin before attending to the guests. This act, though quite ordinary, struck Nangongyu and the others as somewhat surprising. Serving the servants first, did this imply that they were less important than the others? Wu Yu sensed their thoughts and replied, please do not mind. They are my family. Regardless of circumstance, I always adhere to the principle of respecting elders. Nangongyu's gaze towards her shifted, now imbued with a different light. She truly was a remarkable girl. Initially, having investigated her relationship with Bai Lianer, he had perceived her as somewhat frivolous, even doubting whether the song she sang was meant to disparage Bai Lianer. However, it now seemed unlikely. Someone so skilled and unpretentious could not possibly engage in such behavior. Granny Qin and Grandpa Qin beamed with pride. Regardless of who they were, this old couple remained the most significant presence, an honor that even their young master could not attain. Nangongyu took a sip, and the sweet flavor enveloped his palate. This is mushrooms, lean meat, and red dates. The ingredients were surprisingly simple, yet the flavor was excellent. Ah, and their shredded ginger. That is quite essential. Any meat tends to have a fishy odor, but a touch of ginger can eliminate it without compromising the original taste of the ingredients. That is quite commendable. Our little Wei makes everything delicious. Qingfeng, the foodie, chimed in enthusiastically. It's very light, allowing one to distinctly appreciate the melding freshness of the mushrooms and red dates. It truly whets the appetite. After the soup, you all should try my steamed white moonfish. Let's see if it measures up to the first young master's culinary prowess. Hehe, we was being modest. Is that bamboo shoots? Oh, is this the same dish we prepared last time? Feng Qianjin inquired. Indeed, this is sour bamboo shoots. Sour bamboo shoots. Indeed, a unique creation of mine, one of a kind. It's quite similar to the pickled vegetables you make. But it's sour, not salty. Delicious. The fish's freshness melds beautifully with the refreshing bamboo shoots, and the subtle sourness is utterly appetizing. I also considered that the residents of the capital tend to prefer stronger flavors. So I added a bit of sour bamboo shoots and chili, ensuring it retains its freshness while catering to your tastes. Suddenly, he felt that his culinary skills were mere child's play in Wu Yu's presence. Utterly self-deprecating, Feng Qianya had never realized her culinary talents were so exceptional. He had never seen her so gentle before. This meal truly left Nangongyu thoroughly impressed, and after finishing, he eagerly engaged Wu Yu in discussions about culinary techniques. Before I leave, Wu Yu, may I frequently come here to learn cooking from you? No, Feng Qianjin interjected, feeling somewhat possessive. How could they dare covet his Wu Yu? I asked Wu Yu, not you. Nangongyu persisted shamelessly. When you meet Wu Yu, you must seek my permission first. Wu Yu felt somewhat helpless. Nangongyu was indeed quite righteous, and it was clear he simply wished to learn cooking. In contrast, Feng Qianyi and Feng Qianjin's intentions were far more evident, and their possessiveness made her uncomfortable. Being well-versed in psychology, she was adept at reading people's expressions. You can come when I have free time. Thank you, Wu Yu. Once everyone had departed, Feng Qianjin felt a twinge of annoyance. Defiantly turning his head away, refusing to look at Wu Yu. Xiaojin, you must trust my judgment in people. I just dislike you being too close to them. Rest assured, I shall never develop romantic feelings for them. So there's no need for you to be jealous. Who's jealous? Who? Wu Yu chuckled. All right, I'm jealous. Is that sufficient? I don't care. You cannot be too close to them. I said you can only be mine. Wu Yu felt utterly exasperated. This little brat in his teens was alarmingly possessive. It seemed she would have her work cut out for her in the future. Chapter 10. A Conspiracy Revisited. The Bai family. The desolate plum garden. The sound of shattered porcelain echoed. This garden had once been the residence of Bai Lianer's mother, but it had fallen into neglect over the years. Bai Lianer, her face contorted in anger, shattered another chair in her frustration. Xiaoqing stood silently nearby, a sense of trepidation filling her heart. How could the usually gentle young lady reveal such a terrifying side? Ever since Bai Lianer had rescued her brother, Xiaoqing had become her maid. On the surface, Bai Lianer treated her well, yet compared to Xiao Hong, there remained an undeniable distance. Why? Despite my kindness, he never spares me a glance. What makes that worthless wretch so special? The first time she laid eyes on Feng Qianyi, she fell hopelessly in love. His exquisite features, his extraordinary demeanor, and the imperial aura he exuded with every gesture captivated her entirely. Yet he, whether in this life or the last, only had eyes for that wretched Wu Yu. Why must it be so? Bai Lianer recalled some experiences from her past life, watching as he held that worthless girl's hand, marrying her while she could only stand at a distance, yearning and shedding tears. Her father had never favored her, and her mother had departed early. Everyone else cherished that adopted daughter as if she were a precious jewel, tolerating her outrageous behavior. Each day, she observed that girl acting coy and charming before her family, adorned in beautiful garments and surrounded by admirers. Meanwhile, she remained merely a shadow, ridiculed by the world and looked down upon by all. Why? Why should a solitary girl monopolize the affection that rightfully belonged to her? Everything she possessed was hers by right. Who was she to claim it? In a fit of madness, Bai Lianer struck Xiaoqing across the face. Her eyes filled with venom. The slap was hard, and Xiaoqing's face quickly swelled. In disbelief, She gazed at Bai Lianer, astonished that the young lady could mirror the cruelty of the second miss. What is so good about that wretched girl? Tell me. Bai Lianer's eyes were bloodshot, her hair and dress disheveled, presenting a picture of disarray as she shook Xiaoqing violently, dizzied by the force. Xiaoqing stammered in terror. Young lady, I don't know. Bai Lianer pushed her away, a flicker of clarity returning to her gaze. Suddenly, she recalled that Wu had only begun to change after being struck unconscious by her second brother. Could it be that she was experiencing a transformation similar to her own? But even if she had been reborn, such indulgence would not be so easily altered. Bai Lianer had investigated and confirmed that Wu was indeed the same person. Yet how could she transform so drastically overnight? It seemed time to confront her. Her expression darkened, a sinister smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Xiaoqing, observing her, felt a chill run down her spine. Afraid to make a sound, Bai Lianer glanced at the still kneeling Xiaoqing and returned to her previous gentle demeanor. Ah, Xiaoqing, why are you kneeling there? The ground is cold. Get up. She pulled Xiaoqing to her feet. Still shaken, Xiaoqing hesitated. Young lady, Ida. Bai Lianer flashed a beguiling smile and forcefully slammed her back to the ground. If you dare to speak of what just happened, I believe I haven't seen your brother in quite a while. I find myself missing him dearly. Xiaoqing, disregarding her aching body, trembled as she knelt in supplication. Young lady, please. I saw nothing, heard nothing. I beg you, spare my brother. He is my only family. Bai Lianer maintained her playful smile. Saying nothing, Xiaoqing's head bled as she pleaded, Young lady, I am willing to do anything. Please spare my brother. Bai Lianer felt no pity for her. This wretched maid had caused her much suffering in the past. How could she possibly feel compassion for such a traitor? Yet, upon reflection, this maid still held some usefulness. Very well. Get up. Xiaoqing, confused, responded, Young lady, as long as you obediently comply, I will ensure that you and your brother are not at a loss. Go tend to your wounds. They are unsightly. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing quickly expressed her gratitude and hurriedly exited the room, limping away from the plum garden, feeling aggrieved. She suddenly thought of Wu Yu. Although she had once scolded and struck her, she had never threatened her family. Regret washed over her. She lamented her betrayal. Yet, there was no remedy for regret now. She chuckled bitterly, realizing that her previous treatment of the young lady had rendered her naive. In 10 days, it would be Lord Bai's birthday. Bai Lianer devised a plan. She harbored no affection for this father, and if anything were to occur, she would unhesitatingly cast him aside, for they owed her from their past lives. She adjusted her white dress, exited the plum garden, returned to her chamber, changed into a clean outfit, and had her maid Xiao Hong restyle her hair before going to see her father. Lord Bai and the eldest young master were playing chess and sipping tea in the garden. Bai Lianer composed herself and greeted, Father, elder brother. The eldest young master and Lord Bai looked up to see Bai Lianer, holding a beauty fan, her long hair flowing, smiling sweetly amidst a cluster of chrysanthemums. The golden blossoms accentuated her fair face, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Good. Lord Bai exclaimed with satisfaction, while a flicker of astonishment crossed the eldest young master's eyes, his feelings intensifying. Could it be true, as Xiao Yu had said, that he had developed feelings for her? He quickly dismissed the thought. She was his sister, and such base thoughts were unthinkable. Repressing his feelings, he asked somewhat unexpectedly, Sister, what brings you here? Oh, I suddenly remembered that Father's birthday is approaching, and I thought we should make some preparations. Bai Lianer replied with a gentle smile. You are thoughtful, Lord Bai said, a hint of guilt lacing his words. I have let you down all these years. Father, let bygones be bygones. Let our family live happily together from now on. Bai Lianer recognized his guilt, but thought to herself that they should feel guilty for a lifetime. Their debt to her could never be repaid. Good, Lord Bai repeated, his face glowing. That Lianer is still the most obedient. I have neglected you in the past, but I will treat you well from now on. Father, Bai Lianer's eyes glistened, seemingly on the verge of tears. Sister, I will also treat you well from now on, the eldest young master vowed, reflecting on how he had once joined Wu Yu in bullying her, perplexed as to how she had endured it all. With this thought, his prior fondness for Wu Yu evaporated, replaced by a gaze filled with concern and guilt directed at Bai Lianer. She scoffed inwardly. These two brothers had never given her a kind look in her past life. Now, with this nauseating display, who were they trying to impress? yet her expression remained unchanged, feigning gratitude. "Father, let us invite sister as well." Bai Lianer shifted the topic. Lord Bai furrowed his brow. "Little Wu, what purpose would there be in inviting her? That ungrateful girl, but sister is still your daughter. Despite her treatment of me, I bear her no ill will. She is still quite young and does not understand." Bai Lianer continued, "I have never had many companions. She has been my only companion." Lord Bai was momentarily at a loss for words, surprised that his Lianer could be so kind-hearted. "Lianer, I will reintroduce you to everyone at this banquet. Surely someone will take a liking to you." "Thank you, father." Bai Lianer pretended to be deeply moved. "However, I still wish to invite sister. Please do as I ask." She tugged on Lord Bai's sleeve, acting coy. Lord Bai affectionately ruffled her hair. "Very well. I shall comply, but your brother must accompany you, lest she cause any trouble. You are the best." Father. Chapter 11. Choosing a gift that day, Bai Lianer sent the injured Xiaoqing to deliver an invitation to Wu Yu. Wu Yu glanced at the still fresh wound on Xiaoqing's head, took the invitation from her hand, and simply replied, "I will be there on time." Before sending her away, Xiaoqing had anticipated pouring out her grievances, but was taken aback by Wu Yu's indifferent demeanor, leaving her feeling dejected. She thought to herself that she deserved this. She should have considered the consequences when she betrayed her. That proud second miss likely looked down upon her. Nearby, Qingfeng, observing Xiaoqing's wounded expression, felt a pang of sympathy. "Wu, do you really not want to help her? Her wound could become infected. If we were to help her, her injury would likely worsen." Wu Yu replied coolly, "Why waste medicinal resources?" Wu Yu understood that Bai Lianer intended to test her. What does this mean? Bai Lianer aimed to gauge Xiaoqing's standing in Wu Yu's heart, hoping to wield more leverage later, and also sought to provoke her. As she thought this, a flicker of darkness crossed her eyes. That woman is truly repugnant, putting on a fade in public while engaging in nefarious deeds behind closed doors. Qifeng remarked indignantly, "I have already been expelled from the Bai family. Logically, they should harbor no fondness for me. An invitation. It's likely that Bai Lianer has ulterior motives. Then I shall not attend, lest she plots against me again in the shadows." Indeed, however, upon reflection, if she fails this time, one cannot predict what she might do in the future. Rather than being perpetually on guard against her, it may be wiser to confront her and ascertain her intentions. The only issue is that both Qianjin and I will be preoccupied during this period, so I may not be able to accompany you. Is it manageable for you to go alone? No worries, you need not doubt my abilities. By the way, do not mention this to Feng Qianjin. If that miser finds out, would she still dare to attend? Qinfeng certainly comprehended her meaning, and considering Feng Qianjin's recent undertakings, he felt it prudent to not allow trivial matters to impede his better judgment. Thus he acquiesced to Wu Yu. Wu Yu recalled that the original text also depicted a scene during the birthday celebration of Lord Bai, where quite a number of esteemed individuals were present. On that day, Lord Bai reintroduced Bai Lianer to them, seemingly having invited the original owner as well, but by that time, the original owner had already become a concubine of the Tuyuan family. The author appeared to describe the radiant heroine of that day thus: her hair elegantly styled into a flowing cloud bun, adorned with silver tassels that swayed gently with her slender waist. Glimmering in the sunlight, she wore a pale pink, floor-length, pleated dress, her delicate makeup enhancing her crescent-like brows, and her demeanor was graceful, exuding an aura akin to orchids, captivating all who beheld her. Wu Yu twitched her lips, suddenly feeling that the author's prose had improved somewhat. Such expressions were indeed beyond her own imagination. She inquired of Qifeng, "What gifts are typically given for birthdays in your circle?" For Lord Bai, perhaps some porcelain or jade artifacts would suffice. You know how Qianjin is. He has never participated in such gatherings, not even attending the emperor's birthday. Having grown up alongside him, we are rather unfamiliar with such customs. What? Surely you all have celebrated birthdays at least once. Alas, we are quite unfortunate. Qianjin has never celebrated, and as for me, I needn't mention it. Why not? I cannot say for certain. You know his peculiar nature. There are things he simply does not confide in me. Oh, how pitiable you all are. Wu Yu cast a sympathetic glance his way, quietly noting their birthdays in her heart. Never mind. I shall seek out Grandfather Qin. At that moment, Grandfather Qin was in the garden tending to his plants, humming a little tune, seemingly in good spirits. Wu Yu surveyed the surrounding flora and found nothing particularly remarkable, her gaze lingering on a few pots of peony bonsai still budding. "Grandfather, little Wu Yu, Watering the flowers? Wuyo smiled somewhat ingratiatingly. You little rascal, with that mischievous grin. Speak up. What is it that you need my assistance with? Grandfather Chen chuckled with an air of resignation. Hee hee, you know me well, grandfather. She then briefly recounted the invitation from the Bai family to attend the banquet. That old reprobate Bai again. Grandfather Chen's ire flared at the mere thought of how they had treated little Wuyo. Wuyo smiled gently, feeling the warmth of her grandfather's affection. We shan't go. We have no desire to indulge such pretentiousness. Grandfather, I have my own intentions for attending, so you need not fret about me. I have lived long enough and even spent time in the palace. I can discern people quite accurately. That family is far from virtuous. They are either blinded by greed, unable to distinguish right from wrong, or are delicate, affected, and insatiable scoundrels. I understand well what sort of people they are, but avoiding them is not a solution. One can evade the first day of the month. But not the 15th. Haha, little Wuyo certainly has an eye for character. I am growing old and prefer a more tranquil existence, not overthinking matters. Since you are resolute in your decision, go ahead and act as you see fit. Your grandfather supports you. Grandfather Chen resumed watering the plants with his gourd. Hee hee, grandfather, could you spare me a couple of potted plants? I am at a loss for gifts. Oh, my humble flowers are fit for gifting? Well, the symbolism of these flowers is quite auspicious, and I am too lazy to search for a gift. It's both costly and lacks creativity. I must confess, I am not particularly informed about the meanings of these flowers. But I do have a few potted pine trees, which bear good connotations. They would be suitable for a birthday celebrant. Then I shall take a pine tree as well. After all, the pine is known as a tree of longevity. Enduring through winter without wilting. As for the peony, I believe this is an autumn variety. Wuyo lowered her head to inspect the still budding peony, noting the serrated edges of its leaves. She remembered that peonies typically bloom from April to May. And now it was nearly November. Little Wuyo has a discerning eye. Indeed, this is an autumn peony, seeds I procured from the palace, and it has yet to bloom. I am uncertain of its beauty. Yes, the peony symbolizes completeness, passion, and wealth. The autumn peony's language embodies life, hope, and gentle love, making it quite suitable for a birthday gift. I have not heard of those meanings you mentioned. They are rather intriguing. Grandfather Chin regarded her with appreciation. Haha, if we speak of scholarly knowledge, I likely possess little. However, I am well acquainted with peculiar matters. This much is true. Wuyo had always been fascinated by the odd and extraordinary since childhood. While many girls were engrossed in the tales of Grimm, she was captivated by 100,000 Whys, ultimately becoming a living encyclopedia, addressing the queries of others and relishing the admiration shining in their eyes, which filled her with immense pride. In high school, a close friend even nicknamed her the Encyclopedia. For a time, she took a keen interest in studying insects, snakes, and the macabre. Occasionally, she would excitedly engage her classmates in discussions. Yet the female students found such topics distasteful, deeming subjects like soft-bodied creatures and decaying corpses too repulsive. Thus, Wuyo preferred the company of boys, although she was quite attractive. Her boisterous demeanor rendered her oblivious to matters of the heart. Moreover, she was a black belt in Taekwondo, causing most to think twice before provoking her. Gradually, those boys ceased to regard her as just a girl, maintaining a pure friendship. After all, she was the belle of the school and quite popular. They thought it splendid to have a school beauty as a close friend. In truth, later on, a girl who shared a good rapport with her revealed that it wasn't that no one liked her. It was simply that her heart was too cold to be warmed. Chapter 12. The past. At that time, her close male friends began to date, argue with their girlfriends, and subsequently experience heartbreak. Wuyo remained merely an observer, accompanying them to the riverside to unwind and chat when their spirits were low. Gradually, as classmates found themselves troubled or confused, they sought her out for conversation. It was during this period that she suddenly recognized her potential to become a psychologist, leading her to choose psychology as her field of study upon graduating high school. She had always been a carefree individual, her parents working away from home, and tragically passing away in a car accident when she was in 6th grade. At their funeral, she shed not a single tear, and her relatives scolded her for being heartless, unfilial, and calloused. In truth, she longed to cry, yet no tears would come. Her feelings toward her parents had always been nebulous. Having been raised by her grandfather, she had little relationship with them, as they rarely returned home after her 1st grade. In fact, after that point, They never came back to see her. She truly did not know what feelings to harbor for them. She understood their hardships, having grown up in the countryside, yet whenever they returned, their gazes toward her were filled with indifference. Several times, they contemplated giving her away, remarking that daughters were burdensome. And had it not been for her grandfather's insistence, she might have been sold off. Thus, when they passed, she could not bring herself to weep, even though they were her biological parents. However, during her freshman year, the death of her grandfather shattered her completely. She had always regarded him as the most important person in her life. She could remain carefree and indifferent, but anything related to her grandfather would pierce her heart. That time, her grandfather was a fruit farmer, growing a fruit known as pear of the wild, also referred to as wild pear, which commonly grows in warm, humid hillsides, marshes, and mixed woodlands, and can be used as rootstock for grafting European pears. The roots and leaves possess medicinal properties, capable of relieving coughs and clearing heat, while the fruit aids digestion and alleviates dysentery. The pear of the wild is often found as a small fruit sold on the streets. With a pleasantly tart and sweet flavor, the wild pear, when unripe, is quite astringent and generally requires soaking in salt water or vinegar and sugar before it becomes palatable. The fruits born of artificially cultivated varieties tend to be significantly larger than their wild counterparts, devoid of that astringent taste, making them quite popular in preserved fruit dishes. Before my grandfather passed away, he was still laboring in the pear orchard, and suddenly collapsed amidst the trees. It was the villagers who eventually discovered him. But by the time they found him, his body had already grown cold. The doctor later confirmed that he had succumbed to a heart attack. In that moment, Wu felt an overwhelming hatred towards herself. She was fully aware of her grandfather's heart condition, yet had allowed him to remain alone at home. She silently lamented, wondering if, had she been by his side at that fateful moment, he would not now be lying in a funeral home. After his death, she laid him to rest in that very pear grove, for he had cherished the pear trees most in life. On the day of his burial, many wept, yet she could not shed a single tear. That moment, she recalled the words of those who had previously labeled her as indifferent and heartless. As night fell and everyone departed, she stubbornly remained before her grandfather's grave. The warm spring, a season of renewal, and the fragrant pear blossoms surrounded her, yet her world had plunged into a profound silence amidst such beauty. A gentle evening breeze brushed past, causing her to shiver. The sky was darkening, and the inscription on the gravestone was becoming increasingly obscured. Suddenly, tears streamed down her face as she sobbed uncontrollably, clutching her grandfather's tombstone. As if trying to release all the tears that had been pent up over the years, a single tear fell into her mouth, and for the first time, she understood that tears are bitter, very, very bitter. As the breeze rustled the fallen pear blossoms, she mournfully pleaded, "Grandfather, will you come back? I will never leave again. I only wish for your return." Yet, the pear blossoms fell silently. She began to believe in fairy tales, to trust in miracles, and to accept the possibility of the impossible in this world. Each year when the pear blossoms bloomed, she would return to pay her respects to her grandfather, hoping that when she turned around, she would see him standing beneath the thorny pear tree, smiling radiantly. This marked the beginning of her descent into despondency and self-destruction. Eventually, an elderly professor from her department noticed her distress and, time and again, tirelessly sought to guide her. Her classmates also extended their support. Gradually, she emerged from her self-reproach, realizing that there were many who cared for her in this world, not just her grandfather. And they were quietly watching over her. Thus, she learned not to push them away. After that experience, she gained much understanding, recognizing that evasion is futile in certain matters, and she grew strong and courageous. The immature pear, plucked from the tree, is sour and difficult to swallow, but once it ripens or is soaked in brine, that bitterness dissipates. Everyone enters this world feeling somewhat lost, each possessing their own edges. Much like unripe pears, clashing against the unfamiliarity of life, life is akin to a jar of perfectly balanced sugar and salt water. As we soak in it, we eventually taste a hint of sweetness. Yet, life can also resemble a jar of sour water contaminated with bacteria. If we do not change the water, we risk becoming spoiled. The essence of a person is determined by how they choose to engage with life. Chapter 13. The Banquet Turmoil, Part 1. On the day of Lord Bai's birthday, a considerable number of guests arrived, including those from the royal family. It turned out that Lord Bai had once shared a cordial relationship with Wu Tianhe, the original owner's father, and the current emperor. In the original text, the ruler of the Baiwei dynasty, Feng Qianhua, was a wise sovereign. During his reign, although the common folk may not have expressed it, they did not suffer from warfare. In his youth as a prince, he delighted in traveling extensively, encountering various remarkable individuals, whom he would later employ for his own purposes. Tio Wu Yu. He appeared to be quite an intriguing character. Lord Bai and Wu Tian were also itinerant merchants, and their fortuitous acquaintance with Feng Qianhua led to a deep camaraderie. At that time, Feng Qianhua and Bai Lianer had already been born. Feng Qianhua was 3 years old while Bai Lianer was 1, which resulted in a familial alliance between Feng Qianhua and Lord Bai. By the time the original owner was born, Bai Lianer was already 4. And Wu Tian and his wife had disappeared when the original owner was 5. Thus she became an adopted daughter of the Bai family. Wu had no maidservants or attendants by her side. Therefore, that day, she sought out Lizzie, who worked at a local eatery, to accompany her. The two of them, carrying a pot of flowers and a pot of pine trees, made their way to the Bai residence. Lizzie, now in her 20s, was not originally from the capital. At 14, she had been sold by her family to a local landlord as a concubine, where she faced bullying and abuse from the landlord's wife. Eventually, she escaped and found herself in the capital, where she fell into the life of a courtesan. How did we come to know her? Perhaps it was simply fate. One day, while passing by a brothel named Zui Xianglu, she inadvertently spotted Lizzie standing on the balcony, dressed in light red gauze, her gaze vacant. When Lizzie snapped back to reality, she met Wu Yu's observing eyes, and they exchanged smiles as if they were long-lost friends. That day, we redeemed her, learning of her plight. Lizzie recounted that she had spent 5 or 6 years at that establishment, enduring a life devoid of humanity. Each day, she was coerced into entertaining clients. And though she yearned to escape, she was always caught and beaten before being forced back to her duties. Gradually, she became numb to her situation, allowing others to dictate her fate. Lizzie was astute and had dealt with various individuals during her years in the brothel, learning to navigate different personalities. Despite her lack of formal education, she understood life well, was skilled in arithmetic, and managed tasks adeptly. Thus, we invited her to manage her eatery, Jiwei. Lizzie did not disappoint. She organized Jiwei with remarkable efficiency and was grateful to Wu Yu for rescuing her from her dire circumstances. The life she now led was beyond what she had ever dared to dream, prompting her to manage the eatery diligently in gratitude to Wu Yu. Upon their arrival at the Bai residence, they coincidentally encountered Feng Qianhua, who was dressed casually and alone, carrying a small chair. "Your Majesty," Lord Bai began to bow, but Feng Qianhua stopped him. "There's no need for such formalities, my brother Bai. I am out incognito today and wish to avoid drawing too much attention. Let us keep it casual." "Very well, then I shall not stand on ceremony, Brother Feng." We stood behind them, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment at the casualness of Brother Feng. Haha, that is indeed the case. Feng Qianhua was known for his laid-back demeanor, so he was unbothered by such familiarity. The small chair promptly produced a pot of pine bonsai upon hearing Feng Qianhua's voice. "Today is the birthday of my brother Bai. This is but a small gift. I hope you will enjoy it." "You are too kind, Brother Feng." Lord Bai would not dare to take offense, being fully aware of Feng Qianhua's elevated status. As it appeared they were about to enter, Wu Yu quickly interjected. Otherwise, she feared she'd miss her chance to enter. Lord Bai, happy birthday. Wu Yu, not particularly skilled at flattery, simply offered her congratulations. Lord Bai looked at her with a dismissive glance, offering a curt response. Wu Yu remained unfazed, smiling lightly. It was indeed apparent that Bai Lianer had invited her. Taking a deep breath to clear her mind, she prepared herself for the encounter. "This is a congratulatory gift for you, Lord Bai. I hope you will appreciate it." Before Lord Bai could respond, Feng Qianhua, intrigued, interjected. "Oh, a gift similar to mine, hee, but I have an extra pot of autumn peonies," Wu replied playfully. Finding the emperor to be quite an interesting person, she wished to know better. "You are not afraid of me," Feng Qianhua remarked, amused that someone would speak to him so casually after learning his identity. "Your Majesty, you are hardly a fearsome beast. Why should I fear you? Moreover, I just heard you mention that you are out incognito today to avoid drawing attention, so I am merely following your lead. Lizzie, standing nearby, couldn't help but twitch her mouth at Wu's use of respectful language. Haha, you are quite the amusing girl, Feng Qianhua assessed Wu, noting her resemblance to Wu Tian's partner. Could it be that you are? She is Wu Tian's daughter, Wu, Lord Bai interjected nervously. Unsure how Feng Qianhua would react to learning that he had expelled Wu Tian's child. Oh, no wonder you are so adorable. Thank you for your compliment. You claim not to fear me. Yet you continuously use respectful language. That is merely my habit when I have requests of others. Haha, you are quite honest. Now, speak. What do you wish of me? Actually, it is nothing much. I have heard that you traveled extensively in your youth. Correct, indeed. That was the case when I was still a prince. What of it? Are you interested? Oh, very much so. I am quite curious about the extraordinary individuals you encountered. Wu Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Recalling a particularly formidable sorcerer mentioned in the text, who was adept in astrology and geomancy and could summon the winds and rains, she wondered if it were truly possible for humans to control the elements. Feng Qianhua found her enthusiasm amusing as he observed the girl before him, her eyes gleaming with ambition. You are quite different from your father, honest, bold, and interesting. Hee. I have not seen him in so long. I have no idea what kind of person he has become. Feng Qianhua let out a sigh, regarding the child before him with a twinge of pity. You poor thing, I wonder what has become of Wu Tian. By the way, I recall that Xiao Wu should currently be residing in the Bai Manor. He turned to inquire of Bai Leoi, who stood nearby, somewhat apprehensive. In response to your majesty, not long ago. Xiao Wu and we had some disagreements, which led to I have since moved out. Recently, she injured the eldest daughter of the Bai family. Wu interrupted. What transpired? Feng Qianhua queried. Xiao Yi proceeded to elucidate the recent events occurring within the capital. Upon hearing the account, Feng Qianhua furrowed his brow. Xiao Wu, is what he said true? Did you intend to harm the eldest daughter of the Bai family? He found it hard to believe that the girl before him could be capable of such actions. How should I put it? I did harbor intentions to harm her, but I assure you, I never laid a finger on her. Each time I approached her, she would invariably come to harm. I can't help but wonder if it's my misfortune. Bai Lei, upon hearing this, was displeased and pointed an accusatory finger at Wu. You ungrateful girl. You acknowledge your wrongdoing yet still attempt to feign innocence. Wu shrugged. See, this is precisely the situation. They refuse to believe me. So I find no desire to explain myself. Feng Qianhua pondered for a moment, then asked, Xiao Wu, is this truly the case? It was evident he was more inclined to trust Wu. Indeed, I confess I did bully her in the past, but I never caused her any harm. I now realize my mistakes and will no longer trouble her. As it stands, it is mostly she who seeks out trouble. I am not to blame. Wu stated nonchalantly. Bai Xiong, perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. How could that be? We have witnessed her harming Lianer with our own eyes. There can be no misunderstanding. Wu felt a tinge of disdain. It appeared the leading lady was quite the actress, successfully deceiving them each time. Bai Leoi, sometimes what one sees is not necessarily the truth. Would you care to wager? Wager on what? Bai Leoi scoffed. I wager that as soon as Bai Lianer arrives, everyone will believe I have harmed her once more. Bai Leoi hesitated, but Feng Qianhua made the decision. Very well, it is settled. If you win, we shall consider everything you have done previously as slander. Your Majesty, this... Bai Leoi was reluctant to agree, fearing what might happen to Lianer if Wu's words were indeed true. Bai Xiong, no need to elaborate. Let it be as such, even if Lianer is your daughter. She must not be overly indulged. Upon hearing Feng Qianhua's somewhat stern tone, Bai Leoi dared not protest further. Not long after they settled in, the leading lady indeed arrived, her voice preceding her and suggesting she was quite pleased to see Wu. Wu instructed Feng Qianhua and the others to enter the inner chamber for observation. Sister has arrived. Wu heard the leading lady's high-pitched voice and felt a chill run down her spine. Though she maintained a smile, the leading lady appeared just as described in the book, clad in a delicate pink pleated dress, her makeup exquisite, her smile captivating as she gracefully approached them. Wu could not help but think. Approaching her was a grand flower butterfly, exuding an overwhelming floral fragrance. The incense technology of this era was not very advanced, and the scents were quite potent. Wu recalled that the original leading lady adored plum blossoms. She began to question whether this truly was the scent of plums. It was so overpowering that she felt the urge to sneeze. In fact, she did just that, sneezing robustly as the leading lady reached for her hand. Bai Lianer's expression soured, and the atmosphere turned awkwardly silent. Apologies. I did not mean to I am allergic to strong fragrances. I shall keep my distance from you, Miss Bai. With that, Wuyo took a few steps back, pulling Lichi with her. Sister, how could you act this way? Bai Lianer raised her voice, her eyes reddening as if on the verge of tears. The Bai brothers and Feng Qinyao soon arrived. You wretch. What have you done to Lianer this time? Upon hearing Bai Xiao's derogatory remark, Feng Qiangua's discontent was evident as he shot a glare at Bai Lei, who turned pale with fright. That is not the case. She has not harmed me. Bai Lianer sobbed, her breath hitching, evoking sympathy from those around, who began to murmur against Wuyo. Xiao Yu, Lianer invited you here out of our past kinship. How could you not appreciate it and instead seek to harm her? Bai Xiao accused angrily. Xiao Wu, I truly misjudged you, Feng Qinyao added. Wuyo gestured towards the inner chamber, indicating for them to exit. You see, it is always like this. I have done nothing at all. The group followed her gaze, their expressions shifting dramatically. Your Majesty, all members of the Bai family knelt, astonished to find the emperor present. Father. Feng Qinyao was equally taken aback, having not seen his father for several years. Feng Qiangua's expression was grave as he surveyed the kneeling assembly. I ask this how you unjustly accuse Xiao Wu? I have witnessed everything clearly. She has done nothing. What were you all just doing? The others were momentarily speechless, realizing if they had wronged Wuyo, then what was the cause of Bai Lianer's tears? Enough. Rise. Everyone else. Leave except for these few. Feng Qiangua's commanding voice resonated. Your Majesty, do not blame them. It is I who failed to clarify, leading to their misunderstanding of my sister. Bai Lianer quickly knelt, pleading with a pitiful expression. See, my plight is evident, is it not? Is it truly the case that only the child who cries receives the sweets in this world? Wuyo cast a disdainful glance at the weeping Bai Lianer. Feng Qianwu felt a pang of sympathy, his gaze intensifying in anger towards Bai Lianer and her associates. Wretch, you, seize him. Bai Xiao has spoken disrespectfully. Drag him away for 50 lashes. Feng Qiangu was genuinely enraged. Bai Lei and Bai Xiao hastily knelt. Your Majesty, it is my failure in raising my son that has incurred your wrath. I implore you to show leniency on this day, my birthday. He struck Bai Xiao, urging him to repent. Your Majesty, given today is Bai Lei's birthday, it may not be suitable to spill blood, Xiao He whispered from the side. I acknowledge my wrongs. I hope your Majesty will show mercy. Bai Xiao, though filled with indignation, was not completely foolish. Indeed, your Majesty, it is not my second brother's fault. It is entirely mine. Should you wish to punish anyone, let it be me, Bai Lianer proclaimed, adopting a righteous demeanor. Wuyo rolled her eyes elegantly, thinking that the leading lady truly was quite the simpleton. Xiao Wu, what is your perspective? Feng Qiangu turned to her. I am indifferent. Do as you please. They may say whatever they wish. Only a fool would utter such words. I shall not take it to heart, for I am not as foolish as they. Bai Lianer seethed with jealousy, wondering why this wretch still garnered the emperor's favor. Bai Xiao, too, felt a surge of fury, but dared not voice his discontent with the emperor present. He glared at the serene Wuyo, gnashing his teeth in frustration while feeling powerless to act against her. Chapter 14. The turmoil of the banquet at that moment, Feng Qianyi and Nangongyu unexpectedly arrived. Feng Qianyi was dressed immaculately in white, while Nangongyu wore an outfit adorned with a black bamboo pattern on a white background. Both possessed delicate, somewhat effeminate features. Wuyo inwardly scoffed, considering how popular they would be in modern times should they engage in romantic relations. They approached, first bowing to the emperor before straightening. Xiao Wu. Nangongyu's eyes lit up upon spotting Wuyo, a warm smile spreading across his face. Today, her simple hairstyle framed her face beautifully, a few strands cascading down her forehead, thanks to a certain someone who only knew how to style her hair one way. Clad in a light blue dress, she appeared even more slender and graceful. The breeze danced through her hair, rendering her ethereal. A faint smile graced her lips, and simply standing there, she outshone Bai Lianer by several magnitudes. Feng Qianyi had not diverted his gaze from Wuyo since he laid eyes on her, causing her to feel somewhat irked. He was likely another member of the leading lady's harem, possibly the one she had loved in 2 lifetimes. As he was indeed the primary male lead in the original narrative. Greetings, Wuyo responded politely. Father, what on earth has transpired? Feng Qianyi's gaze shifted, noting the peculiar atmosphere. Today must be Bai Leoi's birthday. We inadvertently wronged Xiao Wu. Feng Qi confessed, feeling a sense of guilt as it seemed he had misjudged her more than once. Wu Yo felt a wave of irritation. She believed that among all present, Feng Qi was the most conflicted. Wavering between supporting Bai Lianer and expressing guilt towards her, it was all rather tiresome to witness. She took a deep breath. All right, since you are all here, I shall address certain matters today to prevent future disturbances. She was genuinely weary, as someone not particularly adept in socializing. Navigating the treacheries of family and court was an exhausting endeavor. She no longer wished to engage in their quarrels, as living in constant fear was truly taxing. Let me first speak of the grievances between Bai Lianer and myself. Indeed, I have caused her harm in the past. However, ever since her feverish awakening, I have refrained from inflicting any further injury upon her. Instead, I have been unjustly framed time and again, ultimately resulting in my expulsion from the Bai family. Therefore, I believe I have repaid any debts owed to her, a point I have reiterated on numerous occasions. Thus, I implore you, as I do not seek to provoke you, to cease burdening me with your troubles. You are truly Wu Yu. Bai Lianer expressed her doubts. So, are you Bai Lianer? We retorted, ever since your last awakening. Your temperament has altered drastically. It is no wonder that your brothers and so many others have developed affections for you. Would you not agree? So, does that mean you are also reborn? Bai Lianer was genuinely frightened. If she too had been reincarnated, would she not be destined to repeat the same fate as in her past life? What you wish to convey eludes me, for I am simply who I am. As I have stated before, do not presume to think you understand me so well. Lord Bai, I have grown up in the Bai household, and thus I hold you in great esteem. However, that does not mean I will tolerate their relentless insults directed at me. Wu pointed at the Bai brothers, Bai Deshao and Feng Qianyao. You are indeed a bundle of contradictions. Merely observing you causes me distress. Henceforth, you need not be conflicted. Simply support Bai Lianer as Bai Ershao does, regardless of right or wrong, and do not concern yourselves with me. Nevertheless, I hope you will remember that I shall never instigate trouble with her, so you need not harbor constant suspicions regarding me. Should you see me, do keep your distance, or take your Lianer away from me, for that way, she shall remain unharmed by me. Thank you, Xiao Yu. We did not mean it. Bai Deshao refrained from voicing the thought that there should be some room for negotiation. Sister, I never intended for things to unfold this way. Please forgive me. Bai Lianer suddenly spoke. No need for that. I have never held animosity towards you. What reason do we have to speak of forgiveness? In any case, let us part ways amicably and not interfere with each other's lives. Before Bai Lianer could speak again, Wu interrupted her, declaring, enough, the matter is resolved, and rest assured, the Emperor serves as a witness. So do not contemplate denying it in the future. Little Wu, you truly know how to make the most of your resources, Feng Qianguo remarked, appreciating her tact even as he remained blissfully unaware of his earlier exploitation. He was quite astonished that such a young child could perceive matters with such clarity, exhibiting neither greed nor rivalry. Quite commendable indeed. Hee, do you think I am clever? Li Ji groaned, as Xiao Wu's self-admiration resurfaced. Since you believe I am intelligent, why not introduce me to your genius sorcerer, Bai Li Zi? Are you interested in him? A little, perhaps. What say you? Others were taken aback by Wu Yu's boldness in addressing the emperor, who, surprisingly, did not seem angry, but rather receptive to her demeanor. I heard from Xiao Yi that you currently reside with Jiner. Feng Qianguo did not directly address her query. Indeed, I have nowhere else to go. So he has taken me in. Xiao Wu, you could return. It was merely a misunderstanding on your father's part. Lord Bai expressed his remorse. No need. I am quite content where I am. I never was your kin. She is. Wu pointed at Bai Lianer. Treat her well, for in doing so, I shall be returning to her those things I once took from her. What do you think of Jiner, then? Feng Qianguo continued to pry for information. Quite wonderful. Well then, his proposal of an engagement is not without merit. Father, I wish to marry Xiao Wu. Feng Qianyi interrupted Feng Qianguo's statement. Wu Yu silently scoffed. Had he lost his mind? Shouldn't he be enamored with the female lead? Oh, Feng Qianguo was also taken aback. Who dares to snatch my betrothed? The crowd turned to find Feng Qianjin striding over, a stern expression on his face as he embraced the petrified Wu Yu. Xiao Jin, were you not busy with matters today? What brings you here? Wu Yu's inner thoughts screamed, goodness, this plot seems rather melodramatic. Such events ought not to occur in my life. Jiner, I care not. Xiao Wu has already agreed to be with me. Feng Qianjin held little regard for any member of the royal family, including his own father, so their reactions were not unexpected. Wu Yu, Feng Qianyi furrowed his brow, a hint of displeasure crossing his features. How could Xiao Wu possibly harbor feelings for you? Moreover, marriage is a matter dictated by the will of one's parents and the agency of a matchmaker. It is not for you to decide. My decision is not subject to your alteration, Feng Qianjin retorted with a cold laugh, exuding an intangible pressure. Jiner, Feng Qianguo was alarmed, as were the others. Feng Qianjin, known for his gentle demeanor, rarely opposed anyone. Even when beaten, he would still smile as though basking in springtime warmth. He glanced at the innocent-looking Wu beside him, surprised that this girl had managed to bring out the true nature of his seemingly soft-witted son. Wu sighed. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, Xiao Jin speaks the truth. I have indeed agreed to be with her, thus I cannot entertain a relationship with you. As you've stated, marriage is a matter of parental decree and matchmaker's arrangement. Yet my parents are no longer present, hence, I make my own choices. You fancy him? Feng Qianyi's expression darkened, and Feng Qianyao felt discontent as well, uncertain of the nature of his feelings for Wu Yu. Merely seeing her cheerful and untroubled demeanor would invariably affect his mood. Wu Yu nodded, and Feng Qianjin visibly relaxed, a sense of satisfaction washing over his face. Compared to the others, she held a more favorable impression of Feng Qianjin. Although not yet love, it was certainly affection. What is so appealing about him? Merely because he aided you. Feng Qianyi cast displeased glances at Feng Qianjin, believing himself superior in every regard. Perhaps so. If you ask me what I like about him, I cannot say for certain. Perhaps I simply appreciate his simplicity and his less than handsome appearance, we replied candidly. Feng Qianjin, the expressions of those present contorted in disbelief. What a peculiar rationale, Your Majesty. Considering your profound wisdom and captivating charm, you would not hastily arrange a marriage for me, would you? Wu employed every compliment she could muster. Feng Qianguo's mood improved. This girl, deploying honorifics, left him with no grounds to compel her. Well then, that is acceptable. However, since you favor Jiner, I shall arrange your engagement. You shall wed upon reaching maturity. Absolutely not, Xiao Wu. Why? Do you not fancy Jiner? I am merely 13 years old. My principle is that I shall not marry before the age of 20. For now, I am only exploring a potential relationship with him, and who knows whom he may love in the future. Thus, no engagement is necessary. Let fate determine our paths. This time, Feng Qianjin did not argue. He respected her decision. Then, Xiao Wu, do I still have a chance? Feng Qianyi asked, somewhat agitated. None whatsoever, aside from Xiao Jin. I shall not accept any of you. The person I marry must love me alone and cherish me alone. None of you can fulfill that, but Xiao Jin can. In this realm, men are accustomed to taking concubines, particularly those of noble status like Feng Qianyi, who would likely attract criticism for marrying but one woman. In any case, Xiao Jin had little reputation to lose. The emperor and the others would not pay much heed to his actions, making it somewhat easier to be with him. Only one. The men present exchanged incredulous glances. Indeed, they were incapable of such a feat, as being highborn naturally allowed for multiple wives. They had not anticipated her to possess such a mindset. In any case, you need not harbor any illusions about me. It is better to clarify now to avoid misunderstandings later. Indeed, Feng Qianjin chimed in, rather haughtily. Nan Gongyu and his companions wore complex expressions, unsure of how to respond. Xiao Wu, must you express yourself so bluntly? Feng Qianyao remarked. Wu rolled her eyes. Feng Qianyao, what business do you have here? Hadn't you just scolded her? How could you suddenly profess affection? Who would believe such nonsense? Your Highness, your words carry weight. Did you not just berate me? No, to be precise, you have never spared me a kind glance. So what does your current statement imply? Feng Qianyao felt a pang of confusion, uncertain of his own emotions. Meanwhile, Bai Lianer, having remained a mere observer for some time, noticed that the men's attention was fixated on Wu Yu, which ignited a flame of jealousy within her. This wretched girl is mine. Sister, how can you speak in such a manner? Bai Lianer frowned, seemingly defending Feng Qianyao. What do you expect? Am I to be like you? We retorted with a mocking smile. I reject those I do not favor, leaving no room for hope. After all, I cannot promise them a future, so I will not instill false hopes. A prolonged agony is far worse than a swift one. Otherwise, in the end, who will suffer the most? I am not like you, who welcomes any suitor. Wu cast a meaningful glance at the Bai brothers, whose expressions shifted from green to pale. Mr. Bai felt a deep sense of shame. He never anticipated that his most cherished daughter would engage in such disgraceful conduct. The disapproving glances from his two sons were unmistakable. Initially, he dismissed their looks, but after hearing Xiao Wu's words, it became evident that there was indeed a serious issue at hand. He was at a loss for words. Exclaiming, You all are committing a grave sin. That is utterly unacceptable. The three siblings from the Bai family flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this, particularly Bai Xiao, who had been playfully flirting with Bai Lian just the day before. Although they had not crossed the final threshold, it nonetheless implied a sense of responsibility towards her, leaving him feeling somewhat guilty. Bai Lian's cheeks burned red as she recalled her acquiescence to her second brother's advances from the previous day. A thought that now seemed quite shameful. Observing their expressions, others began to understand. Who would have guessed that Bai Lian, who appeared so innocent, would dare to entice her own brother? What about other men? This woman seems to be quite indiscriminate in her affections, Bai Lian stubbornly insisted. Sister, how can you slander us like this? The crowd responded with indifference. Oh, you do as you pleased. I have arrived today and should soon take my leave. You may think whatever you wish to. By the way, your majesty, do remember to find a time for me to meet that Bai Li. But it is imperative that Jean attends court, otherwise I shall not agree. Feng Qiangua grinned like a cunning fox. Wu lifted her gaze to the unwilling expression of a certain man, planting a kiss on the corner of his mouth. Feng Qianjin was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a silly grin. Xiao Jin, will you go? Of course, if Xiao Wu asks me to do something, I shall comply. Feng Qianjin responded eagerly, embodying the essence of a devoted husband, clearing his throat. Feng Qiangua reminded the two lovebirds who were still reveling in their affections, all right, it is decided. In a few days, once the national teacher returns, I shall arrange for you two to meet. The fifth prince was someone who could barely write his own name and lacked any scholarly refinement. What good could he be in politics? A glint of calculation flickered in Feng Qianyi's eyes. Feng Qianjin smiled, offering no explanation. Feng Qiangua was well aware that the mischievous young lad was merely feigning ignorance, thus chose to remain silent, for among his many sons, it was this fifth son who possessed the most talent. Were it not for his incessant defiance and self-sabotaging reputation, he might have considered making him the crown prince. Wu languidly leaned against Feng Qianjin's embrace, relieved that the author had portrayed this female lead as somewhat naive, sparing her the need to engage in elaborate schemes. Chapter 15. Have you dispatched someone to follow me? Otherwise, how could you arrive so punctually? Feng Qianjin extended a slender, delicate hand to pinch her cheek. The sensation soft and smooth. What do you suppose? Wu swatted his hand away, expressing her displeasure. Where is Qingfeng? They are usually inseparable, like conjoined twins at home, scrubbing toilets. Wu responded. Why would he be? Recently, Qingfeng has had quite a bit of free time, so I found him something to occupy himself with. Is that so? Wu cast a skeptical glance in his direction. At the fifth prince's residence. Qingfeng, with a cloth covering his mouth and nose, was tearfully scrubbing the foul-smelling toilet, silently cursing Feng Qianjin in his mind. He wore a look of utter dejection, lamenting, "Oh, the struggles of my heart." Feng Qianjin averted his gaze, feeling somewhat guilty. He had indeed been busy lately and had not paid much attention to her affairs. Had he not inadvertently overheard old man Shin mentioning that she would be visiting the Bai residence today, he would have been oblivious to the matter. To his surprise, she had decided to embark on this venture without consulting him. Was he really so petty? Although he knew that once informed, he would not have permitted her to go. What was even more infuriating was that Qingfeng had the audacity to conceal this from him, which warranted punishment. However, upon reflection, he acknowledged that Wu preferred to make her own choices without interference. So he ultimately allowed her to proceed. Concerned for her safety, he followed closely behind her, only to discover that Feng Qianyi and his companions dared to lay eyes on his Wu Yu. If he did not intervene soon, it would be utterly unacceptable. Wu Yu pouted, thinking that this fellow must have some underlying reason for punishing Qingfeng. She imagined the scene, Qingfeng begrudgingly scrubbing the toilet, a look of disdain on his face, and a shiver ran down her spine. Suddenly, she recalled a scene from Water Margin, where Song Jiang feigned ignorance and was fed excrement. That repulsive image replayed in her mind countless times. leaving an indelible mark. Although she knew that the excrement used in the performance was merely yellow mud, the thought still made her want to retch. She shuddered, her skin crawling. Forget it. I shall design a proper toilet for you all next time. The latrine is simply unsanitary. Wu had once suffered from obsessive-compulsive disorder related to cleanliness. Typically, it was not an issue. However, the mere thought of germs or skin diseases would trigger her compulsions. In her previous life, she was not particularly tidy, yet whenever she encountered something revolting, she would compulsively clean and wash. She recalled a time when she saw images of skin diseases in a magazine. One was lupus erythematosus, and the other was eczema. For weeks afterward, she was in a state of obsessive-compulsive disorder, showering meticulously for over half an hour each day. Everything on her bed and the clothes in her wardrobe were thoroughly washed and sun-dried. And whenever she had the chance, she would sunbathe herself repeatedly to eliminate germs. Even eating potato chips made her hesitant to use her hands directly, and she detested others touching her. This quirk had plagued her since childhood. She had once read that the human body and bedding were teeming with invisible mites, which left her feeling utterly revolted. Since then, she had been plagued by the feeling that something was crawling on her skin. Although she had managed to control it over the past few years, she blamed this fellow for rekindling those memories. Wu discreetly pushed his hand away, her expression somewhat peculiar. I wish to wash my hands now. She initially intended to say she wanted to take a bath, but reconsidered, realizing it would be impolite to leave the banquet midway. Instead, she decided to endure it, hoping that the sun would help eliminate some germs. Although Feng Qianjin was somewhat displeased, he still ordered for a basin of water to be brought for her. Watching her meticulously wash her hands, he pondered, does she have a cleanliness obsession? Wait a minute, having spent ample time with her, how had he not noticed this? In truth, as long as it pertained to something disgusting and directly related to the skin, she preferred to remain uninformed. Otherwise, her compulsions would resurface. She had barely managed to overcome them and did not wish to regress. She remembered the worst of it, when merely thinking of those skin-related horrors would cause her to itch all over, leading to excessive cleansing, especially during winter when her skin would crack severely. Well then, today is your birthday, by Xiong. Since the matter has been resolved, let us continue with the banquet, Feng Qiangui declared as he rose. Mr. Bai felt a pang of frustration. After such a commotion, who still had the heart to continue the festivities. Yet, with the emperor's words, what could he possibly say? The banquet proceeded as usual, though the atmosphere was noticeably less jovial than at the beginning. As the festivities continued, Feng Qiangui took his leave, and guests began to arrive at the Bai residence, the feast commencing. Wu sat at a table with Nangongyu, her earlier discomfort regarding her skin fading as she surveyed the array of delectable dishes before her. Being a foodie, she particularly enjoyed cooking. Xiao Wu, I have mastered the dishes you taught me last time. When will you teach me to make new recipes? Nangongyu asked, still preoccupied with her earlier decisiveness. Feeling a bit apprehensive about approaching her. Oh, is that so? I want to learn to make those drinks you prepared last time. Of course, come to my place and I will teach you. The marinated fish here is truly exceptional. Wu praised, satisfied. This is the first chef we hired, and I created the recipe. The preparation method is quite unique. Xiao Wu, you can discern the ingredients. Is that so? Then I shall savor it even more. Wu remarked, delicately tasting a piece of fish, relishing its tender flesh. The salty flavor intermingled with hints of spiciness and sweetness. Chili, ginger, wood ginger, sand ginger, and dried tangerine peel. Nangongyu was not surprised that she could identify the spices. Her culinary skills surpassed his own. Oh right, it is indeed the flavor of dried tangerine peel. This dish requires a lengthy preparation time. The fish must be marinated for over a month before it can be consumed. Time is both a friend and a foe to food. We recalled a phrase from A Bite of China. Those around them listened, secretly impressed. It seemed the rumored simpleton was not as foolish as they had believed. Truly, my master speaks with wisdom. The surrounding guests murmured in astonishment, incredulous that the foremost gentleman in the land would take the first-rate simpleton as his teacher. Wu generously patted Nangongyu's shoulder. Yes, I agree. You are truly becoming adept at pleasing your master, as long as Xiao Wu is happy. Meanwhile, a certain man, thoroughly overlooked, was now deeply displeased, poking at the rice in his bowl with an air of grievance. It was nearly impossible for Wu to ignore him. What is the matter with you? Feng Qianjin offered no response, merely placing a piece of roasted duck into her bowl. Wu was somewhat speechless. What on earth was wrong with him? Staring at the slice of duck breast in her bowl, she was relieved that she did not possess an excessive aversion to cleanliness in this regard. Otherwise, she would surely have erupted in anger. Forgive the exceedingly low emotional intelligence of a certain young woman. Nangongyu wore a faint smile as he gazed at Feng Qianjin, the meaning in his eyes somewhat ambiguous. They fell silent, savoring the delicious food in quietude. As they prepared to leave, Old Master Bai still contemplated persuading Wu Yu to stay, yet she remained steadfast in her refusal, for she did not wish to face the female protagonist daily. Li Ji returned alone, while Wu Yu and Feng Qianjin rode back together. Wu Yu looked up at the cloudless blue sky, so pristine and transparent, evoking a sense of comfort and ease. She wondered if she would ever return to her original world. Having arrived, she intended to settle in. This was something she had always managed rather well, for being alone and unburdened might be a form of fate in itself, riding together on one horse. She felt the warmth radiating from his back and the steady heartbeat from his robust chest, which suddenly brought her a sense of reassurance. Xiao Wu, Feng Qianjin's magnetic voice drifted into Wu Yu's ears, causing a tingling sensation as she realized it was rare for them to be so close. Typically, he maintained a degree of decorum with her, so this somewhat ambiguous atmosphere made her feel slightly uncomfortable. I really want to hide you away. Then they wouldn't fix their eyes on you. Please no, I have no interest in any sort of captivity play. That would be far too bizarre. Hee, are you jealous again? Feng Qianjin lowered his head, nuzzling into the nape of her neck, inhaling the familiar scent of lemon. Xiao Wu, you cannot develop feelings for anyone else. You can only love me. All right. Wu Yu felt a flutter of emotion. Although she was somewhat oblivious when it came to matters of the heart, it had become apparent over the past few days that Feng Qianjin genuinely cared for her, though she was uncertain if she could return to her original world. She had always been a person who embraced fate. If she liked him, then she liked him. She had no intention of evading that reality. Xiao Wu, rest assured, I will take responsibility for you. Wu Yu touched her slightly numb lips, certainly swollen now, casting a glance at the mischievous smile of the man beside her. Does it hurt? What do you think? Then let me blow on it. As he spoke, he leaned in closer, intending to continue teasing her. No, yet Feng Qianjin paid her no heed, drawing near to her and softly kissing the corner of her mouth, his movements gentle, as if afraid to hurt her again. Wu Yu's ears betrayed her, turning a deep shade of red. After all, she had been an exceedingly innocent girl in her past life, never having been kissed before. Goodness, young man, you're only 14 and you've already learned to flirt with girls. Is that truly acceptable? Initially, she had thought Feng Qianjin was a naive youth, only to discover he was a wolf clad in potato skins. She still preferred potatoes, as at least they could act spoiled and adorable. Allowing her to pinch them, this fellow only seemed intent on taking advantage of her. Yet, inside, an inexplicable feeling began to swell, as if it were about to overflow. A gentle breeze intertwined their long hair, and she seemed to hear Feng Qianjin softly whisper in her ear, "From now on, I will accompany you until old age." Chapter 16. Night Conversations. The moon is truly beautiful tonight. Wu Yu stretched lazily. Xiao Wu, do you like it here? Feng Qianjin asked as they sat beneath a jujube tree in the courtyard, sipping tea. Wu Yu hesitated. Could she honestly say she did not like it at all? After all, it was not her choice to come here. I dislike it immensely and long to leave, to see the world beyond. However, I know my identity does not permit such a luxury. Thus, I have always wished to distance myself from court politics. Feng Qianjin seemed to be speaking to himself. Wu Yu pondered thoughtfully. Do you desire freedom? Indeed, I wish to cast everything aside and roam the world, bringing you along. Xiao Wu, that sounds like a splendid idea. We looked up at the bright moon, which appeared somewhat cold in the autumn night, contemplating that once her little fortune was saved, she would take Feng Qianjin and the potatoes to wander freely. That seemed quite delightful, but as you said, your identity certainly does not allow for such recklessness. Perhaps. Feng Qianjin sighed deeply. In truth, to attain true freedom, one must first liberate the heart. Only then can one escape the shackles of their circumstances. No matter where the body may reside, as long as the heart is free, one is free. Wu Yu continued to gaze skyward, lazily expressing her thoughts. Feng Qianjin did not respond. Some matters, perhaps, he understood all too well. He could not fathom why he sometimes felt an odd sensation, as if Xiaowu did not belong to his world. We cannot choose our origins, yet we can select the paths we wish to tread. Just as you expressed, if you do not wish to be ensnared in the royal cage, then you must contemplate how to escape it, all while avoiding harm to those who love you. This requires careful consideration. Hee. Feng Qianjin suddenly chuckled. Wu Yu turned her head, puzzled by his expression. In truth, I understand all those matters. Wu Yu took a sip of her tea. Yes, I know you do. I merely wish to remind you. Feng Qianjin did not reply, his smile widening. In this world, even the gentle breeze that had grown up with him sometimes failed to penetrate his own heart, yet only before her was his heart laid bare. Wu Yu felt a wave of sentiment. She had arrived here alone, without a single acquaintance, and could be killed by the female protagonist at any moment, unlike those skilled time travelers equipped with various abilities. She had to remain ever vigilant, knowing that her life hung by a thread. Thus, she empathized with Feng Qianjin. What are your thoughts on those around you? In summary, just 4 words: ambition runs rampant. The ultimate goal is that position, indeed. What of your father? I do not harbor hatred towards him, that much I can say. When I was young, I resented him greatly. Had he not courted so many women, my mother would not have fallen victim to jealousy and met her untimely end. On several occasions, I was nearly killed by assassins sent by his other consorts. Fortunately, he was the one who saved me during those times. Afterward, he seemed to feel a sense of guilt towards me, so as I grew older, he would not blame me for any actions that tarnished the royal reputation. In some ways, he granted me a measure of freedom. So I neither hate nor particularly like him. We let out a light laugh. No wonder they say you cannot even write. He wasn't angry that time. Your father is quite amusing, and I dare say he desires freedom even more than you do. And your siblings? They are nothing remarkable. Aside from my eldest brother, the rest are merely childish. Feng Qianjin adopted a serious demeanor, speaking as if he were an adult. Young man, you are still a child yourself. They are all older than you. We found it somewhat amusing how mature ancient people seemed. What do you think? Feng Qianjin flashed a charming smile, his demeanor shifting, an enigmatic glint in his eyes. Wu Yu awkwardly retracted her neck, uncertain of what to say. It seemed Feng Qianjin was indeed adept at concealing himself, a fact that could not be denied. Given his usual antics, he appeared carefree. Yet one could never know what he was secretly plotting. Indeed, in the original narrative, most viewed Feng Qianjin as a frivolous and carefree prince, lacking ambition. In truth, he was the one among them who saw the farthest and understood the most. He knew precisely what should be avoided, what should remain untouched, and how he wished to live. He spent his life in peaceful coexistence with the world, enjoying the leisurely existence of a carefree prince. And it seemed the text made no mention of whether he had ever married. And what of Lianer? What is your opinion of her? Foolish, obnoxious, ugly, Feng Qianjin declared without a hint of color leaving his face. Tossing out a few descriptors. How delightful. That aligns perfectly with my own sentiments. My astonishment. There are indeed others who share my sentiments. It is no wonder that she has chosen such an individual, whose intellect far surpasses that of the female protagonists in her harem. Xiaowu, you seem to harbor a strong aversion towards her. Feng Qianjin previously delved into the background of Wu Yu, discovering that she was rather unremarkable, save for her particular penchant for targeting by Lianer, having injured her on multiple occasions. I must admit my dislike for her. Perhaps you perceive her as gentle and kind to all of you. While her treatment of me may not be entirely unjustified, considering my past transgressions against her, the myriad of retaliations she has unleashed upon me, culminating in my expulsion from the Bai family and the tarnishing of my reputation in the capital, has long since settled any debts I owed her. Yet, she remains intent on not allowing me respite, seizing every opportunity to bring about my demise. You believe her actions are justified? I certainly do not favor her, and as for Xiaowu, whatever you choose to do is beyond reproach. The fault lies solely with that woman. Feng Qianjin stepped closer, wrapping an arm around Wu Yu's slender waist, softly expressing his allegiance. Indeed, it is commendable that you possess such awareness. Ultimately, as long as that woman refrains from provoking me, I shall have no desire to engage with her. This sentiment mirrors my attitude towards your acquaintances. Would you not agree? Naturally. They are indeed a perfect match, a certain gentleman silently reveling in the thought. Both individuals share a striking resemblance, living with remarkable ease. By the way, is it true that you cannot write? Although rumors are often unreliable, I have yet to witness you wielding a pen. And it appears this grand residence lacks even a study. Feng Qianjin was at a loss for words. Having initially believed her to possess greater understanding of him, he promptly retracted his earlier favorable impression. Shall I demonstrate my writing skills for you? Feng Qianjin shot a defiant glare at the lady. No need. It seems I have overthought the matter. I recall that Xiaowu has yet to pen a single word during her time here. Does she not? Feng Qianjin cast a dubious glance at the somewhat flustered Wu Yu, recalling that during their last encounter, she had only used charcoal sticks while sketching components for a grill. Having never even touched a brush, well, that is simply because there was no occasion to write, she giggled, feeling somewhat irked. That is my Achilles heel. Must you constantly remind me that I lack skills in the arts? Wu Yu felt a twinge of annoyance. In truth, her handwriting with a fountain pen or pencil was quite elegant, provided she used her left hand. Otherwise, the result would be equally unsightly. Did I ask that so? Feng Qianjin plucked a seemingly half-ripe jujube from a tree above, wiped it on his clothing, and popped it into his mouth, his eyes glinting with disdain. Wu Yu shot him a fierce glare. How dare he mock her? Even if he possessed those skills, his reputation in the outside world was no better than hers. Observing her puffed-up demeanor, her cheeks slightly flushed, he suddenly found her adorable and amusing. For her flaws were difficult to pinpoint. Having discovered one, he was determined to tease her mercilessly, eager to see if she would dare to be so sharp-tongued in the future, always jesting about herself and Qingfeng. Ha ha ha. Wu Yu rolled her eyes, mimicking him as she plucked a slightly yellow jujube from the tree and casually stuffed it into Feng Qianjin's mouth. Here, let me silence you. Feng Qianjin continued to eat, a carefree smile still gracing his lips, oblivious to the cunning success of the lady's ploy. Hiss, the gentleman, once in high spirits, suddenly felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, his hand resting against his cheek. Wu Yu relished in his misfortune. How does it feel? A moment of joy followed by sorrow. Was it not delightfully sour? Unripe jujubes are notoriously tart. After laughing so heartily, it was no wonder he was caught off guard by the sudden burst of acidity. Xiaowu, that was downright unfair. Feng Qianjin lamented, indignantly expressing his grievances. TCH, let us see if you dare mock me again. This is your just deserts. Potato, let us retire for the night. Wu Yu, with remarkable swiftness, once again shoved a piece of lemon, acquired from an unknown source, into his mouth. Grinning like a mischievous kitten who had pilfered a treat, before dashing away, Potato scampered after her, his short legs hurriedly keeping pace, observing the swiftly fleeing lady, as if pursued by a phantom. Feng Qianjin expelled the sour lemon from his mouth. Feeling somewhat exasperated, he had no intent of treating her poorly. He shook off the goosebumps that arose from the acidity, for he was not particularly fond of such sour delicacies. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he broke into a silly grin. Chapter 17. The master of flirting in her past life, Wu Yu, influenced by her grandfather, developed a deep appreciation for tea. Her grandfather always stocked a variety of teas at home, having a particular aversion to black tea, which was never present in their household. His preference leaned towards green tea and floral infusions, with Wu Yu sharing a fondness for green tea, but not for the latter, as most floral teas carried a sickly sweetness that she found unpalatable. This disinclination extended to herbal teas that were overly sweetened. She preferred the bitter notes of pure herbal brews, imbued with a rich medicinal aroma. Sipping such tea, she relished the slightly sour and bitter taste, often indulging in the exercise of guessing the medicinal ingredients within. A male acquaintance, who held a decent rapport with her, once labeled her behavior as strange. Yet she found no fault in it. Was it not akin to how others adored sweetness? Though she claimed to enjoy bitterness, she was not entirely averse to sweet treats, except for puddings and herbal jelly, which she could not abide. This aversion stemmed from the peculiar sensation of consuming something akin to colorful beads that expanded in water, reminiscent of her childhood playthings, upon arriving in this world. Her love for tea remained unwavering, as the variety of teas available was abundant, yet her heart still yearned for the biluakan she often savored in her past life. Whenever faced with troubles, she would brew herself a pot of biluakan, allowing herself a moment of tranquility, envisioning herself as a long-haired individual clad in robes, standing amidst the mountains, savoring a cup of clear tea, far removed from the clamor of the world. Free from worries, she envisioned herself observing the sun rise and set, the wind rustling through the clouds. Little did she anticipate that one day she would truly become an ancient being, and she would not squander the chance to fulfill her long-held wish. Adjacent to her delicacy shop, Wu Yu opened a tea house, situated in a bustling street that may not possess the serene beauty of nature, yet it was free from the cacophony of modern urban life. The street bustled with passers-by, the sounds of vendors calling out, hushed conversations, and the bargaining of customers blending harmoniously. The symphony of voices was quite pleasant, brewing a pot of clear tea while observing the ebb and flow of life outside. Basking in the sunset was indeed a delightful indulgence. After savoring a sip of bilyuakan from her blue and white porcelain cup, she relished the bittersweet aftertaste. Whenever she had free time, Lychee would accompany Wu Yu to the tea house, as her work was conveniently situated nearby. For this tea house, Wu Yu, as per usual, had enlisted assistance. This time, she hired a middle-aged gentleman named Li Baoshan, a former manager of a tea house who had fallen on hard times and accrued debts after its closure. Upon learning of Wu Yu's job opening, he sought employment there. He was astute, loyal, and possessed a certain literary finesse. We found him to be quite satisfactory and chose to retain him. He had a wife and 2 children, his eldest son, affectionately named Jin Bao, and his youngest daughter, Yin Bao. One could not deny his love for wealth. Thankfully, he was a man who understood the art of acquiring it, lest his Jin Bao and Yin Bao be transformed into mere treasures one day. Yin Bao was of similar age to Wu Yu, while Jin Bao was already 15, possessing an average appearance but exemplifying earnestness and sincerity. Since Li Baoshan began managing Wu Yu's tea house, Jin Bao accompanied his father to help out, and the family thrived in a harmonious environment, for which Li Baoshan was immensely grateful to Wu Yu. She maintained close relations with them, particularly with Yi Bao, who frequently sought her out for play. One leisurely day, Wu Yu, along with Feng Qianjin and the others, visited the tea house for afternoon tea. Yi Bao, you seem particularly excited today. I suspect you have something to discuss with me, Wu Yu remarked knowingly. Yin Bao shyly touched her nose, her gaze flitting towards the blushing Jin Bao. Hee, you truly understand me, Xiaowu. It appeared Jin Bao had a matter at hand. Indeed, Xiaowu, you are impressive. This time, it is certainly my brother who has something to say. Amidst Yin Bao's ramblings, Wu Yu gleaned that Jin Bao had recently developed feelings for the daughter of a bun shop owner, but was at a loss on how to confess. He felt it too abrupt to directly propose marriage, leaving him indecisive and seeking Wu Yu's counsel. Well, regarding that issue, allow me a moment to ponder. In my view, there is no need to rush into proposing, as one cannot ascertain whether the lady harbors feelings for you. Is there even a need for deliberation? Parental consent and a matchmaker's words can seal the deal, Qin Feng interjected, somewhat perplexed. Very well, I am but a half-ancient, and my thoughts are indeed quite different from yours. Feng Qianjin, however, did not voice an opinion, lazily munching away alongside the potato, appearing wholly unconcerned. The potato, engrossed in gnawing on a bone, was startled when a certain plump cat pounced, causing it to tumble to the ground. Wu Yu gazed helplessly at the enthusiastic fat cat entwined with a certain forlorn dog, who was none other than Luo Bo Xiao Wu. Wu Yu smiled politely. Master Nangong, the Crown Prince, and His Highness the Second Prince. I wonder what strange wind has blown several male leads here today. Nangong, you remain the epitome of a gentle, refined young gentleman, picking up Luo Bo and apologizing. My cat has disturbed you. No worries. Your cat merely startled my potato, they responded amicably, taking seats at the table beside Wu Yu and ordering tea and pastries. Following that incident, Feng Qianyi seemed to have come to a realization. Understanding that his previous comments were somewhat abrupt, yet he still harbored an unwavering confidence regarding Wu Yu. From the moment they entered, Feng Qianjin had adopted a vigilant demeanor. These several males were not to be underestimated, and he needed to keep a close watch on Xiao Wu. As for the relationship between the potato and Luo Bo, Wu Yu found it somewhat perplexing. Ever since the last autumn tea gathering, that fat cat had seemed quite excited whenever it spotted the potato, even though the potato itself was rather reluctant to encounter the cat. Nevertheless, the cat persistently clung to the potato, preferring to nap atop it while it slept, or licking at its food and silently watching as the potato gnawed on bones. Wherever the potato went, the cat followed. Wu Yu speculated, could this be the fabled love that transcends species, choosing to disregard the male leads? Wu Yu continued pondering the matter of Jin Bao, suggesting, Jin Bao, why not try inviting that girl out to ask her opinion? Jin Bao replied, I've tried, but that girl seems rather disinterested in me, which is why I hesitate to propose. Then you should pursue her, Wu Yu advised. Indeed, I think so too. I've seen that girl. She appears quite lovely, charming, and considerate. Brother, you mustn't let her slip away, Silver Bao chimed in, eager to instill confidence in Jin Bao. But how does one pursue a girl? Jin Bao asked, somewhat bashful. Oh, fret not. With me, Wu Yu, a master of wooing, success is guaranteed. Wu Yu confidently patted her chest, reminiscing how she had successfully attracted the girlfriends of her male friends in the past. The group erupted in laughter, with Feng Qianjin twitching his lips. Xiao Wu, you truly do not shy away from shocking us. Xing Feng and Silver Bao gave her a thumbs up, their expressions filled with admiration. Wooing, Nangong Yu inquired curiously, for he was merely an innocent young lad, unfamiliar with the term. Feng Qianjin and the others had previously heard Wu Yu explain it, so there was no communication barrier. It's simply a skill for pursuing girls, Wu Yu patiently clarified. But, Xiao Wu, you are a girl. Nangong Yu blushed slightly. Wu Yu inwardly scoffed. What are you blushing for? I'm not telling any risky jokes. Feng Qianjin ruffled Wu Yu's hair, a gesture of affection. All right, enough of this. How could you possibly know about such matters? Humph, how dare you underestimate me? Wu Yu complained. Have all those years of reading domineering CO novels been for naught? She abruptly pulled Feng Qianjin, walling him with a sudden push. Caught off guard, he found himself pressed against the wall with a thud. Wu Yu delicately tucked a few stray strands of hair behind his ear, gently caressing his face, gazing deeply into his eyes with a charming smile. His heart raced wildly, captivated by her alluring proximity, swallowing hard as his face flushed like a shy bride. Wu Yu noticed his bashfulness as he lowered his head. In truth, he was merely contemplating whether to kiss her. Hee, little wildcat, feeling shy, she teased, deliberately elongating her words with a tantalizing allure. The onlookers were left speechless. Xing Feng, who had just sipped tea, found himself unable to swallow, water spilling from his mouth as he gaped in astonishment. The others, watching the languid Wu Yu, felt their heartbeats quicken. Silver Bao was the first to recover, his face alight with admiration. Wow, Xiao Wu, you are so charming. Hee, indeed. We released Feng Qianjin, her expression one of pride. Ahem. Feng Qianjin felt somewhat embarrassed. It appeared his Xiao Wu was indeed quite captivating. Nangong Yu and the others felt a twinge of discomfort, thinking how wonderful it would have been if Xiao Wu had treated them similarly. Xiao Wu, my future wife, I am counting on you. Xing Feng wiped his mouth, full of flattery. And no problem, stick with me, and you'll feast. All right, I've decided. Today I shall give you a lesson on how to woo girls. Wu Yu enthusiastically patted Jin Bao's shoulder, glancing at the still-dazed Nangong Yu and his companions. Would you like to join us? Naturally. Feng Qianni and the others snapped back to reality. Chapter 18. Skills for wooing girls. Wu Yu took a large gulp of tea, rising to adopt a serious demeanor. Pursuing a girl, first and foremost, requires sincerity. Do you mean having money? Xing Feng inquired curiously. Wu Yu delivered a light smack to his head. Of course not. Do you think all girls are after money? What about you? Of course I love it. As the saying goes, money isn't everything, but without it, one cannot achieve anything. Am I to subsist on air? Xing Feng sympathetically glanced at Feng Qianjin, relieved that his master had recently made strides. Otherwise, he would have faced Xiao Wu's disdain. I don't think Lure is that kind of person, Jin Bao interjected. If money could solve problems, I would have resolved this long ago. Understood, Wu Yu nodded. What I mean by sincerity is, first and foremost, your genuine feelings. Do you truly love her? Can you provide her with a lifetime of stability? What do you love about her, her appearance, character, or physique? If she were to lose those qualities, would you still love her? Do you love only her? Is she willing to accept you? Jin Bao fell into deep thought, unsure of what it was he liked about Lure. Was it her beauty? It seemed not entirely so. In our world, it feels like most people's love comes and goes in an instant. Point. One day they're whispering sweet nothings, and the next, they've fallen for someone better. That kind of feeling likely isn't love. It's merely a fleeting attraction. Love is inherently selfish, unable to tolerate any blemishes. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many domestic disputes over concubines and miscarriages. At least, as long as your partner is alive, you must remain loyal. If both parties truly no longer love one another, then let each other go. Don't eat from one bowl while gazing at another. If you don't love, Don't expect loyalty from your partner. It can be said that if you stray, if you no longer love, you have no grounds to blame your partner for infidelity. However, women are still bound by the husband's authority, and adhering to the virtues of a wife is essential. Feng Qianya suggested, you all can ponder this for yourselves. I am merely expressing my perspective. If you find it reasonable, then consider it. I do not require you to adhere to my views. Feng Qianyi felt a pang of realization, understanding why she would not accept him. He could never offer her exclusivity. You adhere to the 3 obedience and 4 virtues here, correct? Will you turn to Silver Bow? Yes, unwed. Obey the father. Wed. Obey the husband. If the husband dies, follow the son. Virtues of a woman, speech of a woman, appearance of a woman, and skills of a woman. Silver Bow recited effortlessly, and Wu was not surprised. It seemed that women of ancient times were expected to memorize such things. Let me tell you about the 3 obedience and 4 virtues of men. Ah, when did men have such a thing? Qing Feng exclaimed. Ahem, a wife must follow her husband when she goes out. She must obey his commands. If she makes a mistake, she must blindly follow. She must wait for him when he adorns himself. She must be generous with her spending. She must endure when he is angry. She must remember his birthday. We recited a modernized version of the new 3 obedience and 4 virtues, which was essential for flattering one's wife, just as indispensable as singing conquer. The others were taken aback by Xiao Wu's unconventional thoughts. Feng Qianyi, the above statements are for reference only, if you find them reasonable. Then listen. Very reasonable, indeed. This is the first time I've heard such words. Silver Bow was pleased to hear this. In this era, women's status remained relatively low. If those old-fashioned men were to overhear, we would likely face a beating. I feel the same. Feng Qianjin wore a doting smile. His woman deserved to be cherished. Indeed, Xiao Jin, that is a must agree. Wu was quite satisfied with Feng Qianjin's response. I agree, Nangongyu chimed in. Wu paid little mind to Nangongyu's opinions. As the male lead, he could pamper the female lead however he wished. It was of no concern to her. Jin Bao, I believe you do not yet know Luer well enough. What does she like? Have you considered why she does not accept you? Could it be that she has someone else in her heart? Or perhaps other reasons? I'd indeed have not taken the time to understand. Jin Bao lowered his head, his expression somewhat despondent. What if she truly has someone in her heart? What should he do then? Well, I believe you must have some thoughts on this as well. There are certain matters upon which we cannot decide for you. Ultimately, Jin Bao, you must make your own decision. All right, Jin Bao absently agreed. By the way, let me impart to you some skills for charming the ladies. First and foremost, you ought not to appear too casual in your appearance or attire. Well, she initially intended to say something more crass. Although Wuyo is not particularly superficial, she had once heard a saying that resonated with her. Being good-looking aids in wooing women, while being unattractive leads to ridicule. People are inherently inclined to judge by appearances. Qi Feng instinctively touched his own face, thinking to himself that he should be quite presentable. I believe, Qi Feng, that your demeanor would be greatly improved if you were less boorish. Yin Bao cast a disdainful glance at his awkward posture, while Qi Feng propped his face up with his hand, his legs shaking vigorously. Qi Feng straightened his posture, feeling somewhat irked. What was wrong with being straightforward and forthright? I agree. Just look at my little Jean. She is truly remarkable. Regardless of her reputation, her innate grace cannot be concealed. Qi Feng scrutinized Feng Qianjin closely, and, well, he truly could not discern any exceptional quality in his own master, perhaps a rogue charm? Feng Qianjin felt quite pleased, though his face remained expressionless, yet the glimmer in his slender eyes betrayed his good mood. Woyo found herself at a loss for words. She had intended to finish her thought, but now that would be tantamount to courting disaster. Never mind. If Jean is happy, let him be. She had meant to say that his foolish charm was indeed inescapable, silly, amusing, yet fortunately not lacking in intelligence. However, there were moments when Wuyo found herself questioning that intelligence. What do you think of us? Feng Qini blinked curiously and inquired. You're all quite acceptable, Wuyo said, covering her conscience. At present, they had not yet fallen under the spell of the female lead. Thus their less favorable traits had yet to emerge. Regardless, she felt they were all well-dressed, appearing splendid on the outside while lacking substance within. Now, let us discuss how to pursue women. Feng Qini's eyes dimmed slightly. He was dissatisfied with her dismissive response. Could it be that they were inferior to Feng Qianjin? Wu Yo felt fortunate that she was merely traversing a narrative rather than truly journeying back to ancient China. For there were certain things she found rather uncomfortable to articulate. Thankfully, this world was still relatively open-minded. All right, if you wish to pursue a girl, you must certainly be more proactive. However, this varies from person to person. Some girls may not appreciate relentless pursuits. In such cases, you must tone it down a bit and consider how to leverage your own strengths to attract her. Observe what types of individuals she favors and those she does not. And reflect on whether you possess any traits she particularly detests. As for Qingfeng, I believe Yinbao's observation holds merit. He is quite charming when quiet, yet the moment he opens his mouth or makes a move, he ruins his image. Thus, it would be wise for you to maintain your composure and embody the role of a quiet, handsome gentleman. Qingfeng and Yinbao nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was true, although he was not unattractive. His habits, such as nose-picking, leg-shaking, and hair-flipping, were rather unbecoming. As for Nangong Yu, he likely did not lack female admirers. You must be quite adept at charming the ladies yourself, so I need not instruct you. The second prince, however, is superficial and fails to see beyond appearances, while the eldest prince is known for his flirtatious ways. Yet for you all, this does not seem to pose a problem, as many girls still find you appealing. Is that so? Feng Qini, Feng Qianyao, Nangong Yu, little Wu Yo. What about me? Feng Qianjin also awaited her appraisal with anticipation. Well, you are quite splendid as you are, though you may be somewhat foolish, a bit silly, prone to showing off. And given to jealousy, she likes you. After all, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and that is an undeniable truth. Actually, I find it difficult to articulate this to you. We truly need to engage in practical experience. How about this? Since we have some leisure today, let us go out for a stroll. I shall also join. Let us don male attire. Yinbao was eager to participate. Jinbao was somewhat exasperated, saying, Yinbao, don't be ridiculous. If our parents find out, we will be in for a scolding. It's fine. Our parents are away for the next few days. We can dress up and go out. No one will recognize us. Come on, brother. Yinbao tugged at Jinbao, playfully. Wu Yo, in a grand manner, patted Jinbao's shoulder, assuring him, don't worry, I will keep an eye on her. Ultimately, Jinbao capitulated. Yinbao donned a set of azure male garb, tied her hair back, successfully transforming into a refined young scholar, though her petite frame rendered Jinbao's clothing somewhat oversized on her. Wu Yo, on the other hand, wore a long black robe, specially tailored for ease of movement, fitting her form exquisitely. Being slender, the attire accentuated her elongated figure. With her hair pulled back, a trace of languor on her face, she picked up a finely carved wooden fan, exuding an air of heroism. The sapphire crystal earring dangling from her right ear added a touch of allure. Let us go and have some fun. Wu Yo lightly waved the fan, disregarding their astonished gazes. Little Wu Yo, I think I might be falling in love with you. Yinbao exclaimed excitedly, preparing to lunge at Wu Yo, only for Feng Qianjin to swiftly pull her into his embrace. Fortunately, Jinbao caught Yinbao, or she would have tumbled to the ground. Feng Qianjin, what are you doing? Wu Yo protested as she broke free from his hold, somewhat displeased by his actions. Feng Qianjin wore an innocent expression, replying, Who told you to be so charming to both genders? I was left utterly speechless. Wu Yo sighed, rubbing her forehead. Fine, you win. Let us depart at once. Wu Yo shot him a glare. Chapter 19. Zhao Yinglan. Wu Yo resolved to seek out the most elusive girl in the capital to hone her skills. The second most beautiful woman in the city, Zhao Yinglan. She was not only intelligent and talented, but also quite discerning. Despite being a courtesan, her background was remarkably respectable. She sold her art, not her body. And because of her talents, she garnered much respect. Proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, she was also skilled in dance, singing, and medicine. A true talent, she had never attended the prestigious autumn tea party. But had she chosen to, the title of the foremost talented woman would certainly not have gone to Balianer. Wu Yo found her quite intriguing and intended to befriend her. Their group strolled leisurely down the street, likely due to their striking appearances, attracting the attention of numerous infatuated youths. Wu Yo's visage was indeed captivating to both genders. She often mused as to why a plump turnip could support a potato. A certain rotund cat, resembling an empress atop a potato, lamented, "I am merely fluff." Ignoring the potato beneath her, she wore an expression of helplessness. Their destination was a brothel called Yanchunlu, where Zhao Yinglan resided. Wu remarked that in her past life, she had never even set foot in a bar, having been the goody two-shoes who could only drink milk at gatherings due to severe allergies to alcohol. Thus she felt a tad shy about visiting a brothel. "Little Wuyo, you are a girl. Going to such a place seems rather inappropriate," Wuyo replied, digging into her ear. "Nangong Lu Zhu, Jin Bao, you two have been repeating this all along. Haven't you given up yet? I have already stated that I am not a pure maiden." Among several men, their thoughts are likely more innocent than mine, so there is truly no need for concern. Ultimately, they relented, but Yibao was not permitted to join, and no matter how she pouted or complained, Jin Bao remained unmoved, leaving her sulking at home. Feng Qianjin and Xing Feng wholeheartedly supported Wu You's perspective, and it was a mystery how she had grown up. When she spoke of lewd matters, these two men were left speechless. Wu You explained that she had secretly viewed numerous risque images in her youth, thus she possessed a considerable understanding of anatomy. Though Feng Qianjin felt somewhat envious, he found himself at a loss as to how to deal with her cunning nature. The two men faced a girl who, after every monthly cycle, unabashedly complained about discomfort in their presence. Any further discussion seemed futile. Due to the identities of Feng Qini and Feng Qianyao, they effortlessly gained access to the flamboyant and flirtatious madam of the establishment, allowing them to meet Zhao Yinglan. However, they could only do so through a silk curtain, listening to her play the guzheng. Wu You, unfazed, lazily reclined on the only beautiful couch in the room, eyes closed, savoring the melodious strains of the music. It was quite delightful. As the song concluded, Wu You rose, intending to lift the light veil, yet she was obstructed by Zhao's maid, who said, "Please remain where you are, young master. Our young lady does not see outsiders. I have already stated that I too was once barred from entry." Nangongyu remarked softly, "Miss Zhao never sees outsiders, not even if we are of royal lineage." Feng Qianyao recalled how, despite spending lavishly and revealing his identity, he had only managed to catch a distant glimpse of her. Indeed, she was a celestial beauty. However, I have always perceived her as an ethereal being, exalted and untouchable, a fairy to be admired from afar, which makes it difficult for him to harbor any genuine affection for her. "Oh, then let us not meet. Yet, I have a question I wish to pose to Miss Zhao. Would you kindly relay it for me?" The young maid entered and whispered into Zhao Yinglan's ear for a while. Upon her return, she maintained an impassive expression, gesturing for the young master to speak, to which the young lady consented. Wu seated herself upon the floor before the gauzy curtain, her feigned voice devoid of any flaw. "How might one reverse the order of yolk and white when boiling an egg?" Wu posed an intriguing question, admitting that if asked to recite poetry, she would likely falter, recalling only the lines "the bright moonlight before my bed." I suspect it is frost upon the ground, a remnant of her studies in Tang poetry. She had never excelled in language arts, so she resolved not to feign sophistication. The maid conveyed the message. Wu rose to survey the room's arrangement. "Is it permissible to do so?" Nangongyu inquired with curiosity. "I have never heard of such a thing." Feng Qiani explained that it simply means boiling an egg such that the yolk is on the outside and the white within. "You must believe that anything is possible." Wu idly toyed with her hair. Within the gauzy curtain, a fleeting red figure was racking her brain over Wu's question. Wu paused before a few scrolls, meticulously studying the calligraphy. After a quarter of an hour, a slender, fair hand lifted the curtain. All eyes turned to the newcomer, Zhao Yinglan, who gracefully emerged draped in white gauze, saluting the princes. Upon seeing Nangongyu, she appeared momentarily taken aback, surprised to find the head of the Nangong family present. Nangongyu nodded, assuring her that no excessive courtesy was necessary. Clad in red gauze, with skin as smooth as cream and a long, elegant neck, her bright eyes and pearly teeth resembled a solitary, proud swan. Her hair was styled in a tassel bun, adorned with a simple magnolia hairpin. Her smile was enchanting. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in the eyes of the onlookers, while Feng Qianjin remained unfazed, seemingly unperturbed by the beauty of Wu Yu, who was of a naturally unadorned disposition. Should she choose to dress up, she would undoubtedly outshine all in the capital. Zhao Yinglan showed little interest in the noble young men, her curiosity piqued instead by the answer to the earlier question. She gazed at Wu Yu, who stood before the scrolls, hands clasped behind her back. Seemingly engrossed in contemplation, though not tall, he wore a black robe, his profile exquisitely crafted, presenting a strikingly handsome youth. Slimmer than herself, he radiated a powerful aura incongruent with his delicate frame. Might the young master take an interest in this lady's calligraphy? Zhao Yinglan approached him from behind. Oh, so it is your sister's writing. Indeed, it is quite distinctive. Wu Yu turned, her voice charming and slightly languid, causing Zhao Yinglan to blush. How delightful it is to tease the ancients. I haven't even done anything yet, and could it be that my unparalleled beauty and voice have captivated her? You flatter me, sir. This is merely a trifling creation of mine, hardly worthy of grand esteem. What may I call you, young master? Zhao Yinglan scrutinized him closely, suddenly noting that his face bore an overly delicate quality, yet his voice was undeniably pleasant, and his demeanor suggested he was no ordinary individual. She realized she had never encountered someone of his caliber. I am Bu Pingfan. A burst of laughter erupted from Feng Qianjin as the others struggled to contain their mirth. Zhao Yinglan's lips twitched. The young master truly had a penchant for jest. Wu Yu's demeanor shifted to seriousness, an aura of chill radiating around her. I acid amusing. My name, Bu Pingfan, was bestowed by my parents with the hope that I would rise above others. Is there a problem with that? You have overacted, Wu. Ahem. The young master has misunderstood. Yinglan was merely curious, with no intent to offend. Zhao Yinglan felt somewhat speechless. The name itself was laughable. Feng Qianjin turned away, her shoulders trembling slightly as she struggled to maintain composure, reminding herself that she was a cold, handsome figure who must not laugh. The others similarly endured their discomfort. I wonder if the young master has found an answer to the earlier question? Sister, do you have an answer? No, I have never heard of such a thing. Zhao Yinglan frowned. Then please prepare a few eggs and some string. I will demonstrate for you. Zhao Yinglan waved her hand, instructing a few individuals to prepare the items, then cautiously asked, Are you a local of the capital, Master Bu? Well, I suppose so. I am a merchant and have only recently arrived in the capital. I expect to settle here for a time. I see. After a short while, the items arrived. We produced her cherished stockings and tape, gifts from a foreigner she had encountered in this world. Beyond this continent, there were indeed Westerners, far more advanced than the three great dynasties here. She first wrapped the eggs in tape to prevent them from breaking easily. Unfolding the stockings, she inserted the eggs, tying one end into a knot and securing the other with string, fastening the eggs in the center of the stockings, twisting the ends into a braid, and securing them with rope. Grasping both ends of the stockings, she began to spin forcefully, the eggs emitting a humming sound. After 2 to 3 minutes, lacking a flashlight, she substituted a candle, placing the egg above it to check. The beam still penetrated the egg, indicating it was not yet successful. She continued spinning until finally, it became opaque, presenting the spun egg to a still-dazed maid. She instructed her to boil it for 15 minutes. What is that you hold, Wu? They inquired curiously. This is called a stocking, and this is tape, a gift from someone. Wu explained the uses of the two items in detail. These do not seem to be items from our Baiwei dynasty. Zhao Yinglan remarked, picking up a piece of the stocking. Well, you see, I am a merchant, and my acquaintances are quite diverse, so these items indeed do not originate from this continent. It appears to be foreign goods. Nangong Yu, possessing a broader knowledge, noted, Yes, indeed, here, they refer to Westerners as foreigners. Before long, the boiled eggs were presented. Wu took a small knife and sliced open the eggshell to show them. As they looked down, they were astonished to find the white encased inside, the yolk evenly surrounding it. This is truly a marvel, Zhao Yinglan remarked appreciatively. It is a small delight of life that I have discovered in my leisure. I have dubbed this creation reversed egg. Reversed egg. Young Master Bu is indeed an intriguing individual. Zhao Yinglan paused momentarily before regaining her composure. Wu Yu smiled alluringly, her gaze unabashedly appraising Zhao Yinglan. You are not lacking either. Zhao Yinglan was momentarily captivated by her mischievous smile, shyly lowering her head. Feng Qianyi regarded Wu with a complex expression. She was undoubtedly a clever woman, and if one were to marry such a person, they would surely secure their position as the primary wife. However, it seemed she held a fondness for her fifth prince. If the young master does not mind, I would like to treat you to a meal today. What say you? Zhao Yinglan inquired cautiously, a hint of shyness in her tone. The young men were left speechless. This group of handsome men had not received such an honor, only to witness a woman disguised as a man enchanting the little fairy of the capital. Well, sister, you may arrange it. The group moved to a private room, with Wu seated beside Zhao Yinglan. She elegantly savored her tea, an oolong variety, crisp and infused with a subtle fragrance, quite delightful. As everyone awaited the dishes. Discussing literary matters, Wu propped her chin upon her hand, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she tilted her head, gazing intently at Zhao Yinglan. Under her prolonged gaze, Zhao Yinglan felt a touch of discomfort and diverted her eyes elsewhere. Ahem, Feng Qianjin, somewhat displeased, reminded Wu that her man was present. What was there to gawk at in another woman? Sister, you are truly beautiful, but I believe changing your hairstyle would enhance your beauty even more. Zhao Yinglan's face flushed once more. I it. Truly so. Suddenly, a refreshing scent of lemon wafted through the air as warm hands gently unraveled her meticulously styled hair. For a moment, she was at a loss for how to react. Standing there in shock, there we go. When Zhao Yinglan regained her senses, she found him back in his seat, wearing a gentle smile, his eyes pure and clean, devoid of the possessiveness often seen in men gazing at her. The maid brought forth a mirror, and upon seeing her reflection, she gasped in surprise. The new hairstyle was indeed stunning. It added a touch of sophistication and elegance, complementing her usual demeanor beyond mere allure. Thank you, young master. I merely believe that this version of sister is the true one, not the one disguised as someone else. What brings you to such a conclusion, young master? Zhao Yinglan asked, astonished. Today, this individual had delivered numerous shocks. Sister possesses a resolute will, distinct viewpoints, and a strong sense of self. You face challenges without fear, displaying perseverance and courage, unafraid to confront difficulties. Your keen observational skills and meticulous nature are commendable. Simultaneously, your character may exhibit stubbornness, irritability, and sensitivity, revealing a strong sense of pride. As soon as Wu finished speaking, the private room fell into silence. Did you know that? Zhao Yinglan stood up, visibly excited. Well, I just glanced at your calligraphy and paid attention to your handwriting. Your strokes are quite forceful, sharp-edged, unlike the smoothness typical of ordinary people, which suggests a resilient character and a clear stance. The neatness of your regular script indicates meticulousness in your daily life. The compactness of your writing reveals a knack for careful calculation. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that your lines tend to slope upward, suggesting a strong sense of pride. Everyone gaped, utterly astonished by Wu Yu's ability to discern character traits from mere handwriting. It was truly remarkable. Wu Yu, being a psychology student, found this quite manageable. Graphology, the study of handwriting, relies on factors like the weight of the strokes, the size of the letters, the length of the lines, the spacing, and the overall appearance of the handwriting. By analyzing these elements, one can infer a person's character. That all it takes. Qi Feng exclaimed, his eyes shining with admiration. You truly are impressive. Zhao Yinglan's gaze also sparkled with appreciation. It's not too shabby. Wu Yu replied without modesty. As a gentle breeze wafted in, the stray strands of hair by Wu Yu's ear danced in the wind, and the sapphire blue earring in her right ear glimmered brilliantly. Her long eyelashes fluttered, lending her an ethereal beauty akin to a languid fairy. Zhao Yinglan was momentarily entranced, suddenly recalling the hazy figure lounging on the beauty's couch earlier, her heart racing. Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? At that moment, Feng Qianjin could no longer contain himself. He rushed over, pulling Wu into his embrace. Enough. Stop staring at my little Wu. Wu Yu, slightly taken aback, thought to herself, what the heck, he's just revealed my identity. Little Wu, isn't she Bu Ping Fan? Zhao Yinglan murmured, slightly displeased. Wu Yu shot Feng Qianjin a glare before regaining her composure and explaining the situation to Zhao Yinglan and the others. Oh, that's how it is. Little Wu, you're actually a girl. But what about that voice? That beautiful voice belongs to a girl. Zhao Yinglan felt a pang of disappointment deep down. That voice, I can mimic many kinds. Wu Yu then demonstrated her ability by imitating the voices of the elderly, children, and middle-aged men. You possess such a skill, the crowd exclaimed, thoroughly impressed. Sister, you're not upset with us for today, are you? I didn't mean to deceive you, Wu Yu said, a hint of guilt in her tone. Not at all. I'm quite delighted to meet someone so interesting. Wu Yu. But which Wu Yu? Zhao Yinglan pondered, recalling that the most foolish girl in the capital was indeed named Wu Yu. That's right, it's me, Wu Yu answered candidly. The other men had long grown accustomed to Wu Yu's demeanor. She took pride in being ridiculed, much like Feng Qianjin, shameless, with a skin thicker than a city wall. It seems rumors cannot be trusted. Zhao Yinglan scrutinized Wu Yu closely. This young lady was quite impressive, far from the foolish girl depicted in gossip. That day, Wu Yu and Zhao Yinglan became fast friends, conversing easily until the evening when we reluctantly left Yanchun Tower, promising to visit Zhao Yinglan again. Eventually, Feng Qianjin could no longer tolerate it and carried her away. Xiao Jin, what are you doing? Wu Yu glared at him. Feeling that she hadn't finished her words, Feng Qianjin pouted, his eyes filled with a pitiful expression that made Wu Yu feel somewhat guilty. Little Wu, you hardly acknowledged me today? He complained, having been ignored while she conversed with her friends. You're simply too dazzling. I can't let you see them again. Feng Qianjin grumbled, his expression darkening, clearly having noticed the peculiar glimmers in the eyes of those men who looked at Wu Yu. I'll go take a bath. Wu Yu quickly slipped away. Knowing that a jealous man was not to be trifled with, Feng Qianjin chuckled helplessly, his figure vanishing into the night. Chapter 20. Entering the palace because Feng Qianjin claimed he was tired. Wu Yu decided to leave as well, intending to return to her shop to work. However, along the way, she unexpectedly encountered someone she wished to avoid, Bai Lianer, thinking it best to take a detour. Sister, the surprised voice of the female lead reached her ears, and Wu Yu's tears began to flow. Damn it, you're surprising me for no reason. She had intended to slip away, but since Bai Lianer had spoken, ignoring her was not an option. Miss Bai. Bai Lianer frowned slightly. Just call me sister. We were once close sisters. Wu Yu felt a surge of irritation. Sisters? How dare she say that? So, this is the child of the Wu family. Wu Yu lifted her gaze and noticed two elegantly dressed, noble-looking women beside Bai Lianer, who regarded her with a hint of disdain. Your Majesty, it is indeed she, Bai Lianer said, a hint of schadenfreude in her tone. The Empress. In the memories of the original host, it seemed she had never encountered her before. Indeed, the rumors were true. The Empress behaved rudely, looking down on others, and couldn't even manage a proper greeting. The alluring woman beside the Empress mocked. Well, it's fine. If I'm a fool, not knowing how to greet is perfectly normal. The Empress appeared slightly displeased, but said nothing. Sister, what brings you to the palace? Bai Lianer asked curiously, clearly believing this was not a place for someone of her ilk. Oh, nothing much. The Emperor just wanted to have a chat. Oh, the Emperor wishes to chat with you. The Empress's interest piqued, her jealousy barely concealed. Wu Yu shuddered at the thought. The Empress was the ultimate contender in palace intrigue, and it would be wise to keep her distance. She was not adept at palace politics. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Two palace maids blocked her path. Wu Yu swallowed hard, wishing she could slap herself for her reckless tongue. Why did I provoke trouble for myself? Since you're here, you must come sit with me, the Empress declared, playing with her long, crimson nails, her tone brooking no refusal. Your Majesty, I have some very important matters to attend to. I must take my leave now. And I promise to visit another day. Wu Yu attempted to resist. What could be more important than the Empress? The alluring woman interjected once more. Indeed, sister, we haven't seen each other in a while. Let us take this opportunity to gather and also keep the Empress company. Bai Lianer chimed in kindly. What, do you look down on me? The Empress's expression darkened. I would never dare. Wu Yu gasped internally. Feeling nervous, would she be subjected to punishment? Then come along, the Empress commanded, leading her entourage away. Wu Yu had no choice but to follow. Once they returned to their quarters, the women began to interrogate Wu Yu. She dared not disclose the contents of her conversation with the Emperor, as it was clear he favored Feng Qianjin, with the crown prince yet to be established. Revealing such information could stir unrest in the palace, and she could not gamble with Xiao Jin's safety. Thus, she fabricated a story about discussing her parents. The Empress was clearly skeptical, while Wu Yu felt frustrated. Would the Emperor truly take a liking to her? Ultimately, persuaded by the women, she had no choice but to stay for dinner. The alluring woman, Ro Fei, by Roer, was a striking beauty and Bai Lianer's cousin, the mother of Feng Qinyao and Feng Qini, and seemed to have a good relationship with the Empress. Wu Yu found this puzzling. Why would the Empress keep a woman more beautiful than herself around? Clearly, the position of the palace's foremost lady was not easily attained. Yet, considering the Empress had only one daughter and no sons, her closeness to Rofe made some sense to Lianer. How wonderful it is that you come to visit us every few days, Rofe said affectionately to Lianer. Cousin, it is only natural, Lianer replied. Look at her, she truly is a fine match for my Yaoer, Rofe appraised Lianer, causing her to blush. The Empress remained silent, her gaze fixed on Wu Yu. Astonished, comparing Wu Yu to Lianer revealed a stark contrast. Wu Yu's casual attire and lack of makeup still outshone Lianer. If she were to don makeup, she would likely surpass Lianer by several folds. Remembering her mother, Qin Xiaoyu, who had once been the capital's most stunning beauty, the Empress felt a twinge of resentment. The woman before her, dressed in simple white fabric with a modest hairstyle, had skin as smooth as cream. A slender figure and exquisite features, she was even more beautiful than the Qin Xiaoyu of her youth. Wu Yu's eyes were captivating, pure and clear, evoking an urge to destroy their clarity. With this thought, she pressed her nails into her flesh, feeling that such a person could not be allowed to remain. During dinner, the Empress ordered wine to be brought out. Lianer, Xiao Wu, I am delighted that you two sisters can accompany me today. You must stay the night, and we shall not rest until we are intoxicated, the Empress declared joyfully. Wu Yu felt a surge of panic. Were they intending to ply her with wine to extract secrets? They are destined for disappointment. She is a vessel, not intoxicated, but rather dazed or lifeless. This is a treasured plum wine preserved by my sister. Lianer, you are fortunate indeed. As for you, concubine Ro, the Empress has shown you great favor. Lianer, you are both sisters to this palace. Thus, I cannot be too stingy. The Empress smiled gently. Come, allow me to propose a toast to my dear sister. If there have been any mysterious grievances between us in the past, let us put them aside with a smile. Shortly after the dinner commenced, Lianer raised her wine cup. May I abstain from drinking? Wu Yu timidly inquired, for this was a decades-old wine, and she feared for her life. What are you? Merely a worthless fool. Lianer toasts you. Consider it your honor. Concubine Ro retorted angrily. Deep in her heart, Wu Yu lamented. Oh, how I suffer. I am allergic to alcohol. Yet she dared not voice her plight. Thinking, could I perhaps substitute tea for wine? But sister, you never did that before. Do you disdain your elder sister? Lianer feigned displeasure, her heart secretly elated, for the Bai family knew of Wu Yu's aversion to alcohol. Wu Yu, growing increasingly impatient, retorted, What do you mean? You know very well. With that, she downed the contents of her cup in one gulp, feeling a twinge of sorrow yet a flicker of joy, thinking, in modern times, I shall return. Observing her actions, concubine Ro was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, What a farce! The Empress, initially inclined to rage, forced herself to calm upon witnessing Wu Yu obediently drink. She gestured for the maidservants to refill Wu Yu's cup, her eyes glinting with malice. Just then, a stone struck Wu Yu's wine cup from her hand. As Feng Qianjin burst through, a refreshing breeze accompanying him. Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Feng Qianjin's voice was filled with urgency. He had just received word from a hidden guard that Wu Yu was detained by the Empress and rushed over. The Empress and her companions were caught off guard by Feng Qianjin's return. A hint of trepidation in their demeanor. Jiner, what brings you here? Feng Qianjin ignored her, grasping the shattered remnants of the cup, inhaling the rich aroma of the wine, and felt as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, chilling him to the bone. Xiao Wu, you didn't really drink, did you? Qin Feng panicked. Wu Yu's eyes reddened, her meaning clear. Xiao Jin, Qin Feng, the greatest joy of my time here has been meeting you. I hope you will always be happy. With that, her vision darkened, and she fainted. It was only then that everyone noticed the crimson spots covering her neck and hands, and Feng Qianjin turned frantic. Quick, Qin Feng, come and see to her, you imbeciles. Do you not know she could perish from drinking? He glared fiercely at the Empress and her companions, his expression twisted like a demon risen from hell. If anything happens to her, you shall all accompany her to the grave. His words were chillingly clear and devoid of warmth. Lianer collapsed in terror, while the Empress and concubine Ro trembled in fear. Everyone knew that the fifth prince, Feng Qianjin, was deemed a worthless failure, lacking power or favor, an easy target to bully. They had never encountered such a terrifying side of him. Concubine Ro, being somewhat dim-witted, still thought Feng Qianjin easy to manipulate. How dare you? You worthless fool. Feng Qianjin, filled with urgency, had no time for her petty insults. With a wave of his hand, The dishes and cups on the table were sent flying, crashing down upon the Empress and her companions, shrieks filling the air. Xiao Wu, you must hold on. Do you understand? We have yet to roam the world together. You promised me. Feng Qianjin's eyes were red as he whispered in Wu Yu's ear, scooping her up and dashing out of the palace, with Qing Feng closely following. Guards, you worthless wretches, apprehend those two insolent fools, the Empress screamed, heedless of the vegetables clinging to her or the blood trickling from her forehead. The guards felt a mix of disdain and fear but hesitated to act. Just as they were about to move, the Emperor arrived. Who dares to act? Feng Qiangua had rushed to Fengwu Hall upon receiving the report, only to find the scene of several women in disarray. What is happening? His authoritative voice resonated. Your Majesty, you must take charge. Jiner, he threatened to kill me. The Empress and concubine Ro quickly cried out, eager to garner favor. Feng Qiangua's expression darkened, and he shot a fierce glare at the Empress. You ought to be grateful he did not end you just now. The implication was clear. Had he truly desired her demise, he could not have intervened. The faces of the Empress and her companions drained of color, fear gripping their hearts. Bai Lianer forced herself to maintain composure, but the memory of Feng Qianjin's gaze caused her to tremble uncontrollably. Xiao Yi, send for a few imperial physicians. The Empress Yang and concubine Bai are to be placed under house arrest for 2 months. Concubine Ro felt a surge of indignation, but no matter how much she pleaded, Feng Qiangua would not spare her a glance. Did you truly not know that Xiao Wu is allergic to alcohol? Feng Qiangua's gaze turned icy towards Bai Lianer. I didn't know. I didn't mean to. Bai Lianer, her eyes reddened and teary, feigned innocence, but the Empress found her act repugnant. If it were not for her, she would not have provoked Feng Qianjin and faced the Emperor's wrath. It seemed Feng Qianjin was not as harmless as she had thought. She had underestimated him. After 3 days of unconsciousness, Wu finally awoke to find Feng Qianjin, unshaven and weary, by her side. Xiao Jin, how did I come to see you? Upon noticing her awakening, Feng Qianjin's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly called for Qingfeng. Xiao Wu, you are finally awake. You are finally awaked. He enveloped her in a tight embrace, trembling with relief. We returned the embrace, feeling deeply moved. Yes, I am awake. I apologize for worrying you. Qifeng examined her condition, confirmed she was no longer in danger, and advised her to rest well before departing. Xiao Jin, you have lost weight. Wu Yu gently caressed his face. Feng Qianjin hugged her tightly once more. Xiao Wu, you should be grateful you are safe. Otherwise, Qingfeng and I would have claimed all your possessions. Wu Yu smirked, suddenly finding his words quite reasonable. Now that she was awake, he offered her some porridge. I can manage on my own. Seeing his stubborn expression, we relented, allowing him to feed her. The bowl of porridge quickly emptied. You have been hungry for several days. Do not overeat at once. Rest well. With that, he gently placed her back on the soft pillow, noticing her still dazed expression and disheveled hair. A sudden impulse led him to lean down and kiss her soft lips, a tender peck filled with affection. Before pulling away, though they had shared kisses before, Wu still felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Suddenly recalling something, she tugged at his ear, adopting a mock-stern expression. You look utterly ridiculous right now. Go rest, quick. Feng Qianjin, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, Must I always be gentle with you? It hurts. Let go. Let go. I will go. I will go. Feng Qiangua quietly observed the lively interaction between the two, refraining from entering. A smile gracing his lips as he exited their residence. Return to the palace, he instructed. Xiao Yi felt a wave of nostalgia, realizing it had been years since he had seen the Emperor smile so easily. It seemed Miss Wu was indeed a treasure. The household servants have been mostly dismissed by Feng Qianjin, leaving only a small number to attend to the steward and his wife, as well as to Wu Yu. In the afternoon, Feng Qianyi made another appearance. Upon seeing Wu Yu, Feng Qianjin found it difficult to utter any words of refusal. The mother of the Feng brothers remains under house arrest. Otherwise, Wu Yu mused, that woman would never allow them to set foot here. This visit, it seems, was not solely for his own sake. Fifth brother, congratulations. Feng Qianyi smiled as he extended his well wishes to Feng Qianjin, appearing genuinely pleased for him. Well, I must thank you and the crown prince for that, Feng Qianjin replied, his expression devoid of emotion, his tone laced with a hint of frost. Feng Qianyi, however, remained unperturbed, his smile unwavering. Is Xiao Wu feeling better? Wu Yu nodded in silence. I have come this time to convey our mother's apologies on her behalf. Feng Qianyi gestured, and several large chests were brought in. Wu Yu's expression dimmed. There's no need for that. You may leave, Xiao Wu. Mother did not mean it. Feng Qianyi feigned a wounded expression. I understand. If you truly wish to apologize, then you and your kin should keep your distance from me in the future. Wu Yu retorted. If it was unintentional this time, who could guarantee it wouldn't be next time? Nature is such. Not everyone can easily change. Why must you act this way? Feng Qianyi questioned, pained, perplexed by her persistent rejection. Wu Yu found herself suddenly amused. You people always say, it wasn't intentional, yet every time it seems you wish for my demise, don't you? Every time. Mother has never acted like this before. Are you referring to Bai Lianer? Feng Qianyi asked, somewhat confused. Some things are better left unsaid. Do you truly believe Bai Lianer is unaware of my allergy to alcohol? Wu Yu scoffed. How could it be her again? Feng Qianyi gritted his teeth, astonished that she would dare to plot against his mother. You've seen the person. Now you may leave, Wu Yu said impatiently. Xiao Wu, rest assured, I will seek justice for you. Enough, Qi Feng, show them out. Feng Qianjin, now irritated, was fed up with their self-serving nature, truly believing that the empress and the gentle consort were without fault. Wu Yu, feeling weary, leaned her head on Feng Qianjin's shoulder, which left Feng Qianyi feeling quite uncomfortable. You truly admire him so. He is nothing more than a good-for-nothing scion. What is there to like about him? Feng Qianyi expressed his discontent. Wu Yu and Feng Qianjin exchanged glances, ultimately sharing a knowing smile. Well, how should I put it? My little Jean, despite his poor reputation and his penchant for mischief, is at least a man of both swagger and gallantry, a true tycoon in his own right. Not inferior to any of you, Wu Yu explained patiently. Feng Qianjin was initially pleased by her words, but the term swagger was rather perplexing, and tycoon, it sounded derogatory, tycoon. The others were left speechless. Ahem. It simply means someone very wealthy and tasteful. Wu Yu hastily clarified, realizing her choice of words could be misconstrued. Really? Feng Qianjin scrutinized her reaction, knowing full well it was not a compliment, and playfully ruffled her hair, bemused by her fanciful thoughts. Feng Qianyi, observing their affectionate exchange, felt disinterested and stormed out of the fifth prince's residence. Soon after, Bai Lianer and her entourage arrived, their purpose evident to Wu Yu. They were likely fearful that the knowledge of her allergy would be revealed. Wu Yu genuinely admired her cunning. Did they think Feng Gu's people were fools? Such trivial schemes were easily seen through. Little sister, are you well? Bai Lianer smiled sweetly, though her heart brimmed with jealousy. Feng Qianjin signaled to Qing Feng, who promptly arranged for a group of dark-clad guards to block the entrance, preventing Bai Lianer and her companions from entering. Sister, what does this mean? Bai Lianer's expression soured. Wu Yu had no intention of engaging with her, instead curiously observing the guards, not sparing a glance at Bai Lianer. Xiao Jin, these wouldn't be your people, would they? Indeed. Ever since meeting Xiao Wu, Feng Qianjin's eyes sparkled with affection. From now on, I shall protect Xiao Wu, earn for her. Thus I must change a little. Xiao Wu, you are quite the spendthrift. If your master lacks ability, you might one day slip away. Qing Feng teased. Never. Wu Yu clutched Feng Qianjin's arm firmly. I would never leave you, Xiao Jin. Besides, someone like me could never lack for money. If I were to part from you all, who else would treat me as kindly? Wu Yu spoke from the heart. Genuinely fond of Feng Qianjin and all those in his household, had they not taken her in, she would have likely followed the script, becoming someone's concubine by now. I know. Feng Qianjin wrapped his arm around her petite waist. The guards at the entrance looked on in disbelief, their expressions a mix of shock and exasperation. Ahem, young Master Bai, you might wish to temper your displeasure, one of them cautioned. Wu Yu turned to see them still lingering. Sister, what are you doing? I truly did not mean it last time. Can you forgive me? Bai Lianer implored, suppressing her anger, aware that if the emperor and brother learned of the previous incident, her fate would be dire. Oh, we shall close the door and pour urine. Let the potatoes rot, Wu Yu declared before departing, utterly exhausted, seeking solace in her chamber for a nap. Follow her lead, Feng Qianjin remarked coolly. Trailing after her, Qing Feng sighed in resignation, signaling for the guards to depart. He had herbs to study and no time to waste on foolishness. Now that His Highness has regained his power, should you dare to be so rude again, I will send you straight to your demise. Qifeng warned them before leaving, his demeanor calm yet his eyes filled with menace. Bai Lianer and her companions turned pale at his words. How could the emperor once again place importance on such a person? Although filled with questions, they dared not linger before the fifth prince's residence, fearing they might truly be doused in urine. Alas, their wishes were not fulfilled. While they departed, the guards dutifully pursued them, dousing them with buckets of urine. The commotion on the streets attracted many onlookers, and upon recognizing Bai Lianer, those who disdained her could hardly contain their glee. The Bai brothers fared no better. Those guards were skilled fighters, and they could not evade the deluge. Finding themselves drenched from head to toe, the second young master of the Bai family had become much more restrained, refraining from his usual tirades of insults. Gradually, he began to see through Bai Lianer's facade. Loathing her deeply, had it not been for her, their father would not have forced him to accompany her here in disgrace. Cry, is that all you can do? He shot her a scathing glare before using his agility to leave. Unwilling to continue sharing in her humiliation, take care of yourself, young master Bai furrowed his brow in displeasure, refraining from scolding her. After all, she was still his sister. He turned to follow the second young master. Bai Lianer wept bitterly, her face contorted with anguish. Her hatred for Wu burned fiercely, but no amount of gnashing her teeth would change her fate. You wretched, I shall not let you go. Absolutely not. She rose from the ground, feigning composure as she prepared to leave. Lacking martial skills, she could only hasten away. That moment, someone called out to her, Lianer. She turned to see Wang Qianji, the capital's foremost scholar. Seated in a lavish palanquin, his handsome visage filled with concern, young Master Wang, Bai Lianer gazed at him with tear-filled eyes. Wang Qianji felt a pang of sympathy, removing his outer robe to drape it over her. What has happened to you, Lianer? Come inside. He did not mind the unpleasant odor emanating from her as he pulled her into the palanquin. Wu, young Master Wang, once inside, Bai Lianer clung to him, weeping inconsolably. Her tears flowing like rain on a pear blossom, Wang Qianji found her scent distasteful but felt compelled to endure her embrace. What happened? Lianer, how did you end up like this? Wu, it was my sister. I do not understand why she would treat me this way. Wu, young Master Wang, I am so frightened. A glimmer of calculation flashed in Bai Lianer's eyes. Wang Qianji was the wealthiest man in the capital. And if he could assist her, are you referring to Wu Yu? That useless girl from the capital? It's her again. Wang Qianji felt revulsion, scoffing. Indeed, only a madwoman would resort to such disgraceful acts. Lianer, do not fear. She is but a worthless fool. I will help you teach her a lesson, really, thank you. Bai Lianer ceased her tears, her bitterness replaced by elation. Of course, I shall ensure that anyone who harms Lianer will not go unpunished. You are so kind. Bai Lianer smiled through her tears, holding him tightly, as Wang Qianji felt her softness against his chest, momentarily taken aback, then smiled in satisfaction. Chapter 23. Hypnosis. Lately, the sun has shone brightly every day. With not a drop of rain and no sign of a temperature drop, the national master of the Baiyu dynasty, Bai Li Zi, returned to the capital in despair after his fruitless attempts to summon rain. Upon hearing about that matter, Wu was taken aback, realizing that summoning wind and rain did not appear to be a supernatural ability after all. It seemed evident that skills such as lightness techniques and qi manipulation indeed existed here. Likely introduced by the author to accentuate the prowess of the male protagonist, in her quest to uncover the principles behind these lightness techniques, she had relentlessly accompanied Feng Qianjin and his group of shadow guards on countless flights, yet could not discern the underlying mechanics. Their explanation, after all, revolved around qi, tranquility of the heart, channeling intent to guide qi into the body, harmonizing with the techniques to achieve a state of unity between heaven and man, thus forming power. We listened, still bewildered. It certainly sounded reminiscent of Taoist practices, but she felt incapable of grasping such intricate mental disciplines, which seemed to be cultivated since childhood. Ultimately, she found Feng Qianjin to be quite cunning despite possessing such an array of skills. He had managed to live for over a decade under the moniker of a fool. Although he often appeared optimistic, she suspected he had endured his fair share of hardships over the years. With a sigh, she gazed at the cloudless blue sky, realizing it had indeed been a long time since it last rained. Qifeng had once mentioned that it snowed here in January, but only for a fleeting month. A brief yet joyous occurrence for the inhabitants. Now, as December was drawing to a close, the weather showed no signs of cooling. It seemed this year would yield neither snow nor rain. After all, we had been here for over half a year and had yet to witness a single drop of rain, which left her feeling quite despondent. When Bailey Z returned, we naturally contemplated visiting him. On that day, clad in a flowing white dress, she once again entered the palace with a frown. "I say, you needn't worry about me so excessively." We rolled her eyes. Having him shadow her instilled a sensation of being under surveillance. "No, I can't be at ease. Although the Empress and the others haven't emerged yet, in this vast palace, my father has more than just them as women, and the rest are no simple characters either." "Very well, just don't stay too close, all right? The weather is still somewhat warm." The man continued to embrace her waist, playfully insisting, no way. He was indeed there to keep an eye on her. This national teacher was rather handsome. And what if he charmed her away? Ultimately, we could no longer tolerate it and delivered 2 swift kicks to him, leaving in a state of satisfaction. Feng Qianjin, casting a cold glance over his shoulder, felt an ominous chill sweep past him. One of the shadow guards instinctively patted his chest, turning his head away, muttering, I saw nothing. Yet he couldn't suppress a chuckle. How delightful it was to witness his master being kicked. He too wished to try it out. It seemed Feng Qinhua and his entourage were hosting a banquet in the Imperial Garden, the famed royal garden of the palace. Various exotic flowers flourished. And to his surprise, he spotted a couple of pitcher plants. He ought to take 2 pots back for Grandpa Chen to nurture, useful for catching mosquitoes. The primary blooms at present were autumn peonies and chrysanthemums, with an abundance of golden chrysanthemums in full bloom. We was not fond of chrysanthemums, and upon seeing them, she could only recall a line. The chrysanthemum withers, leaving wounds on the ground. Every time she thought of this phrase, her fondness for chrysanthemums plummeted. Amidst the chrysanthemum patch, Feng Qinhua, clad in bright yellow, appeared somewhat mismatched. After all, it was all a vibrant yellow expanse, blending seamlessly with the flowers. Opposite him sat a man draped in deep purple brocade, his hair cascading down in snowy white tresses, reclining on a mat and gently fanning himself with a jade fan. Upon closer inspection, we realized he too was quite handsome, with a face like a jade crown, a robust physique, and sharp eyebrows paired with elongated phoenix eyes akin to Feng Qianjin's. Yet the only flaw lay in his eyes, hollow and devoid of life, resembling a still pond of stagnant water, lacking vitality. If a normal person's eyes appeared thus, one would typically suspect blindness. In Wu Yu's view, only dolls could possess such lifeless eyes. Nonetheless, he shattered her preconceived notions of sorcerers, who were often depicted as elderly beings clad in black hoods, disheveled and wearing ghostly masks, with long, dark nails and unpleasant voices, essentially, a sinister old man or woman. Yet he was indeed an anomaly. Sporting white hair, we recalled that the original text featured a character like this, an eccentric sorcerer who made only a few appearances and was similarly a minor character like Feng Qianjin. You have arrived. Upon noticing their presence, Feng Qinhua's previously grim countenance softened slightly. Wu Yu merely acknowledged him without bowing, her gaze fixated on the white-haired man. It seemed he too sensed Wu Yu's intense scrutiny. Turning his attention toward her, his black pupils remained still, yet possessed a strange allure, swirling with peculiar, vivid patterns. Gradually, we perceived a hint of ethereal blue. Startled, she snapped back to reality, turning to find Feng Qianjin standing motionless, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. I see, how intriguing. Oh, this was the national teacher, Bailey Z. The white-haired man was momentarily taken aback, surprised that she could maintain her composure upon gazing into his eyes. Wu Yu discreetly pinched Feng Qianjin's hand, rousing him from his daze, and he glanced at her in bewilderment. Indeed, girl, haven't you been anticipating this for quite a while? Feng Qinhua chimed in, appearing quite pleased. Wu Yu smiled, bypassing Feng Qinhua to approach Bailey Z. Locking eyes with him, she extended her left index finger to hover above her left eye, squinting slightly. She noted that the emptiness in Bailey Z's gaze had shifted to a hint of perplexity. Blinking curiously, silently counting in her mind, she felt the moment was right. Now, I will count down from 5. With each number, your eyelids will grow heavier, more fatigued, and drowsy. When I reach 1, close your eyes, and you will enter a deep state of slumber. 5.4.3.2.1 Sleep. With a swift pull on his elbow, Bailey Z suddenly collapsed, and Wu Yu caught him, propping him against the edge of a chair. Feng Qianhua and Feng Qianjin swallowed hard, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. It took a while for Feng Qianjin to regain his senses, attempting to speak, but Wu Yu silenced him with a gesture. Now, before you lies a door, open it, step inside, and you will see me. Wu Yu spoke softly, attentively monitoring his breathing and heartbeat. Who are you? Bailey Z mumbled, half reclining against the chair, his eyes still partially closed. It's me, little Z. Have you forgotten? Bailey Z appeared conflicted, his brow furrowing. And after a moment, he slowly spoke. Mother. Wu Yu gently caressed his head. Are you being good? Little Z? Mother. Little Z has been good. Today I completed all the lessons taught by father. But why? Why do the other children not want to play with me? Bailey Z began to struggle, seemingly grappling with some painful memories, restlessly writhing. Your eyes, they're green. Bailey Z suddenly widened his eyes, a look of terror on his face, his exquisite features contorted in fear, which startled everyone present. Yet it was evident that he had not yet awakened from the hypnosis. Wu Yu felt a pang of panic. This was untenable. He must awaken. Now I will count down from 3. Turn around. There is a door. Open it, and everything will vanish. 3, 2, 1. Return. With the sound of Wu Yu's snap, Bailey Z emerged from his world, one hand pressed against his chest, breathing heavily. That was a soul-capturing technique, Feng Qianjin remarked. Equally astonished, such spells seemed to have been lost for ages. Xiao Wu, how could you? Bailey Z, regaining his composure, gazed at Wu Yu in disbelief. I apologized. I didn't know you were in such a condition. Wu Yu sincerely apologized. She truly had no idea he suffered from psychological issues. Otherwise, she would never have dared to hypnotize him. Fearing the exposure of his secrets left her feeling quite anxious. Earlier, Feng Qianhua had withdrawn all of his subordinates, leaving only the 4 of them. Now that no one else was present, he asked, what just transpired? Bailey Z, upon hearing this, began to calm the turmoil and fear in his eyes. Bailey Z, your eyes. Wu Yu tentatively probed. My eyes can control people's hearts and minds, but why have I never tried it? Feng Qianhua mused, puzzled. It's not about controlling hearts and minds. Rather, it's about inducing hypnosis. Much like what I just did. The outcomes are similar. As long as one avoids looking directly into his eyes, there will be no issues, Wu Yu explained. Isn't that a soul-capturing technique? Feng Qianjin inquired. Soul-capturing technique? I'm not sure. I call mine hypnosis. And so does he. I once heard of a type of eye that one must never look directly into. Otherwise, one might easily fall under its spell, witnessing swirling patterns within the iris. Once one's gaze is locked, they will be hypnotized. It seems Bailey Z's eyes are precisely that type. Could it be that, Xiao Wu, your eyes are similar? Feng Qianjin asked. Mine are not. I merely employed a little trick, and I had not anticipated it would truly succeed. Hypnotizing someone with such eyes is typically susceptible to counter-hypnosis. Fortunately, I had studied psychology quite diligently in my earlier years. Bailey, is this truly the case? Why was I never aware of it? Feng Qianhua expressed some displeasure, realizing he had been kept in the dark about such a significant matter. Miss Wu Yu's statement is indeed the first I have heard. My humble self explained slowly, his complexion still pale. Your Excellency, the National Master, perhaps it would be best for you to return and rest today. I shall seek you out later to discuss some matters. Wu Yu acknowledges the abruptness of her actions today and decides it is prudent to allow him some time to process. Bailey Z glances at Feng Qianhua, who nods in agreement, placing his trust in Wu Yu. Bailey Z retreats, somewhat unsteadily, while Wu releases a sigh of relief. She had previously doubted the existence of such eyes. Yet she finds them to be real. The National Master seems to harbor something that instills him with profound fear. Does the Emperor know of this? Feng Qianhua ponders for a moment, admitting, I truly do not know, but I suspect this may be related to the color of his hair. I recall him mentioning that it was black during his childhood, yet he seems unaware of what transpired thereafter. It is not that he is unaware, but rather that the trauma of the events has rendered those memories sealed away. Just moments ago, he must have glimpsed something. Wu Yu recalls his earlier words about green eyes. It is plausible that they pertain to humans, as well as serpents, wolves, and cats. These could serve as potential entry points. Bailey Z stumbles away from the palace, still shaken by what he witnessed. the terror lingering within him. Simultaneously, he is intrigued by the girl. She appears quite exceptional. Chapter 23. Your shoulder is now my responsibility. Since that incident, Wu has been unable to see by Li Zi for over a week. According to Feng Qiangua, he has entered seclusion, though Wu suspects he simply wishes to avoid her company. As January arrives, the snow remains absent. Grandpa Chen and the others express concern, indicating that this is an ominous sign, foreshadowing a year fraught with difficulties. Wu does not dwell on this, as the new year of the Baiyu dynasty approaches, filling her with a sense of excitement. It will be her first new year in this world. The people here, much like those in Wu's former life, eagerly anticipate the new year, longing for family reunions. During the month leading up to the new year, wanderers return from all directions, and the elders at home await them sweetly, preparing various festive goods. On New Year's Day, people pay homage to the deities, honoring the heavens and praying for prosperity in the coming year. The residents of the fifth prince's residence are no exception. Grandpa Chen and the others have long since prepared preserved meats and snacks. Wu had arranged for exquisite garments months in advance, each piece unique and luxurious, designed by her own hand. Utilizing custom fabrics she personally proportioned, truly one of a kind in this realm. Wu presents a purple outfit for Feng Qianjin to try on. The garment is richly embroidered, with intricate patterns in dark gold silk thread upon the deep purple fabric, showcasing elegantly arranged lines. The inspiration drawn from the ancient-style male characters in the manga she once adored particularly influenced her, especially their attire. However, she often finds that modern cosplay lacks aesthetic appeal. Such garments are indeed selective, yet, on Feng Qianjin, this ancient attire appears remarkably fitting. The belt, deep brown adorned with metallic embellishments, is tied securely by Wu around his waist, with his fair complexion. The deep purple is a perfect match, and Wu restyles his hair. Thus, a noble youth with an imposing demeanor and a cool grace is born. Wu gazes at him with satisfaction. Indeed, this attire suits you splendidly. Though Feng Qianjin is merely 14, he stands around 1.70 meters tall, while Wu is only 1.50 meters, creating a noticeable height difference. When Qingfeng arrives, he is struck by the sight before him. A youth clad in purple, with a hint of mirth in his eyes, lowered lashes fluttering gently, leaving one breathless. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Qingfeng remarks, "Your Highness, you truly possess a charm that captivates both genders." "Ah, Qingfeng, you've arrived. Do you think Xiao Jin looks handsome in this outfit?" "Very handsome. At last, he resembles a proper person," Qingfeng responds. Recalling the usual roguish demeanor Feng Qianjin exhibits, I never expected him to transform into such a dashing youth. Indeed, he is quite striking. Wu feels her heart race, akin to a startled deer, as she meets his teasing gaze, overwhelmed by the tenderness within those eyes, making her feel as though she might drown in their depths. Suddenly, she comprehends the sensation of a racing heart. "Xiao Wu, are you satisfied?" Feng Qianjin extends his long fingers to gently caress her lightly blushing cheek. Wu Yu, momentarily taken aback, shyly turns her head and retreats to the inner chamber. "Just wait, when I change into my outfit, I shall outshine you 100-fold. Qingfeng chuckles, finding humor in her declaration. Iacent beauty, a term reserved for women. Feng Qianjin is unfazed, his smile widening as he leisurely sits at the table, sipping Wu Yu's specially brewed mint tea, relishing its refreshing taste, which lifts his spirits. When Wu Yu emerges, she dons a matching deep purple ensemble. The sleeves of her outer garment are elegantly adorned with hollowed-out pear blossoms, cascading down with metallic tassels from the shoulders. Her long hair cascades freely over her shoulders, and with a turn and a smile, she radiates charm. Both Feng Qianjin and Qingfeng are left speechless. She is indeed a true beauty, unmatched throughout the capital. "How do I look?" Wu Yu beams, tossing her long hair, having forgotten how to style it back after letting it down. Such is the trouble of ancient times. Feng Qianjin regains his composure, gently removing the cloud-patterned hairpin from her grasp, and deftly gathers her hair. Our Xiao Wu is, without a doubt, the most beautiful. Upon hearing this, Wu feels warmth creep into her cheeks, likely turning crimson. Internally scolding herself for being so easily flattered by this young boy's teasing, Qingfeng gazes at the enchanting pair before him, reflecting on their striking compatibility. "You two truly exemplify the saying that one's appearance is enhanced by attire. The contrast is astonishing. I may be a beauty in my own right," Wu retorts, indignant. "Is that so? I must not have noticed. Qing Feng feigns innocence, hands raised in surrender. Given their usual appearances, it is easy to overlook their true beauty. Here, this is your outfit. Wu tosses Qing Feng a set of light blue attire, intricately designed and perfectly suited to his elegant demeanor. Qing Feng is taken aback by the unexpected gift, his heart swelling with joy as he beams. I take back what I said earlier. Xiao Wu, you are truly too kind to me. Wu Yu, there are also new clothes for Grandpa Chen and Granny Chen. Please take them to them. Xiao Wu and I shall go out for a stroll today. Feng Qianjin pulls Wu along, leaving Qing Feng in a state of mild discontent. The pair change into matching white garments and set out on foot. As Feng Qianjin clasps Wu's left hand, the white sleeves adorned with hollowed pear blossoms, edged with golden thread, catch her attention. Xiao Wu, it seems you have a fondness for pear blossoms? Indeed, this is a wild variety known as the thorny pear blossom. The tree is laden with thorns, blooming vibrantly in spring and bearing small, sour fruits in autumn. I.do not believe I have seen such flowers. Perhaps not. In this bustling capital, such flora is rare. The favored plants here are typically plum, orchid, chrysanthemum, and bamboo, or the resplendent peony and the pure lotus, representing integrity. Few would appreciate a flower so laden with thorns. Then why do you admire such a flower? Xiao Wu, Wu's smile falters slightly. Once, I dreamt of a beloved grandfather who cherished me dearly. Our family's hillside was filled with thorny pear trees. One day, he passed away, and I buried him on the hill adorned with blooming pear blossoms. Every time I see those flowers, I feel as if he is still with me, granting me strength and courage, making me unafraid of anything. Unafraid. A solitary tear escapes from the corner of Wu's left eye, leaving Feng Qianjin momentarily at a loss, hastily wiping away her tears. Xiao Wu, what troubles you? Fear not. I am here. Seeing him flustered brings warmth to her heart, and she grips his hand in return. I recall someone once telling me that humans are a blend of gods and demons, with demons on the left and divine beings on the right. As for me, I seldom weep. When tears do come, they always flow first from my left eye, a sign of the demon's remorse. You are no demon. Feng Qianjin's gaze turns complex, imbued with a chilling intensity. You're the goddess who has rescued me from the clutches of demons. Wu chuckles softly. Indeed, that's rather amusing. Regardless of what transpires in the future, Xiao Wu need not fear. I shall remain by your side. Wu embraces his arm, declaring, that is a certainty. Your shoulder is now my responsibility. Feng Qianjin feels a gentle pang in the softest corners of his heart, and he beams, radiant as the sun breaking through the winter ice. Yes, it is yours to bear. Chapter 25. The New Year's Eve feast. I believe you will become the only prince of the Baiyu dynasty to venture into the market to purchase vegetables. Wu jestingly remarked, so, do you feel honored? Indeed, it is my privilege to have a prince accompanying me, a mere commoner, to purchase vegetables. She silently scoffed at this narcissist. Yet, to speak sincerely, it was indeed quite a joyful experience. In this era of male dominance, having a man willing to set aside his status and engage in simple pleasures like shopping and cooking together is truly a blessing. In truth, there were still a few servants in the residence, but Feng Qianjin chose not to have them accompany him, not wishing for them to serve as mere lampstands. As today marked the last day of the year, they decided to buy a fish. Little Jean, what do you think? Wu enthusiastically gazed at the fish in the large clay jars. Sounds good. Feng Qianjin had no objections. As long as there was food, he was satisfied. Boss, we'll take a carp. Certainly. After collecting the payment, the proprietor smiled warmly at the couple, remarking on their evident affection for one another. Well, that is a given. Feng Qianjin echoed Wu's earlier sentiment. Those around them perceived their presence together as a radiance of positivity. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, indeed a sight for sore eyes. Their affectionate demeanor evoked envy from others. Feng Qianjin's striking looks attracted many women, who cast envious glances at Wu while attempting to catch his attention. Yet, his gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Wu, oblivious to the allure of others, which greatly pleased her. The festivities of New Year's Eve here were somewhat different, as they did not follow the lunar calendar. Rather, the last day of the Gregorian calendar marked the occasion. On this day, after enjoying the New Year's Eve dinner, families would stay up through the night, celebrating the arrival of the new year at midnight. This meant that later in the evening, Wu and her companions would need to attend the New Year's banquet in the palace. The residence of the fifth prince. Joy and harmony permeated the atmosphere. Among the servants sent from the palace previously, Feng Qianjin retained only 4 maidservants and 2 young attendants. He had ample personal guards, rendering additional staff unnecessary. Since those servants originally lacked names, Feng Qianjin allowed Wu Yo the liberty to name them. Glancing at the 4 maidservants, she spontaneously christened them Chunhua, Xiaoyu, Qiuyue, and Dongshui. As for the 2 young attendants, unable to conjure elegant names, she simply named one Xiaohe and the other Dabai, choosing names that were easy to remember. In the evening, the 4 maidservants assisted Wu Yo in the kitchen while Feng Qianjin and Qingfeng had matters to attend to. Wu Yo meticulously cleaned the carp and decided to prepare stir-fried fish for dinner. She instructed Dongxue and the others to gather ginger, scallions, chili, and sweet and sour sauce among other ingredients. Originally, she intended to add wine, but considering her constitution, she opted to forgo it. The carp was cut into pieces, dusted with a bit of flour, and fried until the skin turned golden and crispy. She then added the prepared sauce and tossed in the fish pieces to stir-fry. Moreover, she prepared her favorite dish from her past life, ginger scallion chicken. She washed and minced the prepared sand ginger, and scallions, mixing them with a bit of oil and salt before applying the mixture onto the chicken to marinate for 2 hours. It was then steamed for about 10 minutes, allowing the flavors to infuse into the meat. Upon completion, the chicken was chopped and drizzled with the remaining ginger scallion sauce, resulting in a delightful dish. In her previous life, her grandfather had taught her to make this dish, and she relished the tender chicken melded with the ginger and scallion flavors, devoid of any fishy taste, simply savory. Qiuyue and Dongxue were not originally from the capital, but hailed from a small village in the eastern part of the Baiwei dynasty. They prepared several classic dishes from their hometown, while Chunhua and Xiaoyu excelled in capital cuisine. Wu Yo made only 2 dishes, leaving the rest to her companions. She needed to prepare beverages for the evening, as they could not indulge in alcohol. A month prior, she had brewed a jar of apple vinegar, which was now perfectly timed for use. The process of making apple vinegar was quite simple. Fresh apples were sliced and layered in a clay jar with sugar sprinkled between layers, followed by pouring in white vinegar to cover the apples. After sealing the jar and placing it in a cool, dry place, it would be ready to consume in about a month. Chilled apple vinegar was particularly refreshing, so Wu Yo stored it in the ice cellar for a while, planning to serve it during dinner. That evening, everyone at the 5th prince's residence gathered in the courtyard, regardless of their status, to share the New Year's Eve meal. The 2 dishes Wu Yo prepared and the apple vinegar were met with great enthusiasm and quickly devoured. Wu Yo raised her glass filled with golden apple vinegar, exclaiming, "Let us toast to bidding farewell to the past and welcoming the new year." Wishing everyone health and happiness in the coming year, the courtyard erupted with blessings and the clinking of glasses. Wu Yo felt a pang of regret, realizing there were no fireworks. She pondered why there were firecrackers, but no fireworks. Ah well, perhaps she would delve into this mystery later. To her, a new year without fireworks felt somewhat lacking in festive spirit. That night, before the stroke of midnight, they would need to head to the palace. After dinner, Wu Yo proceeded to bathe and changed. A new year was approaching, and the former Wu Yo was no longer present. Tonight, she would redefine herself, dispelling the label of the capital's foremost fool attached to the original owner of this body. She was not that person. After her bath, she donned the purple outfit she wore during the day. Qiuyue styled her hair into a simple updo, adorned with hairpins set with pearls and agate, giving her an air of elegance without appearing gaudy. Her complexion was naturally fair and flawless, requiring no makeup. However, she decided to draw a small purple pear blossom beneath her left eye, adding a touch of allure. Once she was dressed and ready, she stepped out of her room to find Feng Qianjin already prepared, leaning against a jujube tree, gazing at the starry sky, his tall figure exuding a hint of solitude. For some reason, Wu Yo was suddenly reminded of a phrase, "Whether you come or not, he would be waiting for you." Upon seeing her emerge, his eyes sparkled with admiration, and Wu Yo felt the same. Feng Qianjin extended his hand, saying, "Come, let us go." Wu Yo placed her small hand into his slightly calloused palm, allowing him to help her into the carriage. Chapter 26. The Palace Banquet. Tonight's palace banquet was once again held in the Imperial Garden, with a multitude of guests in attendance, royal relatives, Nobility and high-ranking officials brought their families and friends to partake in the festivities. As Wu Yo entwined her arm with Feng Qianjin's, they arrived to find the venue already bustling with numerous attendees. As they entered, the crowd fell into a hush. Who are they? So strikingly handsome. Some began to whisper among themselves. Feng Qianjin maintained a stoic expression as he guided Wu Yo through the throng, approaching Feng Qianhua. Father, greetings, your majesty. The two stood resolutely, showing no intention of kneeling. Feng Qianhua's eyes sparkled with satisfaction and surprise as he exclaimed, "Good, good, it is wonderful that you have come." It was only then that the crowd recognized the pair as the fifth prince and Wu Yo. Causing a stir among them, disbelief etched on their faces. The capital's most notorious dandy and the most foolish lady were indeed breathtakingly stunning. Unmatched within the city, Feng Qianjin wasted no time, pulling Wu Yo to a nearby table and taking a seat. Feng Qianni and others had not taken their eyes off her since she entered. Her flowing purple attire and the purple flower at the corner of her eye enhanced her beauty, making her appear otherworldly. As she entered with a smile, she resembled a celestial being descended to earth, captivating all who beheld her. A few men clenched their fists, some gritting their teeth. Such a beautiful woman. The only flaw being that she was accompanied by a man whose looks surpassed their own. Women, too, were filled with jealousy and resentment towards Wu Yo's beauty, while casting covetous glances at Feng Qianjin. Likely due to the new year, both the Empress and the concubine row had been unshackled from their confinement. Upon seeing the stunning Wu Yo, they were nearly driven to gnash their silver teeth in fury. A table before Wu Yo was laden with various pastries and fruits, yet she found little appetite, her stomach still bloated from the apple vinegar. The so-called New Year's palace banquet was, in essence, a venue for the affluent to showcase their offspring and form familial alliances. Young people vied to display their talents and beauty, hoping to make a name for themselves and find a worthy partner. Another gaze was fixated on Wu Yo with fervor. Following the line of sight, she discovered it belonged to Bailiener, dressed in a delicate light blue gown. Glaring at her with palpable envy, Wu Yo leaned on her hand, provocatively smiling at Bailiener, prompting gasps from the crowd. A beauty smile could topple a city, blooming like spring flowers. Everyone inhaled sharply, realizing her radiance eclipsed all others. Bailiener glared at Wu Yo's innocent, teasing smile, nearly overwhelmed with the desire to rush over and tear her exquisite face apart. Even Bailea found it astonishing. Such a visage could surpass that of the renowned Shen Xiaoyu from years past. Feng Qianjin, somewhat exasperated by her childish antics, popped a grape into her mouth. Wu Yo initially had no intention of eating, yet the sweet and tangy flavor was irresistibly delightful. As a food enthusiast, the terms full or unable to eat were utterly foreign to her. Thus, she contentedly swallowed the grape and declared, "One more, please," and Feng Qianjin resignedly continued to peel grapes for her. Nan Gongyu was captivated by the deep purple figure before him. He missed her dearly, truly. The kind of disappointment that stemmed from countless visits to the fifth prince's residence, only to be thwarted at the door, had morphed into an obsessive longing fueled by time. But did she know? He cherished her, adored the earnest expression she wore while cooking, the adorably dazed demeanor she adopted when tired, reminiscent of a sleepy kitten, at times boisterous and unrefined, yet also clever and cunning, like a little fox. At other moments, she radiated an enchanting beauty, unparalleled and breathtaking. How many facets of her existence remained unknown to him? All he was aware of was that he cherished every aspect of her. She was so uniquely exquisite, a beauty that could topple nations, yet her heart was already occupied by another man. This man possessed a more refined appearance than his own, perhaps holding power unknown to the world. Was he truly unworthy of her affection? Beside him, Honger observed her master's ever-changing expression with confusion. Following his gaze, she discerned a languid woman reclining against the fifth prince, indulging in grapes. Was that Miss Wu Yo? Could it be that he had developed feelings for her? The gathering erupted into a vibrant display of talents. As the ladies showcased their skills in a bid for applause, the attendees were all renowned beauties, gentle and charming, wise and graceful, with national beauty that captivated all, each possessing their own allure. As the performances unfolded, Wu Yo found herself growing drowsy. Feng Qianjin, half embracing her, adjusted her position for greater comfort. The air was thick with the scent of cosmetics, which he found displeasing. He preferred the refreshing lemon fragrance that lingered on Wu Yo, a scent that brought him comfort. In this realm, it seemed there was little available for bathing that could rival the essence of lemons. Wealthy households merely scattered flower petals, a practice Wuyo deemed extravagant, and she was not fond of those scents. Thus, she opted for lemon peels in her baths, soaking them in warm water. Not only did it impart a pleasant aroma, but the oils and nutrients from the peels nourished her skin, rendering it soft and smooth with prolonged use, making it a splendid skincare treatment. In Feng Qianjin's estate, aside from jujube trees, lemon trees were the most plentiful, possibly a mutated variety, as they bore fruit throughout the year. For Wuyo, this was a natural and economical skincare solution. When time permitted, she would prepare lemon tea, accompanied by a small plate of mint pastries. Basking in the sun in her courtyard, such was the idyllic nature of her life. The banquet was lively, yet Wuyo's boredom led her to drift off to sleep. A few performers, witnessing her behavior, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, but refrained from voicing their thoughts, wary of Feng Qianjin's status. At last, the third princess made her entrance, stirring excitement amongst the crowd. Wuyo opened her eyes to behold a striking figure clad in vibrant red, her long sleeves flowing gracefully as she danced with an ethereal elegance that captivated many. Wuyo sat upright, observing intently, a sense of familiarity washing over her. Was this the dance of the stunning swan? Indeed, it was. She recalled that Zhen Huan had performed it in a previous drama. "Your imperial sister is truly beautiful," Wuyo exclaimed, munching on an apple in admiration. "I hope you can still utter such words later." Feng Qianjin replied with a mysterious smile, aware of the third princess's temperament. As the performance concluded, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, Feng Qiangua and the Empress expressing their satisfaction. Linger. "Splendid performance. Thank you, father." Feng Qianling stood proudly, basking in the admiration of the crowd. Suddenly, she turned her gaze towards Wuyo, causing Wuyo's heart to skip a beat. Yet, she maintained her composure, continuing to nibble on her apple. Rumor had it that Wuyo's mother, Qin Xiaoyu, was once the most beautiful woman in the capital, talented and charming, attracting countless admirers. What talents might Wuyo possess? Let us be enlightened. Upon her words, laughter erupted from the crowd. Well aware of Wuyo's reputation as the capital's greatest fool, utterly lacking in skills, Lord Bai felt a pang of concern. He had indeed spoiled her, and her lack of talent made her an easy target for ridicule. Feng Qianhua, ever eager for chaos, stoked the flames. Surely, having grown up in the Bai residence, she must know at least one of the arts. Wuyo paused, seemingly in deep contemplation. "I truly lack any skills. Can sleeping and eating count?" With a decisive bite of her apple, the crisp sound elicited a wave of laughter from the audience. "Ah, Miss Wuyo, you are far too modest," Feng Qianling scoffed. In response, Wuyo slammed her hand on the table, rising to her feet. "Indeed, I have been excessively modest. I came today without preparation. Surely I must be given time to prepare. What do you say, third princess?" The crowd silently cursed her audacity. Feng Qianling, startled by her boldness, quickly recovered. "That can certainly be arranged. If you desire further embarrassment, then let us allow you to perform." "Thank you." Wuyo remained unfazed by the judgment of others. She feared no shame, for what was the face meant for if not to endure embarrassment? The performances continued, with Bai Lianer captivating the audience with her Pipa rendition of Spring River, Flower Moon Night, outshining all others. Wuyo had anticipated that she could not spend the evening leisurely eating and sleeping. Thus, she had prepared beforehand. She produced several meticulously written musical scores, explaining them to Feng Qianjin, who grasped them immediately. Being a clever individual, after discussing the performance details, they resumed their leisurely observation, as she was to be the finale. "Xiao Wu, it seems you truly cannot wield a brush," a certain young man remarked, as if he had discovered a new land, his gaze filled with smugness as he had the scores written in charcoal. "Ahem, as the saying goes, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. I am not a deity. I cannot excel at everything," Wuyo retorted. "However, your compositions are indeed quite unique and impressive," Feng Qianjin noted, growing more fond of her work. Finally, it was Wuyo's turn, and the crowd perked up, eager to witness her potential folly. Feng Qianjin approached the guzheng, testing its strings, while Feng Qianni and others exchanged mocking glances, unaware of their fifth prince's newfound musical talent. A smooth, melodious tune resonated through the hall, rendering the audience speechless. Woyo began to sing until that day, her voice gentle and inviting. I once thought it merely a short scroll, filled with naught but longing. Longing that faded into forgetfulness, suddenly lifting my gaze ahead, only to find tears too shallow, the wind stinging my eyes. I once thought it was just an ordinary winter, unrelated to my stubborn obsession. If the icy snow froze everything, I would wait at the starting point for your arrival. Perhaps vows may change, time may pass, endless performances, endless transformations. Even if the seas turn to mulberry fields, time may age. Yet my countenance remains pristine, until that day, when we meet again, endless performances, endless transformations. Even if the seas turn to mulberry fields, time may age, yet my countenance remains pristine, until that day, when we meet again. As Feng Qianjin heard her sing the line until that day, when we meet again, he looked up in surprise, finding her gazing at him with warmth. A smile unconsciously crept onto his previously cold features. Xiao Wu was singing just for him. When the song concluded, the audience remained momentarily stunned, and Wuyo winked at Feng Qianjin. He understood, and with a flick of his fingers, the music shifted. Wuyo continued with Time Stew's reign. Deciding to serenade Xiao Jin with a few love songs, setting the record straight for him, we agreed never to part, to always be together, even if we stood against time, even if we turned our backs on the world. The wind brightened the snowflakes, turning our hair white. You remember when we vowed to conquer the world together? Each lyric resonated in the hearts of those present. Feng Qianjin recognized that Wuyo was singing specifically for him, and his heart bubbled with sweetness. Some listeners felt a pang of nostalgia, reflecting on their own promises. Were they still as steadfast as before? The solemn vows once spoken with confidence now felt distant. After Wuyo finished the song, she paused, and Nan Gongyu stood, his expression inscrutable, clapping enthusiastically. The hall erupted into fervent applause, some moved to tears. Well done, you truly are full of surprises, Feng Qianhua remarked, unsurprised by her performance. Having anticipated her talent, Feng Qianling, recovering from her shock, felt a twinge of jealousy but could not help but acknowledge her skill. Bai Lianer, however, was left utterly stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. Sister, when did you learn all of this? Wuyo shrugged nonchalantly. Just now. She reveled in the sight of Bai Lianer, rendered speechless. The Empress, equally taken aback, mused. Since you possess such talent, why do the rumors outside suggest otherwise? I am crude, malicious, and unattractive. Not to mention only capable of eating and sleeping. Perhaps that is true, so I do not refute it, Wuyo replied with a bright smile. Odd Jiner. The Empress once again finds herself intrigued by Feng Qianjin. Could it be that he is merely pretending? Has Xiao Jin ever claimed that he knows nothing? Has he ever been labeled as a debauched wastrel? We have one of the foremost libertines in the capital and one of its greatest fools. Yet neither has ever expressed an opinion, have they? It is only you who have spoken, speculated, and assumed, is it not? After Wu Yu's words fell silent, a hush enveloped the scene, as if they had truly aired. Feng Qianjin approached Wu Yu, Xiao Wu, but she did not respond, gazing softly into his eyes, continuing to sing Charlotte's Troubles. I will be by your side. You shall never turn back. I will not leave. As Wu Yu sang the line, I will not leave, snowflakes began to drift from the sky. She paused, catching a snowflake in her palm, watching it melt. A momentous occasion, for it was her first encounter with snow. Feng Qianjin suddenly pulled her close, embracing her tightly as if to merge her into his very being. Xiao Wu, I know you will not abandon me. I end this lifetime, as long as you do not forsake me. I shall never depart. You mustn't deceive me. You know I am quite foolish and easily misled. Wu Yu tightened her embrace around him, her eyes shimmering with tears of joy. Hee. Feng Qianjin chuckled merrily. I know you are foolish, but you must not allow anyone else to deceive you. You are the foolish one, pig. We leaped from his arms, indignantly stepping on his foot. I am foolish too. Easily deceived. Suddenly, Feng Qianjin recalled their first meeting, where she clung to him, declaring, I am even worse than you. Taking me in would be a great bargain. Remarkably, he had believed her back then, only to slowly realize that every smile and frown of hers had long been etched into his heart. Impossible to forget. He, too, was truly easily deceived. Wu Yu giggled, saying nothing, convinced that his words held a kernel of truth. Feng Qianhua cleared his throat, reminding them that there were still many single souls present, and they ought to refrain from further provoking them. It began to snow. People paused, gazing upward at the falling snowflakes, their faces alight with anticipation. Feng Qianjin draped a black cloak over Wu Yu's shoulders. Taking her hand, "It's snowing. Let us return home." Chapter 27. Human sacrifice on the first day of the new year. Miraculously, the snowfall ceased, and the streets bore no trace of accumulation. Had she not witnessed it herself the previous night? One might have thought it had never snowed at all. During the New Year festivities, Wu found herself rather idle, as the delicacy shop had suspended operations and all employees were given leave. Liqi, having no home, had taken refuge at the residence of the fifth prince. During this time, Wu spent her days chatting and sharing sunflower seeds with Liqi and Chunhua Qiuyue. Liqi recounted many tales from the past, revealing that she had once held affections for a landlord. However, she speculated that it might have been an illusion born from years without kindness. When discussing her family, she seemed to harbor conflicting emotions, ultimately dismissing it with a smile, saying, "They raised me for over a decade, and the suffering I endured later could be seen as repaying them." Wu patted her shoulder, reassuring her, "It's all right. We will all be well in the future." Liqi gently ruffled her hair, saying, "In truth, I let go of those past grievances after meeting you. Xiao Wu, you are my savior." Qiuyue interjected, "In this dynasty, on this continent, the status of women is quite low, even within the family. Whenever there's an issue, they would sell you without hesitation, even after years of kinship." Although Qiuyue had not been sold by her family, she had witnessed village girls sold off, feeling deep sympathy and sorrow for them. We remained silent, suddenly realizing how fortunate she was to have encountered Feng Qianjin, who could love her alone. An idea struck her, and she asked her companions, "By the way, are you familiar with our Baiwei dynasty's national master, Bailey Zi?" "The national master? He recently returned," Qiuyue replied. "Could you elaborate on what kind of person he is?" "They say he is a descendant of the witch tribe, hailing from the underground kingdom," Qiuyue explained. "The underground kingdom? A nation beneath the earth, is it not hell?" "Indeed, but according to legend, this nation is shrouded in mystery. Having survived in the crevices between the three great nations of our continent for centuries, it is not easily found by ordinary people. I have heard that some claim that kingdom does not exist at all. Regardless, opinions vary. We cannot confirm nor deny its existence." Xiaoyu exclaimed, "How astonishing! Are there any other mysterious nations on our continent apart from this one?" "It seems not. I have heard of none," Xiaoyu continued. "I have also encountered a theory suggesting that the kingdom is actually the realm of deities, where its inhabitants possess extraordinary abilities." Dongxue rubbed her temples, pondering the complexity of it all. "But if that's the case, then the existence of superpowers might indeed be plausible. Why is Bailey Z's hair white?" "Do you know why?" "This, we truly do not know. Most believe it to be a mark of the underground kingdom." Chunhua replied, "I asked that so. Yet, no one seems to have any knowledge of such a nation. This is perplexing. Let us discuss how he performs rituals to summon wind and rain. Those are sacrificial rites, typically for rain or prayers. Each year, in every region of our Baiwei dynasty, 2 rituals must be held, one for rain and one for blessings. The national master travels extensively to oversee these rites and pray for us," Qiuyue remarked. "He must be quite busy, especially during festive seasons like the New Year, when various rituals are frequent. Why does he appear so idle this year?" If Wu Yu's memory served her right, she had seen him at the palace banquet on New Year's Eve, seated in a corner. "I have a hunch about this," Xiaoyu suddenly whispered mysteriously. Everyone leaned in, eager to listen. "Last December, he failed to summon rain. Many regions in our Baiwei dynasty have not seen rain for a long time, and the drought has persisted for several months. We had hoped for snow in January, yet it did not come. If this continues, our nation will surely suffer great loss of life. Therefore, the national master's return to the capital likely signifies preparations for a human sacrifice." Wu Yu gasped in shock. Human sacrifice? To slay a person as an offering to the deities? The act of sacrificing lives to appease the gods is a cruel ritual she had once read about in ancient texts. It originated from tribal wars in primitive societies, where captives were either wed as concubines, adopted, or slain, with men offered to ancestral spirits to mark victory. The number of sacrificial victims was often substantial, and the methods were exceedingly brutal: beheading, throat-slitting, disemboweling, live burial, or even boiling. She suddenly recalled what Grandpa Chen had once told her: "When the gods are angry, humanity must perish." Thus, human sacrifices are needed to appease their wrath. Indeed, I heard my grandfather mention that, during his time, a shaman conducted a human sacrifice whenever faced with insurmountable natural disasters. In my lifetime, I have only heard of one such instance of human sacrifice. And given the current calamity, it seems plausible they may indeed conduct this ritual. Xiaoyu added, I have also heard of that human sacrifice. It is said that most of the victims were children and women. Perishing in flames, Li Qi frowned uneasily. This is clearly a scheme of charlatans to profit at the expense of lives. How deceitful of you, Bailey Z. He is merely slaughtering people as offerings. There are still matters he cannot resolve. Wu Yu spoke with evident anger, but it is said that 2 months after that human sacrifice, the disasters were resolved, Chanhua countered. Wu Yu slammed her hand on the table. If it were truly effective, how could they have waited 2 months for a resolution? It is evident that he is nothing more than a charlatan, a fraud. She genuinely believed that the people here were perhaps too naive, for they were falling for such transparent tricks. Indeed, but during such dire circumstances, when calamities abound and the populace suffers, it is somewhat understandable that they would believe, Li Qi lamented. If Bailey Z dares to imitate the ancients and conduct a human sacrifice, I shall confront him, and he can become the offering himself. Wu Yu's emotions flared. She detested those who exploited the guise of the divine to deceive others, not only swindling them, but also seeking to profit from their lives. Xiao Wu, do not be so agitated. We cannot yet be certain whether that will indeed happen. For now, let us pray that the heavens will soon bring rain to relieve the suffering of the people, thus resolving our plight. Li Qi added, we have endured drought for several months. We truly do not know when rain will come. That night, there were clear signs of snow, yet come morning, all traces had vanished. Dong Xue expressed her confusion. That night, Xiaowu was singing in the palace, was she not? The snow fell while she sang, and shortly after she departed, it ceased. Do you think there might be a connection? Autumn Moon, somewhat bewildered, pointed at herself and exclaimed, could it be that my singing might move the heavens to bestow upon us a snowfall? How could that possibly be? Do you think she is a legendary deity capable of summoning the winds and rain? Springflower gave Autumn Moon a playful slap. How absurd. Xiaowu has sung for us before, and it was nothing extraordinary. That time was likely just a coincidence. Autumn Moon cast a knowing glance at Springflower. Acknowledging that the snowfall indeed seemed coincidental, she resolved to find a moment to discuss matters with Bailey Z. If he truly intended to conduct a human sacrifice, she must intervene. The notion of divine wrath necessitating a sacrificial offering was one that we could not accept. While it is essential to maintain a certain reverence for nature, it does not imply that humanity should resort to self-destruction. In the face of calamity, sometimes it is indeed the case that human determination can prevail over fate. Chapter 28. The Sorcerer by Li Z. Did Bai Li Z truly hail from the underground kingdom, from the realm of the divine? In truth, he himself was uncertain. A decade prior, he had materialized in the Baiyu dynasty as a mere youth. Shrouded in confusion, the former sorcerer of the Baiyu dynasty was his mentor, who declared that he did not belong to this sun-drenched continent. He came from a land devoid of light. An ancient and enigmatic underground kingdom. He possessed scarce memories from before the age of 15, yet he vaguely recalled having once sported a head of lustrous black hair, as opposed to the silvery strands that adorned him now. Pale as snow, he was unaware of his origins or his destined path. Thus, he followed his mentor, diligently learning the art of sorcery. He displayed remarkable talent, rising to the esteemed position of national sorcerer of the Baiyu dynasty at a tender age. Offering prayers for blessings and protection upon the citizens of the realm, on that fateful day, a girl had cracked open the door to his sealed memories, awakening a sense of unease within him. As he feared confronting the recollections he had buried in terror, conversely, he was also driven by a desire to uncover his past and the whereabouts of his home. Initially, he had been evading Wu Yu out of fear, as if his lineage were akin to a delicate blade of grass, struggling to survive in the darkness, uncertain if it could withstand the glaring rays of the sun. He observed the enchanting girl from a corner of the palace. Watching her doze upon the lap of another man like a sleepy kitten, she seemed only to care for that which mattered to her, impervious to all else. Her demeanor conveyed an air of fearlessness. After returning from a royal banquet, he pondered for an extended period before ultimately deciding that regardless of his trepidation or indecision, he would seek her out one day, as we prepared to visit the tea house for a cup of tea. She was intercepted. National sorcerer. She had not anticipated he would come looking for her. Wu Yu, My lady, Wu Yu understood the reason for his visit and smiled knowingly. Follow me. She led him to her tea house, where she had established a private chamber for intimate discussions. Upon seeing Wu Yu, the Li family was delighted, though they were taken aback by the appearance of the silver-haired man trailing behind her. National sorcerer. Li Baoshan was surprised, having thought the national sorcerer to be reclusive, rarely venturing out except for essential rituals. Wu Yu introduced by Li Zi. He is the proprietor here, surnamed Li, and this is his wife. Li boss, no need for formalities. Li Baoshan began to bow, but Bai Li Zi halted him with a gesture. Uncle Li, please, you need not be so courteous. He is my friend, and we have matters to discuss in my room. All right, Xiao Wu, wait here. I shall prepare the tea and snacks. Li Baoshan promptly went about his tasks. Aunt Li escorted them to the third floor before taking her leave. Wu Yu appreciated their demeanor. They were respectful yet unassuming, well aware of their duties without overstepping. They were a loyal and honest family, well suited to manage the tea house's affairs. National sorcerer, is there something troubling you? Wu Yu inquired directly. As you mentioned, I am your friend. Thus, simply call me Bai Li Zi. Very well, Bai Li Zi. You may call me Xiao Wu, as everyone else does. Xiao Wu. Bai Li Zi seemed to murmur to himself. How have you been faring lately? Wu Yu, as a professional psychologist, paid close attention to her patient's emotions and states. Have been quite troubled. Bai Li Zi appeared to be soothed by her gentle smile. His mood lightening. It's all right. You can share it with me. Since that day, I often dream the same dream, where I see a pair of green eyes lurking in the darkness, fixated on me. Bai Li Zi's expression darkened. Tinged with fear, he added, I do not understand why I feel this fear. We recalled that during her previous hypnotic session, he had mentioned the green eyes. Apart from those eyes, are there any other figures or objects? Or what characteristics do those eyes possess? It seems there is nothing else. Those eyes are large, emitting a green glow, and the patterns in the pupils are identical to those in my own. We stood and scrutinized his eyes. The black pupils seemed peculiar, not entirely black, but rather an unusual shade. Typically, Asian pupils are dark or perhaps brown, requiring bright light to reveal their structure. His pupils, however, were oddly colored, and their transparent nature allowed an intricate kaleidoscopic structure to be seen within, easily inducing a hypnotic state if gazed upon for too long. What color are your pupils, exactly? Bai Li Zi's face paled further, perhaps reminiscent of what he had seen in his dreams, a deep green. Wu Yu's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, it was an exceptionally dark shade of green, reminiscent of a blend of black and green, with black predominating and shrouding the green. Are the eyes in your dreams of the same hue? No, that green is bright and distinct, not as muted. It leaves an indelible impression. Wu found herself questioning further. Perhaps his eyes were originally green but obscured by some black substance. Yet, her understanding of him remained limited, and she felt at a loss for how to proceed. Have you ever heard of the underground kingdom? Recalling what Autumn Moon had mentioned, she pondered if this might be a fruitful avenue of inquiry. I have heard my master speak of it. The people of the Bayou dynasty often claim that I come from there. However, I have no memories of it, so I truly do not know. Do you recall anything about your hair? Although his white hair was not unappealing, it was indeed peculiar. I only remember it being black. As for the subsequent events, I cannot recall. We realized that her questions were yielding little, so she decided to employ hypnosis, taking advantage of his current state of relaxation and reduced wariness towards her. She swiftly succeeded in hypnotizing him, for a psychologist's greatest challenge lies in working with patients who harbor distrust. Such individuals possess sharp cognitive abilities, making them resistant to hypnosis. Indeed, some doctors have even been counter-hypnotized. Seeing him slowly close his eyes, Wu exhaled in relief and began guiding him. Now, open the door to that memory once more, and walk in without fear. Tell me, what do you see? Bai Li Zi's expression remained calm. It is beautiful, filled with flowers and plants I have never seen before. Wu Yu, using a handmade wooden charcoal pencil, swiftly recorded his words. Apart from the flowers and plants, is there anything particularly noteworthy? There is. Bai Li Zi suddenly paused. After a minute, he resumed. There are many people here, wearing strange ornaments around their necks, shimmering with green light. Wu Yu furrowed her brow. Green? There is a pond here. It is quite repulsive. It smells terrible, with a stench of decay, and the water is a murky green. Suddenly, he began to writhe restlessly. clutching his throat, his face reddening as he twisted about in distress. Wu Yu's heart raced. 3, 2, 1. Return. Upon awakening, Bai Li Zi shot upright, gasping for breath, with a mark around his neck from where he had grasped it. Wu Yu soothingly stroked his back. It's all right. Don't be afraid. Take deep breaths. As he gradually calmed down, she stepped outside to have Aunt Li prepare a different tea. Before long, a steaming cup was brought in. She poured him a cup, and upon sipping it, Bai Li Zi felt a sour bitterness spread across his palate. What is this? This is sour jujube seed tea, which is beneficial for calming the heart, soothing the spirit, and alleviating sweating. Though its taste is somewhat unpleasant, Bai Li Zi gradually calmed down. Just now, I caught sight of those eyes again, lurking in that pond, and the chilling, hair-raising sensation was all too vivid. Suddenly, I felt as though I could scarcely breathe, as if someone were gripping my throat tightly, and though I wished to cry out for help, no sound would escape my lips. Wu Yu cast a glance at the bruises on his neck, which had begun to show signs of a deepening purple hue. How could someone have gripped so forcefully? Fortunately, the situation was averted. Otherwise, he might have truly choked himself to death. You'd particularly despise the color green. Green must undoubtedly hold the key to this mystery. I do not detest it, yet I am not fond of it either. We pondered for a moment, but found herself at a loss for thoughts. You should return for now. I will come to find you in a few days. I shall have someone deliver some medicine to you shortly, and you must take it regularly. Bai Li Zi appeared somewhat perplexed. Why must I take medicine? You must be suffering from insomnia lately. Fear not. I have prescribed only medications to aid your sleep. If you continue to suffer from insomnia, it would be detrimental to your condition. I don't have a condition? It is a psychological illness that remains untreated, significantly impacting one's ability to lead a normal life. When you look at others, you seem hesitant to meet their gaze directly. That day in the palace, you deliberately blurred your line of sight, observing others with hollow eyes. Throughout our conversation, you have never truly looked into my eyes, not even when I approached closely to examine yours, which lacked focus. This indicates that you are frightened, and the fact that you have never mentioned this issue to me suggests you fear I might mock you. Typically, when people avoid making eye contact while speaking, it is attributed to shyness. However, you are certainly not. Each time I hypnotize you, I must abruptly bring you back to focus for it to be successful, which is particularly troublesome. Bai Li Zi was rendered speechless. She had indeed discerned his fear of locking eyes with others, a fear that had plagued him since childhood. Though he understood there was nothing to fear, he still experienced a cold sensation each time he met their gaze, which unsettled him deeply, even plunging him into panic. Thus, he always endeavored to obscure his vision, avoiding a clear view of others' eyes, or refraining from focusing on the upper half of their bodies altogether. It seemed that apart from the hypnosis, he had never truly gazed into her eyes. After a moment of silence, appearing to struggle internally, he ultimately forced himself to lift his gaze. He met a pair of bright and gentle eyes, a warm brown, and for the first time, he found himself unperturbed, feeling a sense of comfort as if enveloped in warmth under her gaze. We waved her hand in front of him, concerned he might be frozen in shock. Suddenly, Bai Li Zi grasped her hand, his eyes no longer vacant and unfocused. Xiao Wu, I seem to have no fear of your eyes. Oh, really? Wu was taken aback by his sudden gesture. Aside from my master's eyes, yours are the only ones I can look upon without trepidation. Bai Li Zi's master was someone we had heard of, the former sorcerer of the Baiwei dynasty, who was now deceased. After sending Bai Li Zi off, we returned home, feeling somewhat fatigued. The day's revelations had been overwhelming, and too many questions lingered in her mind. She sought out Qin Feng and had him prepare several calming remedies, which Bai delivered to Bai Li Zi's residence. Equally weary was Feng Qianjin, who had refrained from sharing his recent endeavors with Wu Yu, fearing it would cause her concern. Given the dangers he currently faced, he did not wish for her to worry about him, as his little Wu was meant to live a carefree life. Chapter 29. The haunted house. In the morning, although Wu Yu felt somewhat fatigued, she had grown accustomed to rising early since coming here. The air was untainted, and on such a sunny morning filled with birdsong and fragrant blossoms, how could she let it slip by? Ever since Qiu Yue and her companions arrived, Wu had grown quite lazy. Breakfast was generally prepared by them, and with servants at her disposal, she was more than happy to indulge. Upon entering the main hall, she found Feng Qianjin and the others already gathered around the dining table, leisurely sipping plain water. This was Wu Yu's rule. In the morning, one could only drink plain water, as strong tea was detrimental to health. As for breakfast, they alternated between congee, noodles, and pastries, adding variety to keep everyone satisfied. Today, it was reported that 2 more people had perished in the northern part of the city. Xiao Yue, as usual, took it upon herself to share the latest gossip over breakfast. The northern part of the city. Again? How many times has it been now? Grandpa Chen lamented. Wu Yu appeared bewildered. What had transpired that she was unaware of? In the northern area, there stood an abandoned house that had long been uninhabited, yet strange noises often emanated from within. It was rumored that people had encountered ghosts nearby at night, hair disheveled, legs suspended, and faces smeared with blood, terrifying those who laid eyes upon them. Anyone who ventured into the house would meet their demise, with their corpses displayed at the entrance of the haunted dwelling. Xia Yu, then, why would anyone dare to enter? After so many deaths, surely they should have learned their lesson. Naturally, they must have some ulterior motive. Feng Qianjin looked at her as if she were a fool. Wu Yu, it is said that the former inhabitants of that place were from the underworld kingdom. 10 years ago, the master was murdered due to an object he possessed, the magic eye, the key to the underworld kingdom. When that person died, he did not have the magic eye with him. Since then, many have sought the whereabouts of the magic eye, but it has remained elusive. Some claim that the magic eye is hidden within his former residence, prompting various individuals from the martial world to infiltrate the capital in search of it. However, it seems that the place is protected by a formation that is nearly impossible to breach. Feng Qianjin concluded, giving Wu Yu, who looked astonished, a light pat on the shoulder. What's wrong? Are you dazed? Wu Yu snapped back to reality, asking, the magic eye you mentioned, is it a green crystal, this time? Feng Qianjin was taken aback. How did you know? Not many are aware of this matter. He had learned it by chance from an old martial artist. Wu Yu did not respond, seemingly musing aloud. Bailizi is truly from the underworld kingdom. When I hypnotized him yesterday, he mentioned that everyone from there possesses an ornament that glows green. I suspect it is some sort of crystal. However, this raises questions. So many people are aware of this, yet Bailizi cannot possibly be ignorant of it. Xiao Jin, after breakfast, accompany me to Bailizi's residence. There are matters that must be clarified with him. I feel he harbors too many secrets from me. The entire table stared at Wu Yu in confusion. What are you planning? Qi Feng asked, puzzled. Did you not say that Bailizi is from the underworld kingdom? Then he must be acquainted with the owner of the haunted house. But it seems that person had died before Bailizi's arrival. Qi Feng, rather dim-witted, responded, meeting the disdainful gazes of the others, and took a while to realize, oh right, they might have been together. Your reaction is truly sluggish. Yet Bailizi has amnesia. He cannot genuinely believe he is from the underworld kingdom. From yesterday's hypnosis, it was evident he had indeed lost his memory. Bailizi's residence. After finishing breakfast, Bailizi sat in the courtyard playing chess. Last night, he had taken the medicine we prescribed and enjoyed a restful night, yet a multitude of questions lingered in his mind. Who am I? Where do I come from? Could those eyes truly belong to a human? Before long, someone came to announce that Miss Wu had arrived. Bailizi. Wu greeted him with a bright smile. Xiao Wu, Your Highness the Fifth Prince, there is no need for such formalities. National Master, Feng Qianjin, Xiao Wu, what brings you here today? We have come to inquire about the haunted house in the northern part of the city. Bailizi looked utterly bewildered, instinctively glancing at Bei Lichuan beside him. Haunted house? Why have I never heard of this? Bei Lichuan maintained his usual impassive demeanor, but the fleeting tension he displayed was caught by Wu Yu. I have not heard of it either. Surely it is merely the exaggeration of those individuals. If there were truly ghosts, the National Master would surely sense their presence. His unperturbed demeanor caused Wu Yu to regard him with newfound respect. This individual was not simple. I, too, have not sensed any presence of malevolent spirits. Could it be that someone is orchestrating these events? Bailizi. Wu Yu smiled, stating, I do not know if ghosts exist in this world, but given the number of lives lost, why not accompany us to take a look? If there truly are ghosts, Bailizi, you might assist in driving them away. The esteemed gentleman is far too busy to concern himself with such trifling matters. Before Wu could finish speaking, Bei Lichuan interrupted. This man is indeed suspicious, and Wu Yu's gaze toward him sharpened. Bailizi also noticed that today, Bei Lichuan seemed somewhat out of sorts. His usual self would not be so meddlesome. He fixed his gaze on Bei Lichuan. Are you hiding something from me? I humbly beg your pardon. Bei Lichuan is aware of his transgressions, and with a thud, he kneels to offer his apologies. Is the former sorcerer of the Baili lineage? Wu Yu suddenly casts a glance at Feng Qianjin. He is Baili Wuming. Baili Wuming? What an intriguing name, and what is yours? She strides before Bei Lichuan. He is Bei Lichuan, the child my master adopted before his passing. Baili Zieg. Wu once again scrutinizes him closely. His appearance is rather unremarkable, yet his demeanor is commendable, neither servile nor overbearing, exuding a calm composure. Wu pulls him up, gazing at him with keen interest, saying, "Oh, you resemble someone I know. Who could it be? Let me think." Observing Bei Lichuan's thoughtful expression as he scratches his head, he secretly breathes a sigh of relief. Who does he resemble? Why can't I recall? The others also appear perplexed. Who could Bei Lichuan possibly resemble? Wu suddenly yanks Bei Lichuan, guiding him to a chair. "Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Hypnosis?" Bai Li Zi gazes at her in surprise, soon grasping her intent. It seems Bei Lichuan harbors some secrets related to his origins. This is the second time Feng Qianjin witnesses Wu perform hypnosis. Indeed, this soul-capturing technique is remarkable. "What is your name?" Wu endeavors to soften her tone. Having previously sprinkled a hint of the fragrant wind's essence around him, she casually initiates a topic to ease his defenses, significantly lowering the difficulty of the hypnosis. Bei Lichuan. He obediently replies, "What is Baili Wuming to you?" "He is the deity who rescued me from the purgatory of the mortal realm, the person I am most grateful to in this life." As Bei Lichuan speaks, a subtle shift in his expression reveals a trace of pride and reverence. Clearly, Baili Wuming has had a substantial impact on him. Why did he not allow Baili Zi to know about the haunted house in the northern part of the city? Bei Lichuan appears to struggle with his thoughts, but ultimately responds, "The master said that the gentleman is from the underworld, and I do not know why he forbade me from disclosing that matter. He said, 'Tio protect, Lord Baili Weld.' It seems he is not privy to much. Wu lets him drift into slumber. What are your thoughts?" Wu gestures with her hands to Baili Zi and Feng Qianjin behind her. "Am I from the underworld?" Baili Zi murmurs, somewhat dazed. "Let us investigate. Since Baili Wuming does not wish him to know about that place, it must harbor something pivotal related to the underworld." Feng Qianjin agrees. "Yes, I concur with Xiao Jin's perspective. We should explore there for any clues." "All right." Baili Zi nods in agreement, eager to uncover what secrets his master has concealed from him. Chapter 30. The haunted house. Feng Qianjin finds himself at a loss for words. Wu Yu's equipment seems rather excessive. "Are you truly afraid of ghosts?" Cough, cough. "How could that be? I am merely being prudent. If there are indeed ghosts, I shall strike them down." Wu waves her rolling pin, a sturdy piece she found in Baili Zi's kitchen, crafted from jujube wood. She carries a cell-made backpack filled with essential items: chili sauce, pepper, luminous pearls, specially crafted thumbtacks, along with a handful of soybeans and some chemical substances. In her hand, she wields a sharp dagger, intending to use it only as a last resort, for injuring someone would be undesirable. "Oh, and I have a long-prepared anti-wolf spray contained within a tin can, made from the spiciest essence of the White Moon Dynasty's peppers. This irritant liquid poses no organic toxicity to the human body, temporarily blinding assailants, inducing severe coughing and causing discomfort, rendering them incapable of resistance, with normalcy restored after half an hour. It is an essential self-defense item, especially for someone like me who previously lived alone in a remote area. When returning home late at night, I would habitually carry a bottle of anti-wolf spray and an electric flashlight for protection." Feng Qianjin, somewhat exasperated, gently ruffles her hair, stating, "If anything were to happen, I would still be able to protect you." "I know, but having these items nearby provides a greater sense of security. After all, those who perished in the haunted house were skilled martial artists. It is wise to exercise caution." Feng Qianjin, appearing confident, implies that his martial prowess surpasses those individuals, yet the potential presence of ghosts remains an unknown, and no one can predict what may transpire within. Feng Qianjin, slightly displeased, touzles her hair, pondering if he truly seems so untrustworthy. They ride in the same carriage, arriving near the haunted house in the northern part of the city. The carriage driver expresses his reluctance to approach too closely, claiming the area is quite sinister. Wu swallows hard, wondering if there might indeed be ghosts. Initially skeptical, her arrival in this world suggests that anything is possible. "Perhaps, Xiao Wu, you should stay behind while Baili Zi and I investigate. Wait for us to return with news." Feng Qianjin. aware of her trepidation, proposes this idea, which Bai Li Zi readily supports, deeming it normal for a young lady to fear such things. No need, it's merely about catching ghosts. And I haven't seen one yet. This is a perfect opportunity to discover what they truly look like. This is the truth. Although she feels some fear, her curiosity outweighs it. The myriad unsolved mysteries one encounters in life. Knowing even one or two would be enough to leave her without regrets. Seeing her determination, Feng Qianjin and Bai Li Zi refrain from further objections, and they proceed toward the ominous location. Bai Li Zi, can you truly exorcise ghosts? Naturally, his response aligns with Wu Yu's expectations. In the White Moon Dynasty, the variety of sorcery parallels that of her previous world. Sorcery can generally be classified into two categories, white sorcery and black sorcery, akin to the distinction between white hat and black hat hackers. Black sorcery refers to spells cast to harm others, while white sorcery is employed for blessings and good fortune, also known as auspicious sorcery. White sorcery, in contrast to black, is a form of sorcery typically invoked to beseech fair weather. Summon rain, exorcise spirits, dispel evil, eliminate pests, locate lost items, and even assist barren women in conceiving, as well as foster love between indifferent individuals. Bai Li Zi specializes in white sorcery, embodying the hopes for a better life. Sorcerers possess inherent abilities in specific domains, cultivated to manipulate various elements through the mastery of vital energy, spiritual insight, soul capturing, and other esoteric skills, aside from your eyes. Do you possess any other abilities? His eyes must indeed hold the legendary soul-capturing power. Such matters cannot be disclosed to outsiders. Bai Li Zi firmly declines. So mysterious. It truly seems like a deception. Nearby, there exists an inn, and Wu ponders why, given the haunted nature of the area. They would dare to operate a business here. She signals to Feng Qianjin, who comprehends her intent, and they enter the inn together. Inside, numerous talismans adorn the walls, a plump innkeeper clad in green attire and a slender, dark-skinned attendant greet them warmly. Welcome, esteemed guests, dining or lodging? Wu produces several silver ingots, placing them on the table. The innkeeper's face lights up as he eagerly accepts them. What would the young lady like to know? I shall share all I know. How long has your establishment been open? Ours has been in operation for 10 years, so we have some history. Our facilities and cuisine are exceptional, far surpassing those smaller establishments outside. The innkeeper boasts enthusiastically, his jowls quivering with his animated gestures. Is it true that this area is haunted? Feng Qianjin casually inquires. The innkeeper remains unfazed, though a glint of excitement flashes in his eyes. Are you perhaps here for the demon eye? If that is the case, I advise against it. Just this morning, another life was claimed there, and they were staying here. Indeed, I did advise them against it. But the temptation of the demon eye proved too great. They chose to venture forth, destined never to return. He laments. Aren't you afraid? If you believe such events transpire there, why still operate in this place for a decade? What is there to fear? We have never coveted the demon eye. While I, Shirlang, do love wealth, I ensure it is earned through righteous means. We always counsel our patrons, but if they choose not to heed our warnings or do not believe, that is their affair. Should misfortune befall them, we are merely responsible for reporting their demise. The plump innkeeper speaks with conviction, while the thin attendant remains silent, wearing a subtly servile smile. Are you the only two here? Wu Yu inquires curiously, glancing at the talismans inscribed on yellowed paper, only to find them incomprehensible. Who would willingly work in such a place? It has been reduced to just the two of us. Wu Yu and her companions continue to question them about the haunted house, and intriguingly, despite residing there for 10 years, they claim never to have encountered a single ghost. However, they have heard peculiar sounds, such as the singing of women and other ghostly phenomena. As Wu Yu and her companions listened, they found the situation to be quite bizarre. Was it not said that the master of this place was a man? Could it be that his wife's vengeful spirit lingered here as well? Ultimately, they resolutely decided against staying at this inn. It was wise to exercise caution in such a place. The area surrounding the haunted house was overgrown with weeds, and it was rumored that within a 10-mile radius, no one resided. The two peculiar characters, the portly man and his companion, were indeed an anomaly. The nameplate at the entrance had long since vanished, leaving only a rectangular imprint behind. Two stone lions stood guard at the entrance, both headless, making the trio feel an unsettling chill at the nape of their necks. The grand door had been shattered beyond repair, and Wu Yu and her companions effortlessly made their way inside the residence. Upon entering, a gust of chilling wind swept through, leaving an uncomfortable coolness along their spines, although it was still daytime. The atmosphere inside was not overtly terrifying, merely odd. All three donned Wu Yu's specially crafted gas masks to avoid inhaling any potential hallucinogenic substances. Feng Qianjin and Bailey Zi positioned themselves protectively around Wu Yu. Maintaining a heightened sense of vigilance, they traversed the inner hall and arrived at a courtyard, where Wu Yu felt a surge of anxiety, as if unseen eyes were watching her intently. Feng Qianjin and Bailey Zi sensed it too, with Bailey Zi reacting more strongly. His complexion paled, cold sweat beading on his forehead, as if he could feel a pair of glowing green eyes fixated upon him. The courtyard was overrun with weeds, interspersed with several magnolia trees, now in full bloom with white flowers. Although their masks prevented them from inhaling the fragrance of the magnolias, they could easily imagine its rich aroma. Suddenly, everything went dark, and when Wu Yu opened her eyes, she found Feng Qianjin and Bailey Zi had vanished. The place she now inhabited was alive with the essence of spring, adorned with blooming pink peach blossoms, accompanied by the soft, lingering notes of a zither. Wu Yu noticed a woman, clad in a flowing pink gauze gown with her back turned, skillfully playing the guzheng. A gentle breeze tousled her flowing hair, and her slender silhouette appeared enchanting, suggesting she was a beauty, yet perhaps she was a specter. After taking a deep breath, we removed her mask. "Hello." The woman in pink paused her playing, remaining motionless, as if contemplating whether to turn around. Her movements slow and deliberate, reminiscent of a dying elder. When she finally turned, despite having mentally prepared herself, we was still taken aback. The woman's face bore two hollow sockets, devoid of eyes and oozing black blood. Her skin a ghastly shade of greenish-gray, while her lips, painted a vivid red, curled into a smile that was both eerie and ambiguous. We stood momentarily frozen, processing the scene before her. Once the shock subsided, she realized that the ghost's visage seemed oddly familiar. A gentle breeze wafted in, carrying a hint of fragrance. Suddenly, we had an epiphany. The scent of magnolias indicated that she was still in that same courtyard. And this was merely an illusion, likely induced by some substances that had entered their systems through other means. She bit down hard on her palm, the pain jolting her back to reality. The sound of the magnolia trees swayed in the wind, creating a rustling noise. Panic surged within her. Where were Feng Qianjin and Bailey Zi? She called out their names, searching meticulously until she unknowingly stumbled into a dim inner chamber. Before she could retrieve her luminous pearl, she misstepped and fell, landing on her backside. The pain almost made her curse. Fortunately, it wasn't a great height. She brushed off the dust and stood up, only to discover that the entrance through which she had fallen had vanished. Candlelight flickered within, yet it sent shivers down her spine. Were there humans in here, or something else? She retrieved her pepper spray and a rolling pin from her bag, positioning herself sideways against the wall as she advanced cautiously, wary of frightening apparitions lurking nearby. This appeared to be a subterranean passage, with dark gray walls that felt unusually cold, differing significantly from the outside temperature, suggesting it had been long since anyone had visited. The air was thick with dust. This thought. Tears streamed down Wu Yu's face. Was this a sign that she truly was alone here? Oh no, she was terrified of death. She pleaded internally, "Please don't scare me." Gradually, she spotted candles burning on the walls, yet the temperature seemed to plummet further, causing her hands and feet to tingle with cold. Regrettably, she thought, had she known, she would have brought a warmer outfit. Her thin gauze attire was inadequate for the frigid environment. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Her pepper spray had frozen solid in her grip, and the biting cold was unbearable. She tore a candle from the wall, hoping to warm her numb hands, but upon placing them near the flame, she discovered it bore no warmth at all. Only then did she notice the flame's core was a vibrant red. She exhaled gently, and the fire showed no sign of extinguishing, even when she tossed it to the ground and stomped on it. It continued to blaze vigorously, and her skin felt no burn. Could this possibly be the fabled ghost fire? Feeling despondent, she sank to the ground, hesitant to look back, for the passageways she had traversed had all vanished, leaving no path for retreat. She stared vacantly at the fiery candlelight, contemplating whether she would perish here. Was this her ticket back to the modern world? Slowly, she closed her eyes, allowing her exhaled breath to crystallize into frost upon her lashes. Suddenly, she heard Feng Qianjin's voice. Xiaowud, it's all right if you don't wish to marry me right now. I will wait for you. Wait until you've had your fill of play and are weary. Then will you marry me? Wu Yu managed a faint smile. In this world, only that foolish man would utter such words to her. In modernity, she had severed all ties. Grandfather was likely still watching over the mountains of pear trees. She could not die. She shouted within, weary and hungry, realizing she had only brought pepper and chili sauce with her, suddenly feeling that she had truly courted disaster this time, summoning her heavy, numb feet. She stubbornly pressed onward, self-deprecatingly mused that if she were to die here, she would probably be frozen into a 1,000-year-old corpse, a zombie with that ghastly grayish-blue skin, far too hideous, without needing to touch her head. She knew it was already coated in frost. Shaking uncontrollably from the cold, her lips had turned a purplish hue. Suddenly, a memory surfaced of an overly dramatic male friend who often recited, "Snow and frost upon my head. I too shall grow old." Should she not adopt a more optimistic outlook? Then, she recalled her grandfather standing beneath the pear tree, gazing at her with adoration. Each time he saw her, the lines on his face seemed to soften. Filled with joy, her heart suddenly settled, her mind flooded with pristine pear blossoms, their white petals dancing in the wind, cascading over the green tombstone. Abruptly, the temperature around her began to rise. She opened her eyes to find herself standing amidst her grandfather's pear grove. The frost melted away, and her stiff limbs gradually regained sensation. She stood there in disbelief. Had she truly returned? Following the familiar memories, she approached her grandfather's tombstone. Had she really come back? But what about Xiao Jin? In a frenzy, she raced down the mountain, encountering villagers who regarded her with surprise at her ancient attire. Ignoring their stares, she sprinted until she tripped over a stone, darkness enveloping her as she fainted. Chapter 31. Dream of terror. Upon awakening, Wu found herself lying in bed, with Bailey Z watching over her, a look of concern etched on his face. What happened? She murmured. You fainted in the haunted house. So I brought you back. Are you feeling any better? He asked. I'm fine. Where's Xiao Jin? Bailey Z's expression shifted, and Wu Yu's eyes widened in panic as she grasped his arm, demanding, Where's Xiao Jin? Bailey Z hesitated, sighing as he led her into another room. Feng Qianjin lay motionless on the bed, his complexion pale. What happened to him? Wu Yu's heart ached as she rushed to his side. He has fallen into a deep nightmare. A nightmare? How could this be? What do we do? Wu Yu asked, anxiety creeping into her voice. He must rely on himself. It depends on whether he possesses the strength to emerge from that world. And if he cannot, he may never awaken, Bailey Z replied. But why is he like this? Wu Yu's eyes brimmed with tears, unable to fathom the situation. I don't know. I fainted shortly after entering. And when I woke up, both of you were unconscious and the haunted house had vanished. Bailey Z appeared equally perplexed. Vanished? Then what will happen to Xiao Jin? Wu Yu's gaze turned vacant. Suddenly, she felt warmth at her left eye and instinctively reached to touch it. Realizing she had begun to cry again, Feng Qianjin lay with his eyes shut, brow furrowed, his face etched with profound sorrow. Wu Yu trembled as she reached out to smooth his furrowed brow. Wishing to ease his pain, Xiao Jin, don't be afraid. Please return quickly. If you don't come back, I will be heartbroken. I will cry. I will hurt. It will be unbearable. Bailey Z felt a pang in his heart. Xiao Wu, please don't say that. Feng Qianjin will surely wake up. In his own world. Feng Qianjin curled into a ball, trembling slightly. He found himself trapped in a dark room, filled with various instruments stained with dark red blood. Emitting a putrid stench, suddenly, the door creaked open, and he saw the man he had hoped never to encounter again. His visage bore a network of grotesque scars, his mouth twisted into a grin revealing a set of blackened teeth. And his narrowed eyes exuded a sinister malevolence. He was a servant of a eunuch who frequented the side of the concubine responsible for the death of his mother. After the demise of the empress, she often dispatched this man to torment him, aiming to shatter his spirit and leave him in utter despair, all while he was merely 6 years old. This tormentor would frequently confine him to a desolate, abandoned palace, subjecting him to beatings and scalding punishments. He was left to the mercy of others in the palace who bullied him, while his father, the emperor, remained blissfully unaware, often enjoying his incognito excursions. Each time the emperor returned, he would be ensnared by the women of the court, leaving no time to check on him. In response, he grew silent, reclusive, and learned to disguise his true self, secretly training to bolster his physique. He carried a dagger at all times, ready to feign madness and stab anyone who dared to mistreat him. Ultimately, he dealt with the man who had tormented him, binding him in that very chamber and methodically slicing away at his flesh before his eyes. He coldly observed as the man, gagged and powerless, writhed in futile struggle, until at last, he succumbed to silence. With a derisive laugh, he discarded the knife and, using rope, dragged the lifeless body to the concubine's quarters. He enlisted the help of Qin Feng to incapacitate everyone there and unceremoniously deposited the corpse upon the woman, stripping them of their garments. The following day, when the emperor arrived, the woman awoke to find a bloodied and dismembered man lying naked beside her. Screaming in horror and paling in fright, in that moment, she recognized the man as her servant, Hai Gaoxing, whose chest had been carved open, exposing his white bones and organs. She retched violently and shrieked for assistance, only for the emperor to appear. Feng Qianghua, upon witnessing the sight of her and the grotesque remains of the man, was instantly incensed and, without uttering a word, condemned her to death for adultery. She had never anticipated such ruthlessness. In truth, Feng Qianghua had long known she was responsible for the death of Lu Fei, the mother of Feng Qianjin, but had lacked the evidence until this moment presented itself. With Lu Fei being his most cherished consort, he would not let this opportunity slip away. On that very day, Feng Qianjin vacated the palace, subsequently earning a notorious reputation in the capital as a roguish wastrel. Devoid of any scholarly or martial prowess, he spent his days idly wandering the bustling streets, eschewing any desire to associate with the palace denizens. He believed that a person as cruel as himself was destined to remain unloved in this lifetime. Then one fateful day, he beheld a girl clad in flowing white, who, clutching her garment's hem, implored him to shelter her. Showing no disdain for his identity as Feng Qianjin, she introduced herself as Xiaowu. In time, they fell deeply in love. He adored her fervently, yet she vanished unexpectedly. He searched the world for her, feeling like a child in the lonely night, clutching her hairpin, questioning her. Why, you promised never to leave me. How could you break your word? How could you deceive me? Eventually, he found Xiaowu again, adorned in a white strapless gown, her head veiled in a similarly pristine fabric. Upon seeing him, her expression was devoid of emotion. As if she were gazing upon a stranger, her hand was entwined with that of a man clad in peculiar attire, who gazed down at her with a fond smile, and she returned his smile with one of happiness. They exchanged rings, and another man in strange garb declared their union, vowing eternal fidelity. Feng Qianjin stared, wide-eyed and shaking his head in disbelief. This could not be true. Xiaowu was meant to be with him forever. Not with that man. With a desperate roar, he attempted to call her back, but no sound escaped his lips. All he could see was himself, waiting foolishly for the girl named Xiaowu to return to his side, to stroke his head like his mother used to, calling him Xiaojin. But as he waited, his hair turned gray, and his visage aged, yet the girl never returned. Suddenly, he heard a gentle voice softly singing. Calling out to him, he jolted awake, finding himself in bed, with Xiaowu resting her head on his left arm. She stirred drowsily, and before she could fully comprehend, Feng Qianjin enveloped her in his embrace, holding her tightly as if fearing she might slip away. Xiaojin, what troubles you? Feng Qianjin buried his head in her neck, silent, but the sound of her soft voice and the familiar scent calmed his racing heart. Xiaowu, you promised not to deceive me, not to leave me. Xiaowu, somewhat exasperated yet childlike, gently patted his head. All right, I promise I will never intentionally leave you. Intentions matter not. The light in Xiaowu's eyes dimmed slightly. But what if I have to leave? I am not of this world, and I do not know if I will ever return. That shall not happen. Whoever dares take you away, I will annihilate their entire lineage. Do you dare challenge the heavens? Fortunately, you have awakened. Otherwise, I would have resorted to beating you to rouse you. How could Xiaowu bear to strike me? He said smugly, kissing her hand. Had it not been for your prolonged slumber, I would have been tempted to slap you. Now, we are at Bailey Z's residence. Let us return. You have slept for an entire day and night, and Qi Feng and the others must be worried. Indeed, but how did I fall unconscious? Feng Qianjin stroked his head, perplexed by his lack of memory. Xiaowu shot him a glance. You were so brimming with confidence when we set out, proclaiming you could protect me. Yet you ended up in this predicament. Heh, I assure you, it will not happen again. Feng Qianjin replied earnestly. Xiaowu, disinterested in arguing with the fool, noticed Bailey Zi entering. Upon seeing Feng Qianjin awake, he showed no excess emotion. Xiaowu found it odd that he did not meet her gaze. Since the hypnosis incident, he usually looked her in the eyes when speaking. Bailey, did you not say that haunted house has vanished? Yes. Then, should we not investigate further? Xiaowu began. You need not continue searching for me. My origins no longer hold significance. Mi, my master is my closest kin. He must have reasons for not wanting me to know that matter. And he would never harm me. Bailey Zi. Do you not know something? The abrupt shift in his demeanor was too drastic. No, you should leave. Do not seek me out again, nor pursue that matter. His words were devoid of warmth. Both Xiaowu and Feng Qianjin were filled with questions, but said nothing as they departed Bailey Zi's residence. On their way back, Feng Qianjin consistently trailed behind Xiaowu. She, confused, inquired, Xiaowu, why do I feel as though you are not of this world? Recalling the peculiar figures he had seen in his dream, donned in strange attire with men sporting short hair, Xiaowu paused, reflecting deeply before deciding to reveal the truth. I am not from your world. I hail from a more advanced realm. Are you a foreigner? No, I am from another timeline. I was also called Xiaowu and arrived in this world the day I encountered you. Are you borrowing a body? I am uncertain. I looked like this before. Do my words sound absurd? I would never view you as a monster, whatever Xiaowu says. I believe. Feng Qianjin quickened his pace to walk alongside her, and they strolled in unison. Xiaowu suddenly recalled something. By the way, I am already over 20 in that world, so you must call me sister. Feng Qianjin, you are still a year younger than I, and your maturity is hardly advanced. He calmly critiqued as he spoke the truth. She often acted foolishly with him, displaying emotional naivety. Who would notice? Xiaowu huffed, displeased, having expected explaining her circumstances would take considerable time. Yet after only a few words, he accepted it. Was he truly that easy to deceive? Will you return? The concern lingered in his mind. I do not know. If the day comes when I must leave again, what will you do? I will not allow you to depart, Feng Qianjin declared resolutely, fearing that if she truly left, it might mirror the scenario from his dreams, where she wed another. Xiaowu was at a loss for words. Xiaojin, some matters are predestined. Often, we are powerless to alter them. Loving you, I am uncertain if it is the right choice. Xiaowu, do not overthink. Simply entrust yourself to me. The words struck her as somewhat strange. Did you not often say to go with the flow? Then do not dwell on such matters. If she truly returned, he would go to great lengths to bring her back, regardless of the cost. Though he refrained from voicing the sentiment. Chapter 32, Such Confidence. The haunted house in the northern part of the capital vanished without a trace overnight, stirring up quite a commotion in the martial world. As Bailey Zi had grown wary of Wu Yu, she could no longer use the pretense of assisting him to investigate the matter, thus it was temporarily set aside. In her quest to savor the culinary delights of the capital. We would take Tu Do and Qiu Yu along to wander about whenever she had the chance. She had resolved to explore the entire city this year, and set off on an adventure the following year. One day, they stumbled upon a restaurant that appeared quite decent and decided to dine there. Wang Qianji, clad in an exquisite brown brocade robe, strolled casually and spotted Wu Yu and her companions entering a seemingly ordinary eatery. Recalling the grievances that Lian Er had voiced to him in recent days, he followed them inside. He took a seat beside her, where she sat cradling a yellow dog, her face devoid of makeup. Smiling gently, he reminisced about the palace banquet that night, where she had donned a purple dress, her charming laughter enchanting, her singing reminiscent of a beautiful fairy. She had indeed changed. And he began to doubt the claims made by Lian Er about such a lively and intelligent woman being as unsightly as she described. The restaurant was modest in size, run by a young couple without any waitstaff. They busily attended to their customers, and the tables and chairs were impeccably clean, with a fair number of diners present. Soon, the small eatery was filled to capacity, with the husband cooking and the wife serving guests. The patrons patiently awaited their meals, and a small boy, around 7 or 8 years old, approached Wu Yu. His eyes fixated on Tu Do. The dog, too, stared back, and the two shared a moment of affectionate eye contact. Tudo bore two tufts of dark yellow fur above its eyes, resembling eyebrows, and its long, thick eyelashes added to its charm. The boy reached out to touch Tudo's short ears, and Wu gently inquired, "What is your name, little one?" "I'm called Datu," he replied, tilting his head awkwardly. Wu found him quite endearing. "Datu, are you the child of this establishment?" The boy, shy, retreated behind the owner's wife. "I apologize, this is my child. He can be a bit mischievous. I hope he hasn't disturbed you." The owner's wife said with an apologetic smile, "Not at all, your child is truly delightful." Wu sincerely complimented, "Thank you, young lady." This little rascal's head might just soar with pride after hearing that. The owner's wife chuckled with a hint of pride. "By the way, what would you like to eat?" "Well, since it's our first visit, could you recommend something for us?" "Certainly. Our signature dish is actually the pen kai. But we can only prepare a few each day. Luckily, we have some ready now. Would you care to try it?" Wu was taken aback. "You have pen kai here?" "Indeed. My husband and I hail from the south. And pen kai is our hometown dish." "That's wonderful. We'll have the pen kai then." Calling Yu and the others over was a wise choice to ensure nothing went to waste. In her previous life, Wu had only tasted pen kai in Hong Kong, where the ingredients were abundant, and a table of diners would share a single pot, symbolizing reunion. Pen kai is a type of mixed dish traditionally served in a wooden basin, where a variety of ingredients are combined harmoniously. Each ingredient must be fried, roasted, boiled, or braised before being layered together. When the large wooden basin was finally brought to the table, the foodies were thrilled. While we wondered if they could finish such a large portion, typically, pen kai was served at banquets. Noticing Datu's curious gaze, she beckoned him over. "Datu, come join us for a meal." The owner's wife hesitated. That might not be appropriate." "It's fine, there's plenty of food, and you seem quite busy. We can keep an eye on him for a bit." After a moment's hesitation, the owner's wife agreed, as she was indeed too busy to attend to her child. Though Datu was already 8, he was still quite mischievous and could easily wander off. Thus, the table of diners, along with the dog, eagerly dug in, astonishingly finishing the entire basin of food. Do not misunderstand. Tudo had its own meal. Wu gave a thumbs up to Yu and the others. "You all are impressive." She had initially approached the meal with a mindset of merely sampling, taking her time, while Yu and the others devoured the dishes in no time. After becoming familiar with the group, Datu opened up, calling Wu beautiful sister, a title that pleased the self-adoring young woman immensely. Wu relished her current life. She believed that existence requires both excitement and tranquility to be truly enjoyable. Eventually, as she chatted with Datu, she began helping the owner's wife tend to the guests. After a considerable time, the number of patrons gradually dwindled, allowing the owner's wife to finally engage them in conversation. "Thank you so much for your help today. Without you, we would have truly struggled. We had some free time and thought we'd lend a hand. It was no trouble at all." I don't know how to express my gratitude. Our establishment has just opened, and we lack the funds to hire help. We've had an overwhelming influx of customers lately." Wu smiled, dismissing the matter. She noticed Datu, who had finished his meal, engrossed in a book at a low table, a look of discontent evident on his face. It was clear he was not enjoying it. Earlier, he had mentioned wanting to play, but his parents insisted he focus on his studies, hoping he would excel and become a high-ranking official. Wu approached him. "What book are you reading, Datu?" "The Way of the Sages." She picked up the book and skimmed through it. It was filled with concepts such as virtue, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust, elements of ancient texts that made her head ache just to glance at. "Do you understand what those words mean?" Datu shook his head honestly, admitting he did not comprehend them and found them quite tedious. Even at such a young age, he was already burdened with expectations to memorize poetry and texts for examinations, ensuring he would not fall behind his peers in the future. Wu sighed in resignation, finally grasping where the mindset of many Chinese parents, insisting their children not fall behind from the starting line, originated. She considered herself fortunate. No one had pressured her in her youth, and her pursuit of knowledge was solely for the sake of curiosity, never contemplating the future, allowing her to live a relatively carefree life. Whether in ancient or modern times, some children's childhoods are indeed ruined by presumptuous parents. Even if one were to achieve the highest honors, what would it truly matter? The owner's wife merely smiled helplessly. My dear girl, you appear to be from a well-to-do family. We are different. My husband and I are illiterate farmers. Life was exceptionally harsh when we first left home. As our ignorance led to being deceived and mistreated, we only wish for our child to have a better future and not repeat our mistakes. As parents, who doesn't desire their child to live joyfully each day? Datu tugged at his mother's sleeve, earnestly declaring, Mother, don't worry. I will study diligently, practice my writing, and one day become a top scholar to bring comfort to you and father. It was remarkable how such a young boy, merely 8 years old, could possess such understanding, filling the owner's wife with both pride and heartache. Wu pondered. The intellectuals here were primarily bookworms proficient in poetry and etiquette, with few truly comprehending their essence. This simply would not do. How about this? Allow Datu to learn from me. I have much knowledge to share, and it is far more practical than mere poetry and etiquette. The owner's wife regarded her with skepticism. May I ask how to address you? Wu felt a twinge of guilt. Perhaps it was best not to reveal her name, which was quite well known in the capital, although many had scrutinized her at the palace banquet. Plenty remained skeptical of her reputation. Just then, a teasing voice chimed in. Since when did we become so confident? I, Wang, am truly left in the dust. Wu turned to find Wang Qianji, who she had noticed earlier but had chosen to ignore. His recent rapport with the female lead was likely strong, and she surmised that the female lead intended to use him against her. The Wang family's influence, if not for the mysterious power of the Nangong family standing in their way, would undoubtedly rank among the foremost families in the capital. Upon hearing her name, the surrounding diners began to murmur amongst themselves. Isn't she the one they call a scatterbrain? How dare she speak so boldly? No, I heard she made quite an impression at the recent palace banquet. Is that true? Surely not. The owner's wife, unfamiliar with the capital, had not heard of Wu Yu, but from the patron's scattered remarks, she gleaned that this young woman's reputation appeared rather unfavorable. Wu Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. It was the first time she felt that the original owner's notoriety was truly a source of shame. What's the matter, Miss Wu Yu? Lost for words, feeling guilty, Wu Yu found herself at a loss for how to respond to his words. While Datu appeared visibly displeased, how could this individual bully a beautiful sister? It was truly reprehensible. The beautiful sister was certainly not the inept fool they described. She was an extraordinarily capable person. Wang Qianji scoffed. Capable? In what way? Oh, she certainly has a hearty appetite. He recalled the enormous platter of food on the table moments ago, which had been devoured in an instant. Not at all, Datu exclaimed, becoming agitated. The beautiful sister is not that kind of person. Wu gently patted his head, her expression one of overwhelming emotion. Datu, sister is simply too moved. Who would have thought there would be someone who admires me so much? I am truly touched and elated. In light of this, how could I not assert my power and live up to the title of beautiful sister? With that, she tossed her hair back with a flourish. The crowd was left dumbfounded. They had never encountered someone so unashamed. If Lychee were present, she would surely face bomb, as Xiao Wu had once again entered her silly mode, yet it indicated that she was preparing for a serious counterattack. There must be quite a few scholarly talents here. Since you all deem me a useless person, why not compare and see who truly embodies that description? Wang Gongzi, what do you think? Wang Qianji did not anticipate her to actually retort. Her confidence brought to mind the stunning impression she made at the palace banquet, and an ominous premonition washed over him. However, if he refused now, it would be quite embarrassing, so he steeled himself and agreed. Although the others were also surprised, with the first young master of the capital agreeing, they had no objections. Even if they could not win, he, as the foremost young master, could not possibly lose to the capital's greatest fool. Wu made a significant decision. She would establish a special academy to impart practical scientific knowledge, enabling children to learn subjects they enjoyed while contributing to society. After all, she was considered a polymath in her previous life. A veritable human encyclopedia. Becoming their teacher would pose no problem. Yet, to ensure that parents willingly sent their children to her academy, she first needed to restore her reputation. The first obstacle to overcome was the most representative scholarly talents of the capital. The most formidable among them were Nangong Yu and Zhao Yinglan, with whom she had crossed paths. They were both quite talented individuals, making them challenging targets. As for Wang Qianji and Bailiener. For some reason, she felt they would be easier to deal with. Very well. Since this is a competition, we must choose a suitable date and location. How about the first establishment, Wang Gongzi? Is that not where you earned your title as the first young master? Wu Yu mischievously locked eyes with him, intending to provoke him. Wang Qianji felt a twinge of anxiety, yet maintained an air of calm. Are you not challenging me? Incorrect. I am not just challenging you. I am issuing a challenge to all who doubt me in the capital. Let us set the date for 1 week from now. You must have time to prepare. At that time, all the talented individuals in the capital who wish to challenge me, are welcome to come. Hiss, the crowd gasped, taken aback by her audacity. Wang Qianji found himself at a loss for words. How could this woman possess such confidence? Yet, observing her demeanor, so composed and self-assured, he realized he was indeed provoked. Beautiful sister, you are truly formidable. De Tu gazed at her with admiration, his eyes sparkling with awe. Yes, indeed. Since you have called me beautiful sister, I cannot let De Tu down. The autumn moon and others exchanged glances. Feeling somewhat helpless, their young lady had become increasingly audacious. They had all experienced her cunning nature upon their arrival. She had a habit of mixing truth with fabrication, making it difficult for most to comprehend. Save for the fifth prince, who could communicate seamlessly with her regardless of what she said. However, no matter her words, they often felt she had a point, leaving them speechless. Do you understand the consequences of your actions? Wang Qianji kindly cautioned her, no worries. I am simply that confident. Chapter 33. Just that arrogant. Very well. The young lady is indeed a person of character. Suddenly, a rough voice broke through the air. The crowd turned to see a tall, slender man dressed in simple clothing, adorned with a clean white apron. De Tu rushed over, calling out father, revealing that he was the owner of the restaurant. Young lady, I heard everything you just said. Based solely on your previous remarks, I believe in you. You will undoubtedly teach my son well. Wu was momentarily taken aback, processing his words. You mean you believe in me? The owner's wife appeared concerned. Husband, I asked this wise. She had overheard the unfavorable reputation of the young lady, and questioned the propriety of a young woman assuming such a role. My dear, trust my judgment. I am not mistaken. After speaking, he regarded Wu with admiration. Although he had never received formal education and was somewhat ignorant, his years of struggle had honed his ability to discern character. This young lady exuded an extraordinary presence. Even if she were entirely unskilled, her confidence and composure indicated that her son would learn immensely from her. The owner's wife hesitated, but ultimately fell silent. Understanding that her husband's stubborn nature meant he would not be easily swayed, Wu thought, given that someone had faith in her, she could not disappoint them. All right, De Tu, you mentioned you didn't understand the meaning of this book. Correct? Come, let sister explain what it means. The surrounding individuals exchanged glances, some scornful yet intrigued, curious how she would elucidate the teachings of sages, which represented a lifelong pursuit for scholars. This book discusses benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness. De Tu, what you need to grasp is quite simple. First, learn to love those around you who care for you. One must not be self-centered, but rather practice empathy. De Tu nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. What does empathy mean? Empathy, for instance. Have your parents ever punished you? Yes. Then why did they punish you? I did something wrong. De Tu lowered his head obediently. Why did your parents punish you? Because you made a mistake. If you can understand that, you've begun to practice empathy. When your parents punish you, you must not only feel anger at their actions, you should contemplate why they acted that way. Consider, if you were your parents. Why would you discipline your child? That is empathy, understand? Yes, I understand. De Tu exclaimed excitedly. He enjoyed listening to the beautiful sister's lessons, in contrast to the dull lectures of the traditional teachers, which he found incomprehensible. The onlookers were taken aback. They had not anticipated that she could convey the essence of benevolence so succinctly. It seemed the rumors about her were indeed misguided. Next, to discuss righteousness. One must possess a sense of loyalty and help others in times of need. However, this must not be done recklessly. If a friend has committed a wrongdoing and you believe it to be true, do not assist them. Otherwise, it is not loyalty but rather harm. For example, if you discover a companion stealing, and they ask you to cover for them, but you know that stealing and lying are wrong, what should you do? De Tu pondered. I would first find out why he stole, if it was unintentional. I would help him and convince him that stealing and lying are wrong. If he did it deliberately and is a bad child, I would inform the teacher so he may be corrected. Sister just said to practice empathy. Perhaps he had his reasons. We was pleasantly surprised by his insightful response. He was truly a clever child. The crowd admired him as well, recognizing that such wisdom at a young age foretold a promising future. Yes, Datu, you articulated that splendidly. You are quite smart. Datu blushed at the compliment, as no one had ever praised him before. Wu turned to the owner and his wife, stating, "Every child possesses unique strengths. There is no need to excessively compare him to others. Appropriate encouragement can significantly enhance a child's self-confidence." She could see in Datu's demeanor that he had likely endured incessant comparisons to other children. The owner's wife lowered her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Yes, you are right. Young lady, I will certainly be more mindful in the future. Now, let us discuss propriety, which essentially means being respectful towards others. However, one must not rigidly adhere to rules. One must learn to apply them flexibly. When others treat you with respect, you should reciprocate. Otherwise, you need not appease anyone, regardless of their status. To earn respect, one must first learn to respect others." Wu casually cast a glance at Wang Qianji, and the implication was clear. The others understood, and Wang's expression soured. Seeing that Datu comprehended, she continued, "Next is wisdom. What does it mean to be wise? It entails diligently studying and thoroughly contemplating the events of life. It is, in fact, unnecessary to comprehend every aspect of this world. Achieving success in a particular field is already quite commendable. While learning, one must avoid merely engaging in theoretical discourse. It is vital to understand the principle of applying knowledge practically. Only by doing so can one avoid becoming the subject of ridicule, as a bookish scholar is often deemed ineffectual. Devote yourself diligently to serving the nation." Upon hearing these words, those present felt a deep sense of shame. They were all scholars, yet very few among them were truly capable of taking action. They often merely gathered a few so-called talented individuals to boast amongst themselves. Trust, depicted as a figure on the left and words on the right, reflects the sincerity of human discourse. One's words ought to be genuine, devoid of deceit, and must not mislead others. Mutual trust is essential between individuals who should refrain from acts of betrayal. However, allow me to share a story. One day, a man, while visiting a friend, accidentally shattered his friend's most cherished antique vase. He was overwhelmed with guilt, but lacked the means to compensate for the damage. Although the friend was heartbroken, he chose to alleviate his friend's distress by falsely claiming that the vase was merely a replica, allowing him to escape guilt. Was this friend's action justifiable? Dtu found himself in a quandary. After all, he was still just a child, and he had lied. Yet he felt the friend's action was not wrong. Indeed, the friend's choice was not misguided. Although the vase held considerable value, the bond of friendship was far more precious. He may have lied, but it was a benevolent deception, and thus, not culpable. I share this tale to illustrate that everything in this world is rife with contradictions. There are no absolute rights or wrongs. In life, one must cultivate the ability to discern truth from falsehood independently, rather than blindly adhering to the so-called wisdom of sages found in books. Dtu nodded, still somewhat perplexed, as the crowd erupted in astonishment. The words of that young woman possessed profound insight. They, who had toiled in academia for over a decade, were merely pedantic bookworms, utterly incapable of applying their knowledge flexibly in life, a source of great embarrassment. You are still young. There is no need to rush your understanding. As you grow older and encounter more people and experiences, you will begin to explore these matters and slowly come to comprehend them. For now, it is perfectly acceptable to indulge in play. Is that truly the case? Dtu looked expectantly at the restaurant's proprietors. The owner nodded, affirming that it was indeed permissible. With this approval, Dtu dashed out of the restaurant like a jubilant bird, eager to play with the neighbor's children. Wu smiled softly. Play is the essence of childhood and must not be stifled. In the act of playing, children can also learn a great deal. She turned, crossing her arms, and provocatively gazed at Wang Qian and his companions, exuding confidence, daring them to challenge her. Noticing that they remained frozen in place, she shook her head in exasperation, bid farewell to the restaurant owner, scooped up the still sleeping Tdu, and departed with Qiyu and the others. Chapter 34. The words Wu spoke that day in the restaurant quickly spread throughout the capital. The talented youths expressed their dissatisfaction with her audacious claims. The response was fervent. Everyone returned home to study diligently. determined to ensure that this audacious individual would face a crushing defeat in 7 days, rendering her less arrogant and self-assured. F-ing Chi Nu Jizien fixed his gaze upon Wyu, his eyes glinting with curiosity, causing her to feel a twinge of unease. After a moment, he finally diverted his gaze, commenting with certainty, "What mischief have you been up to in my absence?" It was a statement, not a question. I merely challenged a few individuals. Life is infinitely more interesting with challenges. F-ing Chi Nu Jizien pinched the audacious girl, declaring, "You're challenging the entire capital. Your skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting are all mediocre. Let's see how you will manage." Upon returning from handling matters in the shadows, he discovered the capital was abuzz with commotion, and to his surprise, it was his little Wyu who had stirred the pot. Wyu swatted away the errant paw that attempted to touch her face, assuring him, "You need not worry about that. My learning ability is quite strong, and with 7 days at my disposal, I will be well prepared. I know you have a sense of propriety. In any case, if you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. That is a given. By the way, I must go meet someone. I have yet to ascertain her true nature, so I intend to have a chat. Who? Sister Zhao Yinglan. Isn't she said to be the most formidable? I just want to gauge her true abilities." "Absolutely not. You cannot venture into a place like that. Weren't we there last time? That was then. This is now. Xiao Jian, do you not trust me?" Wyu felt a flash of irritation. Was he being too overbearing? "I merely do not trust others." He had not forgotten that her appearance was equally captivating to both men and women. Wyu was at a loss for words. But upon seeing his expressionless face, she had no choice but to relent. "What must I do for you to allow me to go? You must kiss me first." He gazed at her with a triumphant smirk as she fumed in exasperation. "F-ing Chi Nu Jizien, you despicable scoundrel." He flashed a bright smile, revealing his pristine teeth. "I have my teeth. Do not believe me? Just look." Wyu retaliated with a swift kick. "I don't care. I am going today." She had always loathed having her decisions interfered with. F-ing Chi Nu Jizien frowned in displeasure. "If you dare go." "What then?" Wyu's expression darkened, signaling the approach of a storm. "I will accompany you." Wyu did not expect to encounter Zhao Yinglan on the way. Her face was veiled, accompanied by several maidservants. "Little W?" Zhao Yinglan halted upon recognizing Wyu. "Sister, where are you headed?" Noticing the basket held by one of the maidservants, it appeared to contain offerings. "I am going to the temple ahead to burn some incense." "Where are you off to?" Recently, the capital had been quite tumultuous, seemingly due to Wyu's bold declaration to challenge all the talented individuals in the city. "We came to find you, after we bid farewell last time. We have not visited since, so we thought we would come chat with you now that we have the time." Zhao Yinglan observed her with amusement. "Is it truly just a chat, or is it because of the upcoming event in 7 days?" Well, that is indeed one of the topics of conversation." Wyu averted her gaze, feeling slightly guilty. "Actually, if you genuinely wish to understand me, I do not mind. However, I must first visit the temple. Otherwise, you may wait for me somewhere." "Oh, that is fine. I shall accompany you to offer my incense." A maidservant clad in green, standing beside Zhao Yinglan, teased her and F-ing Chi Nu Jizien. "The temple of Yulao ahead is renowned for granting wishes. It would be good for both of you to pay your respects." "The temple of Yulao. That sounds delightful. Let us go and pay our respects." Before Wyu could respond, F-ing Chi Nu Jizien interjected. After everyone reached a consensus, they arrived at the foot of the Yulao temple. Though Wyu had not anticipated the climb, a fragrant aroma of osmanthus wafted through the air. And to her surprise, delicate yellow osmanthus flowers bloomed on both sides of the moss-covered stone path. Osmanthus in spring. This place is blessed by Yulao throughout the year, so the osmanthus blooms perpetually. Zhao Yinglan exclaimed, "How marvelous." She curiously examined the other plants, noticing nothing amiss. Was there truly a divine presence? Along the way, she also spotted several magnolia trees in full bloom, causing her to pause. The scent always felt oddly familiar. Though she could not pinpoint it was springtime, and the flora on the mountain had been revitalized. Perhaps the lack of rain and snow this year contributed to the prevalence of wilted vegetation. "Sister, are you here to seek love?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yinglan's smile faltered slightly. She shook her head and sighed ruefully. "Yes, but that person, I have waited for him for 13 years, and he still has not returned." Perhaps I am merely deceiving myself by coming here. "Ah, is that so? I did not mean to pry." Wu hurriedly clarified. It is nothing. It is not something I hide in shame. Then, she slowly recounted the tale of that bygone era. Dear readers, I kindly request your support by favoriting, recommending, and offering rewards. Your encouragement serves as immense motivation for me to continue writing. Chapter 35. The Childhood Sweethearts. Zhao Yinglan was a native of the capital. Born into an ordinary family engaged in small business, leading a comfortable life in a warm and nurturing household. In her youth, she often played with a boy 3 years her senior from the neighboring family. They were childhood friends, innocent and carefree. She was known as Little LN, while he was Su Li-ing, her elder brother. Little LN would timidly follow the gentle and refined youth, calling him brother. The boy would often turn to her, taking her small hand in his, and they would stroll side by side. She would softly inquire, "Why do you always hold my hand?" He would smile tenderly, lightly touching her delicate brows. "As long as I hold your hand, we shall not get lost." Zhao Yinglan chuckled self-deprecatingly, remarking, "But now, has he lost me, or have I lost him?" Riding bamboo horses, entwined around the bed. Playing with osmanthus, growing up together in Chang'an, there was no suspicion between the two. Wu was at a loss as to how to comfort her. Matters of the heart seemed simple to those who understood them. Was it not merely about two individuals coming together, bearing children, supporting one another through life's trials? Yet, she remains shrouded in ambiguity, understanding only that sometimes, love simply is love, perhaps it brings pain, separation, and unease. But indeed, humans are prone to fervently lose themselves in love, are they not? The Buddha once said, "One must cultivate for 100 lifetimes to share a boat, and for 1,000 lifetimes to share a bed." A mere 500 glances in a past life may yield a fleeting encounter in this life. This single serendipitous meeting surely nurtures countless sweet or painful memories from previous lives. Every bond is born of fate. In the randomness of encounters, a sudden glance back inevitably intertwines their destinies, all for that fleeting moment when their gazes meet. Suddenly, she felt a tightening in her hand. We looked down to find her hand tightly clasped with Feng Qianjin's. They exchanged a knowing smile, saying nothing, for since they have loved, they shall cherish it well. Some loves are indeed resilient against the tempests of life. Zhao Yinglan observed their subtle exchange, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she casually remarked, "Youth is truly wonderful." We paused in surprise. After all, she was hardly old herself, just in her 20s. Sensing her confusion, Zhao Yinglan continued, "I am already 27, nearing 30, no longer a young woman unlike you, still a delicate flower yet to fully bloom." How well she maintained her appearance. It was hard to believe she was on the verge of 30. Noticing the disbelief on Wu Yu's face, she merely smiled and continued to recount her past. "Initially, my feelings for him were rather naive. I regarded him merely as an elder brother, never imagining I would one day wholeheartedly fall for him. At the age of 12, I stumbled upon a stall selling wooden dolls adorned in a myriad of colors and shapes. However, I found no delight in those chubby-faced dolls dressed in unsightly garments. Once, I was quite plump, and those who played with me would mockingly call me Fei Lan, throwing small stones and spitting at me. I truly loathed that moniker. Witnessing those unattractive, rotund dolls inexplicably brought me to tears right there at the stall. Su Liang, my elder brother, was taken aback by my sobs, and through my incoherent cries, he grasped the reason behind my distress. After that incident, his visits dwindled significantly. I hardly paid it any mind at the time. It wasn't until 2 years later, when he presented me with an exquisitely crafted wooden doll, that I realized what he had been up to all along. He had sought out the artisan who carved those dolls to learn the craft himself. Training diligently until he mastered at that time, his hands bore numerous scars from the blades he wielded, layered upon one another. I could scarcely fathom how he managed to conceal this endeavor from both himself and his mother. The doll resembled me on my wedding day, adorned in a splendid gown, with a delicate visage painted upon it. He unveiled a polished red doll, its surface gleaming from wear, and Wu Yu and the others gasped in astonishment. The doll was a strikingly lifelike miniature of Zhao Yinglan. It shattered Wu Yu's preconceived notions, challenging the belief that most ancient Chinese art was abstract. Was this not a remarkably realistic piece? The doll wore a grand red bridal gown embroidered with golden cloud patterns, crowned with an intricate phoenix headdress, its lips painted a vibrant red, eyebrows delicately arched, and adorned with an array of elaborate accessories. It seemed to encapsulate the spirit of a girl named Xiaolan, alive with every smile and frown. He professed that this was her future self, the most beautiful person in the world, and that he would marry her. Zhao Yinglan was deeply moved, shedding tears. From that moment, a seed named Su Liang took root in her heart, growing fervently, until one day, during an outing where the Zhao and Su families ventured together, they encountered thieves. Zhao's parents, in a bid to preserve their own lives, abandoned the Su family, whose parents ultimately fell victim to the bandits' blades, never returning to the capital. Upon their return, the Zhao parents concealed the truth, merely stating that the Su family had gone missing and that they had sent officials to search for them. By then, Su Liang had already reached the age of 15. He sensed something amiss in the unnatural demeanor of Zhao's parents and, after seeking out another family that had accompanied them, learned of the betrayal. He was utterly bewildered. How could Xiao Lan's parents be such individuals? The sudden loss of his parents plunged him into despair. Their bodies were later discovered, gruesomely mutilated and beginning to decay. At their funeral, he lost all restraint, confronting Zhao's parents with accusations, demanding to know why they had not come to their aid, aware of his guilt. Zhao's father remained silent, allowing the grief-stricken boy to hurl insults and lash out in anger. Ultimately, Zhao Yinglan could no longer bear it and intervened, disregarding the solemn gathering as she shouted, "Su Liang, enough, I've told you. My father and mother did not act out of malice. In such a situation, who wouldn't prioritize their own safety? What is wrong with that?" Upon hearing her voice, Su Liang ceased his outburst. Casting a disappointed glance at the remorseful Zhao Yinglan, he stared at her for a long moment before letting out a long sigh. "I am weary," he murmured, kneeling quietly beside his parents' coffin, falling silent thereafter. Zhao Yinglan's heart jolted. She could not comprehend the meaning behind his words, weary. After the funeral, he vanished from her life, evading her every attempt to reach out with various excuses. Initially, she was baffled, crying and lamenting, unaware of what had caused his discontent or disappointment. One day, he finally exploded with impatience, declaring, "Do not like me any longer, marry someone else." Before Zhao Yinglan could process his words, he had already departed. Stunned, she stood frozen, his demand to marry another echoing in her mind. How could he utter such words? She couldn't recall how she returned home that day, only her mother mentioning that she resembled a lost doll. Ultimately, he left, on a morning drenched in drizzle, departing without a word of farewell, burdened by a large pack and a sorrowful countenance. Zhao Yinglan hid behind a plum tree, stifling her sobs, too afraid to call him back. She resolved then to wait, to remain until his sorrow dissipated, until his hatred waned, hoping he would return to take her hand and continue their journey, assuring her that as long as he held her hand, they would never lose their way. Thus, she waited for 13 years, achieving great renown in the capital, pursued by many suitors, all of whom she rejected, explaining that her beloved had gone astray, and she awaited his return. Zhao's father, burdened by guilt, recognized his past misdeeds. His daughter's aversion to marriage spoke volumes, yet he remained silent, for it was his debt to them. Eventually, Zhao Yinglan's parents passed away, in her struggle for survival. She became a musician at Yanchun Tower, selling her art without selling her body, still foolishly waiting, regardless of whether he would ever return. Time left no marks upon her visage, but carved countless wounds upon her heart. Daily, she visited the matchmaker temple, praying for his forgiveness, for her parents' absolution, for his return, longing to reunite with her childhood companion, hoping that when they turned back, they would see each other standing behind the other. She proclaimed that she would relinquish all worldly riches and surrender her youthful beauty, only wishing for the gentle breeze to carry her wishes to him and bring him back to her side. Wu was not one easily moved to tears, yet upon hearing her words about relinquishing wealth and beauty, merely wishing for the wind to bring him back, she found herself touched, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. In a daze, she envisioned that despairing girl kneeling beneath the pear tree, wailing for her grandfather's return, willing to sacrifice everything, merely wishing for him to come back. T.O. glanced at her once more. Feng Qianjin, being a man, was less sentimental. He gently patted the weeping Wu Yu, offering no words, knowing she needed a moment to vent her emotions. At last, they reached the matchmaker temple, where Zhao Yinglan deftly produced offerings and knelt upon the lotus mat. Praying sincerely, Wu Yu, having procured some sturdy paper, encouraged Zhao Yinglan to write her wishes upon it, transforming them into paper cranes. The others watched curiously as she crafted the beautiful cranes, inquiring about their purpose. "These are paper cranes for making wishes," she explained. "Legend has it that if one folds a crane each day for 1,000 days, their wish will come true. Why have we never heard of such a saying?" Zhao Yinglan's companions asked, intrigued. Wu Yu, slightly sheepish, admitted, "I came across it in a book. Long ago, there was a pair of deeply in love young souls who wished never to part. Yet, fate was unkind. War tore them apart. The girl was taken home by her parents, who intended to marry her off to a wealthy but elderly suitor. Heartbroken, she wept daily, confined to her room, tearing books apart to fold into paper cranes. After 2 months, she finally crafted 1,000 cranes. On that day, she cast them from her window, and they soared into the sky, reaching her beloved, bringing him back from the battlefield. Ultimately, they lived happily ever after." As Wu prepared to gauge the effect of her embellishments, she found it indeed successful, as Zhao Yinglan and the others began to tearfully cover their faces. In truth, the tale was not entirely fabricated. It was the story of her grandfather and grandmother. At that time, he had been conscripted as a soldier against the Japanese. Grandmother, all alone at home, has painstakingly raised several children, waiting for his return. She has meticulously cut all the red paper in the house into small pieces, folding one each day, filled with her longing for grandfather. After 3 years, on a fateful day, she completed 1,000. Grandfather came back. Wu Yu is uncertain whether it is mere coincidence or if, as grandfather said, it was grandmother's heartfelt actions that moved the heavens. In any case, some things truly resonate with sincerity. She sought a young monk at the temple to procure a banner. With her modified fat-tipped oil marker in hand, she wrote several large characters with her left hand and hung it between 2 paper cranes. Upon seeing the words, Zhao Yinglan and the others could no longer contain their emotions, bowing their heads in tears. Those around them were also touched, silently committing the words to memory. If you happen to encounter a man named Su Liang on the road, please inform him that a girl named Xiaolan is still waiting for him at home, until her hair turns white and the seas grow old. Thank you, Xiao Wu. Zhao Yinglan wiped her tears, composed herself, and managed a faint smile. Wu Yu shook her head, lamenting the fate of childhood sweethearts, hoping her sister could bring back the lost one. I can only assist you to this extent. Indeed, Zhao Yinglan nodded resolutely. The gentle spring breeze blew, seemingly attempting to disperse the sorrow on people's faces. A beautiful woman cradled an exquisite wooden doll, resolutely declaring, "I am willing to forsake all splendor and age in appearance, only hoping that the gentle breeze can bring you back, never to part again." May this spring breeze carry these words to the distant boy, burdened and lost, named Su Liang. Chapter 36. Divine Skills. That day, Wu Yu and her companion ultimately gleaned nothing further from Zhao Yinglan. Instead, the 1,000 paper cranes folded in the temple of the matchmaker became a sensation throughout the capital. Everyone eagerly imitated, inscribing the names of their beloved on paper, folding them into cranes, and hanging them on the matchmaker tree, praying for lovers to unite. Wu Yu felt quite helpless, never anticipating such a trend would arise. Yet, for her, it presented a business opportunity. She and Li Qi introduced various colored papers, explaining the significance of each color in the cranes. Soon, the colored paper flew off the shelves, and they profited handsomely. Wu Yu could only marvel at the omnipresence of opportunity, yet acknowledged the necessity of seizing the moment. However, not long after her colored paper debuted, the idea was replicated by others, and business gradually waned. With only 3 days remaining until her 7-day appointment with Wang Qian and the others, we resolved to begin her preparations. First and foremost, she did not play the piano, so she asked Qingfeng to find her a dozen piano teachers that day. Qingfeng was somewhat disgruntled, saying, "My lady, why do you need so many piano teachers at once? Do you think you can learn it all in one go?" Surprisingly, Wu nodded earnestly, prompting Qingfeng to face bomb. How could one possibly learn the piano so quickly? But if he refused to assist her, she would likely dismantle her precious pharmacy in frustration. Seeing her current infatuation, he decided it would be better not to offend this little witch. Although Wu typically appeared carefree and unresentful, that was merely because she had not been preoccupied at the time. Once she had the time and recalled the slight, those who wronged her would be in dire straits. In the afternoon, Qifeng indeed brought her 20 piano teachers. Avoid disturbing the elderly Mr. Chin and his wife. We sent them off to a tea house. After all, they would surely find conversation with Li Baoshan. Allowing her to learn in peace. Xiao Wu, what are you doing? If you wish to learn the piano, I can play too. I might be even better than this lot. Is that so? Then by all means. You play as well. She gathered all the piano teachers in the courtyard. While the musicians were puzzled, they were well aware that their payment depended on satisfying the client. Wu Yu instructed them to sit wherever they liked and play their favorite pieces. What is this about, Xiao Wu? Feng Qianjin inquired, curiosity piqued. You'll find out soon enough. When I don't call for you to stop, you must keep playing. The musicians complied without further protest. Soon, all began to play, each contributing unique melodies, creating an enchanting cacophony. Feng Qianjin struggled to suppress a grimace. This was quite the auditory catastrophe. Wu Yu took a deep breath, calming her heart completely. She began to focus intently on each person's movements and expressions. In her previous life, she had possessed a remarkable skill, cramming at the last minute. Her memory was exceptional, truly beyond ordinary. During her school days, she had not been particularly diligent, relying on last-minute study sessions to pass exams. Regardless, her memory ensured she never fell behind, consistently placing within the top 10 of her class. However, this approach came with significant side effects. Well, you shall soon understand. After about 15 minutes of playing, Wu Yu's eyes and mind raced at incredible speeds. Having memorized the basic movements and expressions of playing, satisfied with her observations, she instructed them to stop, confident she could recall the sheet music without issue. After dismissing the musicians, Feng Qianjin scrutinized Wu Yu, asking, "So, how was it, Xiao Wu? Do you feel anything unusual?" "Indeed." Wu Yu responded quietly, digesting her observations, then patted her stomach, acknowledging the strange sensation. "Are Qiu Yu and the others not here?" "No. You said to let them go have fun." "Remember, forget it. Let us go eat. Have we not just eaten?" We shot him a look. "Are you coming or not?" Wu had a fondness for the pot dish at Dido's place, where the food was free of alcohol, so she had no cause for concern. "Oh, why are you taking all this stuff with you to eat?" Feng Qianjin asked in disbelief, holding a pile of calligraphy supplies and go pieces. "I asked this really for a meal?" Wu had no intention of such. She merely planned to finish learning everything today, and since Feng Qianjin was a top student, who else could she turn to? She considered seeking Nangong Yu, but he was also one of her challengers. Moreover, Feng Qianjin was notoriously possessive. If she went to find Nangong Yu, he would surely make a scene. Thanks to that day, the Daidu family treated Wu Warmly, especially Dido's father, who greatly admired her. He boldly declared that once she became a teacher, she could dine there for free. As a food lover, Wu gladly accepted. However, this time, she felt quite embarrassed to let them pay. Feng Qianjin looked at Wu with disbelief. "Xiao Wu, this did a pot." "I know, but I'm so hungry." "All right then," he conceded, though he realized such a large pot of food was likely too much even for him. Besides, Wu typically didn't eat much. Could it be that after listening to us play earlier, you developed this appetite? Wu lifted her head from the bowl. "Yes, that's the side effect." "Do you believe I can now play the piano?" Indeed, the dramatic side effect of this peculiar skill was that it consumed vast amounts of energy each time it was activated, necessitating a feast afterward to recover. Otherwise, after a day, her weight would plummet rapidly. Was that even considered a superpower? Hence, her curiosity about lightness skills and sorcery upon arriving here. Perhaps those individuals also possessed unique abilities like hers. Is that even possible? Although I was quite clever back then. It took me several days to learn. Is Xiao Wu aiming for the heavens? Feng Qianjin mused, doubtfully. Well, it's normal not to believe. Since you're so idle, let us have you practice calligraphy beside me. Feng Qianjin rolled his eyes but complied. Observing the empty wooden platter, he gulped. They had truly finished it all. "Xiao Wu, don't you feel overly full?" "Not at all. I digest as I eat. In fact, just now, I've learned to write in calligraphy." "Do you believe me? Because I write with my left hand while you use your right. I need to shift my perspective, which consumes a lot of energy." Next, Wu had Feng Qianjin play Go while simultaneously reading, and she grasped the game as well. Initially, Feng Qianjin had not fully believed her claims, but as they played, he soon found himself struggling to compete against her. His skills were undoubtedly superior to that of the old man Feng Qinhua. "So, you've learned the piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting all in one day?" Feng Qianjin still found it hard to believe. Indeed, my memory is quite formidable. However, every time I do this, I must consume an extraordinary amount of food to replenish my energy. Otherwise, I simply cannot endure. Might this be harmful to one's health? Overindulgence seems detrimental to the body, does it not? Not at all. It merely signifies that one has consumed enough food. Otherwise, one could easily become emaciated. Strangely enough, she had previously undergone a medical examination after such bouts of gluttony and found herself in excellent health, with no adverse effects whatsoever. Thus, she has always felt quite at ease employing this skill. That is reassuring. Feng Qianjin sighed in relief. If this continued, what would he do if it truly harmed her health? Little Wu, are you still hungry? When we return, I shall have Qiu Yue and the others prepare a grand feast. Wu nodded honestly, admitting that after memorizing 2 books in the span of an hour, she was feeling somewhat overwhelmed. That evening, Qi Feng and the others were undoubtedly taken aback. I say, little Wu, are you? As if you've never eaten before in your life. Coughing slightly, Feng Qianjin cleared his throat. Did he need to explain this to her? Wu nonchalantly picked up a piece of fish, remarking, indeed, if you were any slower, I wouldn't mind devouring your portion as well. Qi Feng glanced at the rapidly vanishing dishes and hastened his pace. At this rate, she might indeed finish the entire table's worth of food. With a resigned sigh, Feng Qianjin transferred some meat from his bowl to hers. Wu winked at him, and he smiled indulgently, thinking her quite mischievous. Qi Feng resolved that he must swiftly seek out a young lady to court, then love her fiercely, perhaps even to the point of exasperation. Chapter 37. The curious Feng Qianyao. After an entire day of busyness coupled with a day of feasting, Wu found herself sleeping for nearly the entirety of the next day, waking only in the afternoon. Having made prior arrangements with Feng Qianjin to avoid interruptions, she enjoyed a particularly restful and comfortable slumber. Upon awakening, she took a refreshing bath and decided to stroll through the streets, seeking something to eat. Miss Wu Yu. She halted momentarily at the sound of the voice. It had indeed been quite some time since she had last seen this person. Your Highness, the second prince. She turned around, attempting to present a friendly demeanor. Little Wu, there's no need for formality. Simply call me Qianyao. Clad in a pristine white brocade robe, Feng Qianyao wore a cheerful expression, seemingly in good spirits. Yet what concern was that of hers? Wu suppressed a shiver at the sight of him and politely replied, Your Highness, if there's nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. I have matters to attend to. Just as she attempted to depart, Feng Qianyao stepped forward to block her path. Let us converse. We have nothing to discuss after all. You are the esteemed second prince, and I am merely a humble commoner. A simpleton. So would you kindly move your illustrious and obstructive figure aside? Allow me passage. Haha. Feng Qianyao smiled instead of growing angry. Wu Yu, you jest. Once I have strengthened my body, I shall be the first to send you flying, allowing you to experience the sensation of the original host's demise. What could have caused such a drastic change in little Wu? He wondered with curiosity. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in his eyes. Wu Yu shrugged nonchalantly. If even Bai Lianer has changed, would it not be tantamount to courting death if I remained unchanged? If you truly wish to know the reason, you might consider inquiring with Bai Lianer. I am certain she would be more than willing to elucidate. Why can't you explain it to me? Feng Qianyao stubbornly continued to obstruct her path, noting that her transformation was indeed remarkable. As though she had become an entirely different person, while he had seldom encountered her in the past, he recalled that 2 years ago, during a palace banquet, she had seemed to harbor a fondness for him. Yet, 2 years had passed, and he himself had changed. What of others? Wu Yu scoffed, inching closer to him, her eyes glinting with a hint of malice and coldness. Feng Qianyao, perhaps influenced by her gaze, found himself taking a few steps back. That's a particularly astute question. Why can't I explain anything to you? Feng Qianyao snapped back to reality, his eyes darkening with a fierce intensity. You're not Wu Yu. Who exactly are you? A person, no matter how they change, cannot undergo such a transformation. I have investigated you. It was only after that incident in the water that your demeanor shifted dramatically. Could it be that you are possessed by a ghost? Wu Yu's expression remained devoid of panic, yet her tone grew colder. If that is the case, why not take a guess as to who I truly am and who Bai Lianer is? Little Jean has never interrogated her. What makes you think you have the right to? Seeing her anger, Feng Qianyao grew anxious. Little Wu, I did not mean to. Since you did not, please step aside. We are in public, and I would not want others to assume I am trying to sully your royal reputation. Moreover, it would be quite unfortunate if little Jean were to misunderstand. Initially, Feng Qianya found her first statement rather amusing. However, the mention of Feng Qianjin dampened his spirits. She evidently held a fondness for him. He continued to block her path. Are you challenging the talents of all the scholars in the capital? Oh, if you're interested, you are welcome to join. After all, one more or one less makes little difference. Do you possess such confidence? He was genuinely astonished to hear her challenge so many individuals. How could one possibly prevail against so many? Whether I can or not, you shall see when the time comes. Who knows? Wu Yu's tone was laced with arrogance. She had always been so, as had the original host. Feng Qianya was once again taken aback. She was indeed confident, and such a woman was undeniably formidable. If she were to stand by his side, she would undoubtedly be a great asset, unlike those who could only be brought home as decorative trophies. I would like to invite you to dinner. No need. Wu promptly declined. Did you not wish to know about Bai Lizzie? Bai Wuming was my teacher. I know them rather well. Wu pondered. Currently, Bai Lizzie was unwilling to see her, and she could surmise some matters. Yet she still lacked clarity, so she agreed. The restaurant would be her own tea house, a safer choice. Feng Qianyao, aware that she was the proprietor, had no objections, though he felt slightly irked. Did she really feel the need to be wary of him? Upon arriving at the tea house, Wu greeted Uncle Li and his companions before casually selecting a seat. She cut straight to the chase. Speak, little Wu, this is quite improper. At the very least, I am a guest. And as the owner, shouldn't you treat your guests with more hospitality? Feng Qianya reclined lazily in his chair, teasing her. Oh, is that so? In that case, Your Highness, the second prince, please enjoy your afternoon tea while I attend to my matters. Wu Yu stood up, feigning to leave. Did he truly believe she could not uncover his secrets without him? She had never been one to settle. He should not think he could gain any advantage over her. Very well, I shall speak. Feng Qianyao gritted his teeth, feeling the sting of rejection for the first time, and so thoroughly. Wu sat back down, satisfied. Did he think her so easily trifled with, if he wished to contest with her? He still had much to learn. Bai Wuming may not be dead. Wu paused, puzzled. What do you mean? He might also be from the underground kingdom. The sorcerers on this continent are said to possess immortality. To conceal the secret of their longevity, once their tenure ends, they retreat to the underground kingdom, passing their responsibilities to the next sorcerer. How do you know this? Feng Qianjin himself was unaware, and she questioned its veracity. I overheard it when I was little. Given that he is an exceptionally powerful sorcerer, how could he not notice you eavesdropping? It seems unlikely unless he did so intentionally. Wu was unsure about that detail, but asserted. This is what I know. Whether you believe it is up to you. Oh, very well. Aunt Li entered, setting down a pot of tea and a few plates of pastries before discreetly departing. Wu poured him a cup of tea. Taste this. Our pastries are quite delightful. Little Wu, you truly excel. They are rather good. Wu replied without modesty. You truly have feelings for the fifth prince. Feng Qianyao's expression soured as he hesitated. What if I said I also have feelings for you? Yet I do not share your sentiments, so you might as well abandon hope. Feng Qianyao coughed. Then, can we be friends? Not possible. Psychologically speaking, if one does not harbor affection, it is better to reject outright. I have often observed girls who, despite rejecting a suitor's advances, agree to be friends. This sends the message that there is still hope, which is truly unwise. Why not? Feng Qianyao felt a flicker of irritation. Such a swift refusal was rather abrupt. I like it. I am willful. Is that not enough? Seeing her proud demeanor, Feng Qianyao suddenly found it hard to remain angry and burst into laughter. Fine. Whatever you say goes. Regardless, I believe in my charm. Though you have rejected me, do not blame me for not warning you. It seems that the Crown Prince has taken an interest in you as well. And he is certainly not as lenient as I. That does not concern me. With Bai Lianer around, do you think he will have the time to think of me? I have heard some rumors. It seems Feng Qianyi wishes to break off the engagement, yet I am unsure what means Bai Lianer employed to complicate matters. Feng Qianyi should be quite busy now. That woman is indeed remarkable. At the time, I misjudged her and mistakenly accused you. I sincerely apologize. Don't you have a fondness for Bai Lianer? That was in the past. I have long ceased to admire her. As for you, Xiao Wu, I must admit I didn't catch that earlier. My affection lies solely with you. As for that frivolous woman, I must have been blind to have been taken with her in the first place. While Wu was previously quite headstrong and ruthless, at least she was straightforward and sincere, unlike Bai Lianer, who presents one faade in public and another behind closed doors. Haha, could it be that she altered the storyline upon her arrival? It seems she has captivated most of the male leads, but surely that cannot be the case, as she has a strong aversion to epi. Chapter 38. The layout of the competition venue due to the overwhelming number of participants in this competition. Wu had no intention of facing them all individually. A couple of days before the event, she sought out Nan Gongyu for assistance. Nan Gongyu was taken aback that Wu would come to him, as he had not seen her for quite some time. Every visit to the fifth prince's residence had been met with various excuses from Feng Qianjin. Recently, the capital had been abuzz with news, as Xiao Wu had declared her intent to challenge all the talented individuals in the city. He was uncertain whether others believed her, but he certainly did, recognizing her capabilities. Nan Gongyu, I apologize for deciding on the competition venue without consulting you. It's quite all right. I know you wouldn't let me suffer any losses. Indeed, this could indeed yield significant profits for your establishment. I initially considered hosting it at my own tea house, but its lack of renown and limited space were drawbacks. I actually came to request your assistance. Wu stated directly, as Nan Gongyu was her apprentice. Excessive politeness would feel somewhat insincere. Please, Xiao Wu, tell me. I am certain I can help. Wu elaborated on her desire to eliminate some contestants. As the sheer number was overwhelming, she planned to filter out a portion, leaving the remainder for her to challenge. Nan Gongyu agreed to oversee the competition, and together they would formulate the questions for advancement. Ultimately, only 20 individuals would remain for the finals. He found her proposal quite agreeable, deeming it more equitable, as it would be unfair for one person to compete against so many simultaneously, regardless of their determination. After much discussion, they selected a spacious venue on the outskirts of the capital, which could accommodate a large crowd. Wu then produced a charcoal pencil and sketched a rough layout for the stage. The central area would feature a prominent stage, surrounded by walls and tall trees for shade. The walls appeared to be remnants of an old pasture, primarily constructed of blue bricks. Wu intended to create several murals on these walls. As for the flowers and plants, she would leave those decisions to Nan Gongyu. Her only favorite was the pear blossom, which was sadly unavailable in that locale. Next, they discussed the provision of refreshments and food at the competition site. Wu planned to supply her signature delicacies and tea from her own establishments, while Nan Gongyu's restaurant would cater the rice and main dishes. Additionally, she aimed to unveil her new venture, a candy shop, and promote it during the event. Nan Gongyu marveled at Wu's astute business acumen. Rich in creativity, it was hard to fathom that she was merely 13 years of age, although he himself was only 16. After they meticulously finalized the competition details, Wu departed, intending to return once he had prepared the basic layout for the stage. She needed to acquire some paint for her artwork. Fortunately, a variety of colors including red, black, pink, yellow, and green were available, so she decided against mixing her own. The pigments were primarily mineral or plant-based, offering a rich assortment. Upon returning home, she enlisted Bai and Xiaohe to assist in preparing the paints, diluting some and placing them into various spray bottles while leaving the rest for painting. Thankfully, she had produced several extra spray bottles during her last endeavor with wolf repellent spray, which proved convenient now. The following day, she brought Feng Qianjin to the competition site. Ready to commence her mural, she handed him several larger paintbrushes, as he was unfamiliar with the spray bottles and would use brushes instead. Given his presumably decent painting skills, however, Feng Qianjin sighed, looking perplexed. Xiao Wu, what are we painting? Just paint whatever you like. But I haven't painted anything in over 2 years. Could it be? Yet upon reflection, it certainly seemed accurate. Feng Qianjin had long feigned incompetence, and to maintain that pretense, he had naturally avoided engaging with such activities. Never mind, just observe my work for now, Wu replied, shaking the spray bottle before beginning her painting on the blue brick wall. In a short while, delicate clusters of white flowers emerged on the wall. After nearly 15 minutes, she completed that small section. Xiaojin, this is the pear blossom, my favorite flower. Feng Qianjin had been watching her intently from behind, and he had guessed her intended subject matter. On New Year's Eve, she had confided in him that her beloved was the pear blossom, a flower absent from the capital, thriving instead in the remote mountains. Her painting resembled ordinary pear blossoms, but was composed of vibrant clusters, complemented by several green leaves that added vitality. Although they were adorned with black thorns, the snowy petals exuded an air of allure and cold beauty. Reminiscent of Feng Qianjin observed Wu Yu's earnest expression. Indeed, she resembled that flower, noble, pure, enchanting, captivating all who beheld her after a moment of contemplation. He picked up a brush and began painting on the adjacent wall. That day, they devoted an entire sunlit day to completing their murals. As the sun began to set, Wu Yu, dressed in a light blue gown, let out a contented sigh, her face reflecting both fatigue and joy. A hint of golden sunlight illuminated her features, enhancing her tranquility and ethereal presence. Feng Qianjin was momentarily entranced, and when we turned to see his dazed expression, she couldn't help but chuckle. She playfully pinched his cheek, asking, "So, Xiaojin, are you tired?" Feng Qianjin, displeased, caught her wandering hand, declaring, "Not tired." They then took a moment to admire the fruits of their labor, though the artwork was a joint effort. It harmoniously conveyed a singular vision. Wu Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, this truly resembles a fairy tale world. The originally curved walls seamlessly blended their paintings, making it impossible to discern that they had been created by two different artists. Beneath the blue sky and white clouds, pear blossoms flourished abundantly, while the base of the pear trees was carpeted with tender green grass that thrived with life, gently swaying eastward as if caressed by a soft breeze. Petals fluttered down, and a pair of elegantly dressed young lovers sat back to back, gazing at the sky. Their profiles were barely visible, yet their smiles radiated charm and bliss, evoking an inexplicable sensation. Nearby, pagodas and pavilions nestled serenely among the mountains, and every distant scene and object was rendered with exquisite detail. Wu Yu couldn't help but marvel at Feng Qianjin's talent. He had swiftly painted the landscapes she found daunting. While she could manage smaller details, the grandeur of such landscapes eluded her. "Xiao Wu, are we depicted there?" Feng Qianjin inquired, pointing at the pair of lovers. "Guess," Wu Yu replied, winking mysteriously. "Indeed, it was they, that us." "I see it. Even the potato is nearby," Feng Qianjin exclaimed, pointing at the yellow dog. Wu Yu chose not to respond directly. "All right, we still have one important step left. Let us sign our names." She swiftly wrote her nickname, Xiao Wu, embellishing it with a few small flowers. Feng Qianjin discreetly smirked, realizing it was a form of acknowledgement, and inscribed his name, Xiaojin, Xiao Wu and Xiaojin. This thought brought a mischievous smile to his face. Wu Yu playfully patted his cheek, exclaiming, "Let us go. Stop grinning like that." Feng Qianjin grasped her hand, his eyes filled with adoration. "Yes, it's time to head home." Chapter 39. A bit too leisurely 7 days later. At the competition venue on the outskirts of the capital, all who entered were taken aback by the artwork on the walls and the layout of the venue. It felt as though they had stepped into another realm, one so breathtakingly beautiful that it left them breathless. Nan Gongyu was equally astonished. Is the work of Xiao Wu. Eventually, they discovered their names prominently displayed in a noticeable location. Xiao Wu, Xiaojin. A pang of sorrow struck Nan Gongyu and the others as they observed the exquisite couple depicted together, and they could surmise the implications. With a sigh, Nan Gongyu acknowledged that Xiao Wu would not be attending today. It was up to him to preside over the event. He meticulously registered all participants and conducted the matches, taking a full 3 days to eliminate the contestants, while Nan Gongyu was overwhelmed with responsibilities. Wu Yu enjoyed a leisurely pace, dispatching several individuals to the venue each day to promote her new fruit juice candies, which received a warm response, selling out daily. In recent days, she has indulged in several facial masks, knowing that she must prepare herself for the battlefield ahead. After all, maintaining an alluring appearance is essential, despite the multitude of things she needs to remember, and even though Wu Yu has consumed an abundance of food, her figure has noticeably thinned compared to before. She feels that it has little effect on her. She still believes herself to be quite beautiful. However, Feng Qianjin, upon witnessing this, felt a pang of heartache. He resolved that she should no longer be permitted to read those books, choosing instead to stay by her side daily to ensure she gets ample rest. Wu had initially been quite eager to peruse poetry and literature, But with Feng Qianjin tailing her closely, she found herself resigned to surrendering the struggle. On this particular day, she applied a hydrating mask and languidly reclined on a lounge chair, dozing off, noticing Feng Qianjin beside her. Appearing somewhat bored, a mischievous thought crossed her mind, leading her to press a mask onto his face as well. Feng Qianjin, what is that? He inquired, though the sensation of the mask on his face was rather pleasant. Yet, the sight of it plastered on his visage was undeniably comical. As for the skincare ingredients, she preferred not to disclose, as the preparation had been rather complicated, leaving her unable to recall all that she had added. Tomorrow, I shall assist you. Worry not. After lying there for a while, Feng Qianjin suddenly spoke up. Wu shot him a sideways glance and jested. Do you truly think I would be concerned? Well, he was indeed worrying unnecessarily. Wu reclined further, chuckling. After enduring such confinement in this place for so long, it is high time I indulged a little. Suddenly, she recalled a phrase she had encountered in a novel, foolish ancients. Await my conquest, she laughed heartily, then cleared her throat awkwardly, realizing her own folly in being so reckless. She could easily find herself in dire straits. Observing her blend of joy and sorrow, Feng Qianjin was left perplexed. Pondering what thoughts occupied Wu's mind, after washing off the mask, Wu found herself rather bored. Feng Qianjin, like a faithful shadow, continued to follow her every move, with a face full of disillusionment. She turned to him and said, Qianjin, could you possibly refrain from trailing me all the time? Aren't you busy? He chuckled lightly. You know my reputation. Do you truly expect me to be busy? Is that so? Wu replied with a sly smile, her hands playfully encircling his narrow waist. Feng Qianjin's ears turned a visible shade of crimson. Little Wu, what are you doing? Who instructed you to leave me so idle? As the saying goes, a full stomach breeds thoughts of love. You are compelling me to tease you, she concluded with a playful touch across his fair visage. Feng Qianjin stood a head taller than her, compelling Wu to look up to meet his gaze. Upon seeing his flushed cheeks, a sudden wave of guilt washed over her. After all, he remained an innocent youth, just as she contemplated retracting her hand. Feng Qianjin enveloped her in an embrace, pinning her against the wall. This was indeed an instance of being wallbanged. Had she inadvertently led this young lad astray? Wu gazed up, only to find Feng Qianjin's eyes sparkling like stars. A mischievous smile gracing his lips, his previous shyness completely vanished. To her astonishment, before she could react, she felt a sharpness upon her lips. Feng Qianjin's actions demonstrated precisely why one should never toy with a man. Momentarily stunned, Wu quickly reminded herself that she hailed from a more liberated world. How could she allow herself to feel shy? Thus, she closed her eyes, reciprocating his kiss. Unbeknownst to her, in that very moment of closure, a glimmer of cunning danced in Feng Qianjin's eyes, akin to a cat that had just stolen a fish. After what felt like an eternity, Feng Qianjin finally released her, leaving Wu gasping for air, her lips tingling with a sensation that unmistakably indicated she had been kissed. How could this happen to her, a newcomer in this world? She felt a rush of embarrassment as she covered her face. Had she truly led this young man astray? Feng Qianjin, in high spirits, smiled. I quite enjoy being teased by you, little Wu. From now on, feel free to tease me as you like. I shall not resist. Wu Yu, rendered speechless by his nonchalant demeanor, thought to herself that she had not intended to provoke him. She certainly would not court disaster again. I am but 13. Oh, but I am merely 14 myself. Feng Qianjin innocently blinked at her. Within her, a tiny figure covered its ears, weeping and shaking its head. I refuse to listen. He is still a minor. How can he say such things? Regardless, once we are wed, it shall not merely be innocent kisses. Consider this as a means to acclimate yourself. Such a shameless fellow. Wu Yu, unwilling to continue this line of conversation, glanced at the lethargic potato lying nearby, scooping it up and tossing it to Feng Qianjin. Here, the potato also requires a bath. You shall wash it today. With a resigned sigh, Feng Qianjin accepted the reluctant dog and carried it to the well, picking up the lemon-scented soap Wu had made and washing the creature haphazardly. Meanwhile, Wu reclined lazily on her chair, calling upon the equally idle Xia Yu to massage her shoulders, as she had indeed felt quite fatigued and deserved some pampering. Xia Yu needed her shoulders, she remarked. Little Wu, you seem to have lost a bit of weight. No worries, even if I grow thinner, my bosom shall remain intact. Upon hearing such a blunt statement, Xia Yu felt slightly bashful, though she had grown accustomed to Wu Yu's candid nature. Otherwise, she might have been mortified. Suddenly, we recalled an important matter. She was currently wearing a thin belly wrap. Given that her body had yet to fully develop, she felt little discomfort. Yet, she pondered, what would happen when she matured? Could she truly continue to wear such a flimsy garment? It would surely be painful should she collide with something. Perhaps she ought to consider crafting a proper bra for herself. Xia Yu, already 17 or 18, had developed nicely, and Wu Yu turned her gaze to examine her chest for a moment. It looks to be a C cup. Quite commendable, as she observed. She couldn't help but reach out to touch it. Wowed. The sensation is rather delightful, soft and supple. Although I was not flat-chested in my previous life, I do not believe I was as ample as her. Xia Yu was taken aback, pushing away the hand that had been exploring her chest. Little Wu Da, what are you doing? Ahem. That was an accident. My apologies. As if anyone would believe that. Feng Qianjin, who had been observing from the sidelines, had witnessed Wu Yu's little antics all too clearly. He glanced at her developing figure, noting its slight stature. Under such a scrutinizing gaze, Wu Yu quickly realized he was not being discreet. She shot him a glare. What sort of look is that? How dare you find fault with me? Feng Qianjin awkwardly diverted his gaze, drying the potato with a towel before standing. Little Wu, do not worry. Even if you remain flat-chested in the future, I shall not reject you, Feng Qianjin declared with unwavering conviction, awaiting Wu Yu's response. Wu Yu, with a good-natured smile, beckoned him closer. Come here. I promise I won't hurt you. Feng Qianjin, unaware of her intentions, approached her, while Xia Yu tactfully stepped aside. Wu Yu fixed her gaze upon him, and Feng Qianjin felt a twinge of unease under her scrutiny. She seized his ear, playfully assaulting him verbally. You dare to criticize me? I am not small. I simply have yet to fully develop. Feng Qianjin had come to a profound realization. Certain topics were strictly off-limits when it came to women. He gazed at Wu Yu with a pitiful expression. Little Wu, I did not mean to offend. I certainly know you will grow in time. Wu Yu shivered at the thought. Speak plainly. What I meant to say is that regardless of how you develop, I will never disdain you, Feng Qianjin asserted with earnestness. Wu Yu regarded him skeptically. I shall not be so forgiving, Feng Qianjin. You had better hope to grow up handsome. If you do not, I shall unhesitatingly abandon you. Feng Qianjin chuckled. That is a given. Do you truly believe anyone in the capital could rival my looks? Not now, nor in the future. Such narcissism. What audacity. By the way, little Wu, I saw you touching Xia Yu earlier. Ahem. I told you. That was an accident. I know you were merely curious, but you mustn't touch others without permission, not even other girls. Otherwise, you can touch me, he boldly proposed. You better get lost. Chapter 40. The beginning after the elimination rounds. Only 20 individuals remained, including Bai Lian, Wang Qianji, Feng Qianyao, and others. Feng Qiangua, evidently curious, arrived at the competition venue. Naturally, the Empress and concubine row followed him, and they took it upon themselves to dismiss the judges. Although Wu Yu felt disgruntled, she dared not voice her displeasure. After all, he was the emperor, and no matter how favorably he regarded her, one must not challenge the authority that loomed above. Upon observing Bai Lianer and Feng Qiani, the atmosphere between them felt rather peculiar. It is uncertain whether the female protagonist has successfully captivated Feng Qiani. It certainly does not appear so. One might speculate that the male lead is currently growing impatient with her. Wang Qianji glanced at Wu Yu, devoid of his usual sardonic humor, now imbued with a sense of seriousness and gravitas. Particularly after beholding the paintings on the wall, he felt compelled to re-evaluate her capabilities. As Feng Qinhua passed by Wu Yu, he cast her a meaningful glance, implying that she has yet to surpass Jin in prowess. Wu Yu discerned his meaning and shrugged nonchalantly. Who knows? Perhaps her moment is yet to arrive. She raised her gaze to the overcast sky, feeling a sense of foreboding about the impending weather. The stage being outdoors, she hoped for no rain. Surrounding the stage were numerous peonies, bestowing a vibrant and opulent ambience, yet she felt indifferent towards them, regarding them merely as a cluster of flowers. Feng Qianjin stood silently behind her, hands clasped, his eyes glinting with a sharp intensity. Wu Yu, elevated above, observed the comings and goings of the crowd, finally spotting a familiar silhouette cloaked in white. A strange smile curled at the corner of her mouth, her eyes reflecting an inscrutable meaning. Following her line of sight, Feng Qianjin too was momentarily taken aback by Li Zi. Why has he returned? The expression on Xiao Wu's face earlier suggests she knew Bai Lizi would certainly come. Bai Lizi's gaze appeared vacant. Accompanied by Bai Lichuan, as they approached with a lightness in their step, seemingly oblivious to the world around them, akin to a blind person unaware of their surroundings, Wu remained adorned in her favorite purple attire. The sleeves embellished with embroidered pear blossoms, this world was indeed a peculiar and extraordinary realm, markedly different from her previous existence. The most enigmatic aspect remained the peculiar nation, its inhabitants. With that thought, she instinctively glanced in Bai Lizi's direction. Immortality. If such a phenomenon truly existed, then Feng Qinhua and his ilk should not exhibit such reactions. One cannot fully trust Feng Qinhua's words. To her surprise, Bai Xiao and Bai Ershao had also made the cut. This revelation astonished Wu Yu, as these selections comprised familiar faces. Beside Bai Lianer stood Xiao Qing, appearing significantly thinner and more haggard. It seemed an eternity since Wu Yu had last seen her. One could surmise that Bai Lianer had subjected her to considerable tribulation. Wu Yu sighed helplessly. The path she chose was hers alone, and she was no benevolent saint, thus would not extend further assistance. Ultimately, she must fend for herself. Bai Ershao approached Wu Yu, his demeanor unexpectedly gentle, leaving Wu Yu feeling a twinge of unease. Had he perhaps taken the wrong medication? Xiao Yu, Bai Ershao, out of courtesy. Wu Yu could not afford to dismiss him with indifference. He gazed at her with a complex expression, inquiring, "Are you doing well?" "Well, very well." Wu Yu nodded, sensing that indeed, he must have taken the wrong medication. Had he not been the one who incessantly belittled her in the past? "Father misses you as well. When you have time, do visit him. Previously, I misunderstood you. I apologize." Wu Yu stared at him in disbelief. How could he be apologizing to her? Had the illustrious deeds of the female protagonist been exposed, leading to his disfavor? She concealed her astonishment, replying calmly, "I shall. After all, it was Lord Bai who raised me." Upon hearing her words, Bai Ershao fell silent, at a loss for further conversation, perceiving his discomfort. Wu Yu mused on their lack of common ground. "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." The competition had yet to officially commence, and those within the venue leisurely sipped tea, indulged in snacks, and engaged in casual conversation. Just as Wu Yu sought a moment of tranquility, Bai Lianer reappeared before her. Unlike before, she did not feign sisterly affection upon seeing her. Rather, there was an air of smugness in her demeanor. "Wu Yu, do you realize you are digging your own grave this time? Could it be that you all are exceptionally talented?" Wu Yu feigned surprise. "Even if you can defeat me, what then? There's Nangong Luozhu, Miss Zhao, Wang Qianji, and several princes and princesses. Do you truly believe you can conquer them all? Winning against you would suffice. Dulling your sharpness would be quite satisfactory," Wu Yu retorted, provocatively stroking her chin. Bai Lianer scoffed, "Although you stole the limelight at the last palace banquet, this time I will not allow you any opportunity." "Very well. I shall await your grand triumph, Bai Miss, where you shall trample me underfoot. Are you satisfied?" Bai Lianer, surprisingly composed, did not even cast a glance her way before departing. Watching her retreating figure, Wu Yu squinted. Sensing that the female protagonist had indeed come well prepared, necessitating her caution, she gazed absently at the cheerful crowd, realizing that following this competition, her life might become increasingly tumultuous. It was time for her to hasten her pace and depart this place, for she had quite a number of adversaries here. Chapter 41. The Guqin among the judges for this round, in addition to several erudite scholars and members of Feng Qinhua, was Zhao Englan. Renowned as the most esteemed talent in the capital, the first competition centered around the Guqin, with the 20 participants divided into two groups, set to face elimination until only 5 remained, who would then compete against Wu Yu. Soon, the stage resonated with the ethereal sounds of the Guqin, yet Wu Yu found herself unable to appreciate the music, preoccupied with recalling the composition's scores. The first performer was a veiled girl, adorned in a flowing white gown, exuding elegance and poise. Her opponent was the third princess. She maintained a composed demeanor, sitting opposite her, gracefully extending an invitation to begin. Feng Qianling was equally unreserved. With a flick of her delicate fingers, A piercing note shattered the tranquility of the venue. The melodious strains of high mountains and flowing water poured forth, aligning perfectly with the theme of serenity. Upon concluding her piece, she gently withdrew her slender fingers. Nodding towards the panel of judges, the veiled woman then took her turn, performing the same piece, yet her rendition exuded a profound tranquility and subtlety. The essence of the music was birthed from the heart, and the outcome of the competition was readily apparent. Following this, Feng Qianyao and Bai Xiao took the stage, with Feng Qianyao demonstrating a clear superiority. In a swift turn of events, 15 contenders were eliminated, leaving just 5, Nangong Yu, Bai Lianer, Wang Qianji, Feng Qianyao, and the veiled woman. Wu Yu inhaled deeply, then exhaled. She had indeed taken a considerable risk, now facing 5 individuals in a battle of 5 distinct musical styles. The first to compete against her was the veiled woman, with no specified theme, granting them the liberty to choose their pieces. Wu Yu allowed her to play first. The woman graciously nodded, and a haunting melody, Han Palace Autumn Moon, emerged. This composition conjured images of the palace's concubines and maidens reminiscing about the past in the desolate stillness of an autumn night, lamenting their fates, the sorrow interwoven with a hint of melancholy, striking a chord within the listeners. As it was Wu Yu's turn, all eyes turned towards her. She merely lowered her head to pluck the strings of the guzheng. Wu Yu was still in a state of indecision, contemplating whether using the guzheng would alter the essence of the pieces. After deliberating, she opted to perform Chrysanthemum Terrace, recalling the poignant line, "Chrysanthemums wither, leaving sorrow in their wake," which somewhat aligned with the veiled woman's theme. Albeit slightly tainted in her view, upon completing her performance, an unexpected wave of anxiety washed over her, leading her to question whether her confidence had been misguided. The audience's silence intensified her unease. Had she truly played poorly? Feng Qinhua was the first to react, exclaiming, "Excellent! This piece is remarkable. I have never heard it before. What is its title?" Chrysanthemum Terrace," Wu Yu stammered. "Who composed this?" "It is not convenient to disclose the composer's identity. Thus, you may consider it my own creation for now." This statement would not raise eyebrows among the average audience. However, for someone like Bai Lianer, it was an opportunity to seize it. As anticipated, her discontented voice rang out. "Since this piece is not composed by you, how can it be claimed as such? Does this not imply you are deceiving us?" We remained silent, her expression a blend of amusement and derision as she gazed at her. The judging panel fell into a momentary hush, but after deliberation, they ultimately rendered a fair score. In this round, Wu Yu narrowly secured victory, catching a glimpse of Bai Lianer's scornful smile from the corner of her eye. She smiled coldly, thinking, "Let them revel in their moment for now." The second competitor was Feng Qianyao, and once again, we permitted him to perform first. Feng Qianyao played 10 Directions Ambushed, the brisk notes weaving a compelling narrative of a young warrior surrounded by foes. Engulfed in despair, Wu Yu was taken aback, pleasantly surprised by his considerable talent. Given his vigorous performance, she knew she could not afford to lag behind. She opted to perform a piece she had adapted titled Chow Chow. As historically, the original composition had not utilized guzheng accompaniment, she decided to envision it anew. Historically, Chow Chow's legacy has been met with mixed reviews. Some label him a treacherous villain, while others vilify him extensively. Nonetheless, Wu Yu held a modicum of admiration for him, recalling his formidable campaigns against Yuan Shu, his triumph over El Bu, and his conquest of Liu Biao, establishing a reputation that reverberated throughout the realm. Regardless of how those individuals belittle and criticize him, the achievements he has attained remain indelible. As for historical texts, she finds them to be inherently subjective. As the saying goes, the wind sways the grass on the wall. During times of prosperity, one may be exalted to celestial heights, yet in times of misfortune, one can be trampled into the earth. History has always been starkly realistic in this regard. She envisions Chow Chow in his prime, commanding the realm with unwavering authority. The very essence of that grandeur, that pride which instilled fear across the land, resonates within her. She possesses immense confidence in her rendition of this piece. Ultimately, she emerges victorious. And as Feng Qianyao steps down, his expression is notably composed as he softly encourages her, "Keep striving." Wu Yu, somewhat perplexed, nods silently in response. The third contender is Wang Qianji, who wears a gentle smile, exclaiming, "I truly misjudged you. Hadn't she already made her stance clear? Wu regards him with an impassive expression. Wang Qianji performs a relatively gentle piece, one that Wu has not heard before. Yet it strikes her as quite pleasant. However, he ultimately falters against Wu Yu's rendition of Red-Faced Calamity, appearing unsurprised by his loss. When he departs, he dons a demeanor of serene acceptance. Much like Feng Qianyao, then, like a celestial being, Nan Gongyu graces the stage, tenderly imploring, "Master, please show some mercy." Wu Yu, smiling, reassures him, "No worries, I have faith in your abilities." Nan Gongyu plays a piece unfamiliar to Wu Yu. The notes weaving a tender, lingering melody, likely imbued with themes of love. She mischievously winks at him, suggesting, "Allow me to showcase my prowess." This is her own arrangement, when the white peonies bloom, as her delicate fingers caress the strings. She begins to sing, "In dreams, I often see that year when the white peonies bloomed, we held hands and walked through the sea of white flowers. Oh, white peony," Nan Gongyu softly murmurs, inexplicably filled with images of him holding her hand. Wandering beneath a cerulean sky, amidst a sea of white blossoms, and then, forever, he himself is taken aback by such thoughts. How could he harbor such notions? Yet, he is not alone in these sentiments. Sometimes, music can penetrate the depths of one's heart. Feng Qianjin experiences similar visions, albeit the flowers in her mind are not white peonies, but rather, pear blossoms. Feng Qinghua observes Feng Qianjin with a smirk, noting that her competitors seem to be numerous. Finally, it is Balian Ur's turn. Her earlier arrogance and disdain have been replaced by a calm demeanor, though a hint of insecurity flickers in her eyes. Wu candidly admits to her disdain for Balian Ur. Although the leading lady possesses remarkable talents, Wu too has her own. Indeed, Balian Ur performs "When Will the Bright Moon Appear," leaving the audience in awe. Wu, however, remains unfazed, for the original singer's voice surpasses her own. She intends to cover a song by Zhang Baikan, this time choosing Annual Rings, a piece rich in meaning. To ancient ears, it may seem rather straightforward, but to the women of this era, it resonates with stark realism. The circle outlines a fingerprint, imprinted on my lips, recalling the bittersweet traces of a kiss, like the roots of a tree. Alone in the chilly night, I await the dawn. Zhao Yinglan, listening to Wu Yu's song, smiles bitterly. Indeed, she has waited long. For the most venomous hatred is that of unfulfilled destiny. She enthusiastically rates Wu Yu a perfect score. Even the queen and the gentle consort, who usually harbor disdain for Wu Yu, award her high marks, resulting in Balian Ur's elimination. I end this round. Wu Yu triumphs across the board. Chapter 42. Chess following the musical contest. There is a brief intermission of 15 minutes. Wu Yu takes satisfaction in observing Balian Ur's clenched teeth in frustration. Reveling in her earlier arrogance, suddenly, she catches a familiar scent, her heart racing. Without turning, she coldly states, "Master Bailey." Yet, upon turning, she is surprised to find it is not Bailey Z, but rather Bailey Chuan, Miss Wu Yu. He greets her respectfully. Wu Yu's brown eyes turn icy. Their scents are identical. What is Bailey Z attempting to conceal? He presents her with a string of white magnolias, stating, "This is a gift from the esteemed master to you." Confused, Wu Yu accepts, replying, "Thank you for your master's kindness." Bailey Chuan casts her a fleeting glance before departing. While her exterior remains calm, her inner turmoil surges. This floral scent is reminiscent of the haunted mansion. What could Bailey Z be plotting? Is it possible he wishes to test her? The haunted mansion still lingers. The milky white flowers have begun to wilt, their freshness long faded. Nonchalantly, she holds them, noticing Dong Shui idly standing nearby, tossing the flowers her way. Deciding any inquiries can wait until she returns home for further analysis. Unbeknownst to Wu Yu, in the distance, Bailey Z's eyes suddenly shine with clarity, devoid of their previous emptiness, fixating on her like a predator eyeing its prey. Feng Qianjin approaches with a stern expression, embracing Wu Yu, inquiring, "Are you tired?" Wu Yu looks up at him, puzzled. "Xiao Jin, what troubles you?" Feng Qianjin buries his face in her hair, muttering, "It's nothing." Could he confess he is irked by the numerous male gazes glued to her? In this chess segment, Wu Yu feels quite confident. Honestly, among the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, she is least assured in her calligraphy. Even with practice, it remains mere imitation, lacking the vitality of her own style. Once again, the The 20 contenders face off in elimination, leaving her as the sole opponent. Ultimately, the final 5 have shifted, with Feng Qianyo not being selected, while Feng Qianyi advances, a change amidst the others. The first round of matches sees Wu Yu pitted against Feng Qianyi, whose gaze unsettles her, tinged with possessiveness. The leading lady also regards her, sending chills down her spine. Feng Qianjin notes Feng Qianyi's look, coldly sneering and clenching his fists. His elder brother seems intent on claiming everything for himself. But his woman is not so easily coveted. After defeating Feng Qianyi, Wu Yu faces the intense glare of Balianer, Wang Qianji's unwarranted admiration, the masked woman's enigmatic smile, and Nan Gongyu's barely concealed affection while completing all her chess matches. Although she ultimately prevails, the entire competition leaves her feeling bewildered. Could it be that she is simply too sensitive? After the contest, Feng Qin sighs, pondering whether she truly intended to lose last time. Yet that doesn't seem plausible unless she has only recently learned these skills. If that is indeed the case, she is remarkably similar to Jeaner. The masked woman glides to Wu Yu's side. And indeed, it is a glide, her figure delicate and seemingly fragile, evoking Wu Yu's sympathy. Miss Wu Yu. Her melodious voice breaks the spell, bringing Wu Yu back to reality. In truth, she finds herself more intrigued by beautiful women than handsome men, lamenting her past associations with male friends that left little room for female companionship. Greetings, fair maiden. The masked woman is taken aback by Wu Yu's response, her cheeks flushing, yet she maintains composure, replying, "Hello, what is your name?" "Beautiful lady, I am Ouyang Lanrua." "Ah, such a lovely name. Why do you wear a veil? With a name like that, you must be a beauty. It seems no custom here requires women to veil themselves." "Oh, it's nothing. It's simply proper to maintain decorum when out and about." "I see," Wu replies with a sly smile, swiftly pulling down her veil, catching a glimpse of her visage before hastily replacing it. Those around them remain oblivious to her actions. Wu Yu's eyes widen in awe, marveling at the fresh and ethereal beauty before her, lightly adorned, with brows like crescent moons, eyes sparkling like stars, and a figure that is pleasingly ample, comparable to Xiaoyu. Wu Yu muses that Balian is insignificant in comparison. This is true beauty. It stirs something primal within her. Ouyang Lanrua is momentarily stunned by Wu Yu's boldness. Could it be she is not mistaken? A woman more beautiful than herself gazes at her with astonishment and a hint of aggression. Clearing her throat, she apologizes. "I was rather forward. You are truly stunning." Wu Yu awkwardly explains, cursing her impulsiveness. "You are too humble. I find you far more captivating." Ouyang Lanrua assesses Wu Yu closely. Her unadorned face, unblemished skin, a refined nose, and lightly tinted lips, paired with her elegantly styled hair, caught her attention upon entry. She has been observing this girl, noting her calm demeanor, neither arrogant nor impatient, exuding a subtle, cold charm, not possessing the opulence of peonies or the allure of winter plums. If one were to liken her to a flower, it would be the pure white pear blossom, noble and sacred, ethereal and elusive. Is that so? Feng Qianjin, observing the exchange, finds it both amusing and exasperating. Often struggling to decipher what occupies Wu Yu's mind, seeing her gaze dreamily fixed upon this lovely young woman, he can no longer contain himself, striding over, apologetically glancing at Ouyang Lanrua before gently extracting the unwilling Wu Yu from the scene. In his embrace, Wu Yu struggled, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Can't you see I am conversing with a beautiful lady?" Feng Qianjin, feeling aggrieved, turned her small face towards him, insisting, "What's so captivating about her, little Wu? You could just look at me." Wu Yu furrowed her brow, retorting, "But you are not a woman." Feng Qianjin, taken aback, suddenly recalled an incident when little Wu seemed to have touched Xiaoyu's chest. Could it be? "Little Wu, you don't actually fancy women, do you?" This was not a question, but rather a statement of certainty. Observing his astonished expression, Wu Yu felt somewhat exasperated. "My sexual orientation is perfectly normal." "Thank you very much. What on earth are you imagining? Your imagination is rather wild." Feng Qianjin let out a sigh of relief, grateful that little Wu did not have an inclination towards women. Yet, he pondered, why did she often gaze at that girl? Wu Yu shot him a glare. "I simply find Ruolan to be quite intriguing and wish to get to know her." "All right, no way. Just to be safe, it's better for you to stay with me." He thought, if she were to genuinely fall for a woman, what would he do? Being suspected of being a Yuri fan, it seemed she truly needed to reflect on her actions. Chapter 43, Calligraphy. As the calligraphy segment commenced, witnessing the flowing and dynamic characters, you felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. While she could memorize many things, calligraphy required innate talent. If she were to master it, her handwriting would not be so unsightly. Finally, when it was her turn to compete alongside others, she found herself reluctant to use the brush. Thus, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, she quietly retrieved her charcoal pencil and, using her left hand, swiftly inscribed a poem upon the paper. Your first horseback ride was not for leisure, but for crossing the frontier. A determined pipa raised against the desert winds. Your appearance startled a high-flying wild goose because of a longing for beauty. One glance too many disrupted the rhythm of its wings. A millennium of wind and sand cannot tarnish the myth of the fallen goose. Now, beneath the azure sky, a white dove takes flight from the green tomb, delivering your fragrant soul back home. Fallen goose, forgive her. This is a modern poem. She didn't remember many Tang poems, so she rather enjoyed this style of poetry. The characters she wrote with charcoal were still legible, not inferior to those of others. In this competition, 6 individuals could participate simultaneously. Once the 6 had completed their works, they were submitted for judgment by the panel of judges. Feng Qianhua and his companions were taken aback by Wu Yu's writing, marveling yet puzzled, as it resembled neither a poem nor a lyric. Furthermore, the writing appeared commendable, though it was evident it was not composed with a brush. Wu Yu had to provide them with explanations, as this was a modern poem, and she had to concoct a story about it for the writing utensil. The competition had not stipulated a specific tool. Had it, in the end, the judges insisted that Wu Yu narrate the tale of the fallen goose, compelling her to recount a slightly altered version of the story of Wang Zhaojun crossing the frontier. When someone inquired about the source of her story, she fabricated an answer, claiming she had read it in some books. When the results were announced, there were no surprises. Bai Lianer protested. She didn't use a brush. That's unfair, Wu Yu countered. If you want to use a brush, then I must use charcoal as well to see if you can write. Bai Lianer was left speechless, as she indeed could not utilize that seemingly unattractive tool for writing. As the painting segment began, Wu Yu became rather haughty, declaring, the painting on that wall was crafted by me. Do you accept it? Since the theme was portraiture, she promptly appointed Feng Qianjin as her model. Having brought along several charcoal pencils, she intended to create a sketch. The two chatted leisurely as they painted. Little Jean, I must say, your eyes are quite beautiful, much like her own. His deep brown irises sparkled like exquisite glass orbs. His eyes were elongated phoenix-like, with long lashes. It was often said that boys with long eyelashes were typically handsome, and indeed, that sentiment held some truth. Speaking of phoenix eyes, they were a common trait among domineering CEOs. Cunning men and aloof gentlemen. Feng Qianjin blinked a few times, asking, so, little Wu, have you been captivated? Wu Yu replied honestly. If she had not been enchanted, she would not have agreed to be with him. She sketched. She truly found herself mesmerized by his beauty. His features, when combined, were strikingly handsome. Why had she not felt this way upon first meeting him? Qingfeng's words rang true. Appearances do matter. Moreover, once the roguish air about him faded, the regal aura inherent to his lineage emerged, exuding an undeniable charisma. Little did she know that her beloved Jean could transform into such a graceful and noble young man. How about it? Am I not more attractive than those women you've seen? The young man boasted, blissfully unaware of any misstep in his words. Did he imply he was more beautiful than women? Should she compliment him? Saying he resembled a jade-like visage, like Panin, with a smile as radiant as peach blossoms. Mentioning Panin, he was the legendary beauty from ancient tales, who had captivated countless maidens. One wondered if the atmosphere here was as liberal as it had been in Panin's time. Surely, when Panin strolled the streets, he encountered his fair share of tossed fruits. Given Feng Qianjin's striking appearance, perhaps a cart ride through town would garner a bounty of fruits. Imagining Feng Qianjin seated upon an ox cart, showered with fruit by a throng of aunties, was quite the comical image. Indeed, such a sight was too delightful to behold. Yet, given his previous reputation, he might only attract a cartload of rotten eggs. With this thought, Wu Yu cast a disdainful glance at Feng Qianjin, realizing that while his beauty could have been a currency for food, it now appeared to hold little value. Feng Qianjin looked bewildered. wondering what he had done to elicit such disdain. After nearly 2 hours, Wu completed his portrait. Stretching her somewhat stiff neck, she mused, "Not bad at all." Bai Lianer had painted a portrait of Ruofei, which was rather lifelike, yet it paled in comparison to Wu Yu's vividly accurate depiction. As everyone beheld Wu Yu's artwork, they inhaled sharply. Realizing just how breathtakingly beautiful the subject was, it dawned on them that the fifth prince was indeed remarkably handsome, even surpassing the esteemed Nan Gongyu from the first family. The figure in the painting, devoid of color, was accentuated by the monochrome palette, rendering him even more strikingly alluring. With hair meticulously styled and dark locks framing his face, his sword-like brows and starry eyes crafted an image of youthful elegance. Instantly, the young maidens shifted their focus. Discovering yet another handsome figure, we resolved to take Feng Qianjin out more often. Perhaps she would no longer need to purchase fruits. Ultimately, she emerged victorious once more. Initially, Ruofei and the Empress had no intention of awarding high scores, yet we promised to paint a piece or two for them in the future, which naturally led to a favorable outcome for her. This time, Wu Yu and Feng Qianjin had thoroughly redeemed themselves, paving the way for her to commence her studies. Wang Qianji and his companions wore expressions of discontent, as they had boasted that Wu Yu was utterly inept, and now the results were nothing short of slapping themselves in the face. Wu Yu surveyed the arena but did not spot Bai Li Zi. She would need to ponder the implications of the magnolia flower later. Chapter 44, Crisis looming in the stillness of the night. At the stroke of midnight, Wu Yu suddenly opened her eyes. Seizing the wolf repellent spray and rolling pin from her bedside, she was highly sensitive, particularly to scents and sounds in the dark. This night felt excessively quiet and oppressive. It was evident that someone lurked nearby. A sudden hoot from an owl pierced the silence, causing Wu Yu to grip her weapons tightly. Realizing that the moment had come, she had yet to experience real combat. Indeed, as if on cue, the sounds of clashing blades emerged from outside her room, a strong scent of blood permeating the air. With a loud crash, Qi Feng burst through the door. "Little Wu, are you unharmed?" At that moment, Wu Yu donned a thin nightgown, her hair cascading down, her expression wary. Qi Feng instinctively averted his gaze. Wu Yu, aware of her disheveled appearance, hastily donned a white outer garment. "I'm fine. What's happening outside? Nothing to worry about. My lord can handle those intruders. Little Wu, you need not be concerned. I will protect you." "Oh, all right." Wu Yu hesitated, feeling a tinge of anxiety at encountering the fabled assassins for the first time. Observing Qi Feng's calm demeanor, she deduced that the assailants were not particularly formidable. After a brief wait, silence fell outside her room. Qi Feng leaned against the door, listening intently to the commotion outside. Satisfied that it was safe, he opened the door. Just as Wu Yu was about to step out, she heard Feng Qianjin's cold voice. "Qi Feng, do not let little Wu out." Qi Feng promptly shut the door again, but Wu Yu caught a glimpse of Feng Qianjin clad in black, his long hair obscuring his expression. Wielding a bloodied sword amidst several corpses, his silhouette appearing eerie and frigid. Suddenly, Wu Yu heard rustling sounds, indicating more ambushes. Perhaps more than one group was present. Qing Feng's expression shifted dramatically, realizing that one group was targeting little Wu. The door was violently slashed open by a long sword, and several masked figures clad in black surged inside. Qi Feng stepped forward, sword in hand, engaging in a fierce battle with the intruders. Wu Yu retreated to the side. Grasping her can of pepper spray, she was prepared to incapacitate anyone who dared to approach. Despite Qing Feng's commendable martial prowess, the sheer number of assailants soon overwhelmed him, leaving him with a sense of being besieged. An assassin seized an opportunity and lunged at Wu Yu with a dagger, prompting her to activate the spray. Caught off guard, the assassin was met with a direct spray to the face, causing his eyes to burn painfully, rendering him momentarily blind. Wu Yu seized the chance to kick him away, snatching his weapon to confront the next foe. Once harboring dreams of being a chivalrous heroine like those in novels, she now found herself gripped by fear in the face of reality. Having never taken a life, she felt the weight of her conscience bearing down on her. The effects of the pepper spray would only last for half an hour, and with so many attackers, Qi Feng could not hold out for long. Outside, Feng Qianjin had also been encircled, caught in a deadly dance of blades, leaving no room for contemplation. Qi Feng bore multiple injuries, his combat effectiveness rapidly diminishing. Wu Yu was struck aside by an assassin's shockwave. the impact leaving her in agony. Searching through a nearby wardrobe, she discovered a ghostly mask, a remnant from the previous Lantern Festival. Donning the mask, she discarded her rolling pin and retrieved a silver dagger. In a flash, she appeared before a black-clad assailant, who, taken by surprise, was swiftly dispatched with a precise thrust to a vital point. His eyes widened in disbelief, reflecting a final moment of horror before he fell. Wuyo was attempting to hypnotize herself into the persona of a formidable masked avenger, reminding herself that she could not afford to show mercy. Qifeng, taken aback by Wuyo's transformation, had never witnessed such a fierce side of her. Yet the urgency of the situation demanded their full attention. He soon immersed himself back into the fray. With Wuyo's unexpected assistance, the remaining assassins in the room were swiftly dealt with. Qifeng breathed a sigh of relief. "Wuyo, are you all right?" Just as she finished off another foe, blood splattered onto her mask, casting an eerie reflection in the dim candlelight. "I am fine. We must assist Feng Qianjin. The situation outside appears dire." "Can you manage?" he questioned, skepticism tinged with concern, finding it startling that such a seemingly delicate woman could take a life. Indeed, Wuyo disregarded his doubts and stepped out of the room, plunging into the next wave of combat. Her presence caught the assassins off guard, and though she lacked internal energy, her black belt in taekwondo and mastery of various martial arts endowed her with agility that matched her opponents. Feng Qianjin, upon catching sight of the fearsome ghost mask, momentarily froze before regaining his ruthless composure. At long last, his reinforcements arrived, and the remaining assassins were swiftly eliminated. Wuyo wielded the can of pepper spray in one hand and the dagger in the other, striking mercilessly. Only after ensuring the area was secure did she exhale heavily, collapsing onto the floor. Feng Qianjin's eyes glinted with a hint of crimson, his aura still tinged with lethal intent. "I am the night." His stern visage exuded an unsettling allure. "All is in order. Tomorrow, let the brothers hone their skills," Feng Qianjin commanded coldly, his voice imbued with an imperious authority that brooked no dissent. Those who dared to harm him would soon face the consequences of their actions. Wuyo, originally clad in white, now bore the stains of blood, the scent overwhelming her senses. After issuing his orders, Feng Qianjin rushed to Wuyo's side, lifting her to her feet. "Wuyo, you're not hurt, are you?" She managed a faint smile. Removing her mask, "I'm fine, as long as you are safe." I apologize. Let us get you cleaned up." Feng Qianjin's heart ached. The blood that marred her was an affront, and he would not let those who dared to harm her escape unscathed. Alone in the bath, Wuyo trembled, haunted by her actions. She had taken a life. As she scrubbed her hands, the faint scent of blood lingered, despite her efforts to cleanse it away. In a daze, she recalled Feng Qianjin's frigid gaze. Devoid of emotion, she halted her movements, fear gripping her. What of him? Was he not afraid? Their fates and missions were intertwined, destined to be fraught with turmoil. How could she allow fear to consume her? Gradually, her heart found solace. She had promised to stand by him. They would face the tempest of bloodshed together. After her bath, Wuyo emerged to find Feng Qianjin waiting at the door, his presence still heavy with the stench of blood. Evident wounds marking his body. Upon seeing her, his features contorted with guilt. "Wuyo, are you all right?" She forced a weary smile, attempting to reassure him. "I'm fine now. You should bathe. Qifeng was injured. Let me tend to your wounds." Feng Qianjin remained motionless, as if confirming something, before finally acknowledging her with a soft response and stepping into the bath. Wuyo lingered at the bathroom door, gazing at the starry sky, sighing at the constancy of the heavens across worlds. Their meeting, a twist of fate, seemed serendipitous. Feng Qianjin bore numerous old scars, especially on his back, and Wuyo felt a pang of sorrow, yet he remained silent, and she did not pry. Fortunately, his injuries were superficial, allowing her to manage them despite her lack of medical knowledge. Feng Qianjin remained quiet, his gaze fixed upon Wuyo as she tended to his wounds. Once she finished and gathered her belongings, she resolved not to return to her room. She could not bear to be alone, seeking the company of Qiuyue and the others instead. Suddenly, Feng Qianjin turned, pinning her onto the bed, startling her. "Xiao, Jin," his eyes sparkled with clarity, the light within dazzling Wuyo into a daze. He held her hands firmly, gazing down at her with an intensity that seemed to peer into her very soul. He studied her closely. Her skin was pale, unmarred by flaws, her eyes wide with shock, long lashes fluttering. Those eyes were the purest he had ever seen, untainted even by the night's grim events. He reached out a trembling hand, tenderly caressing her lightly flushed cheek. Xiao Wuyo, do not deceive me, do not abandon me like mother did, leaving me alone in this world. Wuyo embraced his waist, sincerity shining in her gaze. I will stay by your side, as long as you believe in me. Their faces drew near, breaths mingling, a palpable tension lingering in the air. Feng Qianjin slid his hand from her cheek to the back of her head, lowering himself to capture her lips. He kissed her deeply. Savoring the moment, Wuyo was taken aback, yet for the first time, she felt the coolness of his lips. Had her earlier tension masked her senses, his agile tongue teased its way between her lips, intertwining their mouths in a fervent dance. Wuyo's mind went blank. Instinctively, she held onto the fabric at his waist, oblivious to her own actions. After what felt like an eternity, Feng Qianjin finally released her. His breath coming in heavy gasps, he rolled off her, capturing her wrists with both hands. Stay with me tonight. Wuyo gazed at the head resting on her chest, bemused by the juxtaposition of his maturity and childlike behavior. They remained in silence, wrapped in each other's embrace, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 45. Blood Wolf. The weather that day was as splendid as ever, a perfect blend of sun and breeze. A man wearing a golden wolf mask lounged in a resplendent hall, his long fingers idly toying with a teacup, exuding an air of languid elegance and undeniable nobility. At the head of the hall sat a young man clad in black, his expression stoic, though his trembling hands betrayed his anxiety. In a bid to suppress his fear, he gulped down the wine in his cup, unaware that the more he drank, the tenser the atmosphere grew. My lord, are we to drink until inebriation? The man's voice, smooth yet chilling, echoed through the room. Startled, the black-clad man nearly spilled his drink, forcing himself to regain composure. Blood Wolf, we have no grievances between us. What is your intent? What did this man desire? He had awoken to find his secret chamber surrounded by the most feared faction in the martial world, the Blood Wolf Palace, and even the elusive and enigmatic lord had made an appearance. Few had glimpsed the true visage of Blood Wolf, yet the golden wolf mask was unmistakably his signature, one that none dared replicate. Oh, you are unaware. The man's lips curled into a seductive smile. The leader of the secret chamber wiped the sweat from his brow, genuinely perplexed. He had no idea when he had offended the Blood Wolf Palace. Was it his incompetent subordinates? Please, allow me a moment to investigate. The masked man nonchalantly shifted his position, reclining further. No rush. I am quite at leisure today and shall enjoy the show. Upon hearing that sound, the cloaked figure was truly flustered. He hastily summoned his brethren to ascertain the nature of their recent dubious assignments. Even having offended the Blood Wolf Palace recently, the Dark Pavilion had only accepted one task, the assassination of the celestial dancer, Wu Yu. Could it be this? The cloaked figure anxiously regarded the man still reclining on the beauty couch. Daring to inquire, might I ask how Miss Wu Yu is related to the palace master? The man remained silent, eyes closed, yet the atmospheric pressure in the room unmistakably began to drop. The cloaked figure, drenched in cold sweat, dared not utter another word. At that moment, a man wearing a silver wolf mask entered, whispering something inaudible into the ear of the ethereal figure. Well then, Black Wolf, you shall stay here and elucidate what they have done wrong. After uttering this command, the man's figure vanished instantaneously from the hall. That day, the Dark Pavilion, ranked 5th among the 3 empires, disappeared from the continent, prompting other assassination organizations to begin reorganizing their operations to avoid offending those they could not afford to antagonize. In the Bai residence, Bai Lianer discovered that all her dispatched agents had been annihilated, and even the Dark Pavilion had been eradicated. A sense of panic began to creep into her heart. Had she truly been too impatient? The thought sent tremors of anger coursing through her. How could that wretched Wu possibly entangle herself with the Blood Wolf Palace? Could it be the 5th prince? Feng Qianjin, that seemed implausible. How could she have failed to uncover anything? Her gaze dimmed, her expression twisted as she lashed out at Xiaoqing. The pain brought tears to Xiaoqing's eyes, with old wounds compounded by new injuries. She felt as though life was becoming unbearable. Yet, for the sake of her brother, she had to endure. She began to reminisce about the days spent with the second miss, even if she had not been particularly kind to her. At least she had not subjected her to the daily torment that the eldest miss did, along with threats. Right. However, recalling the indifferent gaze the second miss had cast upon her, she realized that there was no turning back now. With the dark pavilion gone, the people in the martial world began speculating about Wu Yu's identity, pondering what could have prompted the palace master of the Blood Wolf Palace to mobilize forces personally against the dark pavilion. The Blood Wolf Palace had only recently emerged, with its master known as Blood Wolf, a master of peculiar tactics and strange sorcery. Some believed he was a denizen of the underground realm, while others claimed he was inhuman, owing to his brutal methods of killing reminiscent of the legendary son of the demon, savage, devoid of humanity. Consequently, many speculated whether he was hideously disfigured, thus perpetually donning a mask to conceal his true visage. In fact, even many within the Blood Wolf Palace had never laid eyes upon their master's true face, let alone outsiders. Every member of the Blood Wolf Palace was adept in a myriad of unusual spells, making even the least among them superior to those outside, thereby establishing their miraculous presence on the continent. The Blood Wolf Palace straddled the line between righteousness and villainy, engaging in assassination trades while adhering to their own codes. Not every task was accepted. Primarily, they operated as merchants, possessing wealth rivaling nations, to the extent that even the monarchs of the three empires dared not cross them. When Wu Yu awoke, it was already noon. She reached out to touch the blanket beside her, finding it devoid of warmth, unaware of when Feng Qianjin had risen. The household continued as usual, everyone tacitly avoiding mention of the previous night's events. The attempt on her life? By Lianer. For the moment, she deemed this possibility more likely. Clearly, after this incident, there would inevitably be another. It was evident she needed to bolster her personal security. The courtyard had been thoroughly cleansed of corpses and bloodstains. Even the lingering scent of blood had vanished. One could not help but commend Feng Qianjin's efficiency. Were it not for her ruined room still standing, she might have doubted whether the events of yesterday had indeed transpired or if it had all been a dream. Xiao Wu, you're awake. Are you hungry? Upon turning, she saw Wu Yu, and Feng Qianjin's eyes brimmed with tenderness. Feng Qianjin instructed Qiu Yue to bring forth the prepared lunch. He had yet to eat. The dining table. It was just the two of them, dining in silence. Wu Yu felt no discomfort, while Feng Qianjin occasionally gazed at her with a dazed expression. What? You and I are in the same room. The young man calmly nodded. After that night, he had unexpectedly found solace in holding her while they slept. He had always been sensitive. It was a rare occurrence that he did not suffer from insomnia that night while embracing her. Her body was soft, her fair, smooth skin exuding a faint fragrance, rendering him utterly captivated. No, she resolutely declared. What a jest. Living with you feels quite perilous. The memory of his gaze upon her the previous night further solidified her resolve. Sharing a bed with him could lead to unforeseen consequences. After all, she had only shared a bed with him due to special circumstances, especially considering that she was 13 and he merely 14. Yet in this world, 14-year-olds were already marrying and bearing children. That was far too unsafe. Furthermore, she harbored many bashful little secrets, such as her collection of treasured books from the ancient era, if the whim struck her to study. How could she do so with him nearby? Feng Qianjin first gazed deeply at her, then said, I want candy, lemon-flavored, utterly nonsensical. Seeing Wu still in a daze, he impatiently pressed against her, planting a flurry of kisses, declaring, I don't care. If you don't make me candy today, I'll have you move into my room. No resistance allowed. The girl cast him a skeptical glance. Was it that simple to sway him? Just for a piece of candy. Wu had recently invented fruit-hard candy, which he adored, especially the lemon flavor. Its tanginess made it all the more delightful. Feng Qianjin's fondness for sweets came as no surprise to Wu Yu. In the novels she had read in her past life, it was often claimed that the aloof and cool male protagonists shunned sweet treats, which seemed utterly unscientific, at least among those she had encountered in her previous life. That was not the case. They might abstain in public, yet among their friends, they would indulge with abandon. It was likely a matter of pride, as such boys were generally perceived to dislike overly sweet foods. Men relishing meat, alcohol, and tobacco was deemed normal, yet a fondness for cakes and candies appeared to clash with societal expectations. Seeing as Feng Qianjin was so easily won over, Wu eagerly set about making him candy. Delighted by the abundance of fresh lemons available, Feng Qianjin smiled knowingly. That night, as Wu slept in a drowsy haze, she felt someone climbing onto her bed. Feng Qianjin, she exclaimed, how did you end up in my bed? Feng Qianjin looked at her with a pitiful expression. I can't sleep. If you can't sleep, why come here? I don't care. He stubbornly insisted, tightly embracing her and closing his eyes. Wu Yu, somewhat irritated, attempted to pry his arms apart, but they were as unyielding as iron. She sighed, eventually conceding to her fate, lying unhappily in his embrace, and surprisingly, she fell asleep without a shred of vigilance. From that night onwards, Feng Qianjin continued this routine, and Wu found herself unable to resist him. Given his relatively decorous behavior, she accepted sharing a bed with him. The young man reveled in his triumph. Who said that being a rogue was futile? A charming scoundrel could effortlessly win his beloved's heart. Chapter 46. Tangli Pavilion. After much deliberation, Wuyu's newly established academy, named Tangli Pavilion, was finally ready to open its doors. For the time being, it would only admit slightly older students, training them to become teachers for the new institution, thus allowing for further enrollment in the future. Currently, the academy comprised only 20 individuals, a mix of genders, all handpicked by Wu Yu. Among them were familiar faces such as Zhao Yinglan and Yin Bao, who had also joined the ranks. As they lacked textbooks, Wu had to prepare thoroughly for each lesson, enabling her students to take proper notes. She primarily taught biological sciences and management studies, with other subjects pending evaluation, as the literary and mathematical traditions of China were profound, and she did not dare claim expertise in those fields. She merely sought to supplement the curriculum with disciplines of high societal demand. Zhao Yinglan and Yin Bao appeared particularly interested in management, studying diligently. Among the 20, the youngest was Tu, who displayed a keen fascination for biological technology. Despite his youth, Wu was impressed by his enthusiasm. Nurturing such interests from a young age could very well lead him to become a remarkable scientist in the future. The management studies Wu imparted were focused on societal and political matters, as the social systems of the Baiyu dynasty were still somewhat lacking in refinement. During class, they would also engage in discussions about potential solutions to societal issues. The implementation of these ideas would be entrusted to Feng Qianjin. If deemed viable, the Baiyu kingdom would likely adopt them. As a result, the reputation of Wu Yu's Tangli Pavilion began to flourish, becoming known throughout the Baiyu dynasty. The capital now boasted a hub of talent in Tangli Pavilion, where even the emperor would heed their counsel. When Feng Qianjin found the time, he would indeed visit them, seeking their insights on matters he could not resolve. In truth, Wu has long harbored a sense of bewilderment. Having spent a considerable duration in this realm, she has consistently perceived the political hues of this world to be remarkably muted. She wonders whether this is a consequence of the Feng Qian kingdom or if the entire continent shares this characteristic. In ancient times, even within the confines of a book, one could encounter anomalies that defy common sense. The lives of ordinary individuals, as tranquil as they appear now, seem entirely typical. Yet, the Emperor of Feng Qian exudes neither the oppressive weight nor solemnity expected of his station. Observing the Empress and her court, one might argue they maintain the semblance of dignity. At least the Empress and her attendants uphold an air of authority, compelling Wu to temper her demeanor in their presence. Despite Feng Qian appearing amiable, Wu remains cautious, for wisdom is often found in the experience of age. Feng Qian is undoubtedly a master of disguise, though she cannot determine whether his skills surpass those of Feng Qianjin. Xingfeng and Tu have forged a close friendship through their shared interest in biotechnology, their daily interactions filled with spirited banter. Biotechnology, in contemporary discourse, encompasses a vast array of applications, involving the utilization of scientific and biological techniques to enhance agriculture and other fields. By employing modern genetic engineering, one can meticulously select advantageous traits from organisms to transfer into another species, yielding genetically modified entities with anticipated characteristics. However, in ancient contexts, the concept of genes remains largely unexplored. Consequently, we use discussions on the subject, particularly concerning agriculture and medicine, lack depth. Both Feng Qianjin and Tu share an unwavering fondness for lemon candy, each day persistently pestering Wu for sweets. Tu's enthusiasm is understandable, yet Feng Qianjin's behavior is rather surprising. Tu delights in the small experiments Wu teaches and seeks explanations for various enigmas he perceives as unsolved mysteries. Feng Qianjin and the others are astonished by Wu Yu's breadth of knowledge. They are aware of her capabilities yet did not anticipate her ability to answer every question posed. De2 inquires about the reasons behind sneezing, the existence of wind, rain, and clouds. Such inquiries, seemingly simple, yield explanations previously unknown to them, leaving them with a newfound awareness of their ignorance. After each elucidation, Wu wears an expression of smug satisfaction. As if to say, what use are so-called geniuses if they cannot even comprehend the formation of rainbows due to their somewhat narrow scope of knowledge? Wu often finds herself broadening their intellectual horizons during her explanations. Sometimes, a single question may take several days for them to fully grasp, and she cannot help but feel mentally exhausted. Fortunately, the individuals she has chosen do not possess overly rigid beliefs, making it easier for them to accept the knowledge she imparts. To facilitate various experiments, Wu has also attempted to forge glassware and create plastics. Glass proved somewhat easier, given the presence of colored glass in this realm, though her techniques were initially lacking. With a few modifications, she managed to produce some. However, after much contemplation, she ultimately abandoned the pursuit of plastics, deeming it unsuitable for this world. Despite being a fictional realm, it is prudent not to alter too much, for the consequences remain unknown. One day, Wu and her students ventured into the mountainous forests on the outskirts of the capital to familiarize themselves with the characteristics of various organisms. They also brought along cooking utensils, intending to enjoy a picnic outdoors. Wu planned to introduce them to ferns. It was still spring, and many plants were sprouting tender shoots. Ferns among them. Common varieties included Lycopodium, Adiantum, edible Pteridium, and others. As they strolled leisurely through the forest, Wu intermittently shared insights about the plant's life characteristics, reproductive methods, and their medicinal and culinary values. When discussing a particular spore-bearing fern, she elaborated on its reproductive process, noting that many organisms, aside from ferns, also reproduce via spores. Spores, upon encountering water, develop into gametophytes, completing the fertilization process. When the topic of fertilization arose, many students flushed with embarrassment, as, even though Wu had previously explained human fertilization, certain cultural taboos still lingered. The environment here is idyllic, with lush mountains and clear waters, and a rich diversity of flora, seemingly devoid of large animals. According to Qingfeng, this area has historically lacked significant fauna, with only small creatures like birds and squirrels present. Even snakes have never been sighted. Wu found this odd. No snakes, no larger animals, unless, as this thought crossed her mind, a peculiar glint sparked in her eyes. It dawned on her that it had indeed been a while since it rained. Why, then, did this place retain such a moist ambience? She glanced down at the verdant, thick moss covering the stones, noting the vitality of the surrounding plants. Actually, there's something I haven't mentioned since my arrival, Feng Qianjin said with a somewhat serious demeanor. The group held their breath, attentive to his words. This forest is rather peculiar. At night, a thick white fog envelopes the area. Strange sounds can be heard from the nearby river, akin to the roars of beasts. Indeed, Wu's suspicions were confirmed. Formidable and powerful creatures, the true rulers of this land, lurked here. But what about during the day? She curiously inquired. Feng Qianjin shot her an incredulous glance. If it were dangerous, would I bring you here, as long as we avoid the other mountain? It remains quite safe. Qingfeng and I often collected herbs here, but come evening, the fog rolls in, making it unwise to linger. Oh, as long as there are no ghosts, I'm fine. I fear ghosts. Chapter 47. De2 goes missing after wandering the mountains for quite some time. Wu and her companions began to feel fatigued and decided to descend to the riverbank for a picnic. The mountain offered little in terms of game, but fortunately, they had brought provisions. Wu gathered some edible fern shoots, intending to prepare a dish, relishing the spontaneity of freshly foraged ingredients. They had brought chicken wings, lamb, and fish, which, when grilled with Wu's special seasoning, proved delectable. The ferns and wild vegetables collected were thoroughly cleaned. Some were fried to create crispy vegetables, while others were prepared as a refreshing salad to stimulate their appetites. Yet, Wu couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with the river's water. It flowed from that mountain, yet, despite the prolonged absence of rain, it showed no signs of drying up. The surrounding flora bore evidence of being submerged, with debris and silt clinging to the leaves. It seemed this area frequently experienced flooding, which felt illogical given the current season. After satisfying their hunger, the group lounged on the stone slabs, enjoying the scenery. The wind rustled through the grass, and the sweet songs of warblers filled the air, while wildflowers released their fragrant aromas, captivating them all. It was indeed a fine spring day, and this outing could easily be considered a spring excursion. As they meandered about, Qingfeng suddenly asked, "Where's Datu?" The group exchanged anxious glances, realizing that Datu's presence was conspicuously absent. Panic set in as they hurriedly began searching. After calling his name for what felt like an eternity, we still found no trace of him. Zhao Yinglan suggested, could he have returned to the city on his own, or perhaps wandered to a nearby village? The group considered this possibility and decided to split up. Wu turned back to gaze at the mountain shrouded in fog, her pupils narrowing as she recalled that Datu had been fixated on that very mountain moments before. With this thought, her feet seemed to move of their own accord toward the peak. As she approached, she noticed that the scenery had lost its previous obscured mystique. Every blade of grass and tree now clearly defined. The trees here appeared ancient, their trunks thick and gnarled, draped in vines and moss. Evoking a sense of having entered a primordial forest, she tread cautiously, soon discovering Datu's footprints in the soil, confirming that he had indeed entered this place. Upon realizing this, she quickened her pace, intermittently calling out Datu's name. Time elapsed, and the atmosphere grew increasingly foreboding. Her throat hoarse from calling, she shouted, "Li Huaifeng," exasperated at the thought of this mischievous child who could run so far. Once she found him, she vowed to give him a good scolding, ensuring he wouldn't dare to wander off again. Suddenly, Datu's footprints vanished. Wu furrowed her brow in confusion. The ground was damp, and logically, there should be traces of his passage. She searched the area for a moment, but found no sign of him, a creeping unease settling in her stomach as she gulped. Could it be? He had vanished without a trace? No, that was impossible. Ghosts did not exist in this world. She must steadfastly believe in science and in herself. Yet then, a realization struck her, and her expression shifted to one of alarm. There was still an unidentified creature lurking here. Oh no. Datu won't have been eaten, will he? Instinctively, she lifted her gaze. The towering trees obscured the sunlight, casting the surroundings in shadow. Indeed, there was nothing, absolutely nothing. She stared skyward in disbelief, finally understanding why she had felt something was off since earlier. It was the sounds. Though the area lacked larger fauna, this season still boasted an abundance of birds, and one might occasionally spot a squirrel or two. Once she ventured deeper into the woods, the melodious chirping of birds faded into silence, leaving only the howling winds that echoed through the eerie surroundings, creating an atmosphere of profound solitude. A sense of urgency washed over her as she pondered the whereabouts of Datu. After calling out several times with no response, she pressed on further into the heart of the forest. The earth beneath her feet was soft and loamy, revealing traces of earthworm droppings, indicating the soil's fertility, albeit accompanied by the unpleasant odor of decaying leaves, suggesting the presence of miasma in this secluded place. Suddenly, she was met with the sound of rushing water. A river nearby was unsurprising, yet it was accompanied by a deep rumbling noise. Could there be a waterfall in the vicinity? Following the sound, she altered her course and continued forward, wondering if that mischievous child Datu had wandered off to play near the waterfall. The noise grew increasingly louder, and the surrounding foliage began to thin, which puzzled her. One would expect a more lush growth near a water source, yet the climate and growth patterns here seemed quite peculiar. At last, she stumbled upon a magnificent waterfall that left her momentarily awestruck. Towering at least 20 to 30 meters high, the thundering sound was almost deafening. By the riverbank, she spotted a glimpse of blue, Datu's attire for the day. However, only a coat lay there, with no sign of him. "Datu, Li Huaifeng," she called out again, her heart racing with dread as silence enveloped her once more. "Datu, where are you? Come out quickly. Sister is getting angry." Suddenly, a gust of wind swept toward her, carrying an unpleasant, fishy odor. Stunned, she froze in place as her mind spiraled into chaos. What was that? The air around her seemed to vibrate violently, and she felt as though something was about to emerge from the towering cascade of water, causing her legs to tremble, instinctively covering her eyes. Chapter 48. The serpent demon appears with her eyes tightly shut. She stood paralyzed, hesitant to breathe. After a lengthy pause, she sensed an absence of sound and slowly lowered her hands. A piercing scream erupted from a woman, reverberating through the mountains. The others, startled by the thunderous cry, faltered for a moment and, upon regaining composure, Feng Qianjin's expression darkened. That was Xiao Wu's voice. Qifeng rubbed the corner of his eye. Still twitching from the earlier commotion, she couldn't have gone that way, could she? Since morning, he had felt an unsettling premonition, as if something dire was about to unfold. Without uttering a word, Feng Qianjin leaped into action, soaring toward the source of the sound, while Qifeng followed closely behind. Those still lingering felt the tremors in the air. Yin Bao, filled with trepidation, clutched Zhao Yinglan's hand, fearing that something truly sinister was about to surface. Zhao Yinglan, equally frightened, tightened her embrace around Yin Bao. Wuyo, trembling, pointed a finger at the imposing creature before her. Oh no, a snake. Ah, I absolutely detest snakes, especially one of this size. The massive serpent glared with its 2 pairs of orange-yellow eyes, bearing its gaping maw, its body a deep black and robust enough to consume 2 people at once, extending for dozens of meters. Its scales glimmered ominously in the sunlight. The serpent remained motionless, locked in a standoff with Wuyo, who dared not move. After all, how could she possibly outrun this reptilian giant? It was wiser to conserve her strength and devise a plan. But where was Datu? Panic and agitation swirled within her. His clothes were here, but what if he had truly been devoured? Tears threatened to spill from her eyes, and in frustration, she plopped down on the ground, pointing at the serpent and shouting, "I don't care what you are, where is Datu? Have you eaten him? Speak, tell me. Please." The serpent, taken aback, gazed at the foolish human with an expression of innocence. As Wuyo sat there, sobbing without dignity. A sudden flash of light momentarily blinded her. The serpent vanished, and in its place stood a strikingly handsome man clad in black, with long, flowing hair cascading over his shoulders. His pallid complexion only served to accentuate the vividness of his crimson lips. Wuyo wiped her tears and scrutinized the disdainful figure before her. You were that foolish snake." The man in black bristled, first forming an elegant gesture with his fingers, seemingly irked as he touched his face, then placing his hands on his hips, pointing at Wuyo. "You are the foolish one. Your entire family is foolish, you foolish woman." His demeanor resembled that of a quarrelsome shrew. Wuyo shook her head. "I don't care if you're a foolish snake or a foolish, delicate demon. I just want to know where Datu is." The man in black, visibly vexed, trembled as he pointed at her. You? Wow. The veins in Wuyo's temple throbbed. She felt an overwhelming urge to kick him. The black-clad figure's eyes glistened with tears. "You yelled at me. Wow. Boo-hoo." Wuyo fought against the impulse to lash out, forcing a smile. "Oh, how could I? You are so dashing. How could I possibly raise my voice at you? That was merely an accident. I sincerely apologize." This creature was undoubtedly a lunatic, or rather, a serpent spirit. The man in black quickly composed himself, rising to his full height. "What a bizarre encounter. Your acting is quite impressive." "Really?" Wuyo nodded earnestly, her eyes brimming with sincerity, her expression practically screaming. "I am an honest child who would never lie." "Humph." The man in black turned away, seeming unconvinced. Wuyo felt tears welling in her eyes. What a peculiar being he was, leaving her frightened and longing for her mother to come and take him away. Suddenly, a grave realization struck her. She turned and shouted, "Wait, so, you are a demon?" The black-clad man blinked innocently, as if it weren't blatantly obvious. Wuyo, incredulous, scratched her head. "So, demons truly exist in this world. Then, the ghosts I saw in the haunted house could very well be real." Xiao Wu Jia. Wuyo heard Datu's voice and turned to find him standing behind her, a look of confusion on his face. Overwhelmed with relief, she rushed to embrace him. "Datu, where have you been? You scared me to death. Did you know that? I almost died from fright because of that foolish snake. I got lost at my clothes fell into the river, and I went to retrieve them, but the water suddenly flowed upwards, so I chased after my clothes and got lost." Datu explained, his cheeks flushed. "The water flowed upwards?" In this direction, she released Datu and peered into the river, confirming his claim. In her haste, she had overlooked that detail. "Foolish snake, it wasn't you causing the disturbance, was it? I am not a foolish snake. My name is Heilin." Heilin glared at Wuyo, gritting his teeth. Cough, cough. "Lord Heilin, may I ask if this was your doing?" Wuyo wore a polite smile, though internally she scoffed, reaffirming that a foolish snake would indeed be foolish. "Humph." Heilin turned his head away once more. Wuyo rolled her eyes. Conversing with such a creature was utterly futile. She picked up Datu's clothing and took his hand. "Datu, let us go." Your brother Xiaojin and the others are very worried about you. Engaging in pointless chatter with this delicate demon was a waste of time. No Heilin attempted to block Wu You's path. However, before he could finish his sentence, with a loud splash, he was unceremoniously flung into the pool beneath the waterfall. Wu You, De2, are you alright? Are you hurt? What manner of being was that? Did he harm you? Feng Qianjin rushed to check on Wu You, casting a fierce glare at the figure wallowing in the water. Heilin, now irritated, flicked his long serpent tongue, hissing in warning. Qingfeng arrived, panting heavily. His previous wounds had yet to heal, and he lacked the stamina of his master. Observing the bizarre scene, he was momentarily perplexed. What on earth is going on? What kind of creature is this? Pfft, ha 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 ha. Wu You and De2 erupted into laughter, clutching their bellies. Heilin's expression darkened to an unbearable shade. Who wouldn't be vexed when addressed as not human, not ghost, not demon? Wow, you're all saying I'm unhappy. Heilin sulked in the water, resembling a petulant child, casting doubt on his intelligence. Who cares? You can have your mother come and deal with me. Wu You thought disdainfully. Suddenly, Heilin cried out, Boo-hoo, Mama, someone is bullying me. At that moment, another enormous serpent head emerged from the waterfall, its eyes glowing with an eerie green light, larger than Heilin himself. To shield De2 from the frightful sight, Wu You swiftly covered his eyes, while Qingfeng and Feng Qianjin were not so fortunate. They locked eyes with the chilling gaze of the serpent, their throats tightening in unison as they swallowed hard. What on earth was this? De2, peering through the gap between Wu You's fingers, caught sight of the monstrous serpent. Unfazed and brimming with excitement, she pushed aside Wu You's hand, exclaiming, Wow, what a gigantic snake. The crowd murmured, a serpent demon. Feng Qianjin remarked with surprise, never having imagined such a creature existed. Qingfeng trembled, clutching Feng Qianjin's sleeve tightly. It's so enormous. Useless. Feng Qianjin disdainfully shook off Qingfeng's grip. What are two grown men huddling together for, especially with Xiao Wu present? He chuckled lightly. Lord Heilin, they were merely jesting. Please do not take offense. Wu Yu said, ingratiatingly. The big-headed little buddy seemed utterly fearless, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Heilin's mother, nearly drooling. This snake is truly magnificent. Its scales glisten like jewels. Wu Yu was at a loss for words, managing only a few chuckles in response to Heilin's mother. How can you find this appealing? It's terrifying. Yet, to her surprise, Heilin's mother appeared delighted by the little buddy's words, and with a flash, transformed into a human form. The crowd's eyes sparkled with dreamy admiration. A beauty. The elegant woman in black smiled sweetly at the big-headed child, then swiftly twisted Heilin's ear, launching into a scolding tirade. You naughty boy, how shameful, being bullied by humans? You're bringing disgrace upon our serpent clan. It's bad enough you embarrassed yourself, but to drag me into it, do you even have any shame? Ouch, mother, be gentle. Heilin winced, caught in his mother's reprimand. The onlookers were taken aback, realizing Heilin was being chastised by his mother. The beauty turned to the crowd, smiling warmly. I apologize, my son has caused you trouble, and no worries at all. The crowd responded, shaking their heads vigorously. Who would dare claim to be disturbed by a serpent demon? Just as they marveled at Heilin's mother, who seemed genuinely kind and beautiful, she shot them a chilling glance, sending a shiver down their spines. Today, what you witnessed concerning us, I wish for it to remain a secret. Otherwise, Wu Yu and the others nodded readily. They had no desire to encounter any repercussions. As for this little one, I shall erase his memories of our encounter, though she rather liked the human child. She feared he might reveal their secret. Wu Yu had no objections. She too felt the scene was inappropriate for a child to witness. Ultimately, they departed from the mountain, and before leaving, Heilin mouthed to her, We will meet again, leaving Wu Yu feeling perplexed. Xiao Wu, are you all right? Yingbao excitedly approached them upon their return. Wu Yu managed a reassuring smile, indicating her well-being. Did you encounter anything strange? Yingbao asked nervously. No. Wu Yu replied nonchalantly, though I did run into a rather peculiar snake demon. Does that count as strange? Chapter 49. Teasing by Lichuan. Wu Yu had not meticulously counted the days since her arrival in this world. Yet, she was certain of one thing. It had not rained a single drop since her arrival. Due to the ongoing drought, the capital had seen a surge of refugees, despite efforts to open granaries for relief. The increasing number of refugees had overwhelmed the aid efforts. Social issues began to surface, with theft and robbery becoming rampant as many resorted to desperate measures for survival. Witnessing the plight of the refugees filled Wu with sorrow. If the situation persisted, the death toll would rise, likely leading to an outbreak of disease. The once bustling streets now appeared desolate, with emaciated children and the elderly sprawled on the ground, their desperate eyes reflecting hopelessness. She had never encountered such a sight. The city she hailed from was prosperous, peaceful, and affluent, where the sick were cared for and the elderly were supported. Having never experienced hunger herself, she could feel despair over the loss of loved ones, but could not fathom the sense of homelessness and the struggle for survival. Some benevolent wealthy individuals began setting up porridge kitchens to assist the refugees, which provided temporary relief. However, given the uncertain weather, it was unclear when rain would fall or how long such assistance could last. What troubled Wu most was that Lizzie intended to initiate human sacrifices. Naturally, she would not permit such a thing to happen. She was determined to find an appropriate solution beforehand. As she walked, she unexpectedly spotted Lianer. How fitting, as a kind-hearted white lotus, she surely could not miss the chance to do good. In front of the small porridge kitchen, a long line had formed, with Lianer smiling as she personally served the food. Some older youths, eager to get their share of porridge more quickly, attempted to cut in line, causing discontent among those waiting. How can you behave this way? Exactly. I've been waiting for ages. The crowd began to stir restlessly. Lianer approached the line cutters, her displeasure evident. You all need to go to the back of the line. Her voice carried an undeniable authority. Though the youths grumbled, they dared not challenge her. How could they disrespect such a beautiful and kind-hearted girl? They sheepishly retreated, and the crowd gradually calmed, elevating Lianer's stature in their eyes. We watched the scene with amusement. It seemed the protagonist was not as vengeful, jealous, or foolish as one might expect. After all, she had been granted a second chance at life, yet she remained burdened by past grievances, which could ultimately ruin her own existence. Wu sighed, recognizing that others' choices and lives were beyond her influence. Things would unfold as they would, and she would cross bridges when she came to them. Her task today was to discuss the matter of the human sacrifices with Lizzie. Miss, please return. Lord Bai is feeling unwell today. I hope you understand, Bai Chuan said, his expression stern, speaking respectfully while avoiding Wu's gaze. Having experienced hypnosis previously, he had grown cautious. I have something of great importance to discuss with him. Wu insisted, her tone more forceful, expecting some leniency. Yet, he maintained his icy demeanor, stating firmly, Miss, please leave. How infuriating. This is pushing me to my limits. She fell silent, lightly fanning herself, a smile playing on her lips as she regarded him with playful amusement. Unwell, more like he simply doesn't wish to see me. Her gaze shifted, her smile brightening as those standing by the door subtly shivered. Xiao Chuan, Brother Chuan, please, I truly have something important to discuss with Lord Bai. Could you please make an exception? She said, as she playfully clung to his arm. The group at the door was left in shock. Which family does this girl belong to? How brazen. Bai Chuan suppressed the goosebumps rising on his skin, swatting away her hand from his shoulder, his face tinged with a suspicious crimson. Miss, please conduct yourself appropriately. I'm perfectly composed. I'm quite light. Don't say such things about me. I might get upset. She retorted, rolling her eyes. You think you can outsmart me? Boy, you're still quite inexperienced. Bai Chuan had never encountered such an audacious girl. Were she a boy, he would have gladly dealt with him. But how could he retaliate against such a delicate young lady? Well, do you intend to let me in? She asked, her tone teasing. Bai Chuan's complexion shifted from pale to white, yet he resolutely replied, No, my master said not to let anyone in. Wu feigned a smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Is that so? Are you certain? Bai Chuan's expression darkened, refusing to yield. Miss, please leave. Wu grasped his face, compelling him to meet her gaze, her tone serious as she said, Then, I shall remain here. Teasing you. Until you agree. The onlookers were left speechless, astonished by her boldness. Bai Chuan's face flushed anew. How can a young lady speak such words? You're the one without shame, he retorted, dramatically turning his head away. Wu's hand lingered on his face. She playfully squeezed it, exclaiming loudly enough to draw attention. Xiao Chuan, your skin is so lovely, smooth and tender, even softer than silken tofu, and your little face is so handsome. It makes my hands itch with desire. In her mind, she thought, from now on, whenever I see you, my middle finger will involuntarily want to. By Lizzie, who had been watching from the shadows, nearly choked, shocked to see Bai Chuan being teased by a little girl. The crowd buzzed with whispers. Which family does this girl belong to? This is quite embarrassing, isn't it? How could a young lady say such things? So shameless. Calmly, Wu tapped her foot, thinking, why not, just a moment ago. She had swiftly donned a mask and altered her voice to avoid being recognized. Hee. Now I need not fear being discovered. Be quiet. Bai Chuan's veins bulged. Today was undoubtedly a day fraught with insanity. Brother Chuan, I have liked you for a long time. With a sudden change in demeanor, Wu picked up a small handkerchief, feigning shyness. Every morning, when the sun rises after I open my eyes, my little hands begin to yearn for you. I long to touch your handsome face. Even during meals, I think of you. In the bath, I think of you. At night, I can't help but think of you. I wish I could gaze upon your face, caress your face, and I also want to kiss your face. Wu coquettishly finished her lengthy confession, playfully caressing his face a couple of times. Then grabbing his hand and exaggeratedly inhaling, Chuan, your little hands smell so delightful. From now on, when I think of your charming face, I shall also think of your little hands, and your pert backside. Ah, Bai Chuan exclaimed in horror, retracting his hand and leaping away from Wu Yu, clutching his collar tightly, resembling a modest woman being teased. Ultimately, unable to endure any longer, she burst into tears and fled. The onlookers stood frozen, bewildered. Was this truly a woman? Was this genuinely a woman? Indeed, so blunt. Wu Yu chuckled triumphantly, casting a glance at the others at the door, seizing the moment before they could react and hurl rotten eggs at her. She swiftly retreated. Once she entered the courtyard, her expression transformed, turning cold and laced with a hint of murderous intent, as if the playful person from earlier was not her at all. Bai Zi sat alone in the courtyard, his back to her, engrossed in a game of chess. Have you had your fill of fun? He teased, his tone unexpectedly tinged with displeasure. Wu suppressed her murderous aura, her face a mask of bewilderment. Why not just let me in? Why force me to resort to extreme measures? Bai Zi did not turn to face her, yet he could easily imagine that at this moment, she must look as smug as a little fox. Her lips curved in an increasingly mischievous arc. This cunning little kitten. Wu plopped down opposite him, poured herself a cup of tea, and sighed. After rambling for so long, I'm parched. Lord Bai Li, you must have had your fill of theatrics by now. Let us discuss serious matters. Bai Zi merely gazed at his chessboard, not even lifting his head. Wu scoffed. Are you avoiding me? What? Are you afraid I might take the liberty of hypnotizing you? Rest assured, I promise that without your consent, I shall never act on my own accord. Bai Zi paused his movements, slowly lifting his head, his dark green eyes locking onto hers. Wu felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Instinctively turning her gaze away, Bai Zi chuckled lightly. Little Wu, did you not claim you had something to discuss with me? Ahem. Ugh. Wu cursed herself inwardly, wondering why looking into his eyes stirred such strange emotions within her. Indeed, regarding the human sacrifice matter, as I mentioned before, Bai Zi sighed. Little Wu, this matter cannot be halted. How many people are needed this time? Wu understood well that this issue was not easily resolved. It would not only incite public outrage, but also had the backing of royal nobility. What they sought was merely an outcome. Unable to find a solution, they would leave it to the gods. At least 100 sacrifices to appease the gods. Wu felt somewhat helpless. Although you are a sorcerer, do you truly believe in the divine? I do. Bai Zi answered resolutely. Why, in truth, many worship the divine without reason. It is a belief, the last flicker of hope in their hearts. But to kill so many people in homage to a god whose existence is uncertain, that is your belief. Wu struggled to comprehend, suddenly feeling they resembled modern cults that brainwash individuals into self-destruction. The 100 sacrifices are a ritual of utmost significance to the 3 nations on this continent. It is the only event that unites them. Bai Zi shared her helplessness. Currently, the 3 nations are plagued by calamities. How could they allow this sacrificial event to be terminated? I will prevent it. Is it to be held in just a few days? 20 days hence, during the blood moon, the ritual will take place. What about those individuals? She had heard that those chosen for the sacrifice would be confined and well-fed, undergoing purification and reciting scriptures daily. It struck her as absurd. Clearly, they were fattening them up for slaughter. Bai Li Zi frowned. You should leave. Some matters are not for you to know. Though it is state secrecy. Considering our friendship, revealing some details will not lead to death. What am I to do? Storm the execution grounds. She thought to herself, you need only tell me one thing. Are they safe? Will they not be mistreated? They will not be. Upon hearing what she longed to know, Wu felt somewhat reassured, albeit uncertain of its truth. She turned and left briskly, truly wishing to escape this place. She feared she might lose control and wished to strangle Bai Li Zi. Why? Why did she act so impulsively? Because Li Qi and the family of Datu were among them, every individual sent to be a sacrifice for an unclear background, taken away under the pretense of being commoners. Reduced to mere offerings, serving as pawns for Feng Qiangua to coerce Feng Qianjin, she forced herself to calm down. She could save them all. The coldness in her eyes intensified, enough to freeze. If anything happened to Li Qi, then the people of Feng Qiangua would serve as sacrificial offerings at their funeral. Chapter 50. The cage. Feng Qianjin held the weeping Wu Yu. His expression impassive, unsure of what to say. Little Jean, will they die? What will I do if they die? It is all my fault. If I hadn't provoked them, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Wu Yu murmured, her gaze vacant. Last time, she had taken a few lives and spent several weeks plagued by nightmares, constantly reassuring herself that those individuals deserved their fates. They were not good people, and their deaths were justified. But this time, they should not die. I am the future. When she awakens from her dreams, how will she console herself? Little Wu, trust me. Feng Qianjin pressed on her acupoint, tucked her in, and left the residence of the fifth prince. From the very beginning, this had been an elaborate trap, a cage set by Feng Qiangua. He generously swung open that cage, sweetly coaxing them inside, and then locked it. He had never established a crown prince, not because he did not desire to, but because the one he favored did not wish for it. Among all his sons, the only one he truly valued was Feng Qianjin. This son was intelligent, uncontentious, mysterious, and even possessed the capability to destroy him. He had no vulnerabilities until Wu appeared. Feng Qiangua realized the time had come. He was unafraid that this son would ruin him. He wanted him to inherit the nation. It was his destiny. This time he did not directly harm Wu Yu, merely threatening her by slightly endangering those around her, and to his surprise, her reaction exceeded his expectations. Precisely what he needed. He was quite satisfied with Wu Yu, but to force Feng Qianjin to ascend to that position, he would inevitably need to exploit her. Feng Qianjin entered the sleeping quarters of Feng Qiangua, coldly observing that figure. Had your fill of play? If so, release them, Jiner. Do you truly not understand my intentions? I have said I do not wish to sit upon that throne. The first prince, the second prince, or even the princess, any of them would suffice. Feng Qiangua waved his hand to dismiss the attendants and slowly approached Feng Qianjin, his expression resolute, akin to an immovable boulder. I have stated that only you are fit to occupy that position. Suddenly recalling something, he added, even if you were to kill me. Feng Qianjin burst into laughter, a hint of bloodthirst evident. Do you truly believe I cannot find them? Feng Qiangua laughed heartily, seemingly mocking him. In the past, I dared not say it, but this time, you indeed cannot find them. You should be aware of Bai Li Zi's sorcery. They may be imprisoned right before you, yet you cannot see them. Jiner, what do you propose we do? Feng Qianjin clenched his fists, and after a long silence, he relaxed. Terms. He could not harm Feng Qiangua due to his mother. That was the man she loved. Even if this man had never loved her in return, no, he loved none of the women here. His mother had said he must unconditionally endure him for 25 years, the duration of her love for him. He had agreed, even though he had been so young at the time. Feng Qiangua was pleased with his response. You should understand. Resolving this matter will establish your authority in front of the court and win the people's hearts. Afterward, I will issue the decree to appoint a crown prince. Ha! Do you think the image I have cultivated over the years can be altered by this incident? How ironic. I have arranged for that already. You need not worry. You may leave. Feng Qiangua's voice was tinged with fatigue. Without turning back, Feng Qianjin departed. Upon returning, he began to utilize his wealth and influence to diligently address the issue of the drought. For a time, the refugees in the capital received excellent care. However, the Baiyu dynasty had simply too many people. Upon hearing that food could be found in the capital, a flood of individuals surged toward it. Creating a new dilemma. Little Jean, I have thought of an even better solution. Holding the map of this continent, Wu was likely discern some solutions through her research over the past few days. Feng Qianjin tossed aside the memorial he was holding and hurried to Wu Yu's side. A tripartite alliance, Wu Yu confidently asserted. Pray, do elaborate. Firstly, the three great nations are currently beset by varying degrees of calamity. Thus a united approach is the most prudent course of action. Presently, Baiwei and Heiyue are afflicted by drought, while Qingwei is grappling with flooding, although Heiyue is currently the most stable and powerful. Its locust plague, primarily stemming from the drought, could escalate into a significant disaster over time. Each nation faces formidable challenges, hence, it is imperative to devise solutions. This is precisely why they've resorted to human sacrifice after all. When several nations face crises simultaneously, it is a rare occurrence indeed. A rescue team should be established among the three nations to assist the disaster victims, with joint funding from all parties. Collaborative efforts between merchants and farmers, as well as between officials and the populace, are essential to alleviate this pressing issue. Otherwise, if the death toll continues to rise, we risk the outbreak of a plague. What a splendid approach! Feng Qianjin exclaimed, his spirits lifted as he pondered Wu Yu's words. The crux of the matter lies in addressing the drought and flooding. I have studied the geography of these nations. And, fortuitously, Qingyue's terrain is the lowest, rendering it difficult for the floodwaters to dissipate. Baiwei, conversely, boasts the highest elevation and suffers the most severe drought. Our immediate course of action should be to divert water from Qingwei to the other two drought-stricken nations. But you just mentioned that Qingyue's terrain is the lowest. How can we possibly divert water from there? Well, observe this location. Wu pointed to a spot on the map, which is closest to Qingwei and features a relatively higher elevation, gently sloping towards Heiyue and Baiwei. If we can channel the water to this area, we can subsequently direct it into the rivers of Heiyue and Baiwei. However, that location is too elevated, unless we flatten it. How could water possibly flow uphill? With a playful wink, Wu leaned closer, her voice dripping with mystery. You recall our encounter with the serpent demon, a free pump, although Feng Qianjin was unfamiliar with the concept of a pump. He grasped her meaning. The serpent demon seemed capable of reversing the flow of water. He playfully pinched her nose in acknowledgement. Understood, my lady. As for this task, leave it to me. You have a far more crucial assignment. Gathering the sovereigns of the three nations to discuss cooperative measures. The relations among these nations are likely quite frayed, yet, when the stakes are sufficiently high, they will not hesitate to engage. Excellent, our Wu is truly astute, Feng Qianjin praised, warmth blossoming in his heart. If it were any other woman, what assistance could she provide? Only she comprehended how to devise strategies and alleviate his burdens, discovering optimal solutions. Times, he mused that had she been a man, she would undoubtedly rise to become a revered hero. Serving the nation and drawing the gaze of multitudes. Enough banter, let us get to work. Datu and the others are awaiting us. Feng Qianjin kissed her forehead, reassuring her that all would be well. Wu forced a smile. Of course, I believe in our abilities. Since Feng Chang intends to confine them in a cage, we shall see if he possesses the strength to prevent the caged birds from breaking free. Sooner or later, they will create a breach in that cage. Chapter 51. Wu Yu, accompanied by Qingfeng, ventured to the mountains where the serpent demon resided, initially intending to go alone. However, Feng Qianjin, unable to quell his concerns, insisted Qingfeng accompany her. Yet, given Qingfeng's propensity to wail at the sight of even the smallest snakes, his presence was hardly beneficial. After traversing the great mountain for quite some time, they found themselves unable to locate the waterfall. Qingfeng, growing increasingly impatient, remarked, "Are we lost? No matter how we wander, we always end up in the same place. That cannot be. My memory is impeccable. I would never misremember," she retorted, adamant that she was not directionally challenged. If her memory was intact, then it must be the foolish serpent playing tricks on them. "Hailan, is that you?" No sooner had Wu spoken than she felt a chill breeze sweep past her, unmistakably indicating that the serpent was nearby. "Lord Hailan, it's me, Wu Yu. We met not long ago. Lord Hailan, come out. Let us converse." Still, no response came, and it was clear that the serpent was toying with her. Enraged, Wu Yu momentarily forgot her purpose for being there. "You wretched creature, you insipid snake, show yourself, or I shall set fire to your lair." Qingfeng observed Wu Yu's fury with resignation. "Wu Yu, it seems we are the ones seeking a favor." She shot him a glare. Silence. You audacious serpent. How dare you toy with me and squander my time? Suddenly, tears welled in her eyes. Deep down, we understood that Hylan and his kind had no obligation to assist humans. Even if the human realm were ravaged by drought, their territory would remain a tropical rainforest, likely due to some magical influence. Regaining her composure, she resolved to negotiate, her gaze steady. Come forth. Let us discuss the mutual benefits of this transaction. Hylan smirked. A transaction? How intriguing. He descended before Wu Yu and Qingfeng, his demeanor both imposing and enigmatic. Qingfeng swallowed nervously. Thankfully, the serpent demon had not revealed its true form, as he could not guarantee he wouldn't faint from fright. Hylan fixed his gaze on Wu Yu, mockingly inquiring, "So, how do you wish to negotiate, little Wu?" Wu Yu opened her hands in a gesture of openness. "That depends on what you require." "Oh, how amusing. What we desire is something humans cannot provide." He raised his elegantly curled finger, playfully brushing his hair aside. Enlighten us." Without uttering a word, Hylan's aura noticeably darkened, and soon, his mother joined him. "We seek to leave the human realm." Huh? Wu felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. "Depart from the human realm? Are you suggesting we help you return to the demon world? Surely not. The true circumstances of this world seem to have diverged from the original narrative, and the author never mentioned such a realm." "Well, the author likely had no inkling she would traverse into this world. We are not human. You should be aware of that." Hylan's mother regarded Wu with an earnest expression. "Yet, how are we to locate the demon world? I am no deity. Where could I possibly find such an elusive place? The demon world." Hylan and his mother exchanged glances. "What is that realm?" Qingfeng, too, found himself puzzled. He had never heard of such a place. "Are you referring to this location?" The serpent demon mother and son shook their heads in unison. "We do not belong to the human realm. We hail from the underworld." At this revelation, both Wu Yu and Qingfeng grew increasingly agitated. The underworld? What manner of realm is this that even demons inhabit? Wu Yu could not restrain her curiosity about this mysterious nation. "Pray tell, what kind of place is the underworld?" Hylan's eyes glimmered with mischief as he smiled slyly. "Curious, are we?" Both Qingfeng and Wu Yu eagerly nodded. "I might divulge some information." Hylan's mother smiled, shaking her head. "However, such details cannot be carelessly revealed to outsiders." We remained undeterred. "But if you do not share, how can I assist you in locating that place? Everyone knows of the underworld, yet without a single clue, it would take a lifetime to find." Qingfeng concurred. "Indeed, it is as you say. Even the Lord himself cannot find such a place." Hylan's mother furrowed her brow. "I understand your purpose in seeking us. The child who was captured recently, you are referring to, it was taken using a unique spell from the underworld, difficult to break. Even our magic cannot dispel it. You need not worry about that. Our main task in seeking you is to request a small favor." We leaned in and whispered her plan into her ear. Hylan and his mother readily agreed. Yet there remained one crucial issue. If we depart this mountain, everything here will revert to its original state, becoming as parched as the surrounding environment. Such a drastic change could easily expose our identities. After much deliberation, they concluded that one must remain behind to guard their territory. Ultimately, it was Hylan who accompanied them back to the capital. Hylan's mother patted Wu Yu's wrist, expressing her hope that they would successfully rescue the child, whom she had taken a liking to. Hylan cast a discontented glance at his mother. "Mother, I am your child. This is the first time in centuries I have left this mountain. Could you at least offer a few words of concern?" The beautiful woman raised an eyebrow, tugging at Hylan's ear as she scolded him. "You impudent boy. While you are out, do not cause any trouble, or I shall make you regret it." "Ah, indeed, it would be wise to learn from that young gentleman who came before, particularly regarding the masculine vigor he exudes. Alas, were it not for the arduous 10 months of pregnancy I endured to bring you into this world, I might genuinely question whether you are truly my offspring. How is it that you have inherited none of my grace and poise, only emulating your father's ineffectiveness?" Wu Yu, Qingfeng, I cannot fathom why, but I inexplicably feel as though I, too, have been caught in the crossfire. Hylan, Chapter 52. Through the concerted efforts of Feng Qianjin and the group led by Wu Yu, they successfully secured representatives from the three kingdoms and prepared to host a banquet within the imperial palace to discuss matters of collaboration. Wu Yu delegated the majority of the responsibilities to her Tongli pavilion, entrusting them to manage the issues arising from the calamities. Although their time together had been brief, their aptitude was commendable, being talented scholars. They were capable of formulating reasonable solutions to the challenges at hand. Before the alliance of the three kingdoms could be established, Wuyo and Hailan needed to journey to the border of Qingwei and Baiwei. Accompanied by Bailey Z, his shamanic abilities could conceal Hailan's demon arts, and besides, he had little else to occupy him lately apart from human sacrifices. Hailan's reverse flow spell could be sustained for an extended period, allowing them to make this trip efficiently. On this occasion, Wuyo also brought along Qingfeng and Xiaoyu, for the destination was quite distant from the capital. Even with swift horses, it would take at least 2 weeks to arrive. During their journey, Wuyo and her companions encountered numerous refugees begging along the roadside. They felt helpless, but whenever they had the means to assist, they offered help. Otherwise, they could only move on, for after all, she was not a saint. This marked Wuyo's first venture far from home since arriving in this world. As a representative of a new age, she found it quite uncomfortable to endure the bumpy carriage ride for an extended duration. After merely 2 days, she was reaching her limits. Hailan incessantly remarked, "You feeble and incompetent human," to which Wuyo calmly retorted, "Indeed, I am weak, and yet, you, the mighty serpent demon, still find yourself obliged to heed my commands." Upon hearing this, Bailey Z's calm eyes rippled with intrigue. "I say, you two are fellow countrymen, are you not? Yet, it seems you have little to share." Wuyo gazed quizzically at Bailey Z and Hailan, who stood at a distance. Hailan scoffed, "How could that possibly be? He bears no trace of my homeland, merely mirroring your foolishness. Then why remain so far apart?" Well, he himself found it illogical. Bailey Z's aura was peculiar, reminiscent of individuals from the underground realm, yet distinctly different. It was all rather strange. Until he fully comprehended this individual, he refrained from making any hasty decisions. As dusk approached, Wuyo and her companions sought a tavern to rest. Suddenly, a pale-faced youth collapsed before them. Qingfeng and Hailan advised against meddling, noting that similar victims of calamity were widespread, and they could hardly tend to them all. Wuyo, however, dismissed their sentiments. It was an incident that unfolded before them, and she could not remain so callous. Qingfeng strongly disapproved of Wuyo's actions, stating, "Today you save him, but tomorrow you will be required to save many more. You must think this through." "I understand," she replied, yet the thought of watching someone perish right before her eyes was something she could never bear. When the youth regained consciousness, his pallor lingered. Upon seeing Wuyo beside him, he attempted to rise to express his gratitude. Wuyo halted him, unwilling to waste much time. "What is your name?" "I am Shirley." Wuyo looked up and noted that this youth was rather pleasing to the eye, his cherubic face still retaining some baby fat, which was rather endearing. "How old are you?" 16, he answered honestly, feeling a mix of admiration and gratitude towards the girl who had saved him, who appeared younger than himself. "What of your family situation?" His gaze dimmed. "I have no family. And what do you plan to do next?" Wuyo adopted a professional demeanor. In the current circumstances, she had no means to support a loaf of idleness. The youth seemed somewhat lost, responding, I do not know. Would you be willing to accompany us?" Shirley suddenly met Wuyo's fathomless black eyes, and something within him stirred, leading him to nod impulsively. Wuyo did not give him a chance to protest, declaring, "Very well, I shall arrange for your duties shortly. For now, rest well. We will continue our journey later." With that, Wuyo exited the room, for she had many tasks to attend to. It took Shirley a moment to comprehend what he had just agreed to, but he felt no regret. After all, he was a solitary individual with no ties, only wishing to survive. Chapter 53. Wuyo and her companions set off with Shirley, but unexpectedly found themselves lost, wandering for quite some time in a mountainous forest before finally discovering a small village. To their relief, the area had a minor water spring, unlike the severe drought outside. However, the village's geography was peculiar. Surrounded by barren mountains and strange rocks, the arable land was minimal and resources were scarce, likely relying heavily on external aid. Thus, the village seemed to have many merchants coming and going, primarily comprising women, children, and the elderly, giving it an isolated feel. The sign at the village entrance revealed its name, Luasi Village, a rather amusing name. Wuyo found the terrain interesting enough to warrant further study. Luasi Village. This place is not even marked on the map. Wuyo scrutinized her map closely. "I have not heard of it either." Qingfeng shook his head. The villagers, upon seeing strangers enter, exhibited curiosity mingled with a hint of caution. "Who are you?" A venerable elder with a stern visage emerged from the crowd. Woyo quickly understood that he was likely the village leader. "Greetings, we are travelers who have inadvertently arrived here. Might we rest for a few days?" The elder did not respond immediately, surveying Wuyo and her companions with skepticism. "We cannot ascertain the truth of your words," Bailey Z interjected. "Elder, we harbor no ill intentions. If necessary, we can compensate for our stay." Wuyo furrowed her brow. She had not missed the fleeting displeasure in the elder's eyes. It appeared that what they sought was not merely monetary compensation, a realization shared by Bailey Z and the others. Bailey Z, typically not one for words, observed the futility of his contributions and chose to remain silent. "Elder, let us speak plainly. What is it that you require?" The villagers did not oppose Wuyo and her group entering the village, but rather observed them with a glimmer of yearning in their expressions. They had needs. Food. The elder stroked his beard, asserting his claim. Woyo was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that their primary need would be sustenance. Glancing at the villagers behind the elder, she noted their shabby clothing and gaunt faces, realizing they were likely suffering from a famine. "Qifeng," she cautioned, "our supplies are dwindling." Wuyo signaled to Qifeng to remain calm. "And what do you offer in exchange for our provisions?" The elder hesitated, clearly unprepared for such a demand. "We possess water. The drought has rendered it a precious commodity." "Excellent," Wuyo responded decisively, prompting even Hylan to inch closer to observe. "I must say, foolish human, if you surrender all your provisions, what shall we eat? The chaos outside makes finding food quite a challenge. Moreover, our finances are limited." Wuyo shot him a glare, replying, "If it comes to that, I'll simply stew you for snake soup. Very nourishing." Hylan retreated to his corner, continuing his circles, muttering about the foolishness of humans and their incessant threats of snake soup. Qifeng, however, felt Wuyo's decision was rather hasty. "Little Wuyo, is this truly wise?" "Of course, I have discovered something intriguing. We may need to stay here for a while." Bailey Z and Bailey Chuan exchanged puzzled glances. "Something interesting?" Wuyo turned to the elder. "We are prepared to offer all our food in exchange for a place to stay for a time. What do you say?" The elder nodded. Having lived so long, he could discern character, and he suspected these travelers were not ordinary wanderers. He also felt reassured by the notion that they would not harm his villagers, and his curiosity piqued regarding the young girl's intentions. Once granted permission, Wuyo cheerfully instructed Hylan and the others to unload their supplies. Given their dwindling provisions, she was not overly concerned about the exchange. A young man named Ernyo took them to an unoccupied house, stating it had been left by former villagers who had relocated, and was in decent condition after a little tidying up. Wuyo decided to delegate these tasks to Qifeng and the others, taking her charcoal pencil and map, along with Hylan and Shirley. To further investigate the surrounding area, the child named Shirley, through a period of acquaintance, has revealed to Wuyo that he possesses commendable character. He is quite intelligent and obedient, making him a person capable of undertaking tasks. Chapter 54. The Imperial Banquet. Wuyo is not entirely lacking in skills. Rather, she exhibits a certain degree of capriciousness, as her willingness to engage in any task largely depends on her mood. When asked to perform, she complies not out of obligation, but rather on her own terms. After all, this group of individuals appears to be intent on witnessing her humiliation. What a futile attempt to provoke her. It is evident that Feng Qianling has no intention of letting her off the hook, ultimately leading to Wuyo's grand entrance, sanctioned by Feng Qian's kingdom. The weather that evening is peculiar. The night sky is an inky expanse devoid of stars, and Wuyo can keenly sense the unusual low atmospheric pressure. If her intuition serves her right, the snow of January is imminent. Unbidden, her thoughts drift to the night of her grandfather's passing, when the sky mirrored the same somber hue, stirring a pang of nostalgia within her. Feng Qianjin occupies the seat beside Wuyo, his attentive gaze readily perceiving her emotional shifts. Without uttering a word, he gently ruffles her hair, a gesture so tender that it shatters the hearts of the surrounding ladies into a million fragments. They have only just discovered a man of such striking appearance, and it is only natural for them to feel a flutter of affection. Yet, they seem to have forgotten that this celestial figure was mere moments before the banquet commenced. Regarded by them as a debauched wastrel, Feng Qianyao clenches his fist, the veins on the back of his hand visibly throbbing. He is displeased by the proximity of Wuyo and Feng Qianjin. And how could she accept such an intimate breach of decorum from him? Nangong Yu, clad in his customary white attire, dons a dark fox fur coat in celebration of the new year, enhancing his jade-like demeanor, which captivates the hearts of the noble women present. He disregards their scrutinizing gazes, fixating stubbornly on the figure draped in deep purple, observing her master's fluctuating expression. Honger is puzzled and follows his line of sight, discovering an exceptionally beautiful woman. Is it possible that her master has taken a liking to her, but it is evident that the young lady is likely already spoken for. Have you decided on your performance? Feng Qianjin inquires suddenly. Wu Yu smiles coyly. She had earlier instructed Qiu Yue to retrieve some small props, and this time, she intends to dazzle them. Just wait and see. It shall remain a secret, once revealed. The mystery dissipates, and she delights in tantalizing their curiosity. Finally, it is Wu Yu's turn. The audience perks up, eager to witness her potential folly. Wu Yu strides calmly to the center of the stage. Having already conferred with the musicians, who are prepared to play the chosen melody, she sings Time Stews Rain, a piece with beautifully poetic lyrics, a longtime favorite of hers. The wind transforms rain into blossoms. Time cannot catch up with the white horse. You still tightly hold onto the dreams of your youth. The clouds swell into summer, tears evaporated by the passage of time on this path. Have any of us lost our way? We promise never to part, to always remain together, even if we stand against time, even if we stray from the world. The wind brightens the snowflakes, turning our hair white. Do you remember when we vowed to conquer the world together? That summer, our wishes boundless, hand in hand, we became a vessel, sailing through the rivers of sorrow. You once declared we would never part, always together. Now I wish to ask you if those were mere childish words. If the innocent years were unkind, I end the throes of youth, I shall not forsake you. Great snow, please do not erase the traces of our togetherness. Great snow cannot obliterate the imprints we left on each other. What evening is this, as the verdant grass sways, and the bright moon bids you farewell for 1,000 miles, as the autumn wines arise next year? Wu Yu is a simple soul, and her affection for this song likely stems from the line about the wind transforming rain into blossoms. She has always believed in the existence of such scenes. Chapter 55, the imperial banquet. Once Wu Yu concludes her performance, she senses an unsettling stillness enveloping the venue, leaving her feeling quite ill at ease. Though the music may be somewhat unconventional for the people of this world, such a reaction seems excessive. Bai Lianer is the most taken aback. She suddenly rises, her eyes wide with disbelief, her expression one of incredulity. It is impossible. Although her previous incarnation rarely ventured out and was scarcely acquainted with the world beyond, this little vixen, Bai Lianer, is momentarily haunted by the memory of Wu Yu's icy gaze. Could it be that she truly does not know her well enough? The third princess is equally astonished. She merely intended to mock the woman who overshadowed her, given the latter's poor reputation. Yet, to her surprise, this individual possesses genuine talent, and though a twinge of dissatisfaction lingers, she cannot help but acknowledge Wu Yu's abilities with respect. Unlike the group of ugly, envious women below, Wu Yu senses the air and the wind around her. It appears the time has come. Gradually, candles ignite around the stage, encircling her in a luminous square, illuminating her delicate features. All eyes are drawn to her, captivated by her presence. Wu Yu extends a slender, fair hand, her fingers gracefully dancing, and soon, a faintly glowing orb of petals forms in her palm. As the audience contemplates her method, Wu Yu smiles and tosses the petal orb into the air. Instantly, the densely packed petals shimmer with luminescence, cascading down upon the banquet venue. How exquisite! Everyone stands transfixed, gazing up at the falling pale pink petals, the air filled with a fragrant floral aroma, creating a scene of ethereal beauty. Wu Yu opens her arms wide, and with a sweeping gesture, the petals come to a standstill. Her ethereal voice echoes throughout the banquet hall. Tonight, this belated snow is dedicated to you all. Wishing everyone a prosperous reunion in the new year. As her words fade, the petals vanish without a trace, replaced by delicate snowflakes drifting down from the sky. What is happening? How is she able to do this? Could she be from the Wuling Kingdom? The crowd initially falls into a moment of silence, but soon erupts like a disturbed beehive, buzzing with excitement. Even Feng Qian's expression shifts. He had believed he could see through her little tricks, after all. Such skills are relatively easy for those well-versed in martial arts to discern, yet this snow, he is utterly at a loss. Wu Yu is taken aback. The crowd has linked her to the Wuling Kingdom. What a preposterous notion. The little voice in her head sighs in resignation. How could she forget that she now resides in ancient times, where some things are simply beyond explanation? She has no desire to be associated with the Wuling Kingdom. Should she be captured, she could very well be burned as a sacrifice to the gods. Please do not misconstrue. Tonight's snow is something I too am unfamiliar with. A venerable Taoist informed me days ago that at this hour there would be light snow. I merely relay his words to fulfill everyone's wishes. Ah, the non-existent Taoist, you have my apologies. After all, they will not uncover any truths, and why should they be so earnest with her? Feng Qian furrows his brow slightly, a Taoist, yet, when he gazes at Wu Yu, her demeanor is so sincere that it is hard to disbelieve her. The commotion around him begins to settle as he gestures for calm. Feng Qian laughs heartily. Excellent. I am very pleased with this performance. Reward, little Wu. Is there anything you desire? He casts a meaningful glance towards several princes beneath him. Wu Yu internally scoffs at the old fox. His smile at Fade. However, it would be amusing to trick him into parting with something. She respectfully descends from the stage, locking eyes with Feng Qian. I desire but one thing. Oh, what might that be? Feng Qian's eyes narrow cunningly, as if plotting something. A guarantee. Feng Qian gestures for her to continue. Wu Yu beams, delivering a flawless smile. Those I do not wish to engage with shall not be compelled to approach me. Feng Qian's expression remains unchanged, but his tone carries a hint of irritation, including me. Certainly not, Your Majesty. You are the sovereign of a nation, and unlike others, though she wishes to avoid him most, she is not ready to meet an untimely end. Offending the emperor has dire consequences. It is prudent to retreat while the opportunity presents itself, at least for now, to evade by Lianer and the empress. Upon hearing this, Feng Qian's expression softens. This girl possesses a keen sense of timing. Agreed. From now on, if you wish to avoid anyone, aside from me, no one may compel you. If they do, report it to me, and I shall handle it personally. The empress's face pales dramatically. She parts her lips as if to speak. But upon encountering the cold indifference in Feng Qian's gaze, she swallows her words, fully aware of the weight they carry. Others in attendance, though somewhat discontented, recognize that the emperor has taken a special interest in this orphan, indicating that Wu Yu is no longer a person they can easily provoke. Feng Qianjin strode confidently before Wu Yu, casting not a single glance at Feng Qiangua, with a flick of his hand. He brushed off the snowflakes from Wu Yu's shoulders and seized her hand, proclaiming, "It is snowing. Let us return." Wu Yu, somewhat bewildered by his audacity, noted that Feng Qiangua, that cunning old fox, exhibited no signs of anger. Wearing instead a smile, could it be that Feng Qianjin was perhaps too audacious, or might there be some underlying circumstance of which she was unaware? Chapter 56. Intentions. Strangely enough, the snowfall that day ceased after just one night, leaving Wu Yu in a state of deep vexation. The entire capital buzzed with rumors that she was a celestial maiden, a descendant of the Wuling Kingdom, although Feng Qiangua had not troubled her. Another complication had arisen. Beilichuan. Following a light snowfall the previous night, the temperature had dropped significantly. While it was not particularly cold, certainly milder than the winters of the south, Wu Yu nevertheless donned a silver-gray fox fur cloak before venturing outside. She was escorted away in a palanquin, with Bailizi orchestrating an elaborate reception, dispatching a dozen attendants to accompany her, aware that Feng Qianjin was absent. Wu Yu also recognized the several shadow guards trailing discreetly behind her. Upon arriving at Bailizi's residence, she found him deep in concentration, eyes closed as he pondered his chess moves. Wu Yu chose not to disturb him, seating herself unceremoniously in front of him, having no interest in the game herself. After a considerable time, Bailizi opened his eyes and instructed his attendants to clear the table. Wu Yu regarded him with a smirk, amused by his air of superiority, yet curious as to his intentions for summoning her. She found his vacant gaze unsettling and was puzzled by his cautious demeanor. Did he truly need to perceive the world in such a guarded manner, accepting the warm tea from Beilichuan's hands? She expressed her gratitude, adding, however, "Your invitation seems futile. I am neither the legendary celestial maiden nor a compatriot of your Wuling Kingdom." Bailizi adjusted the teacup before him without taking a sip, his voice tinged with indifference. "I know that. So, you sought me for It was evident to you that he was not one to engage in trivial banter. Well, surely you didn't summon me merely for idle chatter. Could it be that you genuinely want to see me? Is that so? If there were no pressing matters, I would prefer not to meet you, as it is a privilege bestowed upon me by the emperor." Though she had ample time, she despised wasting it on inconsequential matters. I abhor the color green, Lizzie interjected suddenly. Wu Yu shrugged nonchalantly, for green was ubiquitous in this world, an unavoidable presence. Could he truly escape it? Thus, I choose to ignore it. Wu Yu. I cannot fathom why I detest this color. It simply revolts me. Wu Yu observed the courtyard filled with magnolia trees, their branches bare and stark, lending an air of desolation. Intent, she drawled lazily, offering not even a cursory glance at Lizzie. What? Lizzie appeared momentarily perplexed. You summoned me merely to convey this? What benefit is there in enlightening me with such information? Lizzie seemed to ponder for a moment before a self-deprecating smile crossed his lips. I wish to uncover the reason. Do you truly not know? If I were aware, would I have sought the company of Miss Wu Yu? You seem rather reluctant. Lizzie's hollow gaze fixed upon her face, sending shivers down Wu Yu's spine. His intensity was unnerving. Yet why would you assume that I could assist you in uncovering the reason? She possessed some talents, yet she was no oracle, no seer. I know you can. At this declaration, Wu Yu straightened in her seat. Taken aback by such trust placed in her. Chapter 57. Fury. Wu Yu wished to engage earnestly, yet soon discovered a significant obstacle. Lizzie was utterly devoid of knowledge. Thus, she resorted to inquiring about trivial matters. What is your name? Lizzie. He grimaced yet complied with her seemingly frivolous questioning. Where is your home? I do not know. And your gender? Male. Who are your parents? I do not know. How have you survived? Wu Yu was exasperated. Was it impossible to have a proper conversation? I was raised by my master. Huh? My master is Bailey Wuming, the former sorcerer of the Baiwei dynasty. So, Beilichuan? Wu Yu surveyed the two of them. In a manner of speaking, we could be considered siblings. The disparity in their statuses was stark. One was a lofty national advisor, the other a mere servant. She had heard of Bailey Wuming, a sorcerer of some renown, who had seemingly passed away a decade prior. But with this information, it is impossible for me to glean anything useful. Indeed, it is evident that this man is unwilling to cooperate, as suggested by his unfocused eyes. As a psychologist, the key is to encourage patients to open up. Yet she had briefly entertained the notion that he trusted her. Clearly, she had overestimated her influence. What do you wish from me? I shall cooperate. Lizzie suddenly opened his dark green eyes, locking onto Wu Yu's increasingly impatient expression. To what degree do you find the color green repugnant? Light green or dark green? Dark green. Wu Yu noted his body stiffen at this admission. Relax. You need only focus on me. He was indeed peculiar, disliking green despite the abundant greenery surrounding them. Vibrant even in winter, her voice seemed to weave an enchanting spell, and Lizzie obediently fixed his gaze upon her face. Very well. Let us play a game. I shall guess what your parents look like. Your eyes are quite striking. Surely one of them possesses similarly beautiful eyes with fair skin. Now, you must look into my eyes. We silently counted, deeming it time to commence. I shall count down from 5. With each number, your eyelids will grow heavier and heavier, until you are lulled into a deep slumber when I reach 1. 5.4.3.2.1. Sleep. She abruptly tugged at his elbow, and Lizzie collapsed into the chair. Before you now is a door. Open it and step inside, where you will glimpse your past. Wu Yu spoke softly, keenly observing his breathing and heartbeat. Who are you? Lizzie murmured, half reclined in his chair, his eyes still partly closed. His psychological defenses were formidable. Xiaozi, what troubles you? Wu Yu inquired gently. Lizzie appeared conflicted, his brow furrowing as he hesitated before speaking. Mother. Wu Yu gently stroked his head. Xiaozi, are you being good? Mother. Xiaozi has been good. Today I finished everything father taught me. And the teacher praised me. Mother beautiful? Yes, mother is the most beautiful woman in the world. And father is not here. Go, call father to come out. Wu Yu patiently guided him step by step. Yet Lizzie's smile abruptly faded, replaced by a look of struggle and unease, his body twisting restlessly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, leaping up to grasp Wu Yu's shoulders tightly. Where is this? Wu Yu was taken aback to see yet another figure. Longsher, holding a long sword, appeared just as surprised. You again? To be honest, I too do not know why I am here again. You have arrived at an opportune moment. I recently learned a new sword technique and was lamenting the lack of an audience. Wu Yu glanced at the sword, its scabbard adorned with intricate carvings resembling script, encrusted with glittering jewels, a sight both splendid and captivating. Longsher closed his eyes, summoning a gust of energy that propelled the sword into the air. The blade flashed coldly past Wu Yu, causing her to freeze in place. He was clearly showing off, and she lamented the unfortunate fate of her few precious strands of hair. Golden leaves fluttered. A handsome man dancing with his sword. The scene was undeniably pleasing to Wu Yu. Little did she expect that even in this transformed world, the only constant remained the densely clustered statues resembling trees. Chapter 59. Illness. After departing from the Bailey residence, we returned to the prince's manor rather late. Uncertain whether it was due to a chill or anxiety, she found herself unwell the following day. Consequently, Feng Qianjin set the entire royal household into a flurry of chaos. The gentle breeze shyly touched its nose, disregarding the fierce gaze of its master. It was not her fault. She had repeatedly assured her lord that she would undoubtedly cure this ailment. Yet, whenever matters concerning Xiao Wu arose, he became utterly irrational. This was truly none of his concern. The old ghost of the withered tree, with a pained expression, took the pulse of Wu Yu, pondering whether he would ever be able to enjoy his leisure again. Ever since this girl arrived, he had never known peace, and one could never tell when he might have to escort her back to the capital. It was merely a slight illness, a cold causing fever. Once the fever subsided and some medicine was taken, there would be no cause for alarm. Humph. Feng Qianjin huffed without turning his head, continuing to wipe Wu Yu's face. The old ghost of the withered tree. The intelligence of a man in love is reduced to nil. She foamed. How truly difficult it is to be the one caught in between. The old ghost of the withered tree shook his head in resignation, meticulously writing down the necessary medicines for Qin Feng to prepare. With a master like yours in such a state, it was unlikely he would be leaving anytime soon. Feng Qianjin gazed at the pale, delicate face, his displeasure intensifying. Bai Li Zi had dismissed all his shadow guards yesterday, hence, he was utterly unaware of what transpired with Wu Yu, only knowing she had not ventured to Bai Li's residence. Wu Yu lay languidly for an entire day before finally awakening, immediately detecting a strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine in her mouth. Alas, why was her body's resistance so poor, allowing her to catch a cold so easily? Upon seeing her awake, Feng Qianjin thoughtfully arranged a pillow for her. Xiao Jin, I want some water. All right. Feng Qianjin took the warm water prepared by Chunhua and handed it to her. Wu Yu gulped down several cups, finally dispelling the bitter taste of the medicine. Why are you staring at me? She felt a chill run down her spine under his intense gaze. Feng Qianjin's eyes remained fixed on her rosy lips as he gently brushed aside the disheveled strands of hair by her ear. Nothing. Wu Yu, Chunhua and Qiuyue, standing nearby, couldn't help but blush at the recent scene where the master had fed the young lady with his own mouth. From now on, do not casually follow others. Okay. Wu Yu, regaining her senses, recalled his admonition regarding yesterday's events. This was indeed a lesson learned. She had not anticipated Bai Li Zi would behave in such a manner. An elderly man, short in stature with hair as white as snow, rushed in, his face brimming with joy. Dear girl, you have finally woken up. Had you not, Feng Qianjin would have likely dismantled this residence. The old man with the youthful visage. Wu Yu recognized him as she had encountered him during her previous allergic reaction. He had a head of snow-white hair and a voice that belied his age, possessing the face of a 20-year-old. What was his name again? The old ghost of the withered tree, realizing that he genuinely cared for her. Wu Yu smiled politely and nodded, indicating she was fine. The old ghost of the withered tree checked her pulse once more. All is well. Just take some medicine and rest for a few days. Thank you, Grandpa Kumu, old ghost grandpa. Upon seeing him unresponsive, we wondered if he disapproved of that title. It was the first time the old ghost of the withered tree realized that adopting such a moniker was unwise. Old ghost grandpa, what on earth was that? Feng Qianjin and Qin Feng exchanged glances, their lips twitching in amusement. Old ghost grandpa, how could she have thought of that, in the prince's residence? Wu Yu found herself getting along well with several maidservants. Despite the clear indication that they had been specially dispatched by Feng Qian, perhaps Feng Qian had not assigned them any tasks, as all four were quite obedient, much to Wu Yu's satisfaction. After her cold subsided, Qiuyue began brewing soup for her once more. Wu Yu, with a furrowed brow, gazed at the bowl of papaya soup. Sister Qiuyue, I recall this soup. I have been drinking it for a week. Qiuyue smiled brightly at her. Miss, this is my family's ancestral recipe. Very effective. Her expression was akin to that of a doting mother. Wu Yu, feeling exasperated, turned to Dongxue for assistance, realizing she truly despised this soup. At first, it was bearable, but after several servings, she could no longer endure it. Miss, trust Xiaoyue. I tried it myself back in the day. Dong Xue puffed out her chest proudly. Will you not forget it? They were all rather peculiar. Perhaps she should seek out Lizzie instead, as it had been a while since she last visited her delightful pastry shop. What happened? Upon arriving at the shop, we found Lizzie absent, only to see Aunt Lu bustling about. Aunt Lu, swaying her slim waist, approached with a beaming smile. Little Wu, you're here. Lizzie is not in today. Huh? Where did she go? That girl seemed to have something on her mind today, so she went to the Yulao temple. She appeared quite anxious, perhaps encountering something extraordinary. Extraordinary? Yulao temple? Could it be that Lizzie is in love? Otherwise, why would she visit such a place? Xia Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wu Yu felt a shiver run down her spine. She had believed Xia Yu to be the most sensible among the four. Then, why are we going to such a place? Wu Yu stared speechlessly at the dark plaque inscribed with Yulao Mountain. Of course, to seek love. This place is quite accurate. It will surely help you capture the heart of the fifth prince, Wu Yu. Eventually, the two ascended the mountain. With spring approaching, they noticed some blooming magnolia flowers along the way. Their fragrance wafting through the air, creating a most pleasant atmosphere. Long ago, there was a pair of deeply in love young people who wished never to be separated. However, fate was unkind to them. For war tore them apart. The girl was taken home by her parents, who intended to marry her off to a wealthy but elderly man. Heartbroken, she wept daily, confined to her room, tearing books apart to fold them into 1,000 paper cranes. After 2 months of diligent effort, she finally crafted 1,000 cranes. That day, she cast all the cranes out of her window. They soared into the sky, finding their way to the boy she loved, bringing him back from the battlefield. In the end, they lived happily ever after. Xia Yu clutched her handkerchief, sobbing uncontrollably. Oh, miss, how touching. Moments ago, we had noticed the bells hanging from the osmanthus trees along the path. Each bell adorned with the wishes of couples, which reminded her of the 1,000 paper cranes. Thus, she spun a tale for the sentimental Xia Yu, and this was the result. Miss, what do 1,000 paper cranes look like? Wu Yu, I asked this story true. Just as Wu was about to tease the weeping Xia Yu, a woman stood behind her, gazing intently. Wu Yu and Xia Yu had already reached the top of the mountain. Arriving at the Yulao temple, before them stood a century-old osmanthus tree, adorned with bells and wishes. The wind rustled the bells, creating an oddly tranquil sound. Despite the expected clamor, the woman wore a pink gauze dress, with a delicate oval face, willow-like brows, and a petite figure. Noticing Wu Yu's apparent lack of reaction, she repeated her previous statement. In truth, Wu Yu merely felt a twinge of guilt. Such tales were abundant in her previous world. And who could discern their authenticity? May I ask who you are? The woman seemed to realize her abruptness and smiled apologetically. My surname is Zhao, and my given name is Inglan. Miss Zhao, I am Wu Yu. And this is my maid, Xia Yu. Wu had spent some time in this world and found that most customs were similar to modern ones, allowing her to interact with others without excessive formalities. I heard your story earlier. It was quite moving. May I inquire about its origins? Actually, I heard it from a traveler when I was young, but I do not know where it originated. She certainly could not reveal that she had read it online. I see. Zhao Inglan appeared somewhat disappointed, letting out a soft sigh. Wu Yu and Xia Yu exchanged a bewildered glance, and it was Xia Yu who kindly inquired, Miss Zhao, do you have something troubling you? Is your beloved far away? Those who visited the Yulao temple likely had their own stories to tell. Kind of. Zhao Inglan gently stroked the wish strip in her hand. Wu Yu's keen eyes noticed that her wish strip seemed different from those in the temple. Each had a pink lotus embroidered in the lower left corner. She recalled Xia Yu mentioning that the strips here were all uniformly white. Do you frequent this place often? At her question, Zhao Inglan paused her movements, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Yes, it has been many years, about 10, I believe. Regardless of rain or shine, I visit this Yulao temple once a month. If you don't mind, could you share your story with us? Wu was curious about the object of affection for someone so devoted. Certainly, let us sit in the pavilion over there. Meeting you, miss, is also a kind of fate. Certainly, you may call me Xiaowu, as everyone else does. Zhao Inglan covered her lips, laughing softly. Xiaowu, there is no need for formality. Simply address me as Inglan. Zhao Inglan is a native of the capital, born into an ordinary family engaged in modest business, enjoying a comfortable life within a warm familial atmosphere. In those days, there was a boy from the neighboring household who was 3 years her senior. They grew up together, childhood companions, blissfully innocent. She was known as Xiaolan. While he was Su Liang, her elder brother, Xiaolan would timidly trail behind the gentle youth, calling him brother. He would turn to her, taking her small hand in his, and they would walk side by side. Slowly, she would softly inquire, "Why do you always hold my hand?" The boy would reply, with a tender smile, gently tapping her delicate brow, "As long as I hold your hand, we shall never be lost." Suddenly, Wuyo recalled a certain poem. The young man rides a bamboo horse, circling the bed while playing with green plums. Living together in Chang'an, they were free of suspicion. Matters of the heart seem simple to those who understand. Merely two individuals sharing a life, supporting one another through the years. Yet for her, it was not so clear. She only knew that sometimes love simply is. Perhaps it brings pain, separation, and unease, but humanity willingly succumbs to the madness of love. As Buddha said, one must cultivate for 500 lifetimes to share a boat, and for 1,000 lifetimes to share a pillow. 500 gazes in past lives lead to a single brush in this life. This singular encounter in the present surely nurtures countless memories of sweetness or sorrow from previous lives. All connections arise from fate, a chance meeting, a sudden recollection, destined to intertwine their lives. All for the fleeting moment when their eyes meet. Zhao Yinglan confessed, "Initially, my feelings for him were vague. I always regarded him as merely a brother, never contemplating that one day I would fall deeply in love with him." At the age of 12. I encountered a stall selling wooden dolls adorned in various vibrant colors and shapes. However, I found no fondness for those chubby-faced dolls clad in unappealing garments. I had once been quite plump myself, and the local children shunned me, tossing pebbles and spitting at me. I truly despised my overweight appearance. Upon seeing those unattractive, rotund dolls, I burst into tears. This frightened Su Liang, who, amidst my sobs, disowned the reason for my distress. After that incident, his visits lessened significantly, though I paid little heed. It was not until 2 years later, when he presented me with an exquisitely crafted wooden doll, that I realized what he had been doing all this time. He had sought out the artisan who carved those dolls as his mentor, laboring diligently to master the craft. His hands bore numerous scars from the carving tools, each telling a story of his dedication. I could hardly believe how he had concealed this endeavor from himself and his mother. The doll was fashioned to resemble me on my wedding day, adorned in a splendid gown and exquisite makeup. He revealed a smooth, red wooden doll from his pocket, and Wuyo and the others were instantly captivated. The doll was an uncanny miniature of Zhao Yinglan, shattering preconceived notions about ancient Chinese art. It was a breathtaking piece of realism. The doll donned a vibrant red wedding dress embroidered with golden clouds, complete with a delicate phoenix crown, painted lips, and intricately styled eyebrows, adorned with a multitude of ornaments. It seemed to encapsulate the essence of Xiaolan. Vividly alive in every expression, he told her, "That is how you will appear as you grow. You are the most beautiful person in the world, and I shall marry the most beautiful person in the world." Little Yinglan was overjoyed, and from that moment, the seed of affection for Su Liang took root in her heart, growing wildly. Chapter 62. The bamboo horse awaits the plum blossom, and what happened next? Wuyo and Xiaoyu leaned forward, eagerly listening to the tale. Then, Zhao Yinglan composed herself, her gaze drifting from the past. He is left, to elicit words from someone. The simplest method is to repeat their last utterance. As expected, Zhao Yinglan sipped her tea and continued, "Indeed, he has been gone for a decade. 10 years. Such a long time. Indeed, how could one endure such a separation?" Summer Rain and Wuyo exchanged incredulous glances. Unable to fathom the reality, Wuyo, who seldom believed in such matters, thought it impossible to wait so long for someone, for she felt that waiting for a person whose current state was unknown was a waste of youth, like a vibrant flower withering into a mere shadow of its former self. Once, during an outing with the Zhao and Su families, they encountered bandits. Zhao Yinglan's parents, in a bid to save their lives, abandoned the Su family, who ultimately perished at the hands of the brigands. Never to return to the capital. Upon their return, Zhao Yinglan's parents concealed the truth, claiming the Su family had gone missing, sending the authorities to search at that time. Su Liang was already a 15-year-old youth. He sensed something was amiss from the unnatural demeanor of Zhao Yinglan's parents. Later, he learned from another family who had traveled with them that Zhao Yinglan's parents had forsaken them, leaving them to die at the hands of those ruthless thieves. Yet, in such dire circumstances, one could hardly blame his parents for their actions. Survival is a primal instinct. I believe Su Liang understood this, but his departure was not solely due to that incident, Zhao Yinglan continued. Indeed, the sudden loss of Su Liang's parents plunged him into despair, particularly when their bodies were eventually found, their state horrific and decayed. He confronted Zhao's parents, demanding to know why they had not come to their aid. Zhao's father, knowing he was in the wrong, remained silent, allowing the grief-stricken boy to hurl accusations and lash out in anger. Yet, in the end, that young man forgave the Zhao family. From that moment on, the once lively and cheerful boy became withdrawn and taciturn. Seeking revenge for his parents, he tracked down the gang of thieves, but fate dealt him a cruel hand. He succeeded in avenging them, but sustained an injury to his leg, leaving him a cripple. Following that incident, he never saw Zhao Yinglan again. Whenever she sought him out, he would concoct various excuses to avoid her. At first, she was bewildered. Despite his missing leg, her love for him remained unwavering. She began to cry and create a scene, not understanding what had caused his distress or disappointment. One day, he finally lost his patience and exclaimed, "Please, just let me be." Zhao Yinglan realized he harbored genuine resentment towards her, whether for the inaction of Zhao's parents or for his own physical loss. Ultimately, he departed one rainy morning, without bidding her farewell, burdened by a heavy pack and a single leg, leaning on a cane. His face etched with sorrow, Zhao Yinglan hid behind a plum tree, weeping silently, yet she did not attempt to retain him, knowing he perhaps needed time to heal from his pain. Thus, she resolved to wait for him. To wait until his sorrow dissipated and his hatred faded, hoping he might return, take her hand, and reassure her, "As long as I hold your hand, we shall never be lost." Su Liang's absence stretched on for a decade. Zhao Yinglan blossomed into a talented and renowned figure in the capital, with countless suitors vying for her attention, all of whom she turned down, insisting, "My beloved man has gone astray, and so I await his return." Zhao's father, burdened by guilt, recognized his past misdeeds. His daughter's reluctance to marry went unchallenged, for he felt it was his debt to them. Eventually, after Zhao Yinglan's parents passed away, she sought a livelihood as a chain player at Yanshun Tower, selling her artistry without compromising her virtue, still foolishly waiting, uncertain if he would ever return. Time left no marks on her visage, yet it carved deep wounds in her heart. Each day, she would visit the Temple of Matchmakers, praying for his forgiveness towards her parents, for him to forgive her, and to return to her side. She wished for the lost childhood companions to reunite, to find each other standing behind one another once more. She declared her willingness to forsake all splendor and grow old in appearance, merely wishing for the gentle breeze to carry her wishes to him and bring him back to her. Wu Yo, not one easily moved to tears, felt a surge of emotion hearing her words, willing to relinquish all beauty and youth, just to have him return and never leave again. Tears streamed down her face as she was momentarily transported back to the pear tree, where she had wept for her grandfather's return, ready to give up everything, simply wishing for him to come back. Chapter 63, 500 Gazes in Previous Lives, One Brush in This Life in This Vast World. Amidst countless people, how difficult it is to find one's true counterpart among so many. 500 gazes in past lives lead to a single fleeting encounter in this life. Wu Yo suddenly began to understand. Having waited so long, how could she let go now that she had finally found him? At the outset, Wu found Zhao Yinglan to be excessively obstinate, holding a certain disdain for what she considered unnecessary waiting. After all, she had always been a rather selfish individual, believing that life should be lived with ease and without burdens. However, she soon realized that she, too, was but an ordinary person, unable to escape the ties that bound her. And thus she could not forget the kindness of her grandfather. In fact, he could hate me, and that would be acceptable, Zhao Yinglan suddenly interjected. As long as it brought him some comfort and made his life more bearable, anything was permissible. Wu pondered. Perhaps she truly loved that man. It's not out of guilt, nor do I ever feel indebted to him. I simply wish for him to have a better life. Zhao Yinglan lowered her gaze, her slightly reddened eyes shimmering with an indistinct light. Wu considered her position, realizing she had no authority to counsel Zhao Yinglan against waiting, lest it be a waste of youth. How about I teach you to fold 1,000 paper cranes? Perhaps that story is true. Can you? Zhao Yinglan's somewhat dull eyes instantly lit up. Wu Yu nodded gently. Of course. She could. This was a simple task. Yet, she mused that this approach was not a solution. Waiting, perhaps one could wait a lifetime and still not encounter that person. Although she did not resent their persistence, she was not fond of their passivity. Remembering the person she cherished, she sighed. It seemed she, too, must wait for him to shed all his masks and confront her. That day, Wu Yu taught Zhao Yinglan and Xia Yu to fold paper cranes, both of whom proved to be skillful learners, mastering the craft swiftly. Xia Yu gazed at the delicate crane in her hand and remarked, "This is quite fun. Why 1,000? I cannot say for certain." "Perhaps even more," we replied. She questioned whether she had erred, as it seemed she had inadvertently led Zhao Yinglan down a path of no return. From this point forward, the paper cranes might become her obsession. Nonetheless, she thought it better to have some fixation than none at all. Wu had never contemplated that one day, the paper cranes she brought into this world would become a source of pain for him. Though many matters were personal, Wu Yu, ever the inquisitive soul, could not help but inquire about the lotus on the fabric. Upon hearing this, Xia Yu also looked eagerly at Zhao Yinglan. Zhao Yinglan did not chastise the two for their impoliteness. Even though she felt she had spoken too much in front of these strangers, she gazed tenderly at the pink lotus on the fabric, which she had embroidered stitch by stitch that summer. When he departed, he passed by my home and left behind a pink lotus. I suppose it was his favorite flower. Wu Yu suddenly chuckled. The lotus symbolizes unwavering love, although the world seemed indifferent to the language of flowers. She felt compelled to voice her thoughts. Perhaps that was what Su Liang intended. Zhao Yinglan's hand, which cradled the teacup, trembled, spilling some tea. Her mind lingered on Wu Yu's words. The lotus represents unwavering love. What did Su Liang mean? Wu Yu added. The pink lotus signifies hope. If she cannot live without Su Liang, then she should carry that hope named Su Liang with her forever, leaving her words behind. She descended the mountain with Xia Yu, who was somewhat puzzled. "Miss, what did you mean when you spoke to that Zhao girl?" "It means nothing," we replied, remembering the scars on Zhao Yinglan's left wrist. She thought that this person was not as strong as she appeared. She hoped that after hearing her words, Zhao Yinglan would not harbor any thoughts she ought not to. After all, living was far more interesting. Chapter 64. You're not of this world. We had been residing in the 5th prince's estate for about 5 or 6 months. The people in the estate had come to recognize her as a girl who thrived on excitement, particularly unpredictable in her next moves. On this day, Feng Qianjin, enjoying a rare moment of leisure, followed closely behind Wu Yu, sticking to her like a shadow. Wu Yu believed that she was certainly not the kind of person to be tamed. Feng Qianjin and Qing Feng exchanged glances, wondering who this whirlwind of a girl was. Wu had initially planned to take a casual stroll, enlisting Feng Qianjin and Qing Feng to carry a few items for her. The two were left speechless. Wu appeared to be a girl who shopped normally, merely browsing without eagerness, unlike other women who would get excited at the sight of beautiful things. In truth, Wu simply had different priorities than the average girl. For example, ATA fortune-telling stall. Wu dashed to a bustling fortune-telling booth, patiently waiting in line. The fortune-teller was an elderly man clad in a green robe, sporting a long beard and sharp eyes, exuding an air of expertise. "Master, what is this about?" Qing Feng mused, having never believed in such supernatural claims. Although his master was a renowned figure known as the Old Ghost of Drywood across the continent, those in the know understood that the name had nothing to do with the supernatural. Little Wu doesn't seem like someone who believes in such things, Feng Qianjin noted, pursing his lips in silence while his hand absently caressed the hilt of his sword at his waist. Qing Feng shivered slightly, chuckling nervously. Such beings, we mere mortals truly cannot comprehend. It seemed that those seeking fortune-telling were mainly curious individuals asking about love, past lives, or property matters. Or perhaps gamblers clinging to dreams of wealth. After what felt like an eternity, it was finally Wu Yu's turn. She confidently sat in front of the fortune-teller, slapping 30 taels of silver onto the table with a resounding thud. Ah, the privileges of wealth. The old man's eyes sparkled with greed. Wu Yu leisurely withdrew the silver, dangling it like bait. "If you can answer my next question, this will be yours. If you desire more, well, that depends on my mood." The old man swallowed hard, Thinking that it had been ages since he encountered such a generous patron, this was shaping up to be a profitable venture. Maintaining a facade of calm, he stroked his grizzled beard and assessed the young girl before him. She was quite charming, with rosy lips and white teeth, and she would undoubtedly grow into a beauty. Typically, women who sought his services either inquired about love or the supernatural, a challenge he was well equipped to handle after years of experience in the martial world. "Please, miss, what would you like to know?" After a moment of contemplation, despite his lingering hesitation, the old man decided to test the waters. "I have heard that you possess great knowledge, master," Wu remarked languidly. Her expression relaxed. Feng Qianjin instinctively positioned himself behind her, serving as her support. The old man seemed not to recognize Feng Qianjin, yet from the boy's imposing aura, he sensed that these individuals were of no ordinary standing. If he spoke carelessly, it could lead to dire consequences, but if he spoke wisely, the old man's murky eyes suddenly gleamed with brightness, and he smiled broadly, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum as he humbly replied, "Oh, no, I am merely a wandering hermit. Please, miss, feel free to ask whatever you wish. I shall do my utmost to provide you with answers." "Then, what shall I ask you next?" Wu inquired, a calculating glint flashing in her eyes. Feng Qianjin couldn't help but smirk. This little fox. The old man maintained his composure, having encountered all manner of clientele throughout his years in the world. Customers who posed challenging questions were hardly a novelty for him. However, upon seeing the calm, expectant gaze of the girl before him, he felt somewhat uneasy. This person seemed devoid of desire. Chapter 66. Connections on the way back. Wu mentioned the matters concerning Bai Li Zi and Bai Li Chuan to Feng Qianjin and Qing Feng. They were taken aback as they had not sensed anything amiss, let alone seen Bai Li Zi and the others. Wu began to suspect that something was indeed amiss. "You truly did not notice?" There was a fragrance of magnolia. Martial artists should be more attuned to such scents. Qing Feng shook his head affirmatively, stating that if even the master had not perceived it, there was no way he could. Feng Qianjin fell silent for a moment before fixing a serious gaze upon Wu Yu. "Little Wu, have you considered that you might have some connection to the unfeeling kingdom?" Wu Yu well, she was almost certain of it. It had to be true, otherwise, how could the cold stone have come into play? She could not explain it otherwise. For Wu Yu's safety, Feng Qianjin assigned more shadow guards to her, ensuring they would remain by her side around the clock. Ever ready. Yet, everyone was acutely aware that this was merely self-deception. Since Bai Li Zi could remain undetected by Feng Qianjin, he undoubtedly possessed considerable strength, aided by the revered sorcery of this continent. Bai Li Zi's background was intricate. Feng Qianjin's subordinates had spent considerable time investigating, only to uncover inconsequential information. Ironically, the most intriguing aspect was Bai Li Zi's master, Bai Li Wu Ming, a figure rumored to have died a decade ago, who was, in fact, still alive. With a flick of her fingers, Wu calculated and, according to your words, if Bai Li Wu Ming were still alive, he would be over 150 years old. This is simply the mark of an ancient monster. Feng Qianjin nodded, recalling the tales of the mortal realm. Sorcery, it is said, originates from the Wuling Kingdom. Wu Yu also vaguely remembered that the miscellaneous notes she had perused earlier seemed to mention this very thing, which is why legends claim that Bai Li Zi and his generations of disciples hail from the Wuling Kingdom. Furthermore, there's that saying, the Wuling Kingdom is a realm where extraordinary beings and strange creatures converge. The denizens of Wuling often don white garments and let their long hair flow freely. Those devoid of white hair and aged appearance possess boundless longevity. This implies that within that land lies the secret to immortality. Yet, that kingdom is utterly oblivious to its whereabouts, for Bai Li Zi seeks a map of the Wuling Kingdom, unaware of its location, and the original owner is intimately connected to the whereabouts of that very map. A sudden chill gripped Wu Yu. If such were the case, her personal safety would be at stake. Though it already seemed precarious, she surmised that her arrival in this world must be intricately linked to that map. And the original owner's parents had gone missing at SEA. It now appeared that the situation was far more complex than it seemed. That night, Wu experienced a peculiar dream. Her dream. She was adorned in resplendent palace attire, surrounded by a throng in the opulent hall, receiving their homage. They uttered incantations, kneeling fervently, seemingly in prayer. Wu found herself unable to comprehend their language. A cacophony of sounds that left her bewildered. The Chinese revere dragons as divine beings representing the emperor, thus various dragons are often carved within imperial palaces. However, in Wu Yu's dream, the pillars of that gilded hall were entwined with serpents. Perhaps it was a mere illusion within her dream, but the snakes appeared to writhe, their eyes glimmering with an alluring green light. Then, she beheld a figure draped in white, wearing a bronze wolf mask. Approaching her leisurely, that was the only phrase she understood. Princess, Chapter 67, You come to find trouble. I come to punish the wicked in her pursuit to savor the culinary delights of the capital. Wu Yu seized every opportunity to wander with Qiu Yue and the others. One day, they stumbled upon a rather charming restaurant. Wang Qianji, clad in a luxurious brown brocade robe, strolled by and spotted Wu Yu and her companions entering a seemingly ordinary eatery. Recalling the complaints that Lian Er had voiced to him of late, he followed them inside. He took a seat beside her. She cradled a yellow dog in her arms, her face free of makeup. Smiling sweetly, he reminisced about the palace banquet where she had donned a purple gown, her laughter enchanting, singing like a beautiful fairy. She had truly transformed, and he began to doubt Lian Er's claims of her supposed shortcomings. This restaurant, though modest in size, was run by a young couple who busily attended to their patrons without any waitstaff. The tables and chairs were impeccably clean, and diners filled the establishment. Soon, the small eatery was brimming with customers. The husband was in the kitchen while the wife tended to the guests. The patrons waited patiently for their meals, and a small boy of 7 or 8 approached Wu Yu, his eyes fixated on the potato. The potato, in turn, stared back, and the two shared a moment of heartfelt connection. The dog's eyes sported tufts of dark yellow fur, resembling eyebrows, while its long lashes added to its charm. The little boy reached out to pat the potato's short ears. And Wu Yu gently inquired, "What is your name, little one?" "I'm called Datu," he replied, tilting his head awkwardly. Wu Yu found him quite endearing. "Datu, are you the child of the proprietors here?" The boy shyly retreated behind a dark-skinned woman with a radiant smile, presumably the restaurant's owner. The owner smiled apologetically. "Dear esteemed guests, I'm terribly sorry. This is my child. He's a bit mischievous. I hope he hasn't disturbed you. It's quite all right. No need to worry. He's a well-behaved child. Thank you, miss." This little rascal's ego is through the roof after hearing that. The owner chuckled with a hint of pride. "By the way, what would you like to order?" "Well, it's our first time here. Could you kindly recommend something?" "Certainly. Our signature dish is actually the pen kai, but we can only prepare a limited number each day. Fortunately, we just finished making some. Would you like to try it?" We was taken aback. "You serve pen kai here too?" "Indeed. My husband and I hail from the south. Pen kai is a dish from our homeland." "That sounds splendid. We'll have the pen kai." Summoning Qiu Yue and the others was a wise decision, as it facilitated the clearing of the table. In her previous life, Wu had only tasted pen kai in Hong Kong, where it was a mling of ingredients served in a single basin, symbolizing reunion. Pen kai is a traditional dish typically served in a wooden basin, encompassing a variety of ingredients, all harmoniously combined. Each component is meticulously prepared through frying, boiling, stewing, and braising before being layered into the basin. When the large wooden basin was finally brought to their table, the eager diners were ecstatic. Wu Yu felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Such a vast quantity. Would they manage to finish it? Typically, pen kai is reserved for banquets. Noticing Datu's curious gaze, she beckoned him over. "Datu, come, join us for a meal." The owner hesitated. Is that appropriate?" "It's perfectly fine. There's more than enough food, and you must be quite busy. We can keep an eye on him for a bit." After a moment's contemplation, the owner consented, realizing she was indeed swamped and had no time to supervise her child. Although Datu was already 8, he was still quite the handful, often darting off and becoming elusive. Thus, the table of diners, joined by a dog, enthusiastically feasted and surprisingly polished off the entire basin of food. To clarify, the potato had its own meal. Wu Yu gave Qiu Yue and the others a thumbs up. "You all are amazing." She had come merely to sample the delicacies, so she was savoring her food slowly. While Qiu Yue and the others had swiftly cleared the table, Datu warmed up to them. He became quite chatty, referring to Wu Yu as beautiful sister, a title that greatly pleased her vanity. Wu Yu relished her current life. Existence required not only excitement, but also tranquility and leisure to be truly enjoyable. Eventually, as she chatted with Datu, she took it upon herself to assist the owner in attending to the guests. After a considerable time, the influx of diners dwindled, allowing the owner to finally spare a moment to converse with them. Thank you all so much. Without your help, we truly would have been overwhelmed. We had some free time and were happy to lend a hand. It was nothing. Oh, I'm at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Our establishment just opened, and we lack the funds to hire help. The influx of customers has been overwhelming, Wu smiled, dismissing the matter lightly, as she observed Datu engrossed in reading at a low table, his expression one of discontent. It was evident he was not enjoying it. Earlier, he had mentioned wishing to play, but his parents insisted he focus on his studies, hoping he would excel and one day achieve high office. Wu approached him. What are you reading, Datu? The Way of the Sages. She picked up the book and flipped through its pages, finding it filled with notions of virtue, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust. Ancient texts that made her head spin. She suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for children of the past. Indeed, the belief that education could alter one's fate is a deep-rooted tradition in China. Datu shook his head, confessing he didn't understand it and found it quite repugnant. In this era, children were few, and even if they didn't comprehend it, they were compelled to memorize poetry and prose to keep pace with their peers. Wu sighed, finally grasping where the mentality of Chinese parents, that their children must never fall behind, originated. She considered herself fortunate. No one had ever pressured her to excel. Her studies had always been for her own thirst for knowledge, never for future ambitions, allowing her to live quite freely, regardless of the era. There are always children whose childhoods are marred by the misguided aspirations of their parents. Datu tugged at the owner's sleeve, saying earnestly, Mother, don't worry. I will diligently study and practice my writing. And one day I will become a top scholar, so you and father can enjoy a life of comfort. Despite being merely an 8-year-old child, he displayed remarkable maturity, eliciting both pride and heartache from the owner. Wu pondered that the intellectuals of this place were primarily bookish individuals versed in poetry and etiquette, with few truly capable of synthesizing knowledge. That simply wouldn't do. How about this? Why not allow Datu to learn from me? I possess a wealth of knowledge that is far more practical than mere poetry and rituals. The owner regarded her with a hint of skepticism. You? May I ask your name, Miss? Wu felt a twinge of unease. Perhaps it would be best not to disclose her name, as it was quite well known in the capital. Although many had scrutinized her during the palace banquet, a significant number still harbored doubts regarding her identity. At that moment, a mocking voice echoed, questioning when the graceful Wu had become so self-assured, leaving Wang at a loss. Wu turned around to see Wang Qianji. In truth, she had noticed him long before, but had no desire to engage with him. Recently, his relationship with the female lead appeared quite amicable, and she could surmise that the female lead intended to exploit him against her, the Wang family's influence. If not for the enigmatic power of the Nangong family standing in their way, would undoubtedly be the foremost clan in the capital. Upon hearing that she was Wu Yu, the diners around them began to murmur. After all, she was known as a foolish girl, daring to speak so boldly. Wasn't it true that she had made quite an impression at the recent imperial banquet? Is it real or mere fabrication? The proprietress, unfamiliar with the capital's social scene, had never heard of Wu Yu, but gleaned from the diner's snippets of conversation that the girl's reputation seemed rather tarnished. Wu Yu truly felt embarrassed, for the first time realizing that the original owner's notoriety was indeed a source of shame for her. What? Has the illustrious Wu lost her words? Feeling guilty, Wu was genuinely at a loss for how to respond. While Datu displayed visible displeasure, how could this person bully such a beautiful sister? It was utterly wicked. The beautiful sister was not at all like they described. She was a formidable individual. Wang Qianji scoffed. Formidable? In what way? Oh, she certainly has a hearty appetite, recalling the enormous platter of food that had been devoured moments ago. Not at all, Datu retorted, growing anxious. The beautiful sister is not like that. Wu patted his head, her face radiating with pride. Well done, little one. You still know how to defend your future master. A promising child indeed. Chapter 68. You seek trouble. I delight in your demise. Wang Qianji's jabs did not surprise Wu Yu. Perhaps Bai Lian Air had whispered sweet nothings into the ears of this wayward scion. In truth, Wu could not comprehend how such a dim-witted individual could ascend to the position of the esteemed head of the Wang family in the capital. No, it seemed that all of the female lead's harem were similarly obtuse, lacking adaptability. The female lead dictated the winds and rains. For the sake of such a foolish protagonist, they could accept an empty conclusion. She wondered how many male leads the female protagonist had encountered thus far, as since her arrival, she had scarcely paid heed to Lien Heir's affairs, as long as the latter did not provoke her. You truly could not be bothered. After all, Lien Heir's most beloved in 2 lifetimes was Feng Qianyi, and as for herself, she had not only refrained from provoking Feng Qianyi, but had completely severed ties with him. Therefore, the female lead could continue her quest for love without troubling this minor supporting character. Seeing Wu Yu remain unperturbed, Wang Qianji felt a surge of irritation and continued to mock her. It seems the title of foolish girl suits you well. Hearing his words, Wu was not angered. Instead, she leisurely sipped her tea. Foolish? I take delight in that. Dear Sird, do you think your opinion affects me? Does it hinder your meals or your rest? Or perhaps it even disrupts your bathroom visits. The implied message was clear. None of your business. A suppressed laughter rippled through the crowd. While the girl's words were somewhat crude, she had a point. Wang Qianji had not anticipated her to retort, and upon witnessing the slight movements of shoulders around him, he felt the heat rise in his face and neck. You are vulgar. We rested her chin on her hand. Smiling. Vulgar? I revel in it. Suddenly, a shrill voice interjected. How can you speak so without decorum? Wu was well aware of the law of protagonists. Where there was a female lead, there too would be a male lead. Now that the male lead had appeared, how far could the female lead be? Lien Heir emerged from the crowd, her small face flushed with anger, radiating an air of righteous indignation. Wu was curious about where Lien Heir had materialized from. As she had not noticed her before, Zhou Yue and her companions exchanged glances, sensing the thick atmosphere of gossip. This alleged elder sister of theirs was someone they had not confronted directly, but could easily tell was not virtuous. Who taught you, a sheltered girl, to utter such crude language? Lien Heir's stern expression resembled that of a wise elder reprimanding a younger one. Crude. Did I say anything vulgar? Bathroom visits? Lien Heir. Seeing Lien Heir defending her, Wang Qianji was quite pleased, gazing at her with evident affection. Lien Heir is the best. How could I have ever mistaken Wu Yu for someone decent? Terrifying. Wu Yu had truly done nothing, yet the main characters were weaving their own narratives. Wu Yu quipped at the self-righteous Lien Heir, enunciating each word. Firstly, dear auntie, you claim I lack manners, yet as everyone knows, I have been without a home since childhood. Where would my manners come from? If you believe the Bai family represents my upbringing, then please understand that you are insulting your own father. Gasps of shock reverberated through the crowd. She had audaciously referred to the beautiful maiden before her as auntie. Secondly, who taught me such vulgar language? Pray tell, what language is not crude? Are you not human? Do you not eat, relieve yourselves, or pass gas? If you do not engage in such activities, I concede that we may indeed appear vulgar in your eyes. You speak of such matters. Are you trying to emphasize something? Do you consider yourself noble? Yet, please realize that while you speak these words, deluding yourself into thinking you are superior, you are merely another ordinary person. I and the crowd, voices began to echo in agreement. Exactly. What makes her so high and mighty? She's not even royalty. Chapter 69. You seek trouble. I delight in your demise. Wu Yu observed the murmuring crowd, feeling exasperated. It was as if a trivial mention of a bathroom visit had ignited a scandal. Oh, dear female lead, if you wish to pick a fight, at least find a more justifiable excuse, lest you provoke me into annihilating you. Lien Heir appeared unfazed by Wu Yu's lack of deference. Her small face scrunched up as tears streamed down her cheeks, her delicate teeth biting her lip, creating a scene of tragic beauty. Wu Yu, do you blame me? Blame my father for expelling you from the Bai family? Wu Yu sighed inwardly. This naive flower seemed to have gained some intelligence, refraining from calling her sister in a nauseating manner. Oh, using your brain a bit, are we? Very well, if you wish to put on a show. I shall not disappoint. She feigned confusion. What brings you to such a conclusion? Why do you oppose me at every turn? I do not, in truth. She did not, as long as the female lead did not prance around in front of her. We could assure that she would not obstruct the female lead's glorious pursuits of reclaiming her harem of handsome men. Wang Qianji seemed unable to bear it any longer. Witnessing Lien Heir's tears falling to the ground, he felt a pang of heartache, as if they were striking at his very heart. He stepped in front of Lien Heir, declaring, Wu Yu, enough. I must ask, why do you continually oppose Lien Heir, who is always considering your feelings? Wu Yu. The onlookers were left speechless. So, What do you intend to do? Wu Yu raised her hands in exasperation. Xia Yu tugged at her sleeve, thinking these people were utterly foolish. The woman was too theatrical for her taste. Apologized to Lian Er. Wang Qianji glared at Wu Yu with seething intensity. As if he wished to consume her hold, Wu Yu shrugged. Why should I? What have I done wrong? You must enlighten me. Otherwise, I would be unjustly accused. Upon hearing this, Bai Lian Er cried even more vehemently, her sobs echoing around them, causing Wang Qianji and several other men to feel their hearts tremble. You insulted Lian Er. How have I insulted her? Given the crowd, it might be best to clarify. Wang Qianji was nearly beside himself with anger. This wretched fool, she is your sister. What is wrong with chastising you? You cannot speak to her like that. I have been driven from my home. She bears the Bai surname while I am Wu. Why pretend to have a deep sisterly bond? Is it not disgusting? Wang Qianji was left speechless. You, Wang Gongzi, please stop, Bai Lian Er pleaded, tugging at Wang Qianji's sleeve. She had not intended to speak, but upon doing so, Wang Qianji felt his wrath boiling over. He could not believe it, the esteemed young master of the capital, bested by a foolish girl. Yet, confronted with her disdainful expression, he completely lost control, stepping forward, ready to strike Wu Yu. Everyone was stunned. None had anticipated that the elegant young master in their hearts would resort to violence against a woman. However, how could Wu Yu acquiesce to his intent? She deftly sidestepped his hand and executed a flawless shoulder throw. Holding him down, she delivered several sharp slaps, scolding as she struck. Ah, the capital's foremost scholar, how laughable. Pray tell, where is your upbringing, your intellect? Oh, wait, how could one devoid of sense possess intelligence? Slap. Dimwit. The crowd winced in collective sympathy. Slap. Fool. A multitude gathered, their teeth aching in discomfort. Slap. How revolting. Yet, they found solace in the fact that it was not their own visage being ridiculed. Slap. Even someone as virtuous as Billionaire could catch your eye. Such thirst, uncertain of how many slaps Wang Qianzi had received. Wu Yu, still unsatisfied, spun her wrist and rose to her feet. Ah, yes. The terms fool and dimwit are synonymous with being beyond redemption. We are all intelligent beings here, you understand. The crowd fell silent. Billionaire, frightened, had forgotten to weep. Astonished by Wu Yudi's directness and her audacity, Qiu Yu and her companions exchanged covert glances, reveling in the spectacle. The young lady was formidable, slapping him again and again. Chapter 70. Come, sister will teach you to strike back after such a commotion. The restaurant owners began to grasp certain truths, casting disdainful glances at Billionaire and Wang Qianzi. Realizing that these two had been maligning the young girl all along, they observed everything clearly. The girl had done nothing wrong. It was the woman who had come in crying profusely in her own establishment, which was simply inauspicious. The imposing leader watched Wu Yu intently, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Big head, come here. Wu Yu beckoned him over. Beautiful sister. Big head scampered over. Akin to an enamored fan, Wu Yu pointed at Wang Qianzi, who lay on the ground, unable to articulate a complete thought. Do you see that pig-headed fellow? Yes, he looks hideous. Wu Yu cast a sidelong glance at Wang Qianzi's swollen face. Indeed, quite ugly. Blood bubbled from Wang Qianzi's mouth as he glared furiously at Wu Yu. Wishing he could rend her to pieces, he had come alone today, without any entourage, which was why this contemptible girl had taken advantage of him. In the future, should you encounter such scum, reason with them as you would. But if that fails, simply slap them as I did, strike their face until it mirrors the effect of my own hand. Upon hearing this, the restaurant owners became visibly uneasy. They were merely ordinary folk. The concept of slapping someone was foreign to them. They could ponder it, but offending someone they ought not to would be no trivial matter, just as they were about to voice their concerns. Wu Yu silenced them with a glance. She understood their worries. After all, Big Head was still young and would need time to mature. Such character development requires patience. Big Head pondered for a moment, scrutinizing his small hands seriously, yet he remarked, but I don't have that much strength. Pfft. This child was rather endearing. It was no wonder she had chosen him. Yes, Big Head will grow stronger. Do you see that lady over there? Wu Yu pointed to Billionaire again. Big Head nodded obediently. Although that sister was as beautiful as the lovely sister, she was rather inept, so we shall call her Auntie. Hearing this term again made Billionaire's face pale as a sheet. She gripped her handkerchief tightly, too furious to speak. Was Pighead kind to this auntie? Bighead nodded again, but now, Pighead is hurt and cannot get up, while this auntie stands there foolishly. What does that signify? Bighead thought for a moment and finally offered. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Billionaire's face turned ghostly pale. Wu Yuyi, that wretched girl. She had set a trap for her. Indeed, this is a classic case of ingratitude. Bighead, do not become such a person in the future, with such frankness, who could fail to comprehend Billionaire's petty thoughts. Wang Qianxia's countenance was equally unsightly. Though his face was swollen, the onlookers could still discern his foul expression. Billionaire lacked the composure to endure the crowd's scrutiny, having just before despised Wu Yuyi. In a fit of rage, she shoved her way through the throng and fled. To Wu Yuyi, it appeared that the heroine had burst into tears. One could hardly blame her, as the sage once said. Water can carry a boat and also capsize it. Since she sought to manipulate the onlookers, she ought to have prepared for the consequences. Wang Qianxi, struggling to rise, had intended to threaten Wu Yuyi, but recalled the brutal beating he had just endured. He lacked the courage to confront her now, so he glared fiercely at the restaurant owners before storming out. Wu Yuyi brushed off his threats. What did it matter if he hailed from the Wang family in the capital? Beneath the emperor's feet, could he truly stir up a storm? This issue would certainly be resolved by Feng Qianjin. As for the restaurant couple, under Wu Yuyi's persuasion, they agreed to allow Bighead to accompany her for learning purposes. Chapter 71. Drought. Due to the drought, an influx of refugees had recently descended upon the capital. Although grain stores were opened for relief, the ever-increasing number of refugees posed a challenge to the aid efforts. Social unrest began to surface. Thefts and robberies proliferated, as many resorted to desperate measures for survival. Observing the refugees, Wu Yuyi felt a deep sense of sorrow. If this continued, the death toll would rise dramatically, likely leading to a plague. The once bustling streets now appeared desolate, with emaciated children and the elderly lying on the ground, desperately clinging to life, their eyes filled with despair. She had never witnessed such a sight. The city she inhabited was vibrant, peaceful, and prosperous, where the sick were cared for and the elderly supported. From a young age, she had never known the pangs of hunger, and though she felt despair at the loss of loved ones, she could not fathom the experience of being homeless, exposed to the elements. Some benevolent, wealthy individuals began to establish porridge kitchens to aid the refugees, which provided some short-term relief. Yet, given the current weather, it was uncertain when rain would come. How long could such assistance last? Most troubling to Wu Yuyi was that Bailey Z was about to commence human sacrifices. Naturally, Wu Yuyi would not allow such a thing to transpire. Before that occurred, she would find a suitable method to address the issue. As she wandered, she unexpectedly spotted Billionaire. This seemed quite fitting. As a kind-hearted white lotus, she could not possibly miss such an opportunity for charity. In front of a small porridge kitchen, a long line had formed, with Billionaire smiling as she personally served the food. Some older youths, eager to receive their share of porridge more quickly, pushed forward, cutting in line, provoking discontent among those behind them. How can you behave this way? Exactly. I've been waiting for ages. A commotion arose within the crowd. Billionaire approached the queue cutters, expressing her displeasure. You all need to move to the back. Her voice carried an undeniable authority. Despite their reluctance, the youths dared not protest further. How could they disrespect such a beautiful and kind young lady? The group retreated awkwardly, and the crowd gradually settled down, elevating Billionaire's stature in their eyes. Wu Yuyi found amusement in the scene. Indeed, the heroine was not overly vindictive, jealous, or foolish. She was a rather decent person. After all, she had lived a second life. Yet she remained burdened by past grievances. Continuing down this path would ultimately ruin her own life. Shaking her head in resignation, she recognized that others' choices and lives were beyond her influence. Whatever would be. The three princes of the Baiwei dynasty had been dispatched to address the drought. Wu Yuyi understood that this was a scheme orchestrated by Feng Qiangue to select a suitable heir. It was also a trap set for the three sons of Feng Qiangue. He generously opened the cage, coaxing them in with gentle words before locking it shut. Feng Qianyao and Feng Qianyi swiftly mobilized their resources and influence to tackle the drought. In no time, the refugees in the capital received commendable assistance, yet the Baiwei dynasty was ultimately overcrowded. Upon hearing that food was available in the capital, many flocked there, creating a new dilemma. Feng Qianjin took no immediate action. Instead, meticulously studying a map of the continent, he felt a headache coming on. Compared to the so-called benevolence of Feng Qianyao and Feng Qianyi, he favored addressing the root of the issue. However, after contemplating various solutions, he found nearly all of them to be flawed. While Feng Qianjin labored in his study, Wu Yuyi researched in the same room, observing his furrowed brow. By some twist of fate. She approached him, inquiring, "What troubles you?" Seeing her approach, Feng Qianjin's expression softened slightly. "It's just some issues regarding the recent drought. They are somewhat tricky to resolve." Wu Yuyi took the papers he had written, scrutinizing them closely, and could not help but marvel. He was indeed quite clever, having devised a method to divert water. This plan was indeed feasible. Feng Qianjin, however, harbored his own concerns. "No. I have studied the terrains of these three nations. Both the Black Moon and White Moon are experiencing droughts, while the Green Moon is suffering from floods. The Green Moon's topography is the lowest, which is why the floodwaters are slow to dissipate. Conversely, the White Moon is at the highest elevation, suffering the most severe drought. I initially intended to redirect water from the Green Moon to the White Moon, but water cannot flow uphill if we were to excavate a waterway. The project would be monumental and could not be completed in a few years." Wu was once again taken aback. Feng Qianjin's thoughts were indeed thorough and advanced. How could such a person be the worthless youth depicted in the original text? If he were to contend for power, he would undoubtedly possess the capability to ascend to that position. She picked up the map and studied it meticulously for a moment. As Feng Qianjin had stated, the Black Moon and White Moon were indeed suffering from drought, and it was feasible to divert water from the Qing Moon. However, the elevation of the Qing Moon was too low, significantly differing from that of the White Moon. Unless mountains were to be excavated, the diversion of water would be quite challenging. Chapter 73. The next day, Wu followed Feng Qianjin into the palace, although she should not have been involved in such state affairs. She understood that the Feng Qian nation seemed to harbor certain taboos regarding Feng Qianjin, thus they generally would not oppose him. Feng Qianghua was engrossed in reviewing memorials in the imperial study, at which point Feng Qianyao and Feng Qianyi had also arrived, sitting silently beside him. When they saw Wu enter, their eyes flickered in unison, followed by expressions of confusion, seemingly perplexed as to why Wu was present. Nevertheless, Feng Qianjin remained as haughty as ever, disregarding Feng Qianghua and pulling Wu to sit down. The small chair trembled in trepidation. The fifth prince was not one to typically ignore the emperor so brazenly. Observing the brewing storm in the emperor's gaze, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Feng Qianyao appeared to have recalled something. Wu merely smiled and nodded at him. After all, there was no longer any connection between Feng Qianyao and the female lead, and she could not afford to target him as she had before. Feng Qianyi found it somewhat strange. Wu had never shown such a pleasant smile towards Feng Qianyao in the past. However, now that he had Lianer, he naturally dared not entertain too many fantasies about Wu Yu. Remembering that day when Lianer spoke softly in his arms, his heart felt fulfilled, and he had long forgotten any grievances he once harbored towards Wu Yu. Wu Yu was quite impressed. The aura of the female lead was indeed remarkably powerful. During the time Wu was not paying much attention to the female lead, Lianer had successfully captured the affections of both Feng Qianyi and Wang Qian. Not to mention a certain assassin, the plot was still unfolding, and Wu understood that it would not significantly change due to her presence. In any case, her objective was to alter the fates of the original protagonist and Feng Qianjin. Feng Qianghua had been observing the interactions between his sons and Wu Yu in the imperial study, concealing his displeasure while a scheme began to brew within him. Wu, have you come here for a purpose? Wu Yu inwardly scoffed. The old fox was clearly aware yet feigned ignorance while wearing a smile. I merely came to accompany Xiao Jin. She pinched Feng Qianjin's thigh, tossing the ball into his court. Feng Qianjin winced in pain and helplessly restrained her mischievous hand. Wu indeed came to accompany my son. Typically, women in this court would not engage in political matters, so Feng Qianjin would naturally not thrust Wu into the limelight. Feng Qianghua feigned hearty laughter, yet his words were laced with sarcasm. You two seem quite intimate. I previously mentioned bestowing a marriage upon you, yet you refused. Now, in this ambiguous situation, I suppose you regret it? The murderous aura surrounding Feng Qianjin surged forth. Ambiguous situation. Wu signaled Feng Qianjin to remain calm. Though he was unafraid of Feng Qianghua, there were still Feng Qianyao and the others present. and tearing the facade would not bode well. She met Feng Qianguo's disdainful gaze, her voice steady yet unsettling. "Your Majesty, what is love in this world? Why concern ourselves too much, whether it is love or abandonment? We know it within our hearts. The opinions of others bear no relation to us, just as your Majesty deeply loved the late Empress, despite the fears of public opinion. Why should it matter? We had heard from Mother Qin about the late Empress, whose surname was Li and given name was Lingling, a courtesan. At that time, Feng Qianguo had fallen deeply in love with her, disregarding all opposition, and bestowed upon her the title of Empress. Ultimately, Li Lingling could not withstand the disdain and ridicule from others regarding her background, succumbing to illness and despair. Indeed, Wu had struck a nerve with him. Feng Qianguo erupted in fury. Impudent. The small chair nearly burst into tears. This lady was indeed not an easy master to handle. The emperor was displeased, and how could a lowly servant like him fare well? In the past, had he encountered such blatant disrespect, he would have rushed to silence the offender before Feng Qianguo. However, now that this lady was associated with Feng Qianjin, he dared not act. "I merely spoke the truth." "Your Majesty, you are a sensible person. How could you not comprehend my meaning?" "Very well." Feng Qianguo glared at Wu in anger. She repeatedly referred to herself as a commoner, yet showed no signs of acknowledging him. However, reason dictated that he must not act recklessly. After all, this was his son. He cast a glance at Feng Qianjin, who was leisurely sipping tea, not missing the glint of ruthlessness that flashed in his eyes. It seems I am still at his mercy. Chapter 74. Feng Qianguo restrained his simmering rage. The Wu family was off limits, and he could not even touch his own son. He was in a position where, even if he bit his teeth, he would have to swallow his anger. Meanwhile, Feng Qianni and the others had grown accustomed to the treacherous dynamics between their father and the emperor, though they truly did not understand why their father had to endure so much. Feng Qianni could guess a few things, as the shadows of the past still haunted him. Even if he wished to vie for the throne, he dared not confront Feng Qianjin directly. However, Feng Qianyao had never encountered the ruthless side of Feng Qianjin, and thus did not comprehend his terror, holding a certain disdain for Feng Qianyao, the dandy disciple, despite their brotherly bond. Had it not been for Feng Qianni's repeated warnings to avoid provoking Feng Qianjin, he might have met his demise countless times already. Though Feng Qianguo was furious, he had to admit that his son had been quite helpful. This time, it was clear that the other two unworthy sons could not find a viable solution and would have to rely on him once again. However, the Wu girl was truly astonishing, just as unexpected as her father. "Today, I have summoned the three of you here. You must understand the reason. Currently, the drought in the White Moon dynasty is worsening, and I cannot find a good solution within the court. As my sons, you naturally have the obligation to share my burdens. Speak, what plans do you propose?" Feng Qianni was the first to step forward. "As a son, I believe the most pressing matter is to settle the refugees who have fled to the capital. We must open the granaries, provide relief to the people, and establish porridge kitchens to aid the populace. Simultaneously, we should invite physicians from all directions to offer charitable assistance." Feng Qianguo nodded. Though he felt no particular joy, he had heard these suggestions countless times in the court, and they did not fundamentally resolve the issue. Wu clicked her tongue. This child's intelligence had undoubtedly been influenced by the saintly female lead, aspiring to be a savior. How naive! If one wished to be a savior, they ought to be more pragmatic. Opening granaries and providing relief had long been implemented. If this continued, the palace would inevitably face a fiscal crisis. Moreover, where did the palace's wealth come from if not from the common people's expropriated resources? If the palace's finances were depleted, taxes would only increase, further burdening the populace. Feng Qianyao's suggestion was somewhat better, though still lacking in comprehensiveness. He had just addressed the tax issue, advocating for tax exemptions. As farmers were suffering from the calamity and yielding nothing, continuing with forced taxation could lead to unrest. Feng Qianguo nodded in approval, regarding Feng Qianyao with newfound appreciation, while casting a disappointed glance at Feng Qianni. He had initially held high hopes for the son, but now it appeared he needed to reassess both of them. Why were there only two options? Feng Qianguo knew that his fifth son would not be compelled against his will. Feng Qianjin proposed his solution. "As the number of refugees escalates, if we do not address the root of this issue, new problems will soon arise, such as a plague." The expressions of the other three in the hall changed simultaneously. Indeed, The number of starving individuals was increasing, and if corpses could not be buried in a timely manner, a large-scale epidemic was highly likely to ensue. Chapter 75. While listening to Feng Qianjin's words, Wu Yu pondered how she would resolve matters if a plague truly broke out. It seemed to be related to the water source as well. Feng Qianjin coldly uttered a few words. Cooperation among the three kingdoms. Feng Qianyi found this notion rather inappropriate. Though he did not wish to provoke Feng Qianjin, he still believed this idea was rather fanciful. Throughout history, which monarch did not desire cooperation? Yet whether through marriage alliances or hostages, it was utterly impossible to forge such bonds. Furthermore, each kingdom harbored ulterior motives. How could they gather together and discuss cooperation? Feng Qianjin remained silent, while Wu Yu interjected. This issue is the easiest to resolve. We simply need to identify the strongest kingdom. This. Not only Feng Qianyi and the others were taken aback, but even Feng Qianjin appeared somewhat astonished. The strongest? What do you mean by that? Unless we are to wage war, no one knows who is truly the strongest. Feng Qianyi persisted in his viewpoint. Xiao Wu, we had not discussed this matter with Feng Qianjin beforehand, so she too found it perplexing. The foundation of collaboration lies in mutual benefit, a point I have already discussed with Xiao Jin. However, the question arises, what kind of benefits can provide a sufficiently compelling allure that commands loyalty? That is another matter entirely. The selection of the strongest does not necessitate a life-or-death struggle. It suffices that our nation possesses a singular strength that surpasses that of others, strong enough that they come to rely on Bayugua. Upon hearing this, several individuals were enlightened, yet numerous concerns lingered. However, the young lady from the Wu family must understand that the national strengths of our three countries are relatively comparable, lacking any basis for comparison. Feng Qiangua, with a confident smile, replied, "No, we can create it. For instance, the locust plague and desertification of Heiyugua, the floods and saline land of Qingyu." She was acutely aware that, in ancient times, such issues remained unresolved, and her knowledge was precisely applicable. Feng Qiangua found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the descendants of the Wu family were no ordinary individuals. Wu Yu gradually articulated her plan. First, to address the drought afflicting the Baiyu dynasty, followed by collaboration among the three nations, thereby setting a precedent for drought resolution. Once the collaboration succeeded, assistance would be rendered to tackle the issues faced by Qingyu and Heiyu, culminating in the establishment of relevant laws to solidify the cooperative relationship among the nations. As they departed the palace, Feng Qiangua cast a meaningful glance at Wu Yu, saying nothing further. Seemingly deep in thought, in truth, he contemplated that if Wu Yu could be utilized by them, rather than being aligned with Feng Qianjin, it would undoubtedly become a significant boon for the Baiyu dynasty. Feng Qianjin gently draped his arm around Wu Yu's shoulder, and the two leaned against the soft cushions of the carriage in silence. After a long while, Feng Qianjin sighed deeply. "Little Wu, you ought not to act recklessly." Wu Yu understood his implication. Her earlier remarks had clearly exposed her capabilities, and continuing on this path could very well provoke a new wave of conflict, jeopardizing her personal safety. However, Wu Yu harbored her own intentions. By drawing upon the Wu family, she believed that the original owner's parents were not deceased. If she could ascertain the original owner's lineage, perhaps she would uncover the reasons for her presence in this world. As for the Wu family, the original narrative merely skimmed the surface, indicating that it was a rather enigmatic clan, with few possessing substantial knowledge about it. Chapter 76. Shinshui Village. At the border between Qingyu and Baiyu lies a secluded village known as Shinshui Village, which is the destination for Wu Yu and her companions on this occasion. Accompanying them on this expedition, apart from Wu Yu and her group, are Bai Li Zi and Feng Qianyao. Shinshui Village is quite distant from the capital, and traveling by carriage will require approximately 2 weeks. Wu Yu shares a carriage with Feng Qianjin, while Feng Qianyao and Bai Li Zi occupy another. Uncertain whether it was her own illusion, Wu Yu felt that Bai Li Zi had been observing her with an oddly intense gaze. Yet, whenever she turned to look, she was met with those vacant, hollow eyes. She smiled wryly, attributing it to her own overthinking. The moment she turned away, she failed to notice the sharp gleam emanating from Bai Li Zi's otherwise listless eyes. This outing seemed to find everyone traveling light, and to the onlookers, Wu Yu appeared to fit that description as well. Was she truly such a carefree individual? Of course not. On this journey, she had brought nearly all her life-preserving tools. Though they were mostly small items, she carried a self-made backpack filled with essential chili sauce, pepper, luminous pearls, specially crafted thumbtacks, a handful of yellow beans, and various chemical substances. In her hand, she held a sharp dagger, which she intended to avoid using unless absolutely necessary, as it would be undesirable to injure anyone. Oh, and she also had a long-prepared anti-wolf spray contained in a tin can, made from the most potent essence of Bayou's spiciest peppers. This irritating liquid posed no organic harm to the human body, but could temporarily blind an assailant, rendering them unable to open their eyes, inducing severe coughing, and causing overall discomfort, with a return to normalcy after half an hour. It was an indispensable self-defense tool, particularly for Wu Yu, who had previously lived alone in a relatively isolated area. Upon returning home at night, she habitually kept a bottle of anti-wolf spray and an electric stun flashlight in her bag for protection. Aside from the self-defense items, she also packed some small tools and medicines, not to mention snacks like candies and durable provisions. Now in spring, a season typically associated with resurgence, the landscape appeared desolate and flavorless due to the drought. With dust swirling in the air, Wu Yu, somewhat uncomfortable, covered her nose. Besides the drifting dust, a rich fragrance of magnolia pervaded the surroundings. Perhaps it was due to Bai Lizi's presence, but she felt that the scent grew increasingly overwhelming, nearly causing her to retch. Feng Qianjin also noticed Wu Yu's discomfort, initially attributing it to the jolting carriage ride. He gently draped his arm over her slender shoulders, encouraging her to lean against him to alleviate her dizziness. Wu Yu looked at him innocently. "What's the matter?" Feng Qianjin pinched her soft cheek. "Aren't you feeling unwell?" Wu Yu frowned slightly. "Yes, a bit, but it's not motion sickness. It's that scent from before. It's rather strong." "Did you notice it this time?" "No." "Is it very distressing?" "Not particularly." We leaned against him somewhat sullenly. What could it be that only she could detect, were it not for the numerous supernatural occurrences in this place? She might genuinely believe she was experiencing olfactory hallucinations. Feng Qianjin instructed Qing Feng to halt, and Qing Feng, somewhat puzzled, leaned in to inquire, "Master, what is it?" Feng Qianyao and Bai Lizi's carriage also came to a stop. "You all go ahead. Xiao Wu feels unwell and needs to rest for a while." Hearing that Wu was unwell, everyone felt a tinge of urgency. "Xiao Wu, are you all right?" Feng Qianyao asked. Wu shook her head, signaling that she was fine. However, her pale countenance betrayed her. Feng Qianjin, visibly displeased, urged them, "You should hurry on." Feng Qianyao wished to say more, but Bai Lizi, understanding the situation, softly suggested, "Let's go. Xiao Wu, you truly have no issues." After Bai Lizi and the others departed, Qing Feng habitually checked Wu Yu's pulse, finding it steady and normal. The moment Bai Lizi left, Wu Yu felt as if she had been revived. Damn it, was Bai Lizi some sort of flower demon? That floral scent was suffocating her. "It's all right. Let us wait a while before we proceed. We mustn't stay too close to Bai Lizi." Chapter 77. Shenshui Village. Due to the urgency of their schedule, Wu Yu and her companions traveled day and night, with Qing Feng and a shadow guard alternating in driving the horses at a swift pace. Although Wu Yu believed her physical condition was robust enough to endure this level of exertion, Feng Qianjin remained unconvinced. To avoid unnecessary complications, Wu Yu had not brought along Qiu Yu and the others for this journey, thus entrusting her care entirely to Feng Qianjin. "Let us rest here for a moment." Feng Qianjin assessed the evening sky. Having traveled continuously for several days, he felt that Xiao Wu might struggle to keep up, and the horses also needed to graze and rest. Qing Feng gazed up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, feeling somewhat vexed. He had been outside for so long, yet still had to witness the two of them showcasing their affection. However, he was inexplicably excited at the prospect of finally being able to disembark. After dismounting from the carriage, Qing Feng and several subordinates prepared to set up camp. Wu Yu casually selected a piece of blue stone and plopped down. Disregarding the bustling activity around her, she pulled out her homemade charcoal pencil and traced a map, feeling an inexplicable conviction that Bai Lizi's presence would introduce elements beyond her control. Deep down, she harbored a sense of foreboding, as if a part of her body were under someone else's control, shackled by invisible constraints. Bai Lizi and the others set off first, yet he felt no displeasure. On the contrary, he was in high spirits, understanding that he had genuinely influenced her this time. For him, this was a positive development. Whether through aversion or disdain, he was indifferent, as long as she no longer overlooked him. Wu Yu sat quietly atop the high blue stone, in a spacious area beside a flowing stream, as the setting sun cast its golden rays upon the small river, making it sparkle. The sun was not yet too fierce, and as she basked in the gentle warmth, Wu Yu felt as if every pore of her skin had opened, providing immense comfort. Feng Qianjin, holding a long sword, leaned against a pine tree, gazing at Wu Yu's small face illuminated by golden sunlight, feeling a profound sense of tranquility. Suddenly, he longed to spend a lifetime in her company, side by side, cherishing peaceful days together. Sensing Feng Qianjin's intense gaze, Wu Yu instinctively turned to look at him, only to find him staring at her in a daze, prompting her to break into a smile. Feng Qianjin, enchanted by her smile, leaped to her side and embraced her tightly. Baby. Perhaps feeling that too many people called her Xiao Wu, Feng Qianjin had taken to calling her baby since that day. Will we always be together? Wu pondered earnestly, coming to believe that they would indeed remain together, and thus nodded resolutely. Satisfied with her answer, Feng Qianjin affectionately nuzzled her soft hair with his chin, leaning against the warmth of his embrace. Wu idly folded a piece of white paper into 1,000 origami cranes. "What's this?" Feng Qianjin inquired curiously, resembling a child captivated by the sight of the pristine origami crane. "This is 1,000 origami cranes, used to make wishes. Isn't it beautiful? The baby seems to excel at everything." "What wish did you make?" Wu expressed that she hasn't quite figured it out yet. Stacking this object was truly a spur-of-the-moment decision. Observing her bewildered expression, Feng Qianjin found it somewhat amusing. "Come, allow me to make a wish. How does one go about it? Simply inscribe your heart's desire within, or alternatively, you may hang your wish beneath it." Grasping her hand that held the charcoal pencil, Feng Qianjin inscribed a few words on the paper: Xiao Wu and Xiao Jin, together forever. In the end, they hung the paper crane high atop a pine tree. Wu Yu gazed at the childish antics of the young man, feeling a mix of exasperation and sweetness bubbling within her heart. Surely, they would traverse the journey of life together until the end. Important notice from the site: are you still using the web version to chase novels? Is the issue of advertisements still bothering you? Out with that. Please utilize the site's free services. Chapter 78. The Village of Divine Water. What shall we have for dinner? She recalled that they had only packed some dry rations when they set out. What would you like to eat? As long as you wish for it, Feng Qianjin can procure it. Wu Yu turned her gaze towards the half-dry pond, her eyes brightening with an idea. Let's catch some fish and shrimp here. In truth, she longed for a proper bath. After several days of travel, though she bore no dust or sweat, she still felt somewhat uncomfortable. Feng Qianjin sensed her intentions and chuckled softly. After dinner, I shall take you to a place where you can bathe. It was still spring, and the water in the pond was refreshingly cooled. Wu Yu dipped her hand into the water. She felt a delightful sensation. Initially, she had considered immersing herself, but Feng Qianjin stopped her. Concerned that the cold water might cause her to catch a chill, squatting by the riverbank, we remained on the shore while Feng Qianjin quietly focused his energy for a moment. Shortly after, fish began to surface. Just like that, they appeared. We was somewhat amused by this turn of events. In the world of literature, catching a fish was indeed a simple feat. Feng Qianjin did not even touch the fish on the ground. Instead, glancing at the seemingly idle Qifeng, why is it always me? Wu Yu, with a hint of schadenfreude, sidestepped him. Young man, do your best. Then, she grandly sat beside the campfire, awaiting her meal. Half an hour later. What on earth is this? Fish? Wu Yu could hardly bear to look. Qifeng, you haven't cooked before, have you? She gazed at what resembled charcoal more than fish. Qifeng pondered for a moment and nodded. He indeed had never cooked. As a renowned physician and disciple of the ancient wood spirit, he had never had to concern himself with such matters. Previously, it had always been Insan who handled these tasks. Had Insan not been absent today, he would not have had to deal with this. Never mind, I'll take over. This dark culinary creation is beyond my palate. All right, someone's taken the reins, Qifeng replied cheerfully, looking at the item in his hands, which he too found unappetizing. Truth be told, since the arrival of Xiao Yu and her companions, Xiao Wu had rarely cooked, and he missed her cooking dearly. Feng Qianjin shot him a knowing glance, his expression inscrutable. Qifeng sheepishly withdrew the expectation from his face. Sigh, This master certainly has a flair for jealousy. We sprinkled some salt and spices over the fish, instantly filling the air with tantalizing aromas that made even the shadow guards swallow hard. How many more days until we reach that place? Wu Yu asked, swiftly rotating the fish while turning to Feng Qianjin. And oh, more than 2 days, Wu Yu nodded, realizing they could not afford to delay any longer. She had observed the severity of the drought along their journey. While the area they currently occupied was relatively secluded and boasted a small pond, other regions were unimaginable in their aridity. After finishing the roasted fish, Feng Qianjin guided Wu Yu to a cave. Wu Yu was pleasantly surprised to see a steaming small pond inside. A hot spring? How did you find this place? I passed by occasionally in the past. The spring water has unique healing properties for wounds, but it is not suitable for drinking. Wu Yu was not particularly concerned about that. She had no intention of drinking water. A bath would suffice. Coughing softly, Wu Yu cast a shy glance at Feng Qianjin, contemplating undressing to bathe. It wouldn't do to do so in front of him. Feng Qianjin's smile widened. Yet he tactfully refrained from teasing her and stepped outside to guard the entrance. Important notice from the site. Chapter 79. The Village of Divine Water 2 days later, by Lianer's unexpected appearance caught Wu Yu entirely off guard. The female protagonist truly is relentless. What's more, she now had a strikingly handsome man by her side. This time, the female protagonist wore not her usual white silk garments, but a sleek black outfit, while the man beside her donned white attire, creating a striking contrast. If Wu Yu was not mistaken, this must be the 4th male lead, the charming physician Qi Xian. Though not as renowned as the ancient wood spirit, he was certainly a formidable physician within the Baiyu dynasty. Most importantly, he was young and handsome. Otherwise, the female protagonist would not have included him in her harem, as it was well known that every member of her harem in the original text was exceptionally attractive. The man seemed to notice Wu Yu's probing gaze and raised his head. However, Wu Yu did not shy away. She met his eyes with confidence. Naturally, she diverted her gaze afterward, recalling that Qi Xian was skilled in toxicology. During her absence, the original plot of this world continued to unfold. After the female protagonist's rebirth, she had saved Qi Xian, who was being pursued, and they were kindred spirits. Moreover, Bai Lianer's kindness and beauty quickly endeared her to Qi Xian. Little Wildcat, you're quite the troublemaker, and I still wish to escape. Little Wildcat, you're very disobedient today. We suddenly recalled their exchanges from the original text and felt a chill run down her spine. Goodness, this male lead seems to have a touch of madness and is quite a formidable character. As for why Bai Lianer had also come to the Village of Divine Water, she was at a loss. Xiao Yu, it was rare for the female protagonist to display intelligence this time, as she did not drag along her sister, feigning sisterly affection. Wu Yu felt that the female protagonist had transformed somehow. Perhaps the suppression of her halo had become more pronounced. Wu Yu politely nodded without uttering a word. The female protagonist, seeing her demeanor, offered no particular reaction, while the man beside her cast a disdainful glance in her direction. Wu Yu, had she done something to provoke this esteemed gentleman? Please, she valued her life too much to wish for trouble. Strangely, when Wu Yu encountered Bai Lizi again, he no longer exuded that intoxicating fragrance. However, she felt even more anxious. So much had transpired in just a few days. Following Wu Yu's gaze, Feng Qianjin only then realized she was looking at Bai Lianer. What's so fascinating about her? He had indeed noticed some changes in Bai Lianer, but they were of little concern to him. Xiao Wu, Lianer, Feng Qianyao arrived late, and upon hearing his call, Wu Yu was somewhat taken aback. It was not the address itself that surprised her, but the fact that he had called out. Lianer. Oh dear. The familiar sense of helplessness returned to Wu Yu upon her arrival in this world. She remembered that not long ago, Feng Qianyao had seemed quite disdainful of Bai Lianer, addressing her with a distant Miss Bai. It had only been 3 or 4 days. How had everyone changed so quickly? If the female protagonist no longer targeted her, she preferred to remain uninvolved. Yet, if they insisted on pursuing her, she feared her demise was imminent. Let us find a place to rest. Feng Qianjin interrupted her thoughts. Though he was unaware of her concerns, he surmised they were likely related to Bai Lianer. He did not believe Bai Lianer could stir up any significant trouble under his watchful eye, yet the fear reflected in Wu Yu's eyes was palpable. Contemplating this, he regarded Bai Lianer with a hint of perplexity. Chapter 80. The village of Divine Water. The village of Divine Water was a quaint settlement, distinctly different from the world we had witnessed outside. Here, waters flowed gently, birds sang sweetly, and there were no signs of drought. The population was sparse, with fewer than 20 households in total. This was not solely due to its remoteness. The limited number of inhabitants contributed to its air of secrecy, despite the abundance of water. No outsiders dared to relocate here for an extended stay. Wu followed them to their resting place, a tidy and well-maintained abode. Contrary to her expectations of poverty, the village exuded prosperity and affluence. Leading the way was a girl named Haitang, who was around Wu Yu's age, chatty and vivacious. Throughout the journey, she chattered incessantly, yet no one found her irksome. The village's rule mandated that outsiders could only reside in this house, with a maximum stay of 5 days. According to rumors we had heard outside the village, anyone who violated the rules would mysteriously disappear after the 5th day and could never leave again. Wuyo now recalls the chilling sensation she experienced when she first heard of this matter from the lips of an elderly man. It was an old woman selling vegetables by the roadside, who, sensing Wuyo's curiosity, leaned in with an air of mystery and whispered in a hushed tone, "Do not look at the things in the water." In that moment, Wuyo felt as though she were ensnared in a scene from a horror film. One where a disembodied voice warns you not to turn back at midnight. Although she personally considers herself a believer in science, there are indeed scientists who have substantiated the existence of spirits in this world. Moreover, she had managed to arrive here. What else could possibly be deemed impossible? "Hey, Xiaowu." Qingfeng waved his hand in front of Wuyo's eyes, noticing her lack of response, and gave her a light slap. Consequently, Wuyo spun around and sent him sprawling. "Qingfeng, why must I always be the one injured? What are you doing? You nearly scared her to death." Qingfeng lamented as he sat on the ground, his expression conveying a sense of grievance, as if the words "poor baby" were written across his face. Wuyo furrowed her brow, realizing that perhaps the situation was partly her fault. Despite her surprise, she kindly helped him to his feet, warning, "Next time, you mustn't frighten me like that, or you may find yourself flying even further away." "What has been troubling you lately, appearing so distracted?" Qingfeng replied. "Oh, nothing much, just feeling a bit fatigued from the journey." He was at a loss for words, and she casually dismissed him. Thus, the focal point now resided in the water. Present, by Lizi, Feng Qianyao, Qingfeng, and the 2 female leads all resided in the same dwelling. Fortunately, Wuyo's room was situated a considerable distance from that of the female lead. Initially, she had hoped to minimize their interactions to avoid unnecessary complications. Yet, she soon discovered that they all dined together, making it somewhat challenging to avoid one another. Xiaowu, Haitang barged in, holding several skewers of candied hawthorn, and immediately thrust one into Wuyo's hands. "Here you go." Thank you." Wuyo was somewhat taken aback by Haitang's return. "I asked, there something you need?" Haitang, observing the glistening, sugar-coated hawthorn in her hand. She mused that it seemed rather peculiar for Haitang to bring her a skewer of candied fruit. However, Haitang shot her a playful sidelong glance, puffing out her cheeks in a haughty manner. "Is it wrong for me to come visit you? I even brought you some treats." "Ah, I suppose that's true." Wuyo patted her head, realizing that, as an adult, she ought not to rely on a child's perspective to navigate her thoughts. "Did you make this?" Without overthinking, she took a bite of the fruit, savoring its sweet and tangy flavor. "How could this possibly be my handiwork? I bought it, you silly." Wuyo found herself incredulous, pondering how such a sparsely populated village could sustain a trade. My brother brought it back from outside the village. "Ah, now I understand." Wuyo felt a wave of enlightenment wash over her, recognizing that her recent mental lapses were rather concerning. Just because outsiders were barred from entering did not imply that the villagers themselves could not venture out. How had she not realized this sooner? "By the way, Haitang, could you tell me more about your village?" Upon hearing this, Haitang's expression shifted to one of guardedness, her previous innocence immediately replaced by an air of severity. "We have a rule here, not to disclose village matters to outsiders. So, Xiaowu, please refrain from asking further." "But I asked, there truly nothing I can inquire about." The 2 of them came here with a purpose. And without knowledge, how are they to accomplish their tasks? Not long after Haitang exited, she returned, a hint of the uncanny dancing on her features. "Night, it is best not to gaze into the water."